Sign here. In the opulent flat of the Liu family in Qingyuan City, Liu Qin, clad in a black dress, pushed a document towards Su Lai, who was wearing an apron. Gazing at the divorce agreement presented by his sister-in-law, Su Lai wiped his damp hands on the apron and inquired, Qin, what does this mean? Do not address me so affectionately. Qin is not a name you are worthy of using. Henceforth, please refer to me as Miss Liu Air. With crossed arms and an air of arrogance, Liu Qin declared, the disparity between you and my sister is growing ever wider. My sister is now a company president worth over 100 million. Our Liu family is destined to become a prominent clan, while you. Liu Qin looked at him with disdain. You remain a worthless wretch, merely washing clothes and cooking at home. Your continued presence in our Liu family will only render us the laughingstock of Qingyuan City, stifling our future development. You're no longer deserving of remaining with our Liu family. Su Lai smiled calmly and asked, is this your opinion or Fei-Fei's? Do you think you are entitled to call my sister Fei-Fei? In the future, please refer to her as Miss Liu Da. Liu Qin's expression hardened. This is, of course, the shared opinion of my sister and me. Can't you see her signature on this document? Back then, my sister married you merely to fulfill our grandfather's wishes. For 3 years, you have fed off the Liu family and lived under our roof. We have shown you more than enough kindness. You, the good-for-nothing, should sign this document if you have any self-awareness. Su Lai took a deep breath. Little did Liu Qin know that her grandfather had married Liu Fei to him because of his extraordinary capabilities and in gratitude for his life-saving deed. Nor did she realize that the Liu family's transformation from small shop into a billion-dollar enterprise within 3 years was entirely due to his influence. Unfortunately, now that the Liu family had prospered, he was seen as merely a freeloader, now labeled wretch with every utterance. How utterly ridiculous! Divorce is acceptable, but I wish to see Fei-Fei. Let me remind you once more, please address my sister as Miss Liu Da. Liu Qin retorted coldly, do you think my sister has time to meet with you? What are you? Merely a useless good-for-nothing. But my sister, she is a company president worth over 100 million, with countless mouths depending on her in the company. How could she possibly have time to meet you? A worthless wretch. Su Lai crossed his arms and leaned back. I need to ascertain whether this is truly your sister's intention. Of course, it is my sister's intention. Otherwise, could I sign her stead? Liu Qin pushed the agreement forward. All you need to do is sign, and in consideration of your marriage to my sister, not only can you have our previous 2-bedroom apartment, but that also my grandfather's old Santana. However, do not expect anything more. Just sign, and you will have a house and a car, something you could never achieve in 2 lifetimes. An old, dilapidated house with a 40-year history and a car that has traveled over 500,000 kilometers and was previously involved in a major accident. The house and car. Su Lai scoffed. I have no need for them. Divorce is acceptable, but let your sister discuss this with me personally, otherwise I will not sign. Su, do not overstep your bounds. Liu Qin slammed the table, glaring fiercely at Su Lai. Let me tell you, you will sign this today, whether you like it or not. Do you think you're in a position to dictate terms? I have already afforded you enough respect by coming to negotiate. Do you really think my sister would want to speak with you? There is nothing more to discuss between us. Su Lai, disinterested, stood up and prepared to leave. Su, just as Liu Qin was about to erupt, a sharp voice called out, enough. Su Lai turned to see a stunning woman in OL attire striding out of the study. With exquisite features and snow-white skin, her graceful figure, combined with a cool demeanor, accentuated by a white silk long skirt, a gray pencil skirt, and black stockings, she embodied the allure of a uniform. The sound of her high heels echoed as she approached Su Lai, saying, speak your mind now. Su Lai gazed at his wife of 3 years, narrowing his phoenix eyes slightly. Why? Liu Fei bit her lip, her gaze evasive. Su Lai, I know this pains you, this is my fault. With that, Liu Fei produced a bank card and extended it towards Su Lai. This card contains 1 million. The Liu family's old house and my grandfather's car serve as compensation for you. Whether you sell them for something new or keep them for yourself is entirely up to you. Su Lai sighed. Some matters cannot be resolved with money. Liu Qin interjected, a house, a car, and savings are easily obtained. Su Lai, my sister has already shown you more kindness than you deserve. Do not overreach. Su Lai met Liu Fei's gaze. It seems you have made up your mind. Su Lai, my goal is to elevate the Lu family to become a true aristocracy in Qingyuan City. And you, Lu Fei shook her head, disappointment etched on her features. You cannot assist me in any way. In Lu Fei's eyes, she had built the Lu family into a billion-dollar enterprise through her own efforts, while Su Lai remained a good for nothing, spending his days at home doing laundry and cooking, occasionally fortune-telling under bridges or treating ailments in parks. Lu Fei saw no hope in Su Lai and did not believe he could contribute to her ambitions. That is true. A forced fruit is never sweet. Suddenly, Su Lai inquired, I heard that the mixed blood heir from the Hu family has been quite helpful to you lately. Before Lu Fei could respond, Lu Qin said, half a month ago, my sister managed to negotiate a large batch of raw materials at a low price. Thanks to young master, Hu. Casting a disdainful glance at Su Lai, Lu Qin added, unlike some people who can only live off others. Lu Fei inhaled deeply and remarked, young master who graduated from Harvard Business School and has a far-reaching business vision. In that case, I wish you both success in your career and love. Su Lai smiled indifferently, signing his name on the divorce agreement with fluid strokes. Keep the house, the car, and the money. From this moment on, I have no further ties with the Lu family. With that, Su Lai turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Fei felt a pang of sorrow, as if she had lost something significant, a profound discomfort settling in her heart. Qin, do you think what I did was right? Sister, you are pursuing your happiness. Su Lai has never been worthy of you. Sister, I'm not saying this lightly, but if you hadn't married that good for nothing, you would now be at the pinnacle of Qingyuan City, and the Lu family would already be a true aristocracy. Sister, only young master who can assist our Lu family Su Lai will only be a hindrance to our development. Chapter 2. It's definitely an act as Su Lai pushed open the door to his unit. He found a man with arms nearly reaching his knees standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for him. The man, Lu Jian, was the husband of Lu Qin. Due to his lifelong practice of the Tongbi fist, his arms were considerably longer than those of an average person. After the Lu family struck it rich, Lu Jian often conspired with Lu Qin against Su Lai, especially when Lu Fei was not around, frequently hurling insults like waste and good for nothing. However, out of respect for Lu Fei, Su Lai had refrained from stooping to Lu Jian's level. As Su Lai exited the unit, Lu Jian approached him. You've left? Su Lai nodded. Yes, you, the waste, are finally leaving the Lu family. Lu Jian sneered. Then leave behind anything that belongs to the Lu family. Taken aback, Su Lai realized he had only taken his ID and nothing else when leaving. His expression hardened. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Lu Jian stepped forward, glaring at Su Lai. Don't pretend. I know you. You waste, have definitely taken something from the Lu family on your way out. He threatened. Now, will you hand it over willingly, or do I need to help you? Disregarding Lu Jian, Su Lai retorted, I haven't taken anything. If you don't believe me, call Lu Qin. Lu Jian glared at him. Haven't taken anything? Who do you think you're fooling? I'll tell you this. If you don't hand it over today, you won't leave this building. With that, Lu Jian's hand reached for Su Lai's pocket. You're pushing your luck. In an instant, Su Lai slapped Lu Jian across the face, sending him spinning 3 times before he steadied himself. How dare you hit me? Lu Jian, momentarily dazed, soon regained his composure. Did I knock you silly? Su Lai swiftly delivered another slap to Lu Jian's other cheek. The force of the blows transformed Lu Jian's face into a swollen mess. How dare you? Before Lu Jian could finish his curse, Su Lai delivered a knee strike, causing Lu Jian to clutch his stomach and kneel before him. From now on, don't pretend to be someone you're not in front of me. You're not worthy, Su Lai added, slapping Lu Jian's face again with both hands. Next time you see me, speak properly. I've spared you before out of respect for Lu Fei, but now that I'm divorced, remember to speak like a human when you see me. Lu Jian, with a face swollen twofold and lips resembling sausages, looked at Su Lai in disbelief. How could this man, who had always seemed like a meek housekeeper, possess such strength? Lu Jian could not fathom why. Despite his own background in Tongbi fist and having won provincial martial arts competitions, he was so easily overpowered by Su Lai. Had he known Su Lai was this formidable, he would have brought bodyguards from Minghua Hall to confront him. Just as Lu Jian plotted his revenge against Su Lai, a Lincoln navigator escorting a Bentley Mulsanne pulled up before them. Lu Jian turned to see 4 sharp-eyed bodyguards emerge from the Lincoln, surrounding the Bentley. A female driver from the Bentley opened the door and assisted a girl out of the vehicle. The girl was tall and donned a black dress, exuding a sensual allure. Her delicate feet peeking from her high heels were reminiscent of tender buds, inciting an instinctive urge to approach. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, particularly her enchanting peach blossom eyes that made Lu Jian forget his pain. As Lu Jian was captivated by her presence, the girl approached Su Lai directly. "Excuse me. Are you Su Lai, Mr. Su?" Su Lai nodded. "Yes." The girl extended a delicate hand. "Hello, I am Qi Yueshi. Ms. Li Qingyao sent me, and she provided me with your photograph." Lu Jian nearly had his eyes pop out in shock upon hearing her name. Qi Yueshi, the legendary girl of Qingyuan City, had taken over her family business, Qibo Jewelry, at the age of 22 and had, in just 3 years, transformed it from a local brand with 3 stores into a nationally renowned jewelry empire. Moreover, the Li Qingyao she mentioned was no ordinary person. She was a key figure for the Lu family. Li Qingyao was the largest shareholder of Huishingtang, one of the top 10 cosmetics brands in the Daxiao region. A staggering 80 of the orders for the Lu family's Minghua Hall came from Huishingtang, which meant that the Lu family's meteoric rise to a billion-dollar enterprise was largely attributed to their partnership with it. Wait, Qi Yueshi just said that Li Qingyao introduced her to Su Lai. How could Su Lai know Li Qingyao? Even Lu Fei had only met Li Qingyao a few times. How could this waste know her? Su Lai, maintaining his composure upon realizing it was Qi Yueshi, replied simply, "Hello." An hour prior, Li Qingyao had specifically called Su Lai to inform him that her distant cousin, Li Qingxin's father-in-law, Qi Tongyin, the chairman of Qibo Jewelry, had suddenly fallen gravely ill. Following consultations with experts from Qingyuan City, they had all shaken their heads in dismay. After hearing the news, Li Qingyao reached out to Su Lai, hoping he could offer assistance. The Qi family was willing to exchange a rare herb, the Qinglongsin, which Su Lai needed. Hence his agreement to help. With a smile, Qi Yueshi addressed Su Lai. "Mr. Su, I am here to escort you. Is there anything you need to bring?" Lu Jian, astonished, nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. When had this waste become associated with Qi Yueshi? Although the Lu family had amassed considerable wealth, they were still mere children compared to Qibo Jewelry. No, how could this waste possibly know Li Qingyao? Lu Fei had collaborated with Li Qingyao for 3 years without ever meeting her. How could he? This is an act. It must be an act. This waste must have found someone to help him put on a show. After shrugging, Su Lai replied, "I have nothing to bring. Let us go." "Mr. Su, please." As Su Lai got into Qi Yueshi's Bentley Mulsanne, Lu Fei and Lu Qin emerged from the unit. "Sister, Qin, you finally arrived." Upon seeing the Lu sisters, tears streamed from Lu Jian's eyes, which had swollen to slits. Lu Fei was taken aback. "Who are you? Why are you kneeling here?" Lu Qin scoffed, "Sister, the security in this community is terrible. They actually let a beggar in. I think we should just buy a detached villa. At least we won't have to deal with such troublesome people." Lu Jian exclaimed, "Sister, Qin, it's me, a Jian. I'm Lu Jian." "A Jian?" Lu Fei's expression froze. "How did you end up like this?" Lu Qin screamed, rushing toward Lu Jian. "Who did this to you?" After Lu Qin helped him up, Lu Jian sobbed, "Sister, it was Su Lai? Su Lai did this to me." Lu Qin nearly jumped up in disbelief. "Su Lai? That waste? How is that possible?" Chapter 3. Provide me with a reasonable explanation. Lu Jian began to complain like a villain. "Just now, I encountered Su Lai at the unit's entrance. I merely called him brother-in-law, and he slapped me hard. When I asked why he hit me, he said it was indeed me he was hitting. Then, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon me. Sister, to this day, I still do not understand why he attacked me." Lu Qin exclaimed, "Aren't you quite the fighter? How could you end up in such a state?" "I was afraid of injuring him, so I refrained from retaliating." Lu Jian offered an excuse, then turned to Lu Fei, crying out, "Sister, you must stand up for me." Lu Fei furrowed her brow and replied, "Su Lai has always had a good temperament. How could he randomly assault you?" After 3 years of marriage, Lu Fei understood Su Lai's character well. In her impression, Su Lai had always been calm and composed, certainly not one to strike without reason. On the other hand, Lu Jian was known for his fiery temper, quick to resort to violence over trivial disputes, and he and Lu Qin had never quite gotten along with Su Lai. Lu Fei then inquired, "Did you provoke him?" Lu Qin, indignant, retorted, "Sister, why don't you believe Jian's words? It must be Su Lai who attacked him." And Jian did not retaliate. Otherwise, how could he possibly have been beaten to such a pulp? "Sister, he must be venting his anger from the divorce on Jian." Instinctively, Lu Fei found herself believing Lu Qin's words. Throughout her 3 years of marriage, she had never witnessed Su Lai resorting to violence. While Lu Jian was the provincial martial arts champion, if a fight were to ensue, Su Lai would undoubtedly end up as the one battered. Sister, you absolutely must stand up for Jian. You cannot let that beast go. He just divorced you and has left Jian in this state. He has struck your face. Calmly, Lu Fei responded, let us go. I will take you to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Qin asked, what about Su Lai? Without hesitation, Lu Fei took out her phone and dialed Su Lai's number. At that moment, in the Bentley Mulsanne, Su Lai glanced at the caller ID and hesitated for 3 seconds before choosing to answer. Su Lai, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Lu Fei began, her tone accusatory. Explain what? Did Jin get beaten by you? It was me, Su Lai admitted, and as soon as he did, Lu Qin interjected. So it was you. I thought you were a composed and magnanimous man. What are you trying to do? Are you seeking revenge on my family because of the divorce? If you're angry, why not take it out on me instead? Su Lai did not anticipate Lu Fei's aggressive approach. She hadn't even bothered to ask for the context. Considering their 3 years of marriage, Su Lai said in a deep voice, Lu Fei, did you not ask Jian why I hit him? With a firm tone. Lu Fei replied, no matter the reason, you should never resort to violence. Her words were resolute. Jian is the provincial martial arts champion. He did not retaliate, showing restraint for the sake of past affections. Yet you, knowing he wouldn't fight back, acted with impunity. Is this how you conduct yourself? At that moment, it was clear Lu Fei was more concerned for her brother-in-law. This was understandable. After all, Lu Qin was Lu Fei's blood sister, while Lu Jian was merely her brother-in-law. Then Lu Fei commanded, Su Lai, as a married couple, you must return immediately and apologize to Jian. Otherwise what? Are you going to call the police or have someone beat me up? Su Lai lost interest in continuing the conversation. Lu Fei, after 3 years of marriage. Do you not know what kind of person I am? I indeed struck him. As for the reason, you may inquire with your dear brother-in-law. Whether you choose to report me or take other actions is entirely up to you. I will accept it all. You. Su Lai's words infuriated Lu Fei. But before she could respond, he hung up the phone. Lu Jian began to sob. Sister, that guy Su Lai is insufferable. You must stand up for me. Lu Jian's cries diverted Lu Fei's anger. You, a grown man, beaten to such a state, and you still have the audacity to cry? He strikes you, and you do not retaliate? Are you even a man? Are you still the provincial martial arts champion? With you like this, how can you protect Qin? How can you protect us? Her barrage of words left Lu Jian speechless. He had merely intended to evoke sympathy to prompt Lu Fei to confront Su Lai, never expecting to bear the brunt of her wrath. Lu Qin, initially eager to add fuel to the fire, fell silent as she recognized Lu Fei's anger. Having been Lu Fei's sister for over 20 years, Lu Qin understood that speaking now would only bring her trouble. After a long moment, Lu Fei, regaining her composure, declared, forget it, this settles the matter. Lu Qin, taken aback by Lu Fei's words, exclaimed, Sister, how can we let it go just like that? Jian has been beaten to this extent. Lu Fei replied slowly, I have to attend old Mrs. Zhao's birthday banquet at the Shi family later. I do not wish to be distracted by other matters. The Shi family was an old aristocratic family in Qingyuan City, and those invited to old Mrs. Zhao's birthday celebration were all prominent figures in the city. This would be Lu Fei's first time attending such an event. For Lu Fei, today's banquet represented not just a celebration, but also the beginning of the Lu family's ascent into Qingyuan City's elite circle, for which she had prepared extensively. Moreover, there was another significant factor. Li Qingyao, the largest shareholder of Huishengtang, was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shi family. Lu Qin pouted but remained silent. Although she was not as capable as Lu Fei in many respects, she understood the gravity of the situation. However, she couldn't let Su Lai off the hook. As she helped Lu Jian to the car, Lu Qin fiercely instructed, the next time you see that scoundrel, hit him every time. He is no longer married to sister. You need not worry about her feelings. Lu Jian's lips quivered. The next encounter would certainly require him to strike first. Surely, being beaten was merely due to being unprepared. At Airen Hospital, Qi Yueshi hurriedly led Su Lai to a VIP ward. Around the hospital bed, several doctors stood with grave expressions, indicating that the condition of the patient was quite dire. On the bed lay an elderly man with a kind face, though now his complexion had turned ashen, his spirit waning, and his breath faint, appearing as though he could pass away at any moment. Sister, you have finally returned. The doctors here are utterly useless. Not a bit of help. A dazed young man approached. This boy was Chi Yueshi's younger brother, Chi Jinhua. One of the doctors approached Chi Yueshi, saying, Miss Chi, we are still exploring other options. Rest assured, we will find a way to treat Elder Chi. Then it seems you still have no solution. Chi Yueshi remarked coldly. If you lack the means, then replace yourselves. Mr. Su, please. The people in the ward were momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Su Lai step forward, their expressions shifted to one of incredulity. The individual before them appeared far too youthful, hardly resembling a skilled physician. Chi Jinhua scrutinized Su Lai from head to toe and exclaimed, Sister, are you joking? Who is he? Where did you find him? Can he even treat illnesses? Chapter 4. The curse introduced by her aunt, Chia Yueshi remarked, if Mr. Su is unable to help, we must prepare for my grandfather's final arrangements. To be frank, Chia Yueshi felt uncertain about Su Lai. If it weren't for Li Qingyao's strong recommendation, she might have turned away upon meeting him. Chia Jinhua scoffed. My aunt has always deceived me. She's the best at it. Sister, you haven't been fooled again, have you? Then, Chia Jinhua confronted Su Lai, glaring at him. You know medicine? Su Lai nodded. Chia Jinhua rolled her eyes. Do you realize that the only people allowed in this ward today are the finest doctors in Qingyuan City? If they couldn't help, what can you possibly do? Chia Yueshi shot a warning glance at Chia Jinhua and scolded, Be quiet. Chia Jinhua protested, Sister, this guy looks incapable. I'm just worried about my grandfather's health. Insible? Su Lai scanned Chia Jinhua from head to toe. I think it is you who is incapable. Chia Jinhua nearly leaped up in indignation. You bastard. What are you saying? Su Lai bluntly stated, Last night, your performance lasted no more than 2 minutes, starting from undressing. Chia Jinhua exclaimed, Did you spy on me? A frost settled on Chia Yueshi's delicate features, though it was not directed at Su Lai. Su Lai continued, Your kidneys are failing. You can only rely on medication, and even with it, you will last at most 3 times. As soon as Su Lai finished speaking, Chia Jinhua jumped up, You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly be incapable? The doctors in the ward exchanged peculiar glances at Chia Jinhua's lower half. Chia Yueshi scolded, Jin, get out. Having received countless slaps from Chia Yueshi since childhood, Chia Jinhua quickly quieted down, albeit still defiantly replying, Sister, he's just talking rubbish. Don't believe him. Chia Yueshi coldly commanded, Leave. Once Chia Jinhua hastily exited the ward, Chia Yueshi respectfully addressed Su Lai, Mr. Su, please proceed. Su Lai's diagnosis of Chia Jinhua had completely won Chia Yueshi's trust. She was well aware of Chia Jinhua's character. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted with managing Chiebo jewelry. However, Chia Yueshi never anticipated that Chia Jinhua's condition was so dire. It was imperative to prevent him from causing further chaos. If this continued, the Chia family would face ruin. Watching Su Lai's retreating figure, her gaze flickered. After treating her grandfather, she should also have him examine Jin. If the Chia family were to perish, her grandfather would surely be heartbroken. Approaching the bedside, Su Lai meticulously examined Chia Tongyin. It was evident that Chia Tongyin had been poisoned, and not just by any ordinary toxin. Thankfully, he had been summoned. Had it been delayed any longer, Chia Tongyin would undoubtedly have perished. Su Lai reached into his pocket and produced a needle case. Upon opening it, Chia Yueshi gasped. Wooden needles? Su Lai extracted a needle, clarifying, to be precise, it is a bamboo needle. This is utterly absurd. I have practiced medicine for 20 years and have never seen such a ludicrous person. A doctor scolded. Bamboo needles? Do you think you are a deity? Utilizing bamboo needles? How ridiculous. Another doctor revealed Su Lai's true nature to Chia Yueshi. Miss Chia, this man is using bamboo needles, clearly trying to create an illusion of profundity. No traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would resort to bamboo needles. He is merely attempting to swindle your family. Su Lai's choice of bamboo needles instigated doubt in Chia Yueshi's mind. Mr. Su. Su Lai collected the needle case and calmly stated, If your grandfather is not treated soon, he will not survive until tonight. And I can assure you. He surveyed the doctors in the ward and continued, Even the most advanced equipment would fail to reveal that your grandfather has been cursed. As soon as Su Lai finished his sentence, the ward door swung open, and a lavishly adorned woman entered, accompanied by a doctor in his 60s carrying a medicine box. The doctors in the ward respectfully greeted the elderly doctor, Professor Xia. She, I heard Jin mention you called for a little miracle doctor for your grandfather? Chia Yueshi's aunt, Chia Baozhu, glanced at Su Lai and disdainfully remarked. Is this the so-called little miracle doctor you summoned for your grandfather? Has he even matured yet? How can he treat someone? 3 years prior, Xie Yuexi's parents perished in a car accident. After careful consideration, Xie Tongyin entrusted Xie Bo jewelry to Xie Yuexi, a decision met with great dissatisfaction from Xie Baozhu. In her eyes, both she and Xie Yuexi were women. Why should the family business be handed to a younger generation rather than her? Xie Yuexi, visibly displeased, replied, "Aunt, Mr. Su was introduced to me by my aunt. Mr. Su? He is worthy of being called Mr." Xie Baozhu gestured towards Professor Xie. "Only this esteemed Professor Xie at my side deserves the title of Mr." With an air of arrogance, Professor Xie looked at Su Lai and Xie Yuexi, stating, "I am 64 years old. I began studying traditional Chinese medicine at 4, took my first pulse at 14, wrote my first prescription at 20, and at 26. I made some progress. At 30, I traveled abroad to study Western medicine at the University of California to further enhance my skills. 4 years later, I was awarded a doctorate in medicine. Only then did I feel I had achieved a modicum of success. From my studies at 4 until now, it has been 60 years. I have treated countless patients and saved innumerable lives." The doctors in the ward began to extol Professor Xie. Professor Xie's clinic is adorned with banners from patients who have recovered under his care. He has published articles in the prestigious international medical journal, The Lancet. Not only is he the best doctor at our own hospital, but also in all of Qingyuan City. Even throughout the entire Dongyue province and nationwide, he stands as an expert. Miss Xie, the wild doctor you brought in likely doesn't even possess a medical license. How could he possibly compare to Professor Xie? Xie Baozhu sneered at Su Lai. "You little brat, can you measure up to Professor Xie?" With narrowed eyes, Su Lai turned to leave, for he was there to treat a patient, not to be insulted. Seeing the anger on Su Lai's face, Xie Yuexi grasped his sleeve, apologizing. "Mr. Su, my aunt is known for her lack of insight. Please don't take offense." Xie Baozhu glared at Xie Yuexi, fuming. "You ungrateful girl. Do you not regard me as your aunt? Your grandfather is still unconscious, and you dare to show me disdain. Do you not see me as your elder? Do you not respect me?" Xie Yuexi retorted with a cold smile. "Aunt, if you do not act like an elder, why should I treat you as one? You." Xie Baozhu and Appo's chest heaved with anger, struggling to suppress the urge to lash out at Xie Yuexi. Sharp-tongued, "Your grandfather is still in a coma. I will not stoop to your level." After glaring at Xie Yuexi, Xie Baozhu turned to Professor Xie. "I implore you, Professor Xie, to take action and save my father." A doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses leaned towards Professor Xie and mockingly said, "Professor Xie, that little miracle doctor who hasn't even matured claims that Elder Xie has been cursed." "Cursed?" Professor Xie glanced at Su Lai and replied, "How could such a thing exist in this world?" "Nonsense." Su Lai inquired with an air of nonchalance, "Professor Xie, what if there truly are goo worms?" Professor Xie raised his head defiantly and replied, "If there are goo worms, I shall consume them." Chapter 5. Inscribed in your family's ancestral medical texts within the confines of the hospital ward, the attending physicians rallied to support Xie Tian, exclaiming in unison, "Indeed. If it is the parasitic insect, we shall consume it." Su Lai chuckled in response, "Very well. I shall await your consumption of the parasitic insect." As Xie Tian approached the hospital bed, Xie Baozhu turned to Su Lai and remarked, "Professor Xie has taken action. What business do you, a mere child yet to sprout your first hair, have remaining here? Depart swiftly." Xie Yuexi interjected coldly, "Aunt, Mr. Su was invited by you." Su Lai narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. "If I leave, how shall I witness your blind folly in consuming the insect?" Xie Baozhu scoffed. "It appears you are truly unyielding in your stubbornness." Glancing at Su Lai, Xie Tian addressed him, "Young one, should it indeed be the parasitic insect we consume? What if it is not?" Su Lai replied slowly, "If it is not, I shall kneel and prostrate myself before you with 9 bows. What does Professor Xie think?" Xie Tian nodded affirmatively, agreed. Xie Baozhu smirked at Xie Yuexi. "Everyone here must bow 9 times. "Very well." Upon hearing Su Lai's swift agreement, Xie Baozhu cautioned, "You had best not flee." Su Lai retorted with a cold smile, "Who will run? It remains uncertain." At the bedside, Xie Tian began to take Qi Tongyin's pulse. The elder was suffering from acute gastroenteritis, which had led to myocardial ischemia, resulting in his unconsciousness. Xie Baozhu beamed, "Professor Xie, you truly are a master of traditional medicine. With but a pulse check, you discerned our patriarch's ailment." A proud expression graced Xie Tian's face. "No need for flattery. Allow me to administer a few acupuncture needles. As he spoke, he retrieved a needle case from within his robe. Upon producing the silver needles, a nearby physician remarked sarcastically, "Behold, these are the silver needles intended for acupuncture. Professor Xie's silver needles are a family heirloom, imbued with boundless merit. Unlike certain individuals who resort to bamboo needles for theatrics." The laughter directed at Su Lai was met with his stoic gaze. Let them jest, for their present triumph would soon turn to dismay. Xie Tian initiated the acupuncture on Qi Tongyin, his movements akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, accurately inserting the needles into several acupoints. However, it was futile. Qi Tongyin's affliction was not a mere illness, but rather a curse. Xie Tian's needles addressed the illness, but could not remedy the curse. Gradually, Qi Tongyin's previously ashen face began to regain its color. Qi Baozhu exclaimed with delight, "Professor Xie, your skills are indeed remarkable. I shall have 10 banners made in your honor." The other physicians wore expressions of smug satisfaction. One taunted, "Little child, do not weep when you bow." Just then, a machine beside the bed emitted a loud alarm. Qi Tongyin began to convulse violently. His face, once flushed, turned deathly pale. Qi Yueshi rushed to the bedside. Her voice raised in concern, "Professor Xie, what have you done to my grandfather?" Xie Tian, taken aback, appeared flustered. How could this happen? It should not be. Miss Qi, do not fret. I shall consult my family's ancestral medical text to ascertain the nature of Elder Qi's affliction," he added, internally cursing his failure to resolve the situation. Qi Yueshi seized Xie Tian by his collar, fuming, "Professor Xie, should you find nothing in your texts, will you inscribe my grandfather's condition into your family's ancestral medical tome? By the time you return, he may no longer be among us." Stepping forward, Su Lai pressed a finger against Qi Tongyin's Zhuek acupoint. The elder ceased his struggles, his previously anguished expression transforming as his complexion returned to normalcy. Xie Tian exhaled in relief. Although renowned in Qingyuan City and acquainted with numerous dignitaries, the Qi family was a prominent lineage with intricate connections. Should anything happen to Qi Tongyin under his care, it would spell disaster. Seeing Su Lai's intervention, Xie Tian feigned composure. That was merely Elder Qi's normal reaction. No cause for alarm. Su Lai shot him a sidelong glance, appalled at the shamelessness of the old man, who had earlier been in a state of panic, yet now claimed it was a typical response. The surrounding physicians, upon hearing normal reaction, cared not for its veracity, instead lavishing praise upon Xie Tian. "Ah, that makes sense. I thought to myself, how could Professor Xie falter?" Indeed, in Qingyuan, anyone might falter, but not Professor Xie. A physician added, "I recognized it as a normal reaction. Some even believed Professor Xie had made an error. How laughable, a mere child believing Professor Xie could err. You are hardly worthy to carry Professor Xie's water." With a cold smile, Su Lai retorted, "You ought not to be practicing medicine. You belong on a stage performing comedy." Before the physicians could retort, Qi Baozhu seized Su Lai's arm, pulling him insistently, "Do not interfere with our elder. It is your reckless actions that have provoked such a reaction." Qi Baozhu's logic left Su Lai speechless. He had stood a full 8 meters away during Xie Tian's acupuncture, having not even brushed against Qi Tongyin's bedding. Now, she absurdly blamed him for the elder's predicament. Qi Yueshi grasped Qi Baozhu's hand, exclaiming, "Aunt, Mr. Su was merely observing while your so-called medical sage claimed he would consult the medical texts." Qi Baozhu countered stubbornly, "Professor Xie never mentioned consulting the texts. You must have misheard." Recognizing that further debate with Qi Baozhu would lead to endless contention, Qi Yueshi decisively addressed Xie Tian, "Professor Xie, should any harm befall my grandfather under your care, I shall obliterate your entire family. Yuji, assemble." At Qi Yueshi's command, her 4 bodyguards entered the room. "Young miss," Qi Baozhu shouted at the bodyguards, "get out. What business do you have here?" Qi Yueshi replied, "Aunt, they are my men. Surely, you do not believe they will heed your orders?" "Yuji, while Mr. Su attends to my grandfather, I wish to avert any unforeseen incidents." The head bodyguard, Yuji, responded dutifully, "Understood, young miss." Qi Yueshi turned to Su Lai, "Mr. Su, I appreciate your assistance." Qi Baozhu, now frantic, shouted, "Qi Yueshi, what are you doing? You would trust an expert with a doctorate who excels in both traditional and Western medicine over a mere child yet to sprout his first hair? Are you intent on endangering your grandfather's life?" Chapter 6. The struggle for credit. Not wishing to further delay Xie Tongyin's treatment, Qi Yueshi coldly addressed Xie Baozhu, "Aunt, If you continue to shout and create a ruckus, I will have no choice but to have you escorted out. Xie Baozhu glared defiantly. Xie Yueshi, do not overstep your bounds. I am your aunt. Yu Ji stepped forward. Miss Xie, please refrain from raising your voice. Otherwise, we will have to enforce the young lady's orders. Xie Baozhu opened her mouth, but she knew that Yu Ji and his companions were resolute. If she persisted, they would indeed carry her out. Xie Yueshi turned to Su Lai. Mr. Su, please continue treating my grandfather. Xie Tian glanced at Xie Yueshi's bodyguard and silently removed the needles he had just inserted into Xie Tongyin. Stepping aside, Su Lai swiftly retrieved his needle case and, with a flick of his wrist, 9 bamboo needles were embedded into Xie Tongyin within the blink of an eye. However, the placement of these needles caused Xie Yueshi to furrow her brow. None of them were positioned correctly. A doctor pulled out his phone to consult an acupoint chart. Moving to Xie Yueshi's side. Miss Xie, this is a diagram of human acupoints. You should compare it. The person you hired is certainly a fraud. Other doctors chimed in. Have imposters among the healers become so unprofessional? At least check the acupoint chart when deceiving the uninformed relatives. Indeed, at the very least, when you trick those ignorant family members, you should ensure the needles are placed correctly. With such haphazard placement, it would be a miracle if the patient didn't suffer. Upon hearing the doctor's remarks, Xie Baozhu immediately puffed up with indignation. Xieshi, your actions could endanger your grandfather. Meanwhile, Xie Tian was secretly elated. After almost jeopardizing Xie Tongyin's life with 9 needles, he had already begun to ponder excuses to absolve himself. Now, it seemed this young man had willingly taken the blame upon himself. Miss Xie, it seems that. Xie Yueshi sharply interjected. Silence. In that moment, her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with panic. She too felt at a loss. The room was filled with the finest doctors in Qingyuan City, and Xie Tian, whom Xie Baozhu had called upon, was renowned in Dongyue province for his medical skills. Yet, these experts were utterly stumped by her grandfather's ailment. As for Su Lai, whom her aunt had recommended, despite her unwavering trust in her aunt, the 9 needles still made Xie Yueshi question his competence. Mr. Su, my grandfather. Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Tongyin's mouth began to twitch, and slowly, a golden-brown earthworm emerged from his lips. Xie Tian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? The other doctors gasped in unison. An earthworm. How on earth did it end up in old Xie's body? This defies all scientific reasoning. The acidity of the stomach should have dissolved it. With a sudden retch, Xie Baozhu vomited. How horrifying! Who would have imagined an earthworm would wriggle out of a person's mouth? On the hospital bed, Xie Tongyin, who had been in a coma, gradually opened his eyes. A glance at the bedside monitors revealed that all readings had returned to normal. The doctors in the room were left utterly dumbfounded. Who could have predicted that even Professor Xie, one of the top physicians in Qingyuan City, would be unable to address such a peculiar ailment, only for it to be resolved by a mere boy? Wonderful. Grandfather is finally all right. Xie Yueshi's anxious heart finally eased. Suddenly, Xie Tian stepped forward to Xie Tongyin's side. Adopting a serious tone, Old Xie, do you feel any discomfort? Before Xie Tongyin could respond, Xie Tian continued. I am Xie Tian. I just administered a few needles. If you feel any discomfort, please let me know promptly. Xie Baozhu halted her vomit and rushed to Xie Tian, deeply bowing. Professor Xie, thank you for your intervention. Without your help, my father might have perished. As she straightened, she shot a cold glance at Xie Yueshi, saying, unlike some people, who found a little boy to play the part. Xie Baozhu's shameless act of taking credit infuriated Xie Yueshi, narrowing her watery peach blossom eyes into slits. Aunt, Professor Xie, your audacity in claiming credit is impressive. Over the years, you must have taken plenty of others' fruits. Xieshi. Everyone in this room clearly saw that the old man was cured after Professor Xie administered a few needles. Xie Baozhu glanced at Xie Yueshi's 4 bodyguards. So, now that your grandfather has awakened, do you still intend to threaten us with your guards? Then, Xie Baozhu plopped down beside Xie Tongyin's bed, preemptively complaining. Father, it is not that I wish to accuse Xieshi, but your illness has been exceedingly disappointing. After your illness, it was a Jin who brought you to the hospital. It was through my connections that we could invite Professor Xie, the best expert in Qingyuan City. Yet, Xieshi sought out a mere child to treat you. She never intended for you to recover. Xie Yueshi coldly retorted. Aunt, you truly have a talent for fabricating lies. Ladies and gentlemen, our wager must be settled. Su Lai pointed to the earthworm that had crawled from Xie Tongyin's mouth, smiling. please. This earthworm has matured within old Xia's body and is enough for all of you to share. Recalling the wager made with Su Lai, Xie Tian and the other doctors turned pale. Xia Baozhu immediately defended Xie Tian. What nonsense are you spouting, you little scoundrel? Who bet with you? As Xie Tian shook his head, unwilling to admit, a doctor interjected, Mr. Su, even if we did wager, how can you prove that this earthworm was extracted by you? I would argue that it was Professor Xie who removed it. Immediately, another doctor added, indeed. How could someone without a medical license possibly extract an earthworm from old Xia's body? It must have been Professor Xie's doing. Xia Baozhu quickly chimed in. Yes. This earthworm was certainly extracted by Professor Xie. You little rogue are just trying to claim credit. Su Lai tilted his head, looking at Xie Tian. Professor Xie, do you dare assert that this earthworm was extracted by you? I have practiced medicine for over 40 years, encountering more complex ailments than you have grains of rice. Xie Tian snorted coldly. This earthworm was indeed extracted by me from old Xia's body. Xie Yueshi's expression turned frigid. You all truly possess a remarkable lack of shame. Not only are you incapable, but you also seek to steal others' credit. Xia Baozhu immediately exclaimed, whose credit are you stealing? This is clearly Professor Xie's achievement. Yet you, Xieshi, brought such a child to usurp Professor Xie's credit. What is your true intention? Chapter 7. Save me, I knew you would pull something. Su Lai exclaimed, as he pinched the wriggling insect in his hand. After a few decisive squeezes, the creature was severed into several pieces. Upon witnessing Su Lai's barehanded act, Qi Baozhu was too disgusted to argue with Qi Yueshi over credit, and she screamed, how can you be so disgusting? Throw that away. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Lai flicked his wrist, tossing a segment of the insect directly into Qi Baozhu's mouth. The creature's slimy secretion slid down her throat and into her stomach. What are you doing, you bastard, you? Some doctors gaped in horror. Seizing the moment when they were gaping, Su Lai swiftly tossed pieces of the insect into their mouths as well. At that point, Qi Baozhu's face turned ghostly pale, and she crouched down, beginning to retch. The other doctors who had ingested the insect reacted similarly, crouching and gagging, their fingers pressing against their throats. Though Qi Yueshi's 4 bodyguards were well trained, they too paled upon witnessing the scene. Qi Yueshi approached her grandfather Qi Tongyin's bedside, sitting down beside him. Grandfather, Mr. Su was introduced by my aunt. He is the one who saved you. However, my aunt has colluded with Professor Xie to seize Mr. Su's credit. As Qi Tongyin scrutinized Su Lai, the latter cautioned, enough. You needn't retch anymore. That is a cursed insect. Even if you wash your stomach now, you won't be able to expel it. It has already latched onto your organs with its mandibles. Professor Xie pointed an accusing finger at Su Lai, exclaiming, what are you doing? This is murder. You are committing murder. Shrugging nonchalantly, Su Lai replied, Professor Xie, did you not claim that you extracted the insects from Qi Lao's body? You can retrieve them now. They have only just been swallowed. This is the perfect time. Xie opened his mouth to respond, but faltered, unsure of what to say. By the way, Professor Xie, will you eat this segment yourself, or shall I feed it to you? Su Lai opened his hand, revealing a writhing piece of the cursed insect left for Xie. Seeing the squirming creature, Xie stumbled back in fright. What? What do you want? I am Xie Tian. With a swift motion, while Xie was speaking, Su Lai flicked the remaining segment into Xie's mouth. As Xie desperately tried to induce vomiting, Su Lai sneered, promises must be kept. Otherwise, what difference is there from mere wind? With a thud, Qi Baozhu fell to her knees before Su Lai, pleading, Divine Doctor, save me, save me. I do not wish to die. With the first one begging, soon the others who had consumed the cursed insects were kneeling before Su Lai, desperately imploring, Divine Doctor, save me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a newborn child. I cannot die. I cannot die. Divine Doctor, I beg you. I will bow to you. I will bow to you. Save me, save me. A mocking smile crept across Su Lai's face. Isn't this cursed insect one that Professor Xie extracted from Qi Lao's body? You should plead with him. He must have a way. Qi Baozhu immediately began to bow before Su Lai. Divine Doctor, we were wrong. We should not have reversed right and wrong. We were wrong. Divine Doctor, please. I beg you, I do not wish to die. Su Lai sidestepped, avoiding Qi Baozhu. Xie Tian also knelt before Su Lai. Divine Doctor, it was my fault. I should not have stolen your credit. I beg you, save me. With tears streaming down her face, Qi Baozhu sobbed. Divine Doctor, use needles on me. Please, use needles. I do not wish to die. Throw them out. Grandfather needs peace and quiet. As soon as Qi Yueshi finished speaking, Qi Tongyin grasped her hand weakly and said, Cece, Baozhu is your aunt. Can you let her go? Hearing her grandfather's words, Qi Baozhu turned and knelt before Qi Yueshi, pleading, Cece, I was wrong. It is all my fault. I was blinded by greed. Please, let the divine doctor save me. I will never compete with you again, Cece, I beg you. To avoid causing her grandfather further distress, Qi Yueshi sighed internally and said to Su Lai, Mr. Su, can you spare my aunt? The Qi family will surely reward you handsomely. Me too, me too. Divine doctor, spare me, spare me. Xie Tian and the other doctors chimed in. Su Lai scoffed. You should thank Miss Qi. The cursed insect has been crushed into pieces. Its potency has significantly diminished. Just take some laxatives, and you will expel them soon enough. Before Su Lai finished speaking, Qi Baozhu and Xie Tian sprang up from the floor and rushed outside. In truth, the cursed insect had already been rendered harmless once it crawled out of Qi Tongyin's body, and even if Qi Baozhu and Xie Tian did nothing, they would not die from it. Su Lai's suggestion of laxatives was merely a small punishment for these scoundrels. Once the ward fell silent, Qi Yueshi solemnly bowed to Su Lai, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Su? Thank you. Su Lai replied coolly, you have already compensated me. Once Qi Yueshi straightened, she asked in confusion, Mr. Su, how did my grandfather end up with a cursed insect in his body? Naturally, it was ingested, Su Lai remarked, glancing at Qi Tongyin. You should recall if you have eaten anything you shouldn't have recently. With your current physical condition, should you be cursed again, it will truly be beyond saving. As Qi Baozhu and Xie Tian searched through their excrement for the cursed insects, Su Lai entered Qi Yueshi's Bentley Mulsanne. Mr. Su, thank you for saving my grandfather. This is our Qi family's platinum card. Qi Yueshi produced a platinum card embossed with a pishio and handed it to Su Lai. With this card, you will be regarded as our most esteemed guest at Qi Bo Jewelry, enjoying the best service and cost price. Su Lai shook his head slightly. Miss Qi, you know I do not seek such things. Qi Yueshi smiled. Rest assured, Mr. Su, this is merely a portion of your fee. I will ensure that the Qinglong heart my aunt mentioned is delivered to you intact. Then it is my honor to comply. Su Lai accepted the platinum card. And Qi Yueshi continued, Mr. Su, I have one more humble request. Please, Miss Qi. Chapter 8. Turmoil at home. Mr. Su, I am at a loss regarding how to care for my younger brother's health. After asking her question, Qi Yueshi felt a surge of anger within her. You despicable creature. Making me pose such an embarrassing inquiry today. When I find the time, I shall ensure you are suspended and given a thorough beating. My younger brother was born prematurely and is inherently fragile. With reckless indulgence thereafter, his body has long been depleted. Su Lai's words left Qi Yueshi in awe. He could discern at a glance that Qi Jinyue was a premature infant. Amidst her admiration, her heart tightened. Mr. Su, though Jinyue may be a rogue, he is the sole male heir of our Qi family, and we rely on him to carry on our lineage. I implore you to intervene and provide him with the necessary treatment. The Qi family will undoubtedly offer generous rewards. Allow me to provide you with a prescription. However, noticing Su Lai's frown, Qi Yueshi quickly inquired, is there another issue, Mr. Su? Mr. Su replied, Miss Qi, during the medication regimen, complete abstinence is imperative. I fear your brother's temperament might render this impossible. Mr. Su, upon returning, I shall break his legs. Such a physical method of restraint seems ill-advised. After waving his hand dismissively, Su Lai proposed, Miss Qi could find a reliable man and chain one of his hands and feet to your brother's. The image of Qi Jinyue being shackled to another man flashed in Qi Yueshi's mind, causing her lips to curl into a smile. That scoundrel would surely be driven mad. Mr. Su's suggestion is indeed brilliant. Suddenly, with a screech, the driver slammed on the brakes, interrupting the conversation between Su Lai and Qi Yueshi. What is happening? Before Qi Yueshi could finish her sentence, the driver unfastened his seatbelt and dashed out of the car. This driver is rather unreliable. Just as Su Lai's words fell, a group of over a dozen men wielding clubs surrounded Qi Yueshi's Bentley. The leader, a bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his head, exuded a menacing aura. Evident from the bulging veins on his skull, he was clearly a martial artist. In a few strides, the bald man reached Qi Yueshi, yanked open the car door, and said, Miss Qi, our young master wishes to invite you to dinner. Qi Yueshi maintained her composure and retorted, Is this how your young master invites people to dinner? Scorpion. A sinister grin spread across the scorpion's face. What can I say? Our young master has invited Miss Chi 3 times, and you have refused thrice. If we fail to secure your presence again, my life may be at stake. I would like to know when you bribed Hua Chui. She has been with me for 5 years. Bribe her? Does she even warrant it? The scorpion sneered. We merely broke her son's legs in front of her. Hua Chui's son is only 4 years old. Are you even human? Qi Yueshi's expression darkened. Do you not fear divine retribution? The scorpion burst into laughter. Divine retribution? If heaven had eyes, I would have perished 20 years ago. Stepping out of the car, Qi Yueshi said gravely to the scorpion, I can accompany you. But you must not harm Mr. Su. This pretty boy is your Mr. Su? The scorpion glanced at Su Lai, still seated in the car, and with murderous intent declared, Miss Chi, do not worry. I will not take his life. The scorpion waved his hand, instructing his men, break his limbs. But leave him breathing. Scorpion, do not go too far. As soon as Qi Yueshi's words fell, Su Lai pushed open the car door and stepped out. Taking a moment to size up Su Lai, the scorpion taunted. Kid, if you can manage to soil yourself right now, I will only break your lower limbs and spare your arms to embrace a lady. How does that sound? The scorpion and his subordinates erupted into laughter. With a swift motion, Su Lai slapped one of the henchmen across the face. The man immediately spewed a mouthful of blood, his teeth mingling with the crimson spray. Seeing his subordinate attacked, the scorpion roared, Kid, you are courting death. At that moment, the scorpion's henchmen charged at Su Lai, clubs in hand. With a frigid demeanor, Su Lai moved like a butterfly amidst the throng of thugs. The sound of slaps echoed as one by one, the henchmen fell to their knees. The entire affair as swift and effortless as slicing through melons. Realizing his men were defeated in mere moments, the scorpion's already menacing visage contorted with terror. With a thunderous roar, he clenched his fist like a hammer and lunged at Su Lai. With a resounding smack, Su Lai struck the scorpion's head, causing him to kneel just like his subordinates. In his youth, Su Lai received the legacy of a celestial being and has trained for 20 years. This is impossible. The scorpion began to doubt his existence. I have practiced martial arts for 30 years and have achieved great mastery. No one can knock me down with a single blow. Su Lai declared, You need not question your existence. Not only have I knocked you down, but I will also render you powerless. Given your years of wrongdoing, I shall ensure you suffer daily from the torment of diminished abilities. The scorpion lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with venomous light. You dare. Su Lai slapped the scorpion's face again. What do you think you are? You think I would hesitate? Suddenly, a sensation akin to insects gnawing at his flesh invaded the scorpion's body. He recalled his master's warning. This was indeed the sign of losing his martial prowess. Instantly, the scorpion's complexion turned ashen. Daily suffering from the torment of insects for 49 days, his blood would reverse flow, bones would shatter, and he would perish. Shriveled into a mass the size of a basketball. With a peculiar gleam in her eyes, Qi Yueshi approached Su Lai. Mr. Su, your skills are truly commendable. Su Lai shrugged slightly. In this world, without some skills, one is bound to be bullied. Imagining his horrendous fate, the scorpion, enduring the marrow-deep itch, began to bow his head. Master, please spare me. Su Lai chuckled coldly. Spare you? Did you ever consider sparing others while you were committing your misdeeds? Ancestor. With a swift slap, Su Lai disfigured the scorpion's mouth. If I had descendants like you, I would have drowned them in a cesspool long ago. How could I allow you to live until now? Begone. With a kick, Su Lai sent the scorpion flying. Miss Chi, it seems your family is somewhat unsettled. Chapter 9. Entangled with a vixen, a hint of despondency flickered across Qi Yueshi's face. If Jean, you had a bit more ambition, perhaps the Qi family wouldn't be viewed as a mere delicacy to be devoured. Soon, however, she regained her composure. Mr. Su, you are truly a benefactor to the Qi family. You saved my grandfather just now, and now you have saved me as well. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Su Lai chuckled. You might consider offering yourself in gratitude. Huh. Qi Yueshi was taken aback, then replied, But Mr. Su, aren't you already married? Recently divorced. Su Lai shrugged, proudly proclaiming, As you've seen, not only do I possess remarkable medical skills, but I am also quite adept in martial arts, and I can cook well too. In this day and age, a quality bachelor like me is indeed hard to find. Qi Yueshi paused, then asked, Mr. Su, this must be a jest, right? Su Lai smirked. Indeed, it is a jest. Now, let's see if your driver left the car keys behind. As Su Lai turned to head toward the vehicle, Qi Yueshi's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. This man was rather intriguing. Upon discovering the car keys still in the ignition, Su Lai started the engine. Chi Yueshi said, "Mr. Su, might I trouble you with one more request?" "What is it?" "My bodyguards have all been left at the hospital to protect my grandfather. Otherwise, that scorpion wouldn't dare to act so audaciously. Therefore, I would like to invite Mr. Su to protect me as I attend old Madame Zhao's birthday banquet at the Shi family. I wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents at the celebration." Su Lai laughed heartily. "Are you sure it's not because you have taken a liking to me? Is that why you want my protection? I can offer Mr. Su a reward. I imagine you could use the funds. My face does not betray any signs of financial distress. Mr. Su, when I came to pick you up today, you were at that neighborhood where the Lu family resides, but you didn't carry anything with you. It seems you left with nothing." Su Lai nodded. "Your analysis is indeed correct. It's no wonder you were able to develop Chi Bo jewelry in just 3 short years." Chi Yueshi quoted, "Mr. Su, I can offer 50,000 a day, and should any accidents occur, if you take action, I will add an additional 2 million. How does that sound?" Su Lai smiled faintly. "I have one more condition. Please, Mr. Su, go ahead. I require some rare medicinal herbs. Please keep an eye out for me." "Agreed." After Chi Yueshi consented, Su Lai inquired, "Then, my esteemed employer, shall we set off? By the way, you must tell me the route to the Shi residence." After amassing their wealth, the Shi family purchased vast stretches of land in the western suburbs of Qingyuan City and constructed a grand residence styled after ancient architecture, featuring 3 courtyards. At this moment, in the front courtyard of the Shi family's mansion, several guests had gathered to engage in idle chatter. Suddenly, an exceptionally graceful woman entered. With fair skin, long, elegant legs, and striking beauty complemented by an air of cool elegance, she appeared like a swan amidst a flock of geese, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Wow, what a stunning woman. My word, such a figure and face. Truly a rare gem. Isn't that Lu Fei from Minghua Hall, the renowned beauty of Qingyuan City?" The guests whispered amongst themselves, praising Lu Fei's allure. Accompanying Lu Fei, Lu Qin caught the murmurs of admiration directed at her sister, and a proud expression emerged on her face, as if the guests were praising her instead of Lu Fei. "So it's Miss Lu. What a pity she's married. What of her marriage? She would a complete good-for-nothing. Indeed, her husband, after cooking and cleaning at the Lu household, either goes to the underpass to read fortunes or to the park to offer medical advice. A quintessential waste. Man, aren't you the best at flirting with married women? Why not make a move on her? For you, Lu Fei is the perfect catch. Wealthy, beautiful, and of esteemed status. Someone's approaching. That young man is the son of Husheng Real Estate. Better give up, my friend. Old who is fiercely protective of his kin. Come on, let's head inside. We shouldn't linger here and be fed dog food." A casually dressed mixed-race man approached the Lu sisters. Miss Lu Air, what a pleasure to see you again." Lu Qin warmly responded, "Hello, young Master Hu." Hu Yuan replied amiably, "I've noticed a remarkable connection between us. I arrived just before you did." Lu Qin reminded Hu Yuan, "Young Master Hu, my sister has divorced that good-for-nothing." Hu Yuan's heart soared with joy, and he immediately altered his address to Lu Fei. "Fei, your divorce, was it for me? Does this mean I can pursue you openly from today onward?" Just as Lu Fei was about to chat with Hu Yuan, she suddenly gasped, Fei, why is that good-for-nothing from your family here too?" Following Hu Yuan's gaze, Lu Fei was taken aback. Su Lai? Upon seeing a girl even more beautiful than herself besides Su Lai, Lu Fei was momentarily stunned. Why had Su Lai come to the Shi residence? Lu Qin's expression darkened upon spotting Su Lai. How dare this good-for-nothing show up here? What right did he have to attend old Madame Zhao's birthday banquet? Recalling her husband being beaten to a pulp by Su Lai, Lu Qin's fury ignited. She rushed toward Su Lai, slapping him across the face. "You bastard! I'll make you pay." Su Lai did not indulge Lu Qin merely because she was a woman and his former sister-in-law. He stepped back and executed a swift kick to the side of Lu Qin's knee. With a thud, Lu Qin fell heavily to her knees before Su Lai. Witnessing her sister kneeling before Su Lai, Lu Fei's fair complexion darkened significantly. "Su Lai, you have gone too far. First, you struck a Jian, and now you've assaulted Qin. Lu Fei commanded Su Lai, "Apologize to Qin immediately." Su Lai narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. "Did you not see that it was Lu Qin who initiated the attack?" Lu Fei glared at Su Lai. "That's because you struck a Jian first," prompting Qin to act. "I refuse to accept an apology from this useless man. I want to beat him until he resembles a Jian." Lu Qin, regaining her footing, shot a venomous glare at Su Lai before her gaze shifted to Chi Yueshi. No wonder he divorced my sister. He has taken up with a vixen. Chapter 10. Just what you wanted. It turns out that the illustrious Chi Yueshi of Chi Bo Jewelry is here. Following closely behind the Lu sisters. Hu Yuan directly revealed Chi Yueshi's identity and extended his hand. Hello, Miss Chi. I am Hu Yuan, the manager of the development department at Husheng Real Estate. Upon hearing that the girl with Su Lai was actually Chi Yueshi, both Lu Fei and Lu Qin were taken aback. In the upper echelons of Qingyuan, Lu Fei and Chi Yueshi were renowned as the dual beauties of Qingyuan. Among the city's young elite, the coolly beautiful Lu Fei and the alluring Chi Yueshi were undoubtedly seen as goddesses. In addition to their striking appearances, both Lu Fei and Chi Yueshi were accomplished female CEOs who had transformed their modest family businesses into large corporations, achieving similar success in roughly 3 years. The difference lay in the fact that Lu Fei was married, while Chi Yueshi remained single. Lu Fei's decision to divorce Su Lai was, to some extent, influenced by Chi Yueshi. How could she accept that the woman who stood alongside her was still a single girl, adored by men, while she herself was married to a useless man? Chi Yueshi offered a subtle nod to Hu Yuan, greeting him with a simple hello. Lu Fei cast a deep glance at Chi Yueshi, realizing why Su Lai had so readily signed the divorce papers. It was evident that he had taken a liking to this vixen. Lu Qin, feeling that her own background was comparable to Chi Yueshi's, provocatively remarked, "So Miss Chi of Chi Bo Jewelry? Just a seductress who entices other women as men." A charming smile graced Chi Yueshi's face as she retorted, "I have attended Grandma Zhao's birthday celebrations for 8 years, and she holds me in great affection. If you dare to utter vixen one more time, I shall ensure that your family is forever unqualified to celebrate Grandma Zhao's future birthdays." This statement prompted Lu Fei to firmly instruct Lu Qin, Qin, silence yourself. The Shi family was one of Qingyuan's premier noble families, and attending Grandma Zhao's birthday was a hallmark of success in the city's high society. Lu Fei could not allow any disruptions at such a crucial moment. Lu Qin obediently fell silent, aware of the significance of the evening for their family. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei turned to Chi Yueshi and said, "Miss Chi, it is a pleasure to meet you here." Noticing Lu Fei's lack of intention to shake hands, Chi Yueshi understood that Lu Fei was merely performing a symbolic greeting, thus she reciprocated with a formal, "Miss Lu, I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance." After their obligatory pleasantries, Lu Fei intended to move further inside. But upon observing Su Lai's composed demeanor and his proximity to Chi Yueshi, she felt a surge of anger. "Su Lai, I never imagined you could ascend to such heights alongside Miss Chi." To Lu Fei, it was inconceivable that after their divorce, Su Lai, whom she regarded as a coward, would be enjoying life with a stunning beauty, instead of wallowing in despair as he ought to, especially since Chi Yueshi surpassed her in every aspect: beauty, figure, and family background. "Su Lai, my choice of companions is my own affair. You have no authority to question it." Su Lai's calm retort left Lu Fei momentarily speechless. Was this truly the same meek individual who once belonged to the Lu household, who never dared to tidy up after cooking? Regaining her composure, Lu Fei addressed Su Lai. "Su Lai, I wish to have a serious conversation with you." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, uncertain of what exactly she wished to discuss. Her irritation stemmed solely from Su Lai's nonchalant demeanor, particularly as he stood beside Chi Yueshi, which exacerbated her frustrations. However, after taking a few steps, Lu Fei noticed that Su Lai was not following her, a situation that would have been inconceivable in the past. When had it come to this? Stopping in her tracks, her brows furrowed in concern, she turned back. "Let us converse here," Su Lai stated coolly. "We are already divorced. I would prefer to avoid any misconceptions." Lu Fei glanced at Chi Yueshi, who exuded an air of pride akin to that of a swan, and felt a sharp pang in her chest. This useless man was likely concerned about being misunderstood by this vixen. What an infuriating situation. Could he not have chosen someone older and less appealing? Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei lowered her voice. "Must it come to this?" Su Lai shrugged, responding lightly. "Isn't this precisely what you desired?" Lu Fei found herself at a loss for words, realizing that she had indeed initiated the divorce. What more was there to discuss? Observing Lu Fei's evident distress, Hu Yuan seized the moment to indignantly rebuke Su Lai. "I can't believe you could be so despicable. Fortunately, Fei has divorced you. Otherwise, you would only deepen her wounds." Seeing Hu Yuan defend Lu Fei, Lu Qin cast a triumphant glance at Chi Yueshi. In Qingyuan, the Hu family was also an established noble house, While Chi Yueshi's words could silence her, Hu Yuan held no such fear. Su Lai rolled his eyes at Hu Yuan, saying, "Young Master Hu, you engage in intimate encounters with your secretary 5 times a week, check into hotels 6 times, and rely on aphrodisiacs daily. Yet you have the audacity to call me despicable?" Hu Yuan's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "You're slandering me." He quickly turned to Lu Fei. Fei. Don't believe him. He is simply defaming me." Lu Qin chimed in. "Young Master Hu, we all know he is just trying to slander you. This social underling is adept at employing unscrupulous tactics to achieve his goals." After saying this, she shot a smug glance at Chi Yueshi, as if to say, "I'm not insulting you. I'm merely referring to this waste of space. What do you have to say about that?" Once Lu Fei regained her composure, she addressed Su Lai. "Su Lai, I understand you harbor resentment towards me, but I did nothing wrong. I have already offered you compensation. It was simply not accepted." With a cold laugh, Su Lai replied, "The compensation offered by your family is something I would take with one hand only to have you snatch it back with the other. Would I dare accept it? In your eyes, I am the sole perpetrator of wrongdoing. If that is the case, what is there left for us to discuss?" "Su Lai, you ungrateful fool. Do not be so oblivious," Lu Qin exclaimed emphatically. "My sister is willing to talk to you. You should consider it an honor. Otherwise, do you truly believe you are worthy of her attention?" Suddenly, Chi Yueshi grasped Su Lai's arm, smiling sweetly as she said, "Ladies Lu, on our way here, Su Lai confessed his feelings for me, and I am quite pleased." Chi Yueshi's unexpected declaration nearly caused Su Lai to bite his tongue. When had he confessed his feelings to her? On the way here? He had no recollection of such an event. Chapter 11. The bet: if you continue to launch personal attacks on Su Lai, it is tantamount to attacking me, Chi Yueshi. As Lu Fei's gaze narrowed, Chi Yueshi slipped her hand through Su Lai's arm and tilted her head to address Lu Fei, saying, "Ms. Lu, I must express my gratitude to you." Lu Fei was taken aback. "Gratitude for what?" "Thank you for divorcing Su Lai. Otherwise, how could I have encountered such a treasure of a man?" "Treasure? Him?" Lu Fei shook her head, thinking Chi Yueshi must be delusional. A man who can only do housework at home and fortune-telling in the park is somehow tied to the concept of treasure. Hu Yuan interjected, "Miss Chi, the man beside you has not held a proper job to this day. He is merely a drifter. If he had any potential, Ms. Lu wouldn't have divorced him." Chi Yueshi feigned surprise. "Is that so?" Observing Chi Yueshi's expression, which seemed to indicate she was just realizing Su Lai's lack of status, Hu Yuan seized the moment and continued, "Miss Chi, you should understand that Su Lai is of the lowest social status, with a very low level of self-worth. His association with you is merely to swindle your wealth and affection. Surely you are aware of Miss Li Fujian's story?" With a gentle sigh, Chi Yueshi replied, "But I am willing." Hu Yuan was so infuriated that his hair stood on end. How could he have missed that Chi Yueshi was a romantic fool? Had he known she would settle for someone like Su Lai, he would have gathered a few people to play the hero long ago. Damn it. How could this useless man be so lucky, having one woman marry him and now another one flirting with him? "Miss Chi, I say this for your own good. He is clearly a worthless individual." Chi Yueshi's expression turned cold as she retorted, "Be quiet. My affairs do not require your concern. You, who are the very definition of ineptitude, dare to slander others. Hu Yuan, your abilities are quite limited." Hu Yuan was almost spitting blood in frustration. In this day and age, can one not even be a good person? Suddenly, Lu Fei asked, "You two must have known each other for quite a while, right?" Chi Yueshi nodded vigorously. "Yes, Su Lai and I have known each other for 3 lifetimes." Lu Fei fixed her gaze on Su Lai. "I thought you were an honest man, but it turns out you are just another scoundrel. No wonder you signed the divorce papers so readily. I must have been blind. Compared to you, I am indeed lacking." Su Lai scoffed. "We aren't even divorced yet, and you're already getting cozy with this one." Lu Fei shouted softly, "What can I do? How many mouths in Minghua Hall are depending on me? And what help can you offer me? If you could assist me even a little, would I need to seek help from other men?" Looking at Hu Yuan, who was puffing up his chest, Su Lai shook his head. Was it really necessary to make such a grandiose display over a mere connection? Hu Yuan adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, declaring, "It is my honor to assist Miss Lu." Lu Fei held her head high, resembling a swan, and said, "Miss Chi, although our Lu family is not as affluent as the Chi family, I truly cannot commend your taste in men." Lu Qin chimed in, "The one Miss Chi has chosen is merely a worthless individual our Lu family has cast aside." Chi Yueshi laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, clinging to Su Lai's arm. "Miss Lu, Could it be that you simply lack discernment? Us lacking discernment? After suppressing her fury, Lu Fei retorted, what abilities does he possess? Can he compare to young Master Hu? Shaking her head, Qi Yueshi replied, how about we make a wager? A wager on what? Of course, a bet on who possesses greater talent, Su Lai or Hu Yuan. Lu Qin exclaimed excitedly. We accept your bet. Lu Fei narrowed her eyes at Su Lai. There must be a time limit. Don't tell me we're betting on their achievements 10 or 20 years from now. I cannot afford that. Qi Yueshi raised a finger. 1 month. Agreed. After the agreement, Lu Fei asked, what will our stakes be? Qi Yueshi responded with utmost seriousness. If you lose, you must admit you are a shameless modern-day Pan Jinlian. Lu Qin squinted. And if you lose, you must confess you are a brazen homewrecker. All right. Seeing Qi Yueshi nod, Lu Qin tugged at Lu Fei's sleeve, calling her sister. Understanding Lu Qin's intent, Lu Fei raised her right hand. Let us seal the deal. After Qi Yueshi released Su Lai's arm, she and Lu Fei exchanged 3 firm hand laps. May you not regret this decision in the future. Qi Yueshi smiled. Regret? I fear it will be you who regrets it later. Let us wait and see. With that, Lu Fei turned to walk into the courtyard. Lu Qin glanced back at Qi Yueshi, a triumphant expression on her face, and followed Lu Fei. Once Lu Fei and Lu Qin had departed, Hu Yuan remarked, Miss Qi, you truly believe this worthless man can compete with me? Does he even deserve such consideration? Shaking his head, Hu Yuan scoffed. I am the sole heir of the Hu family, which boasts assets exceeding billions. What is he compared to that? Qi Yueshi chuckled softly. Hu Yuan, what are you really? Do you think you are worthy to carry Su Lai's shoes? You. Hu Yuan huffed in anger. We'll see who has the last laugh. After Hu Yuan left, Su Lai raised his hands in exasperation. You can make your bets, but why must I be included? I am a man with nothing, while he belongs to a family worth billions. Oh dear, what shall we do? Qi Yueshi blinked her doe-like eyes, feigning innocence as she said, Mr. Su, you would want me to confess to your ex-wife that I am a shameless homewrecker, would you? Then, with a pout, she whimpered, I don't want to lose. Mr. Su, please win. Can you win for me? With her alluring demeanor heightened, Qi Yueshi's appearance was captivating, causing Su Lai's heart to race with caution, a siren. Su Lai cautioned, the performance is already quite elaborate. Any further dramatics may be excessive. Is my performance truly that poor? At that moment, a woman in a finely crafted qipao, as enticing as a ripe peach, stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing in astonishment at Su Lai and Qi Yueshi. The exquisite craftsmanship of her qipao accentuated her curvaceous figure, creating an alluring visual impact. Chapter 12. I have no time, auntie. Su Lai nodded slightly to the woman. Sister Qingyao. Li Qingyao smiled at Su Lai and said, I'll lie. I just saw Lu Fei go inside. In truth, Li Qingyao was subtly reminding Su Lai not to act recklessly in front of his wife. Perceiving her underlying message, Su Lai replied, I have already divorced Lu Fei. Instantly, a sparkle of surprise flickered in Li Qingyao's enchanting peach blossom eyes, which were even more captivating than Qi Yueshi's. Is that so? That's truly wonderful. Li Qingyao had a profound understanding of Su Lai, believing that Lu Fei was not worthy of him in the slightest. Turning to Qi Yueshi, Li Qingyao inquired, Shi, how is your grandfather's health? Qi Yueshi responded, thanks to Mr. Su's intervention, my grandfather is now in good health. I knew it had to be him. After praising Su Lai, Li Qingyao continued, Lai is an exceptionally outstanding man. You should spend more time with him. You will undoubtedly learn a great deal from him. Her words were a gentle nudge to Qi Yueshi, encouraging her to seize the opportunity with Su Lai. Auntie, I will, Qi Yueshi assured, her eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and realization. It was known that Li Qingyao was a remarkable figure in the business world. 8 years prior, she hailed from one of the top 10 legendary families of Donghua province, the esteemed Jiayongli family. At the age of 27, she married into the wealthy Shi family, only to have her husband collapse from excitement on their wedding day, never to rise again. That very evening, the social elite of Qingyuan City buzzed with tales of the widow Li Qingyao, claiming she was a reincarnation of a white tiger calamity. For how could she have inadvertently brought death to the heir of the Shi family on the day of their nuptials? Though the Shi family dared not confront her directly due to her lineage, they whispered disparaging remarks behind her back. Yet, upon realizing her predicament, Li Qingyao chose silence and withdrew from the Shi family. Instead of returning to her own family, she utilized her earnings from the stock market to establish a cosmetics brand, Hui Xingtang. Through her exceptional business acumen, She transformed Hui Xingtang into one of the top 10 cosmetics brands in the nation within just 5 years, becoming an object of admiration for countless business elites. However, Qi Yueshi, as Li Qingyao's niece, understood that her aunt's success in such a short time was not solely due to her business skills, but rather her remarkable ability to discern and utilize talent, her true capital for success. Looking at Su Lai now, Qi Yueshi felt a surge of curiosity. This man, whom her aunt deemed exceptional, must possess more than just medical and martial prowess. Otherwise, her aunt would not encourage her to grow closer to him. In truth, as Su Lai had indicated earlier, Qi Yueshi's defense of him was merely a performance, a means to repay the favor of his rescue on her way here. Li Qingyao then asked Su Lai, do you have a place to stay after your divorce? Would you like me to arrange accommodations for you? Su Lai chuckled. I am still residing in Qinghe village. To be honest, it is far more comfortable than living with the Lu family. Li Qingyao gestured invitingly. All right, it is getting late. You both should head inside. The birthday banquet is about to commence. As Su Lai and Qi Yueshi entered, Li Qingyao's personal secretary, Li Moli, approached her. Sister, President Lu from Minghua Hall wishes to see you. A sardonic smile graced Li Qingyao's face as she replied, Tell her I have no time. Li Moli hesitated. Sister, weren't you going to make time to meet her today? Li Qingyao responded. She has divorced Su Lai. As Li Qingyao's devoted secretary, Li Moli quickly grasped the implications of her words. With Hui Shengtang being among the top 10 cosmetics brands in Daxia, countless factories aspired to collaborate with them. The only reason Minghua Hall had been fortunate enough to partner with Hui Shengtang was due to Su Lai's influence. Now that Lu Fei and Su Lai were no longer together, any collaboration would be utterly pointless. After Li Moli entered, Li Qingyao narrowed her sparkling eyes, her lips curving into a more pronounced smirk. Lu Fei, it seems, has lost her way after gaining a little wealth. How foolish to sever ties with Su Lai. What sort of grave error led to such a decision? However, this could be my chance. When Li Moli approached Lu Fei with a stern expression, the latter immediately felt a surge of anxiety. 80% of Minghua Hall's orders came from producing goods for Hui Shengtang. If Hui Shengtang were to cancel their orders, Minghua Hall would collapse. Indeed, Li Moli wasted no time, stating to Lu Fei, President Lu, Sister Qingyao is unavailable to meet you today. Lu Fei's face froze as she asked, Moli, when will President Li be free? I would like to visit her personally. President Lu, we are not that familiar. It is better to address each other by our titles. All right, President Lu, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Li Moli's words darkened Lu Fei's expression. It was evident from her tone that Li Qingyao had removed Minghua Hall from Hui Shengtang's list of collaborators. But why? Lu Fei had always believed that their partnership was sustained by the quality of her work, so why the sudden shift in attitude? Could it be that another company had outperformed Minghua Hall? That seemed improbable. Minghua Hall possessed the most advanced equipment in the industry. Seeing Lu Fei's troubled expression, Hu Yuan coughed a few times before saying, Fei, if there are issues with the collaboration with Hui Shengtang, I believe I can be of assistance. Really? Lu Fei's eyes brightened. After all, Hu Yuan had helped Minghua Hall secure their recent batch of raw materials at a low price. Hu Yuan spoke with confidence. Fei, my aunt has a close relationship with President Li and often goes shopping together. If my aunt speaks up, I believe President Li will give her some consideration. Is that so? That would be wonderful. Like grasping a lifeline, Lu Fei exclaimed with delight. Hu Xiao, if you help us with this, I will certainly repay you handsomely. We are friends, after all. Friends should help each other. Hu Yuan took out his phone. I will call my aunt right now. Chapter 13. Thank you. Hu Xiao within the confines of a hotel, a charming woman readily agreed. All right, I understand. I'll contact Qingyao right away. However, after hanging up the phone, this alluring woman tossed her mobile onto the sofa and muttered to herself, What a little rascal. Which girl has he failed to woo? How dare he fool me into thinking I could manage Li Qingyao? Does he truly believe I have such a close relationship with her? As a muscular young man emerged from the bathroom, wiping his body, the woman's gaze sharpened. This is no mere puppy. This is clearly a young wolf. My goodness, today I shall indulge. Unbeknownst to Hu Yuan, his aunt was engaged in such activities. He had not yet stowed his phone when he began to boast to Lu Fei. Don't worry, Fei. My aunt said she would contact General Manager Li. With her involvement, it's absolutely guaranteed. Lu Fei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. When Qi Yueshi went to pay respects, Su Lai received a message from Li Qingyao. I have rejected your ex-wife. In an instant, Su Lai comprehended that Li Qingyao was avenging him. He shook his head slightly and replied, I appreciate your intention, Sister Qingyao. However, I believe a mutually beneficial resolution is preferable. Ming Huatong is the largest subcontractor of Huishingtang. Should Huishingtang cease its collaboration with Ming Huatong now, they would need to seek a new factory. Yet, a new subcontractor might not be able to produce the required products in a short time. Moreover, Su Lai did not require Li Qingyao to seek vengeance on his behalf. Before long, Li Qingyao messaged back, All right then, since you insist, I shall let her off this time. Consider it a favor owed to you. Upon reading Su Lai's response, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Qingyao's enchanting face, as she desired nothing more than Su Lai's goodwill. Such a favor could be a lifesaver at critical moments. After Qi Yueshi completed her greetings, she and Su Lai were assigned by the Shi family servants to a table with Lu Fei and her sister, an encounter laden with an air of rivalry. Noticing Lu Fei and Lu Qin's distracted demeanor, unable to even scorn Su Lai, Qi Yueshi realized something significant must be troubling them. Her curiosity piqued. She was about to inquire about the Lu sisters' predicament when Lu Fei's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, she was astonished to see a call from Li Qingyao herself. Without hesitation, Lu Fei answered, addressing her politely, General Manager Li. We can pursue a deeper collaboration between Huishingtang and Ming Huatong. I will contact you later. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei was so overwhelmed with excitement that her entire body trembled. Great. Thank you, General Li. Thank you. All right. I'm busy now. Goodbye. As the line went silent, had it not been for the decorum of the gathering, Lu Fei would have erupted in joy. Who would have imagined that, after a recent rejection, they would suddenly become partners again? Moreover, a partnership that was to be deepened. The elation was almost breathtaking. Seated beside Lu Fei, Lu Qin, having overheard the conversation, turned to Hu Yuan with gratitude. Thank you, Hu Xiao. If it weren't for you, our Lu family would be finished. In Lu Qin's view, Li Qingyao's renewed choice of the Lu family was undoubtedly due to Hu Yuan's influence. Had Hu Yuan not sought his aunt's assistance, the Lu family would have truly faced ruin after losing the Huishingtang order. Though Ming Huatong did not entirely depend on Huishingtang, should the latter terminate their collaboration, the industry would likely perceive it as a failing of Ming Huatong, leading to a drastic reduction in future partnerships. Hu Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. Based on his understanding of his aunt, such matters could not be resolved in less than 3 to 5 days. Moreover, once there was any hint of progress, she should be the first to call him to claim credit. Lu Fei also expressed her gratitude to Hu Yuan. Thank you so much, Hu Xiao. Seeing the admiration in Lu Fei's eyes, Hu Yuan beamed with pride. It's all thanks to my aunt's efforts. Lu Qin cast a sidelong glance at Su Lai, tauntingly remarking, Hu Xiao, as expected, can resolve monumental issues for our Lu family with just a word, unlike some individuals who are nothing but useless. The disparity is stark, isn't it? Hu Yuan quipped with a smirk. Lu Qin retorted, that illustrates the difference between people. One is like a cloud in the sky, while the other is mere mud on the ground. A hint of mockery appeared on Su Lai's face. It seems Hu Xiao has accomplished something remarkable. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trampling him underfoot like a puddle of mud. Can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? Hu Xiao is the cloud above, while you, Lu Qin slammed her hand on the table, fuming, are merely the mud on the ground. Lu Fei, with an icy demeanor, stated to Su Lai, with just one call. Hu Xiao convinced General Li to reconsider. Su Lai, my choice is indisputable. Qi Yueshi interjected. How can you be so sure it was him? Lu Qin glared at Qi Yueshi, retorting, if it weren't for Hu Xiao, who else could have influenced such a decision? Have you considered his character? Hu Yuan lifted his chin, puffing up with pride. Had I not lent my assistance, how could General Li have possibly changed her mind? Qi Yueshi extended her hand. Where's the evidence? Evidence. Hu Yuan chuckled coldly and dialed his aunt's number, to ensure Su Lai and Qi Yueshi could hear clearly. He switched to speakerphone. After a few rings, the call connected, but to everyone's embarrassment, the sound that emerged was that of a card game in full swing. Hu Yuan abruptly ended the call, his handsome face turning a shade of green. He had intended to boast, but the unexpected noise thwarted his plans. Hu Yuan was now convinced that Li Qingyao's change of heart was certainly not orchestrated by his aunt. She was far too preoccupied with her own amusement to reach out to Li Qingyao. But if not his aunt, then who could it be? Su Lai laughed mockingly. Hu Xiao's aunt is quite exceptional, managing to juggle 2 affairs at once. Lu Qin raised an eyebrow. That indicates Hu Shao's aunt has a good rapport with General Li. Hu Yuan shrugged. My aunt and General Li are indeed quite close. What? Are you envious? Lu Fei frowned at Su Lai. Su Lai, is it amusing to keep stirring up trouble like this? Lu Qin glared at Su Lai, demanding. What right do you, a mere puddle of mud, have to question the relationship between Hu Shao's aunt and General Li? Lu Fei and Lu Qin's disdainful looks towards Su Lai filled Qi Yueshi with disgust. She retrieved her phone and declared, I'll ask my aunt what is really going on. The mention of her aunt caused Lu Qin to scoff. Your aunt? What significance does she hold? My aunt is. Chapter 14. The Brazen One. Before Kai Wexi could utter the name Li Qingyao, a languid voice echoed through the air. Ah hey, here I am. Upon hearing that voice, Kai Wexi's expression soured significantly. Turning around, she was greeted by a youth with blue-dyed hair and skin paler than a corpse, approaching with a lewd grin plastered on his face. As the youth's gaze fell upon Lu Fei, he was instantly captivated, his triangular eyes igniting with fervor. Wow, tonight must be my lucky night. I've encountered yet another exquisite woman. He licked his lips and swaggered between Kai Wexi and Lu Fei, glancing from Kai Wexi to Lu Fei, before finally fixating on Lu Fei. My dear, you look familiar. Have we perhaps met in bed before? Lu Fei shot him a glare. Get lost. Get lost. Sure. The youth, with a slightly pale tongue, taunted, allow me to take you for a roll in the sheets. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch Lu Fei. With a sharp crack, Lu Fei slapped the youth across the face. Stunned, he exclaimed, You dare to hit me. Hu Yuan stepped in front of Lu Fei, confronting the youth. Do you even know where you are? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Are you tired of living? The youth narrowed his eyes. Whose pants are down, exposing you. Believe me, I can make you regret this. Huh, who do you think you're scaring? Come on, let us see how you intend to kill me. Hu Yuan grinned, beckoning him closer. If you don't take me down today, you'll be my grandson. Looking for death. The youth bellowed, swinging a punch at Hu Yuan. With ease, Hu Yuan dodged the blow and retaliated, landing a solid punch on the youth's nose. The youth was sent crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his nose, almost splattering Kai Wexi. Hu Yuan chuckled derisively. With your pathetic state, you dare to challenge me? Lu Qin clapped her hands. Hu Shao is magnificent. Hu Shao is magnificent. Hu Yuan basked in the glory, especially when Kai Wexi offered him a thumbs up, his pride soaring like a peacock displaying its feathers. As Hu Yuan reveled in his moment of triumph, the youth, now seething with rage, stood up and glared at Hu Yuan. You fool, do you even know who I am? Indulging in the admiration of the ladies, Hu Yuan scoffed. I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die, get lost. Fine, you've got guts. You really do. After declaring this, the youth turned to leave. Hu Yuan sneered at his retreating figure. TCH, a petty trash dares to act tough here, utterly delusional. Hu Shao, I never expected you to be so formidable, driving him away with a single punch. After praising Hu Yuan, Lu Qin's gaze shifted to Su Lai, contrasting him with Hu Yuan, who had valiantly shielded Lu Fei. Hu Yuan, filled with self-satisfaction, waved his fists. Of course, my free-fighting skills are not for naught. Lu Fei's disappointment was evident as she observed Su Lai, whose demeanor was far from commendable. Despite their divorce, shouldn't a man step up when a woman is harassed? This guy is truly spineless. Kai Wexi raised 2 thumbs for Hu Yuan. Truly impressive. You managed to scare off that scoundrel Yu Biao with a single punch. Who? Hu Yuan's smile faltered. Yu Biao. He's the son of that local tyrant living in the eastern part of the city, the one who controls hundreds of thugs. Kai Wexi explained calmly. Before she could finish, Hu Yuan's hand rested on the back of Lu Fei's chair, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm. Lu Fei and Lu Qin's expressions mirrored the gravity of the situation as they braced for impending trouble. Surround them. Amidst the commotion, a throng of ruffians encircled Su Lai and his companions. Yu Biao emerged from the group, wearing a sinister smile as he locked eyes with Hu Yuan. Grandson, is that hand of yours what struck me? Extend it. I shall shatter it slowly. As he spoke, Yu Biao produced a small hammer from behind him. Hu Yuan, having instigated the confrontation, felt a surge of fear. Lu Fei, suppressing her terror, implored Yu Biao, don't act recklessly. We are partners with Hu Xingtang. Hu Xingtang? Yu Biao spat on the ground, dismissing it. That means nothing to me. I will eventually have my way with the widow Li Qingyao. With a sharp crack, Hu Yuan knelt before Yu Biao. Biao Yi, I was blind and disrespectful. Please show mercy and let us settle this amicably. With that, Hu Yuan slapped his own face twice, leaving it swollen like a pig's head. The onlookers were aghast, unable to bear the sight. In Qingyuan City, the infamous Yu Hu was a notorious figure. Anyone who crossed him met a grim fate. Yu Biao leaned in closer. What's the matter? Are you scared now? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Hu Yuan timidly looked up at Yu Biao. Biao Yi, I'll set up a few tables tomorrow to apologize. How does that sound? Yu Biao slapped Hu Yuan's face as he spoke. You think you can apologize to me? Do you even have the qualifications? With desperation, Hu Yuan pleaded. Biao Yi, just name your price, and I will comply. With a clang, Yu Biao tossed the hammer at Hu Yuan's feet. Didn't you want to be a hero? Here's your chance. Pick up that hammer. Like a submissive child, Hu Yuan obediently grabbed the hammer. Biao Yi, I'm at your service. Yu Biao grinned maliciously. I'll count to 3. Either smash your own fingers or send your woman to my bed. Casting a glance at Li Qingyao, Yu Biao leered at Hu Yuan. When I enjoy your woman later, you can watch. Lu Qin fumed. You ruffians. What skills do you possess beyond ganging up on the weak? Oh, we have a little firecracker here. Yu Biao leered, sizing up Lu Qin and then Lu Fei. Oh, sisters, how delightful. I'll have my turn with one, and my brothers will have theirs. Are you two born of the same mother? Why is she so much prettier than you? Chapter 15. What use is strength? The gaze of Yu Biao's subordinates fell upon Lu Qin, their eyes sharp as blades, seemingly capable of slicing through her clothing. Amidst their unabashed scrutiny, Lu Qin, filled with rage and anxiety, shouted at Su Lai, You useless wretch. If it weren't for you beating a Jian, would my sister and I be in this predicament? In that moment of surprise, Yu Biao's attention shifted to Qi Yueshi, declaring, Take my little beauty Qi as well. The twin beauties of Qingyuan. He licked his lips with a grin. How many men in Qingyuan have yearned to have both of you? Little did they know, their dreams would be realized by me. Qi Yueshi's expression turned icy. Yu Biao, this is the Shi family's territory. You had better not overstep. And what of the Shi family? Do you think I fear them? Yu Biao retorted arrogantly. Look around. Has anyone from the Shi family dared to show their face? Casting a glance at Hu Yuan, who knelt silently like a defeated dog, Lu Fei and Lu Qin's faces drained of color. If even the Shi family dared not intervene, who could possibly save them? Were they to be humiliated by these men tonight? Heaven, who will save us? Yu Biao waved his hand to his subordinates. Stop dawdling and take these 3 away. Just as his men began to move, he pointed at Su Lai and Hu Yuan, barking, Take these 2 cowards as well. Tonight, I will have my way with their women in front of them. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Su Lai stood up, calmly addressing Yu Biao. I advise you to get as far away as possible. You think you're something before Yu Biao could finish. Su Lai struck him with a resounding slap, sending him sprawling. Yu Biao's subordinates hurried to catch him, but Su Lai's blow was not easily absorbed, and they toppled like rolling gourds. As they witnessed Yu Biao being slapped, the nearby guests were left in shock, staring at Su Lai in disbelief. Who was this man? Daring enough to strike Yu Biao? Did he possess multiple lives? Even Lu Fei and Lu Qin watched in astonishment. They had never expected Su Lai to stand up for them at such a moment, nor that he would send Yu Biao flying with a single slap. Wasn't he just a meek man who stayed home to do chores? When did he become so formidable? Hu Yuan, who had been feigning a lifeless state, revealed a venomous expression. You're asking for it. Let us see how you meet your end. A mere coward was braver than him, especially in front of his goddess, which infuriated Hu Yuan even more. Seeing Yu Biao struck, his subordinates turned pale. If Yu Hu learned that Yu Biao had been assaulted under their watch, they would be minced and fed to dogs. After casting a furious glare at Su Lai, Yu Biao's subordinates charged at him. The guests, witnessing the scene, looked at Su Lai as though he were a corpse, fearing that the mob would end his life. Hu Yuan wore a smirk of derision. Those who are brave often meet a swift and tragic end. Lu Fei and Lu Qin closed their eyes, their minds already conjuring images of Su Lai being beaten to the ground, howling in pain, faced with a dozen burly men rushing at him. Su Lai's hands moved with the speed of lightning, delivering slaps to each assailant. With loud cracks, Yu Biao's subordinates found themselves kneeling, clutching their bruised faces. As Su Lai stood out among the crowd, the guests were left perplexed. What was happening? Hadn't Yu Biao and his men been formidable? Why did they now resemble meek lambs? The guests regarded Su Lai with awe, as if he were a monster. Who could have anticipated that he possessed such strength? Was this truly the same man who could only wash clothes and cook? Hu Yuan stared in disbelief. How was it possible for Su Lai to be so powerful? As the surrounding silence enveloped them, Lu Fei and Lu Qin opened their eyes to find Su Lai standing tall, leaving them utterly speechless. This waste of a man could fight. No wonder Jian had been beaten so severely. Lu Fei's expression turned complex. After 3 years of marriage, she had never known Su Lai possessed such skills. You're all doomed. I will slaughter your entire family. Yu Biao, having regained his footing, threatened as he rubbed his sore face. One by one, I will have the scorpion kill you all. Upon hearing the name Scorpion, the guests exchanged frightened glances and began to leave, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Yu Biao's reign of terror in Qingyuan was backed by the ruthless Scorpion, whose reputation for brutality was well known. While the banquet hosted by the Shi family was significant, one's life was of utmost importance. They all understood that falling into the hands of the Scorpion would mean suffering beyond imagination. Do not hold out hope for the Scorpion. Su Lai coldly mocked as he approached Yu Biao. Suddenly, Lu Fei stood in front of him, exclaiming, "Stop! You can't hurt him." Lu Qin followed suit, exclaiming, "Su, do you want us to suffer because of you? You're protecting the aggressor." Su Lai's eyes grew colder. "It is because of people like you that these aggressors become increasingly brazen." Lu Qin retorted, "But your actions will drag us down. You pathetic coward may wish for death, but we still desire to live." Hu Yuan scrambled to Yu Biao's side, half supporting him as he explained, "Biao Gu, that waste who just hit you is named Su Lai. It has nothing to do with us." Yu Biao instantly regained his swagger. "You little brat, what good is your strength? Do you have power? Do you have backing? You're nothing but a joke." Hu Yuan shouted at Su Lai, "You worthless fool. What are you waiting for? Hurry and apologize to Biao Gu." A sinister smile crept across Yu Biao's face. "Boy, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you bow and apologize today, I'll only break your limbs. Otherwise," he glanced at Qi Yueshi, Lu Fei, and Lu Qin, sneering, "in front of these beauties, I will roast you alive and serve you at the table. While I indulge them, I will feast on your flesh." Lu Fei, growing increasingly anxious, urged, "Su Lai, quickly apologize to young master Yu." Chapter 16. Are you mad? Do you wish to witness me ravishing your woman before you are roasted, or after? Yu Biao cackled with wicked glee. "Of course, it's better to see it before. After being roasted, what's the point of watching?" Su Lai, without further ado, stepped forward and grasped Yu Biao by the neck, squeezing until his face turned crimson and his neck bulged. Hu Yuan, witnessing Su Lai's audacity, raised his fist and swung at Su Lai's face, demanding, "What are you doing?" With a resounding thud, Su Lai delivered a kick to Hu Yuan's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Su Lai unleashed 2 punches into Yu Biao's gut. The contents of Yu Biao's stomach churned violently, yet his neck remained firmly in Su Lai's grip. As the turmoil rose to his throat, he desperately fought to keep it down. The sensation of forcing back vomit rendered him utterly miserable, his face turning a deep shade of purple. In the throes of suffocation, Yu Biao imagined his great-grandmother smiling at him, beckoning him forward. "Stop!" Lu Fei shouted at Su Lai. "You lunatic! Do you realize you are putting us all in danger?" Lu Qin bellowed, "If you wish to die, then do so alone. Don't drag us down with you." Hu Yuan, clutching his abdomen, shouted at Su Lai, "How dare you strike me? You've got a death wish. The Hu family will not let this slide." Standing beside Su Lai, Qi Yueshi addressed Lu Fei and the others. "Was it Mr. Su who saved you? Saved us?" Lu Qin glared at Qi Yueshi. "He's the one causing all this chaos. What was a minor issue has escalated into a major disaster, and he's dragged us into it." Fuming, Qi Yueshi retorted, "You are utterly unreasonable." Su Lai tossed the unconscious Yu Biao to the ground and coldly regarded Lu Fei and the others, stating, "Rest assured, I take full responsibility for my actions and will not implicate you." Lu Qin screamed in despair, "You think you can bear the wrath of the tiger? You're endangering us all." Qi Yueshi replied coolly, "If Mr. Su had not intervened, your fates would have been far worse." Lu Qin questioned loudly, "How can you be so certain? With these individuals, reason is futile. Let us go." After addressing Qi Yueshi, Su Lai turned and made his way out. Hu Yuan reached out to grab Su Lai's arm, exclaiming, "You can't leave. What will we do if you go?" With a sharp slap, Su Lai struck Hu Yuan across the face. "You dare to stop me?" Hu Yuan cupped his cheek, but upon seeing the murderous intent in Su Lai's eyes, he opened his mouth, yet remained silent. Yu Biao's subordinates, witnessing Su Lai, the harbinger of doom, and Qi Yueshi leave, hurriedly lifted Yu Biao and fled. Lu Fei's expression grew grave. "Now we have a serious problem. Yu, who is ruthless, and his underlings, the scorpions and 7 wolves, are even more vicious. With Yu Biao beaten, Yu, who will not let this go." Lu Qin snarled, "Sister, This is all Su Lai's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in such a mess. Sighing, Lu Fei replied, Qin, contact someone to see who can help us mediate this situation. Even if it means we must host a banquet as an apology. Sister, I will contact them right away. In a lounge of the Shi family, Li Qingyao observed Yu Biao being carried away in disgrace, and a knowing smile graced her alluring face. She applauded the sight of Yu Biao being beaten. In Qingyuan City, the Yu family in the east was a festering sore, yet the wealthy families dared not intervene for fear of retribution, allowing the Yu family to grow increasingly arrogant. Although Li Qingyao possessed the means to deal with the Yu family, her own troubles prevented her from addressing that malignant growth. Thankfully, Su Lai's performance today aligned perfectly with her intentions, bringing her a certain relief. Once the commotion outside settled, Li Qingyao instructed a middle-aged man beside her, Old Cha. Send someone to monitor Su Lai and see if he requires assistance. Old Cha, the head of Li Qingyao's guards, bowed and replied, Understood, Mississippi. After Su Lai and Qi Yueshi departed the Shi family, Qi Yueshi expressed her concerns to Su Lai. Mr. Su, you who is vengeful, having beaten Yu Biao so severely, it would be wise to prepare. Su Lai's strength was apparent to Qi Yueshi, yet the Yu family was not merely a couple of individuals. Even if Su Lai incapacitated one scorpion, there remained the 7 wolves, and Yu Hu himself was a formidable martial artist. Do not worry, Yu Hu cannot harm me. Besides, Su Lai smiled slightly. I am most averse to trouble. Typically, I eliminate it before it manifests. As long as Mr. Su is prepared, that is sufficient. Curiously, Su Lai inquired, by the way, regarding your bet with Lu Qin, aren't you afraid I might lose? Mr. Su, within 10 days, Husheng real estate will face a catastrophic collapse. Therefore, I will not lose. Just as Yu Biao was being carried to the entrance of the Yu family, a burly man with a bushy beard rushed in. What has happened to my son? One of Yu Biao's bodyguards, summoning his courage, reported to Yu Hu, Master Tiger. Young Master Biao merely fainted, relieved somewhat. Yu Hu scrutinized Yu Biao's injured countenance, and, upon seeing the marks on his face, his already fierce expression turned monstrous. Who did this? Master Tiger, hear us what happened. Upon learning the details, Yu Hu erupted in fury, slapping several of his men across the face. Biao has been beaten to this state, and you dare return? What the hell were you doing? After receiving the blows, Yu Biao's bodyguards lowered their heads, afraid to speak. They all knew that if they dared utter a word now, Yu Hu would likely sever their heads from their bodies. Once his anger was somewhat vented, Yu Hu bellowed, Where is the scorpion? Where did that bastard run off to? After Biao was beaten, where did he vanish? Seeing no one respond, Yu Hu's rage flared again. Are you all fools? Call the scorpion. As one subordinate hastily dialed the scorpion, Yu Hu roared, Gather the men. Whoever dares to harm my son, I will have that wretch minced and fed to the dogs. At that moment, Yu Biao regained consciousness. Upon seeing his father, he wailed, Father, I've been bullied. You must avenge me. Father, I've been beaten. We cannot let him go. Seeing Yu Biao sobbing uncontrollably, Yu Hu comforted him. Biao, I've already sent for reinforcements. Do not worry. Within 2 hours, I shall have you drinking and watching as I shred that wretch. After hearing his father's words, Yu Biao rose from the ground, wiping his tears and snot. A wicked and lascivious grin spread across his face. Father, I also want the Qingyuan beauties to warm my bed. Before he could finish, Yu Biao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if something were surging from his stomach. He opened his mouth, and a large mass of black blood erupted, splattering across Yu Hu's face. Father, it hurts. Chapter 17. The tragic demise of Yu Biao. Blood clots mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted from Yu Biao's mouth in a gruesome display, until, at last, sections of his intestines were expelled. In his agony, Yu Biao whispered, Father, it hurts so much, my stomach aches. Yu Hu reached out to grasp the pieces of entrails that Yu Biao had vomited, desperately wishing to return them to his son's body, but once in his hands, they disintegrated into a mushy mass. My son, my dear son. As Yu Hu witnessed the light slowly fading from Yu Biao's eyes, his heart shattered, and his entire being trembled with despair. The subordinates of Yu Biao, upon witnessing his tragic end, were paralyzed with terror. Yu Hu had only one son, whom he had cherished since childhood, yet now, under their watch, Yu Biao had met a horrific fate right before his eyes. The thought of what Yu Hu might do in his wrath sent shivers down their spines. They could only imagine the dire consequences that awaited them. Possibly even death at the hands of the furious patriarch and the potential repercussions for their families. Pondering Yu Hu's notorious cruelty, several of Yu Biao's men were rendered utterly petrified. After a prolonged silence, Yu Hu cradled Yu Biao's lifeless body and sank slowly to the ground, murmuring, "My son, take your time. I will avenge you, I promise." In a tender manner reminiscent of his efforts to lull Yu Biao to sleep as a child, Yu Hu gently patted him. As the bodyguards awaited their impending fate, Yu Hu commanded, "Gather the men. Find him. Bring him before me. Locate the scorpion. I don't care where he is hiding, even if he's nestled in some woman's embrace. I demand to see him. Bring back the twin beauties. If Biao desires their warmth, then they shall accompany him." Upon hearing Yu Hu's orders, the bodyguards assigned to protect Yu Biao realized they had momentarily escaped their doom. With a collective sigh of relief, they exchanged glances and stealthily retreated a considerable distance, ensuring their voices would not reach Yu Hu's ears before they dared to pull out their phones and make calls. In the southeastern outskirts of Qingyuan City, a taxi halted before a secluded residence at the eastern edge of Qinghe village. Su Lai, cradling a wooden box, descended from the vehicle, greeted by two local dogs that emerged from the entrance, wagging their tails in welcome. Upon noticing the wooden box in Su Lai's possession, one of the dogs promptly snatched it up in its mouth. These dogs, having been enlightened by Su Lai, possessed an intellect rivaling that of humans, despite their canine forms. Their bodies had been significantly enhanced by Su Lai's elixirs, capable of taking on a pride of lions without difficulty. This is the heart of the Azure Dragon. Find a spot in the backyard and plant it, Su Lai instructed. The two dogs, tails wagging, scampered through the dog door and made their way to the rear yard. This unique residence had been purchased by Su Lai 5 years prior upon his arrival in Qingyuan City. It featured both front and backyards, with the latter transformed into a medicinal herb garden where Su Lai cultivated rare and exotic plants he had collected. 3 years ago, having wed Lu Fei, Su Lai had set up a mystical formation throughout the house, particularly in the herb garden, ensuring not only the thriving growth of his plants, but also providing a robust defensive mechanism. Standing before the entrance, Su Lai gazed at the door god portraits he had painted, chuckling at the serendipity of returning to his original abode. Just as he was about to step inside, his phone rang abruptly. Checking the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Li Qingyao. "Lai, come to my house quickly. I've been poisoned." As soon as Su Lai answered, Li Qingyao's voice rushed through the receiver, tinged with urgency. He could hear her labored breaths, prompting him to inquire, "Qingyao, what has happened to you? How do you feel?" "I don't know what I've been poisoned with, but it feels as though my entire body is ablaze," Li Qingyao replied, speaking at breakneck speed. "I'm currently submerged in a bathtub filled with ice, yet I still feel no relief. You must be poisoned again. Wait for me. I'll be there momentarily." 3 years earlier, while strolling through a park, Li Qingyao had encountered Su Lai, who immediately discerned her severe poisoning and impending doom. After being treated by him, they had maintained contact over the years, with Li Qingyao even introducing some of his clients, unbeknownst to Lu Fei. Meanwhile, in the Lu household, concerned about Yu Biao's potential retaliation, the Lu sisters convened in the living room to devise a strategy. After much deliberation yielded no solutions, Lu Qin, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "It's all that useless fool's fault. If it weren't for him, how could we have offended Master Biao?" Initially, they had hoped to seize the opportunity to network with the elite of Qingyuan City's business community, but now it seemed that chance had been squandered by that incompetent fool. Such opportunities were rare. The thought of killing him crossed her mind. Suddenly, a loud knocking interrupted their conversation. Lu Jian, his face bandaged, rose from the sofa, puzzled by the late hour. Who could it be at this time? As he approached the door, it swung open unexpectedly. Lu Jian was taken aback. The Lu family had the finest security locks, making it impossible for anyone to enter from the outside. With a forceful kick, the door was flung open by Wang Quan, a henchman of Yu Hu, followed by 8 menacing figures who barged in. Lu Qin shrieked, "Who are you?" Lu Jian quickly assumed a defensive stance. "Friends. I advise you to leave at once." Wang Quan shot a cold glance at Lu Jian and replied, "Don't make this difficult for yourself. We are servants of Master Hu from the East City." At the mention of Yu Hu, Lu Jian's legs turned to jelly. Although he had won provincial championships in martial arts, who was Yu Hu? The underground emperor of East City, with henchmen capable of ending his life with ease. Seeing Lu Jian frozen in place, Wang Quan shoved him aside and addressed Lu Fei. "Lu Fei, Master Hu requests your presence. Will you come willingly? Or shall we escort you?" Lu Qin positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Fei, speaking in a subdued tone, Brother, my sister is unwell. Let her rest until morning. Then she can go and apologize to Master Hu. What do you say? Wang Quan regarded Lu Qin with a disdainful gaze and coldly warned. If you don't want us to take you and sell you to the lowest brothel abroad, step aside. Lu Qin trembled at the thought of what those 8 men could do. The prospect of being subjected to their whims was terrifying. Lu Fei stepped forward, forcing herself to maintain composure, and asked, Gentlemen, could you enlighten me as to why Master Hu seeks my presence? You will know when you arrive. Take her away. Chapter 18 What to Do? After Lu Fei was taken away by Wang Quan, Lu Qin jumped up in distress. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Jin shouted, Qin, calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down? It is my sister who has been taken by Tiger Yi. Tears streamed down Lu Qin's face. Without my sister, our Lu family is doomed. Right, call the police. Where's my phone? Just as Lu Qin pulled out her phone, Lu Jin snatched it away, saying, Qin, you cannot call the police. Tiger Yi will kill her. Lu Qin stared intently at Lu Jin and asked, Then what should we do? Tell me, what should we do? Who can save my sister? Lu Jin replied, President Li from Huishingtang. Quickly call President Li. She will surely save your sister. Yes, President Li. She must have a way. Lu Qin hurriedly located Li Qingyao's number and dialed, but after many rings, there was no answer. What to do if President Li doesn't answer? It's so late. She must have muted her phone and gone to sleep. Lu Jian's eyes flickered for a moment, and he suggested, call young Master Hu. His father, Hu Xing, is a real estate tycoon in our city. He should have connections with Tiger Yi. Great. After Lu Fei dialed Hu Yuan's number, she said directly, Young Master Hu, my sister has just been taken away by Tiger Yi's men. I beg you, please save my sister. Hu Yuan readily agreed. Qin, don't panic. I will find a way. If I can't, my father will definitely have a solution. Don't worry, your sister will be fine. Leave this to me. Lu Qin, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you, young Master Hu. Thank you so much. On the other end of the line, Hu Yuan tossed his phone aside after hanging up, muttering, Damn it, just when I was about to enjoy a good catch, it gets snatched away. A woman emerged from under the covers and asked, Young Master Hu, who was that on the phone? It's so late. No one important, just servicing you. Lu Jian stroked his chin and remarked, Relying solely on young Master Hu isn't safe enough. Qin, try calling President Li again to see if she can pick up. Meanwhile, at Li Qingyao's home, Li Moli stood at the door, awaiting Su Lai's arrival. Upon seeing Su Lai appear like a specter at her doorstep, Li Moli remained composed and said, Mr. Su, please follow me. Following Li Moli, Su Lai inquired, What is the situation with Qingyao? Li Moli responded, I suspect the young lady has been poisoned again. Nodding slowly, Su Lai asked, Who did this? Li Moli said, The young lady should have an idea. Soon, Li Moli led Su Lai to the door of Li Qingyao's bedroom. Stopping, Li Moli said, Mr. Su, the young lady is in the bathtub. I entrust everything to you. After nodding to Li Moli, Su Lai opened the bedroom door. Alai, come quickly. Just as Li Moli closed the door from the outside, a seductive voice drifted from the bathroom into Su Lai's ears. Upon hearing Li Qingyao's enticing voice, Su Lai felt a shiver run through him. Had he not trained for 20 years in the celestial arts, her voice might have destabilized his resolve. In 3 swift strides, he arrived at the bathroom door, where his heart raced. The large bathtub was filled with rippling water, shimmering with enticing light. Alai, help me, I'm dying. The beguiling cry for help emerged from Li Qingyao's luscious lips. Originally a mesmerizing woman, Li Qingyao now lay vulnerable in the tub. Had it not been for Su Lai's formidable composure, he might have succumbed to temptation and leapt into the bathtub. With a single step, Su Lai approached the tub. But before he could act, Li Qingyao suddenly leaped from the tub into his arms, wrapping around him like an octopus. Alai, help me, I'm dying. Please help me. Faced with the seductive Li Qingyao, who writhed against him, Su Lai raised his arm and struck her neck. As her head fell onto his shoulder, Su Lai let out a long sigh. What the hell is this nonsense? After laying the unconscious Li Qingyao on the bed, Su Lai covered her alluring body with a blanket, then pointed at her forehead. A stream of celestial essence flowed from her brow into her body, and immediately, pink mist began to waft from her nostrils. The mist did not dissipate, but instead coalesced above her head, transforming into a vivid pink serpent. Another curse. Shaking his head, Su Lai reached out and touched the serpent. The ethereal serpent dissolved into mist, entering through the pores of his fingers. What have I been afflicted with? On the bed, Li Qingyao opened her captivating eyes. Su Lai answered truthfully, a love curse. She bit her lip and asked, am I now yours? With several lines of black frustration appearing on his forehead, Su Lai shook his head. Don't accuse me falsely. Li Qingyao, puzzled, asked, didn't you use your body to break the love curse? Su Lai scoffed. Please, there are many ways to break a love curse. It doesn't have to involve the body. Li Qingyao shot him a playful glare and queried, is it that my sister is not beautiful? Or is it that she has no money? Su Lai rolled his eyes. Qingyao, you should focus on who is trying to harm you. There are many who wish you ill. She threw off the blanket, rising from the bed, declaring, you might be the only one who can save my sister. Ugh, why are you closing your eyes? Is my sister's body undignified? Take care. I'm leaving. Su Lai, unwilling to be ensnared in a seductive trap, was interrupted by his phone ringing. Upon seeing Lu Qin's name, he answered, Su Lai, you bastard. If anything happens to my sister, I will make you pay. Lu Qin's furious rebuke left Su Lai momentarily stunned before he asked, what happened to your sister? My sister was captured by Tiger Yi. Listen, Su Lai. Before Lu Qin could continue, Su Lai hung up, unwilling to hear her accusations. Li Qingyao clicked her tongue and remarked, if these two sisters knew about our relationship and that the Lu family thrives because of you, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. Chapter 19. Choose between me or my son quickly. Go rescue your ex-wife. Li Qingyao playfully urged, casting flirtatious glances at Su Lai. I'm eager to see her reaction when she realizes you're not an ordinary man. Don't let her perish in the Yu family. With a look of annoyance, Su Lai removed a bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to Li Qingyao. Wear this. It might save your life in a critical moment. Li Qingyao bit her lip, her enchanting eyes sparkling with affection. Is this your betrothal gift, dear Su? With a flick of his finger, Su Lai playfully tapped her forehead. Stop pretending. He then pushed open the bedroom door. Outside, Li, who had been waiting, exclaimed in surprise, you're so quick. Had Su Lai not been in haste to save Lu Fei, he might have engaged in a lengthy discussion with Li about the meaning of quick. Li Qingyao's voice rang out, Li, bring Mr. Su the keys to the McLaren. In the courtyard of the Yu family, a row of Yu Biao's bodyguards knelt with their heads bowed, facing the lifeless form of Yu Biao, who lay with unclosed eyes. Yu Hu paced behind them, wielding a hefty cleaver. You are Biao's guards. You should have sacrificed your lives to protect him. Yet, all that returned is a corpse, and you returned unscathed. Yu Hu's rage intensified, and with a swift motion of his cleaver, he severed the head of one bodyguard, blood gushing like a fountain. The others, witnessing the brutality, immediately began to plead for mercy. Master Hu, when we returned, Biao was unharmed. With a chilling snap, the body of the speaking guard met the same fate. Master Hu, another swift motion, and another head rolled away. After dispatching two more, the remaining bodyguards fell silent, each wishing only to prolong their existence for a few more moments. You worthless scoundrels, you couldn't even protect my son. What use are you to me? Another head fell with a sickening thud. A lackey burst into the courtyard, glancing at the severed bodies strewn about. He steeled himself against his terror and approached Yu Hu. Master Hu, Lu Fei of the Qingyuan twin beauties has been brought back by Wang Quan. Yu Hu nodded and inquired, have you found the scorpion? Not yet. And Qi Yueshi? Our men are engaged with Qi Yueshi's bodyguards. Bring Lu Fei to me. I need to reclaim some interest for Biao. At Yu Hu's command, Wang Quan entered with Lu Fei. Upon her arrival, she was met with the grisly sight of blood-soaked corpses, causing her to pale and collapse to the ground. Yu Hu observed her ashen face and nodded slowly. No wonder Biao was so fond of you. You possess a certain allure. The stench of blood invaded Lu Fei's nostrils, prompting her stomach to churn violently. With a retch, she expelled the contents of her stomach. What is there to be afraid of? Yu Hu approached Lu Fei, gripping her nightgown to wipe the blood from his cleaver. The gleaming blade reflected her pale visage, instilling a deep sense of dread. Master Hu, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. Yu Hu pinched her delicate face with his large hand. My son is gone. Gone? Biao is dead? How can this be? Who would dare to harm Yu Hu's son? But as she beheld the lifeless form of Yu Biao before the kneeling guards, an overwhelming terror enveloped her. Yu Hu summoned her, and the thought that he intended to kill her struck her with fear. This is not my fault. I had nothing to do with it. The last time I saw Biao, he was alive. Yu Hu inserted a finger into her mouth, examining her teeth before releasing her chin and speaking softly. You certainly didn't possess the ability to kill Biao. However, before his demise, he had a wish to be with you, one of the Qingyuan twin beauties. So, A sinister grin spread across Yu Hu's face. Are you ready to join him? Desperation filled Lu Fei's eyes. Master Hu, please don't do this. My sister will report you. If you kill me, it won't end well for you. Report me? Yu Hu sneered, his face a mask of fury. Do you think before the police can apprehend me, I wouldn't annihilate your entire Lu family? Lu Fei's face drained of color. She could accept her fate, but she feared for her family's safety. Seeing her pitiable and helpless expression ignited a twisted interest in Yu Hu. He lifted her chin and declared, I could spare your life. Lu Fei, still dazed, hardly registered his words. What did you say? I could spare you. Yu Hu's expression grew menacing. However, my only son is dead. If you can bear me a son, I will spare you. If not, you will accompany my son. Choose between me or my son. Years ago, Yu Hu had been injured while training, otherwise, he would not have only one son, Yu Biao. Lu Fei gasped, Master Hu, I'm already married. Married? That only adds to the allure. Yu Hu seized her nightgown, ripping it to reveal her porcelain skin. Master Hu, please no. Lu Fei shrieked. No. You should be pleading. Don't stop. As Yu Hu's hands moved to violate her, Lu Fei's vision blurred, and she fainted. With a resounding crash, the door of the Yu residence was kicked open at the moment Lu Fei lost consciousness. Upon seeing Su Lai enter, those bodyguards who had not been dispatched by Yu Hu exclaimed, Master Hu, it's him. He is the one who clashed with Biao. A murderous intent flashed across Yu Hu's face. You little brat, I didn't expect you to come knocking. I've been looking for you. He then roared, Are you all dead? Kill this little brat. At Yu Hu's command, the lackeys in the courtyard lunged towards Su Lai. Chapter 20. Thanks to Hu Xiao, Su Lai disregarded the approaching minions and, with a deft movement, appeared beside Lu Fei like a wraith. Yu Hu swung his hefty machete towards Su Lai's head with a swift motion. Su Lai evaded the blade just in time, cradling the unconscious Lu Fei in his arms. Little thief, leave your life behind. Yu Hu bellowed, aiming a horizontal slash at Su Lai's waist, intent on cleaving him in two. However, Su Lai's speed far surpassed that of Yu Hu's formidable weapon. In a flash, he dodged the incoming strike. At that moment, Yu Hu's lackeys surged forward. But Su Lai had no hesitation. He bolted towards the exit, clutching Lu Fei. Yu Hu, I grant you 3 minutes to pen your last words. I shall return in 3 minutes to collect your miserable life. He weaved past the minions and dashed out of the Yu residence, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Yu Hu pointed his blade at Su Lai, roaring, after him. Yet, the lackeys were no match for Su Lai's agility. The instant he emerged from the Yu house, his figure vanished from sight. Once he had evaded the lackeys, Su Lai found a secluded spot to gently lay Lu Fei on the ground. Noticing her remained unconscious, he removed his coat and draped it over her. Lu Fei, in her slumber, caught a whiff of a familiar scent, and an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her, allowing her tense body to gradually relax. Though we are divorced, I cannot allow you to be bullied by others, he murmured softly before turning back towards the Yu courtyard. Not long after Su Lai departed, a BMW Z4 came to a stop at the roadside. The door swung open, and Hu Yuan, having held in his urge to relieve himself, leapt out of the car. Damn it, I wonder if Biao Yu is finished yet. After licking his lips, Hu Yuan squinted his eyes and remarked, Fei, even if you've become a fallen woman, I shall not disdain you. After all, who cares about your wealth? As long as you are alive, I will not turn my back on you. Having relieved himself, Hu Yuan suddenly perked up when he spotted Lu Fei laid out on the ground, momentarily stunned. Fei. He rushed over, glancing around in confusion. How did you end up here? This isn't the Yu residence. Squatting down, he lifted the coat Su Lai had placed over Lu Fei, revealing her exquisite figure. After swallowing hard, Hu Yuan exclaimed, Heaven truly favors me. Gazing at Lu Fei's serene face, he chuckled, I've saved you. Surely, you owe me a debt of gratitude. Just then, the sharp sound of a car horn startled him. Damn it, who's honking like a fool? Looking up, he saw Lu Qin and Lu Jian approaching. Why can't these two wait just 5 more minutes? Hua Xiao, where are you? As Lu Qin and Lu Jian drew near, Hu Yuan waved his hand. Qin, over here. As Lu Qin hurried over, Hu Yuan began to boast. Qin, I rescued your sister. Lu Qin, both surprised and delighted, gasped, Really? Upon seeing Lu Fei on the ground, she rushed over. Sister. After waking Lu Fei, tears streamed down her cheeks. Sister, thank goodness for Hu Xiao. If not for him, I wouldn't know what to do. Lu Fei glanced at Hu Yuan, whose face was brimming with pride. Hu Xiao, was it you who saved me? Indeed. Hu Yuan nodded. When your sister informed me that you were taken by Tiger Ye's men, I rushed over immediately. Through my relentless efforts, I successfully rescued you from his clutches. Adjusting her clothing, Lu Fei asked curiously, Hu Xiao, could you tell me how you managed that? Her memory lingered on the moment you who intended to violate her. As for Hu Yuan, if he were truly capable, he would not have knelt before Biao Yi at the Shijia banquet. A man who would kneel before his son could hardly rescue someone from a father more powerful than himself, especially one who had just lost his son and was in a furious rage. How did I manage it? Hu Yuan paused momentarily before explaining. I enlisted the help of someone whom even Tiger Yi respects, and that is how I secured your release. Lu Fei's confusion dissipated. That explanation was indeed plausible. Sister, after you were taken by Tiger Ye's men, I only called 2 people, Hu Xiao and that worthless one. Lu Qin seethed. Hu Xiao immediately agreed to help. But that worthless man, he hung up on me. Sister, you were married to him for 3 years. Lu Qin held up 3 fingers, and yet, he shows no trace of past affection. Thankfully, you divorced him. Otherwise, he would have surely ruined you. All right, let us head back, Lu Fei declared, stepping outside. As Lu Qin followed, she reminded her sister, Sister, we must express our gratitude to Hu Xiao. After all, he saved your life. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fei turned to Hu Yuan and said, Hu Xiao, my family will hold a banquet for the Dragon Boat Festival. You are warmly invited. Upon hearing of the banquet, Hu Yuan beamed with delight. Absolutely. I will be there. As they turned to leave, Lu Qin inquired, By the way, sister, why did Tiger Yi summon you at such a late hour? Lu Fei replied, Yu Biao is dead. What? Biao Yi is dead? Hu Yuan gasped, his voice cracking in shock. Lu Fei nodded yes. Tiger Yi captured me to make me accompany Yu Biao in death. No sooner had she spoken than Hu Yuan felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. Biao Yi is dead, and Tiger Yi wants you to accompany him? Oh heavens, this is disastrous. At the Shijia banquet, I was the one who struck Biao Yi. Will Tiger Yi demand I accompany him as well? Hua Xiao, why are you sitting on the ground? Lu Qin rushed to assist him. Cold sweat trickled down Hu Yuan's forehead as he stammered. I'm fine. I'm fine. Lu Fei, concerned, asked, Hu Xiao, why are you sweating? It's not hot today. Are you unwell? Should I take you to the hospital? Hu Yuan sprang to his feet, sprinting towards his car. Lu Qin, puzzled, called after him. Hu Xiao, what's wrong? Fei, I urgently need to go abroad. We'll meet again later. Chapter 21. Buying life with money. At this moment, the henchmen under Yu Hu charged into the gates of the Qi family like frenzied wild dogs, heedless of their own safety, despite the fact that the Qi family's bodyguards were all well-trained and familiar with the terrain. They were still being pushed back against the relentless onslaught of those ruthless thugs. 2 more bodyguards from the Qi family fell beneath the blades of the assailants. But before they succumbed, they managed to take down 7 of the intruders. Yu Ji, observing the dwindling number of his comrades and the fervent attacks of Yu Hu's men, reported to Qi Yueshi with a pained expression, Miss, their numbers are overwhelming. If this continues, we will not be able to hold them off. After furrowing her brow, Qi Yueshi replied, It is strange, despite the time that has passed, why is Niu Jiu still in command? Where are Yu Hu's 7 wolves? Yu Ji, being the strongest fighter of the Qi family, was deliberately kept out of the fray by Qi Yueshi to preserve his strength for the inevitable confrontation with Yu Hu's wolves. Yu Ji stated, Miss, if this continues, even if Yu Hu's wolves do not show up, we will still be defeated. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yueshi said, I will make a phone call. She took out her phone and dialed Su Lai. Once connected, she spoke rapidly, Mr. Su, Yu Hu's men are attacking my home, and our bodyguards are struggling to hold them off. I urgently need your assistance. Su Lai responded, Coincidentally, I am right at the entrance of the Yu residence. I will resolve this issue for you immediately. Qi Yueshi was taken aback. Mr. Su is at Yu Hu's place? Yes. Do not worry. Yu Hu's men will be retreating shortly. After hanging up, Yu Ji looked at Qi Yueshi, confusion etched on his face. Miss, what is Mr. Su doing at Yu Hu's? After a brief flicker in her enchanting eyes, Qi Yueshi replied, Yu Hu is notoriously protective of his own, especially since his son was grievously injured by Mr. Su. If I am not mistaken, Yu Hu must have sought trouble with Mr. Su, prompting him to retaliate. Retaliate? Yu Ji was astonished. Yu Hu had dominated Qin Yuan City for 20 years. He was not an easy adversary to confront. Even though Yu Hu's most formidable fighter, the Scorpion, had been incapacitated, he still commanded a formidable group known as the 7 Wolves, whose strength, although not on par with the Scorpion, was still formidable. Moreover, Yu himself was a master of profound internal strength. Qi Yueshi smiled reassuringly at Yuji. Yuji, you must have faith in Mr. Su. Having witnessed how Su Lai incapacitated the scorpion, Qi Yueshi held immense confidence in him. Yuji sighed, I fear Mr. Su may not be able to resolve the troubles facing the Qi family. After shaking her head slightly, Qi Yueshi instructed, Yuji, you should join the fight. Eliminate as many as you can. After ending the call, Su Lai returned to the entrance of the Yu residence. The gates stood wide open, and the thugs, armed with various weapons, charged forth with menacing expressions, seemingly in search of him. Upon spotting Su Lai, one of the henchmen shouted, That's him. The one from earlier. Boss, that brat is back. Just then, Yu emerged, wielding a large machete, and upon seeing Su Lai, he roared with a ferocious expression. Chop him to pieces. The thugs rushed towards Su Lai. Yu, did you leave behind any final words? As he spoke, Su Lai swiftly struck out his palm, causing those who rushed towards him to clutch their faces and kneel on the ground. A middle-aged man emerged from behind Yu, saying, Boss, leave this to us. It has been ages since we encountered a worthy opponent. This middle-aged man was one of the 7 wolves, the formidable force that had allowed Yu to dominate Qingyuan City for 2 decades. Yu's eyes narrowed. All of you, attack together. Combine your strength. As a master of profound internal strength, Yu could discern that the power displayed by Su Lai with that single slap was beyond what a single wolf could handle. Upon receiving Yu's command, the 7 wolves, notorious for their countless souls taken, advanced towards Su Lai, coordinating their attack as they approached him. Kid die? One wolf charged at Su Lai, aiming a powerful punch at his temple, while the other 6 targeted his vital points. However, the sound of slaps echoed through the air as Su Lai effortlessly dispatched all 7 attackers, sending them crashing back into the courtyard of the Yu residence. The surrounding thugs froze in fear, their courage shattered by Su Lai's display of power. Yu, standing at the entrance, was equally terrified. Innate, he was well aware of the prowess of the 7 wolves. They were invincible beneath the realm of innate strength. Yet here they were, toppled by a single slap from Su Lai. What was even more incomprehensible to Yu was that, as the 7 wolves flew back into the courtyard, they did not even graze his body. When did an innate master, seemingly in his 20s, emerge in Qingyuan City? Is there no place left for us to live? As Su Lai approached him with a menacing aura, Yu cried out, Don't kill me. Despite being a master of profound internal strength, Yu did not believe he could contend with an innate master. Su Lai, his expression cold, replied, Give me a reason not to kill you. In a moment of desperation, Yu exclaimed, I can buy my life. I can pay you. Very well. Su Lai halted his advance. But I want everything except for real estate. Okay, I will prepare it immediately. Yu agreed readily, holding on to the belief that as long as he had life, he could regain his strength. Upon witnessing the agreement between Yu and the formidable Su Lai, the thugs collectively sighed in relief, grateful to escape death. Now, recall those you dispatched to the Qi family. All right, I will make the call. Moments later, Su Lai and Yu found themselves in the grand hall of the Yu residence, sipping tea. The 7 wolves, recently rebuffed by Su Lai, stood behind Yu, scrutinizing the seemingly unassuming man before them. Yu pushed a stack of bank cards towards Su Lai. All my earnings over the years are in these cards. The passwords are all 100090. Su Lai extended his hand and pocketed the cards, stating nonchalantly, What about the rest? Surely, your treasury contains more than just this? Yu's eyes glinted with malice. Su, the money in these cards is enough for you to squander for 3 lifetimes. Su Lai retorted coldly, Yu, if I were to eliminate you right now, all the gold and jewels you have hidden would still belong to me. It would merely require some effort on my part. Give you 3 seconds. Will you take it out yourself, or should I? Fine. Yu's face darkened, but you must retrieve it yourself. Don't expect me to send anyone to assist you. Agreed. 2 minutes later, Yu opened the doors to his treasury, exclaiming, This is all I have. As Su Lai surveyed the room filled with gold bricks and several large chests of gemstones, he nodded and coldly instructed Yu, Swear to the heavens. Yu paused. Swear what? Su Lai replied leisurely, Swear that you will grant me everything you agreed to. Should you keep anything hidden, may the heavens strike you down. Chapter 22. The Wrath of Thunder for Yu. If oaths possessed the capacity to inflict harm, he would have long since been reduced to mere ashes. I, Yu, hereby vow to the heavens, I shall fulfill every promise made to Su Lai, without reservation. Should I breach this oath, may the heavens unleash 5 bolts of thunder upon me. May my family, the Yu clan, be left devoid of life. This vow, devoid of any trepidation, was uttered by Yu Hu. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a frown creased his brow. As a martial artist of great prowess, his senses were acutely attuned, and at that moment, he was overcome by a premonition of impending calamity. Meanwhile, Su Lai had already sensed the gathering power of thunder above the courtyard of the Yu clan. With a light chuckle, Su Lai addressed Yu Hu. I forgot to mention, I am a cultivator. The oaths sworn in my presence will manifest. Yu Hu stood momentarily stunned. Cultivator. Su Lai nodded and continued. Are you prepared to face the power of thunder? No sooner had Su Lai's words faded than Yu Hu felt a cataclysmic force looming above him, one capable of annihilating both body and soul. He instinctively looked up to behold a small thundercloud, pulsating with electric light, hovering ominously above his head. Veins bulged on his forehead as he exclaimed, You deceived me. With a sharp crack, a bolt of lightning descended from the cloud, striking Yu Hu. Tiger Lord. The 7 wolves cried out in alarm as Yu Hu was enveloped in a flash of electricity, vanishing from sight. Staring blankly at Su Lai, one of the 7 wolves stammered, What sorcery did you employ? That was merely the manifestation of Yu Hu's oath. Su Lai chuckled, recalling how Yu Hu had just sworn to forfeit all life within the Yu clan should he betray his vow. The 7 wolves were struck with dread as they realized Yu Hu had been reduced to ashes before their very eyes. In a panic, they turned to flee. But Su Lai's voice rang out, Fleeing will avail you nothing. Can you outrun lightning? Just as he spoke, a larger thundercloud appeared above the 7 wolves. And in a fleeting moment, they too were consumed by a bolt of lightning, reduced to mere dust. Those outside, witnessing the spectacle of the 7 wolves being obliterated, were left in stunned disbelief. What sorcery was this? In a flash of light, they had vanished. A wave of terror swept over them as they noticed the flickering thundercloud forming above their heads, the ominous lightning within threatening to strike at any moment. Recalling the fate of the 7 wolves, one henchman cried out in panic, Run. Yet, no matter how swiftly they fled, could they outrun the wrath of thunder? A third bolt of lightning descended, and the Yu clan's courtyard erupted in chaos, with the henchmen being turned to charred remnants. In mere moments, 3 bolts of lightning had laid waste to the Yu clan, sparing only Su Lai. The 4th and 5th bolts seemed to express their fury, wreaking havoc upon the clan's structures as if they were missiles striking a target. A cacophony of destruction ensued, reducing the Yu estate to rubble. Amidst the chaos, Su Lai reached out, and the treasures from the Yu clan's vault, gold, jewels, antiques, and cash, were drawn into a jade pendant shaped like a ram's head that hung around his neck. 20 years prior, he had acquired the Taiji inheritance from this very pendant, spending 2 decades studying its mysteries. However, his current level of cultivation was insufficient to fully unlock its potential, aside from realizing it served as a storage artifact. Upon leaving the ruins of the Yu clan, Su Lai made his way to the location where Lu Fei was staying, only to discover her absence. Counting his fingers, he determined she was unharmed, and then drove the McLaren gifted by Li Qingyao to her residence. Dressed in a sheer lace nightgown, Li Qingyao, seemingly unconcerned with her exposed state, smiled at Su Lai and said, Have you had a change of heart? Realized my worth? Understanding Su Lai deeply, she refrained from inquiring whether he had rescued Lu Fei from Yu Hu. Su Lai met her gaze with a calm demeanor before presenting the numerous bank cards Yu Hu had given him. Sister Qingyao, I require your assistance. Li Qingyao glanced at the cards, teasingly asking, What? Do you wish to keep me? That's fine. I don't spend much. Just 10 or 8 bucks a day will suffice. Sister Qingyao, I am speaking of serious matters. Su Lai rolled his eyes, explaining, The funds on these cards are ill-gotten gains from Yu Hu. All with the same password, 100090. Please ensure they are distributed appropriately. Li Qingyao paused. These belong to Yu Hu? Did you rob him? I am no thief. He willingly bestowed them upon me. Su Lai shrugged, standing to leave. I trust you will manage these. Li Qingyao shot him a playful glare. Don't leave yet. After a long night, are you not weary? Stay here. My bed is quite comfortable. Su Lai ignored her invitation, heading for the door. Just before exiting, he turned back. Warning, Sister Qingyao, it would be wise to identify those who have laid hands upon you. She winked. Aren't you always there to protect me? I can't always arrive in time. After Su Lai departed, Li Qingyao pouted. What an enigmatic man. Jasmine, Check the balance on these bank cards, she instructed, and have old Cha send someone to gather intelligence on you whose current situation. As she spoke, Li Qingyao's eyes narrowed. If you who has sustained serious injuries, let old Cha lead a team and eliminate him tonight. Li Jasmine cautioned, sister, you who is a formidable martial artist in his own right, with subordinates equally skilled. Even with Mr. Su's intervention, his power may prove insurmountable. Though we share an acquaintance in Su Lai, your understanding of him is still limited. Li Qingyao chuckled softly. I wager you who is now but a crippled tiger. If we miss this opportunity, there may be no second chance. And tonight, many will seek to claim the tiger's skin. Chapter 23. The Rolling Thunder Sister. Do you think you who will actually hand over his bank card password? I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Su has been deceived, said Li Mo Li, holding a bank card while accessing the account on her phone. Li Mo Li and Li Qingyao had known Su Lai for the same duration, 3 years. Throughout these years, Li Mo Li had questioned Su Lai on multiple occasions, only to be proven wrong each time. While performing morning exercises on her yoga mat, Li Qingyao suggested, why not check? That would clarify everything. After entering the password, Li Mo Li opened the bank account. Upon glancing at the balance, her eyes widened in disbelief. After meticulously counting the digits, she exclaimed, sister, there are over 70 million on this card. With a nonchalant response, Li Qingyao replied, please provide me with the total amount, rather than reporting each card individually. 20 minutes later, after compiling the information from the several bank cards, Li Mo Li trembled with excitement. Sister, the total is she presented an exceptionally precise figure. Despite knowing that the total across the cards would exceed 100 million, Li Qingyao's enchanting eyes displayed shock. How much? Li Mo Li, her cheeks flushed, stated, sister. I counted it 8 times, terrified of misplacing a decimal point. I assure you, it's 563,857,431. Li Qingyao exhaled deeply. No wonder I chose such a remarkable man. He truly possesses extraordinary audacity. Li Mo Li inquired, sister, do you think Mr. Su would regret giving away cards containing over 500 million? After all, with that amount, one could indulge for several lifetimes without lifting a finger. Li Qingyao chuckled. You have his number, don't you? Why not call him and inform him of the total in those cards? Let us see if he feels any regret. As Li Mo Li prepared to dial, Li Qingyao interjected, I guarantee that even if he knows the amount, he will remain unfazed. He is a man who regards money as worthless. Without hesitation, Li Mo Li dialed Su Lai's number. Mr. Su, I just checked the total amount in the cards you provided. Su Lai responded with a mere, Li Mo Li continued, Mr. Su. The total in those cards is 563 million. After a brief acknowledgement, Su Lai's tone remained flat. Is there anything else? Mr. Su, Qingyao wishes to confirm whether this money is solely for charitable purposes or if we should reserve a portion. Nothing to reserve. It should all be allocated for charity. Understood, Mr. Su. After hanging up, Li Qingyao shot Li Mo Li a knowing glance. Isn't that just as I predicted? Li Mo Li sincerely remarked, sister. You truly have an eye for character. He shows no interest in me. This earthly beauty, the alluring temptress, the charming wife, or the captivating widow. This speaks volumes of his resolute spirit. Li Qingyao mused, by winning my heart, he gains not only a partner of exquisite charm, but also a company valued at billions. Li Mo Li chuckled, sister. Could it be that his indifference towards you fuels your desire to conquer him? Li Mo Li then asked, sister, given that you who has given Mr. Su over 500 million, is it possible that you who has been intimidated by him? Old Cha is investigating. When he returns, you can ask him. When Old Cha arrived at the U residence, he found a dozen police cars surrounding the premises. Officers were carrying out charred bodies in pairs. What on earth is happening? Old Cha wondered, observing the scene. Upon noticing various factions of Qin Yuan City gathered, he approached them. Mugua, a trusted aide of the old beggar, greeted Old Cha. Ah, Tea-master, you've come too. Others also acknowledged Old Cha with nods. Old Cha, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, inquired, Mugua, you arrived early. What is the situation at Tiger's residence? When I arrived, the police had already begun removing bodies. So far, they've carried out 134 corpses. Mugua replied, it appears that Tiger's family has been annihilated. Old Cha was taken aback. What? Annihilated? Who possesses such power? How do we not hear a whisper of this? Someone held out a phone. Tea-master, you have experience with battles abroad. Take a look at this photo taken by our drone. After reviewing the images of the U residence, Old Cha remarked in bewilderment. It looks as though it has been bombarded. Indeed, it does resemble that. Yet we heard no explosions last night. Moreover, the bodies do not appear to have been killed by an explosion. Old Cha nodded thoughtfully. The annihilation of the Yu family is indeed peculiar. Noticing a coroner examining the scene, Old Cha approached him, followed closely by representatives of other factions. Young man, how did these individuals meet their demise? They appear so tragic. Master. The coroner, recognizing Old Cha, rose and expressed confusion. At first glance, it seems they were bombarded. But all the corpses show signs of death by extremely high-voltage electricity. High voltage? Old Cha looked up, noting the absence of transformers nearby. The coroner replied slowly, thus, I suspect these individuals were struck by lightning. Old Cha's eyes widened in shock. Struck by lightning. Mugwa gasped, how is that possible? Yesterday, we had clear skies in Qingyuan City. Rolling thunder, take heed. The coroner, casting a deep glance at Mugwa, remarked, their essay saying, man proposes, heaven disposes. The Yu family's fate is the result of their own actions. Mugwa's eyes flickered. Could it be that Master Hua has met a similar fate as Tiger? Old Cha inquired, young man, have you found Yuhu's body? What about the corpses of his 7 wolves? Not yet. However, the treasure vault of the Yu family has been breached, and it is now filled with nothing but rubbish. All valuables are missing. Old Cha's expression shifted. If everything from the treasure vault is gone, then Yuhu and his 7 wolves are likely in grave danger. Consequently, the businesses he controlled would become leaderless. In the forest, if a vicious tiger suddenly perished, its territory would inevitably be divided among other predatory creatures. Chapter 24. A notable idea in Qinghe village. At the Camellia Mountain Villa, the affluent Jiang Tianchao was enjoying tea with a portly elder. Jiang Tianchao inquired, Master Qian, is it true that your aphrodisiac poison is incurable? Rest assured, my brother Jiang. She will either await her demise or come begging for my assistance. Master Qian sipped his piping hot tea and continued, when the time comes. The person will be mine, and Hu Xingtang will belong to you, brother Jiang. That would be splendid. Jiang Tianchao rubbed his hands together. Although he was covetous of Li Qingyao's enchanting beauty, his greater desire was to acquire Hu Xingtang. Master Jiang. A steward rushed in, whispering urgently into Jiang Tianchao's ear. Yuhu's entire family has been exterminated. What? Yuhu has been wiped out? Jiang Tianchao's fury erupted. Who did this? Yuhu, whom Jiang Tianchao had nurtured for years to conduct unsavory dealings, was essential to the Jiang family's rise to prominence in Qinghe City. The steward explained. According to the forensic experts, Yuhu's family perished due to ground thunder. Master Qian asked, did all 7 of Yuhu's wolf cubs perish as well? The steward replied, except for the scorpion who is missing, the entire Yu family has been obliterated by ground thunder. Brother Jiang, this situation is suspicious. Master Qian raised an eyebrow. If I am not mistaken, Yuhu's family fell victim to someone from the Xianmen. Ground thunder. It must have been summoned by a lightning talisman. Jiang Tianchao's face darkened. Master Qian, as an esteemed figure of the Xianmen, do you possess a solution? After nurturing Yuhu for 2 decades, to see his entire family annihilated in a single strike was infuriating, especially since, despite being the wealthiest in Qinghe City, the Jiang family could struggle against other factions seeking to seize Yuhu's assets. The emergence of someone capable of using a lightning talisman to eradicate an entire family was undoubtedly dire news for Jiang Tianchao. Fear not. Master Qian chuckled. I shall visit the Yu residence and see if I can uncover any clues. As long as that person left a trace, I can track him down. Jiang Tianchao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. By the way, Yu has a brother named Yu Bao abroad, who leads a mercenary group. Master Qian, you shall locate him, while I will ensure his demise. Master Qian laughed. That sounds agreeable. Employing Xianmen techniques against mortals does come with backlash. The more one uses it, the greater the repercussions. It is indeed best to use another's hand to achieve our aims. In the Minghua Hall office, Lu Qinfeng burst into Lu Fei's office with great urgency. Before Lu Fei could reprimand her, Lu Qinfeng exclaimed, Sister, something has happened to Lord Hu. Lu Fei inquired. What is it? Lu Qinfeng, her face pale with fear, replied, I just heard that Lord Hu's entire family has been wiped out. Even Lord Hu himself has been slain. Lu Fei, incredulous, exclaimed, What? Lord Hu's family has been exterminated? After speaking, Lu Qinfeng began to gulp nervously. Sister, what shall we do? Lu Fei, perplexed, asked. What do you mean, what shall we do? Lu Qinfeng's chest heaved. Sister, it was Lord Hu who died. That is Lord Hu. I know, I certainly do. Stay calm. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei continued. If he is dead, then so be it. It saves us from living in fear. Lu Qinfeng stamped her foot. Sister, I have heard that Lord Hu's backing is Jiang Tianchao. If Jiang Tianchao discovers our connection to Lord Hu's demise, will he spare us? Lu Fei felt a pang of anxiety. He shouldn't be able to trace it back to us. Besides, we did not kill Yu Hu. It is crucial to remember that Yu Hu was merely the underground emperor of the eastern city, while Jiang Tianchao was the true sovereign of Qinghe City. To say he held the power to control the city would not be an exaggeration. Lu Qinfeng proposed, Sister, why don't we seek out young Master Hu? His connections are extensive. Perhaps he can mediate for us. Lu Fei nodded. All right. I will call young Master Hu right away. After Su Lai's dog led Li Qingyao, who carried several jars of aged wine, into the Su residence, Su Lai, sipping tea beneath the shade of a tree in the front yard, asked, With Yu Hu gone, why are you not preoccupied with seizing territory? What brings you here? Old T has taken charge. Li Qingyao, clad in a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her figure, smiled alluringly as she gracefully sat across from Su Lai. He feared someone might take advantage of the chaos to harm me, so he brought me here. At this moment, your place is the safest haven. Then, she patted the jar of wine she brought along and said, This is 30-year-old peach blossom brew. Su Lai instructed his dog, Go fetch some snacks to accompany the wine. The dog dashed to the kitchen and returned with a basket filled with food, $200 bills held in its mouth. Li Qingyao was astonished. These little ones are becoming increasingly clever. They can now buy groceries themselves? She then asked, By the way, what do you plan to do next? You won't just retreat into seclusion, will you? Seclusion is not without its merits. Su Lai chuckled. After all, I lack nothing. Li Qingyao cast him a flirtatious glance. Will you help your sister out? As Su Lai opened his mouth to respond, Li Qingyao quickly added, Hold on. Don't be too hasty in your refusal. Here's my idea. You granted me over 5 billion to engage in philanthropy, right? I believe that amount, used for charity, would benefit too few people. I wish to establish a dedicated charitable organization with that sum as the starting capital. Not only could the staff include disabled individuals, but the company's revenue would also be entirely allocated to charitable causes. Su Lai nodded. Your idea is indeed commendable. Li Qingyao inquired, Will you assist me? That is worth considering. Su Lai did not refuse this time. By the way, what do you wish to do? What else could I do? Cosmetics, of course. Wait here a moment. Su Lai rose and went to his study, returning shortly with a sheet of paper. Handing it to Li Qingyao, he said, This is a formula for medicinal cosmetics. It includes cleansing products such as toothpaste, shampoo, facial cleanser, body wash, as well as care products like masks, creams, toners, and body lotion. After examining the ingredients on the formula, Li Qingyao remarked, The herbs listed are all readily available. But where can I find Yujikao, Binqinghua, and Ziguzi? Su Lai replied, I can provide them. These are among the rare herbs you collected? After Su Lai nodded, Li Qingyao asked, Are you planning to give this formula to Lu Fei? Chapter 25. The mind is a precious asset. Su Lai nodded again, and Li Qingyao smiled charmingly. Fortunately, she was blind to let you go. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Li Qingyao did not doubt the efficacy of the cosmetic formula provided by Su Lai. From her understanding of him, if the formula were ineffective, he would never have shared it. A dog returned, carrying a basket full of vegetables. After Su Lai laid out the fresh produce, Li Qingyao suggested, Shall I find you a maid? After 3 years of service, it's time for a change. I'll manage on my own, he replied. By the way, old Cha is quite curious about how you exterminated the Yu family. Let us discuss it later. As the night breeze wafted gently, 2 striking young women suddenly burst in. Upon seeing Su Lai reclining leisurely on a chair, one girl, who appeared pure and ethereal, approached him and said, Young man, may we take refuge here? My sister is injured. The other girl, clad in casual attire, though not as innocent-looking, exuded a certain vigor. However, at that moment, her face was pale, and she needed support to walk. Su Lai replied coolly, Your friend has sustained internal injuries. She has only half an hour left to live. Realizing Su Lai could discern the nature of her sister's injuries instantly, the pure girl asked urgently, Young man, are you a doctor? Can you save my sister? With an air of calm assurance, Su Lai said, Of course I can save her, but you must agree to one condition first. Otherwise, you stay, and she goes out. I do not wish to collect her remains. Without hesitation, the pure girl replied, All right. The injured girl, Chu Chi, protested no. Jean, how can you agree to his terms so easily? Do you know who he is? Do you know what he might do to you if you comply? Jean, he is definitely not a good person. Glaring at Su Lai, Chu Chi added, Jean, he is absolutely not a good person. Qin Jean, looking worried, said, Seventh sister, you were ambushed by Iron Goat and took a heavy blow. If you do not receive treatment soon, it could be life-threatening. Chu Chi gritted her teeth. It's fine. I can hold on. Help will come. And I want to let him save me. Then you can go outside and wait to die? Su Lai said bluntly, in my house. I do not harbor the dead. Qin Jean pleaded no. Young man, I agree to your terms. Please save my sister. I believe you are a good person. Chu Chi, feebly, urged Jean. Don't trust him. Can't you see? If you agree to his conditions, he will harm you. Su Lai grinned. If I intended to harm her, I would have long since struck you down. Why would I bother to save you? With a sudden pft, Chu Chi spat out blood. Su Lai waved dismissively at her. Enough. You should leave quickly before you can't get out. No. Qin Jean begged. Young man, I accept your condition. Please save my sister. I trust you are a good person. Chu Chi, weak and furious, said, Jean, don't agree to him. I don't need his help. Su Lai shrugged. Addressing Qin Jean, little girl, you see, it is her who doesn't he want me to save her. Shaking his head, Su Lai remarked to Chu Chi. The mind is a fine thing, yet it seems someone lacks it. Who are you calling brainless? Chu Chi retorted, but her anger caused her to faint. Seventh sister. Qin Jean quickly supported Chu Chi and cried out to Su Lai for help. Young man, my sister has fainted. Please save her. I will do anything you ask. Su Lai inquired, is it acceptable for you to work for me here? Without hesitation, Qin Jean nodded vigorously. As long as you can save my sister, I will do anything. Seeing her agreement, Su Lai hoisted Chu Chi as if she were a mere cat and tossed her onto a bed in a guest room. Observing Su Lai's rough handling, Qin Jean's small face trembled. She wondered if he was being deliberate. Little girl, remove her clothing to expose her injuries. I need to fetch some needles. Understood. As Su Lai turned to retrieve the needles, Qin Jean began to strip Chu Chi of her garments. Upon his return, Su Lai was met with the sight of a small white lamb lying on the bed. Rolling his eyes, Su Lai said irritably, little girl, you only needed to expose her injured areas, not undress her completely. Startled, Qin Jean hurriedly began to dress Chu Chi again. Fortunately, Chu Chi remained unconscious. Otherwise, this girl would likely have dashed headlong into a wall. After finally getting Chu Chi dressed in her undergarments, Qin Jean urged, young man, it's done. Please treat my sister. Su Lai nodded and proceeded to administer several acupuncture needles to Chu Chi. After the last needle was inserted, the unconscious Chu Chi jolted awake. Upon seeing Su Lai treating her, she exclaimed, what are you doing? Such large eyes. Are they merely for expressing anger? Can you not see I am treating you? Su Lai replied with annoyance, then warned her, for half a month, do not engage in any altercations, or you may find yourself severely injured again. Chu Chi retorted, get lost. Who asked you to treat me? Qin Jean quickly interjected, seventh sister, please don't say that. It was I who asked the young man to treat you. Chu Chi asked, Jean, did you agree to his terms? Qin Jean replied, seventh sister, I cannot let you die here. Jean, you are too naive. He is definitely one of them. By agreeing to his terms, you are falling into his trap. As Chu Chi finished speaking, she realized she was left in nothing but her undergarments. Stunned for a moment, she hastily grabbed a nearby garment and yelled at Su Lai. You scoundrel! How dare you undress me? Seeing Chu Chi cover herself, Su Lai looked disdainfully and said, do you think you are exceptionally attractive or have a remarkable figure? You are as flat as an airport. Do you really think you are worthy of my attention? Qin Jean defended, seventh sister, it was I who stripped your clothes. It has nothing to do with the young man. He is a good person. Jean, one can never know another's heart. This guy certainly has ulterior motives toward you. Seeing Chu Chi preparing to retaliate, Su Lai laughed. You are recovering from a serious injury. If you act recklessly now, I assure you, your meridians will be shattered. Not even a deity could save you then. Qin Jean embraced Chu Chi tightly, saying, seventh sister, rest and recuperate. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. Fourth master, they have entered here. Chapter 26. The terrifying dog humph, still thinking of escaping. Chu Chi's expression changed. This is bad. They are chasing us. Jean. You must leave quickly. Sister Chi, don't move. They want me. Qin Jean turned to Su Lai and bowed. saying, "Young master, you must leave this place at once. Thank you for saving Sister Chi earlier. If I survive, I will surely express my gratitude for your life-saving grace." Chu Chi grasped Qin Zhanzhan's arm tightly, pleading, "Zhanzhan, do not act impulsively. You cannot go out." 8 men clad in dark cloaks appeared in the courtyard. "Qin Zhanzhan, will you come out willingly, or shall I kill everyone here and search for you?" the leader bellowed. Su Lai stepped into the courtyard, coolly remarking, "It is rather rude for you to barge into my home and shout at this hour. Do you not understand manners? Manners?" The people in the courtyard froze momentarily before bursting into raucous laughter. The leader, tears streaming from his eyes, exclaimed, "In my 30 years of life, this is the first time someone has told me to mind my manners." Seeing Su Lai in the courtyard, Qin Zhanzhan broke free from Chu Chi and approached Su Lai, addressing the intruders. "Lei Shi, the person you seek is me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I will come with you, so please let the others go." Lei Shi scoffed, "Miss Zhanzhan, what makes you think you are in a position to negotiate with me?" Dressed appropriately, Chu Chi emerged from her room, her face grim. "Lei Shi, reinforcements from the Qin family are on their way. I advise you to withdraw quickly." Lei Shi licked his lips, replying, "Miss Chi, do you think the Qin family would dare act against me if I took Miss Zhanzhan?" Chu Chi narrowed her eyes, warning, "Lei Shi, you should know the consequences of crossing us." Lei Shi shrugged, "Haven't we already crossed that line? My brother says that Miss Chi's little belly feels quite nice to touch. Once I capture her, I will certainly hand her over to my brother for him to have a good feel." "You." Chu Chi's eyes blazed with fury. Lei Shi waved his hand, barking orders. "Kill the men, capture the women." His subordinates lunged forward. "Young master, run." "Zhanzhan, quickly escape." Chu Chi hissed, dragging her injured body forward to confront them. With a sudden bark, Su Lai's 2 dogs lunged like phantoms at Lei Shi's men. The sound of bones snapping filled the air, and in an instant, several of Lei Shi's subordinates lay sprawled on the ground. Untrained in combat, Qin Zhanzhan thought Lei Shi's men had merely been knocked down by the dogs. However, both Chu Chi and Lei Shi, with their keen eyesight, were horrified to realize that those unfortunate souls had had their necks broken by the impact of the 2 dogs. Staring at the dogs panting innocently, Lei Shi clenched his legs together in fear. "What kind of dogs are these?" "Farm dogs," Su Lai replied calmly. "You haven't even seen farm dogs before." Gazing at the dogs capable of breaking necks, Lei Shi stepped back, addressing Su Lai, "Don't do anything rash. We bear no grudge." "No grudge?" Su Lai rolled his eyes. "Did you not just say you were going to kill me?" No sooner had Su Lai spoken than the 2 dogs, like bolts of lightning, lunged at Lei Shi's arms. With a sickening crunch, Lei Shi's arms were bitten off. As blood gushed from the wounds, Lei Shi screamed in agony and attempted to escape, but he was no match for the speed of the dogs. After only 2 steps, he suddenly lurched forward, crashing to the ground, only to feel excruciating pain in his knees. It was then he realized his legs had been severed at the knees. His lower legs clamped firmly in the jaws of the 2 dogs. "No, please don't kill me," Lei Shi cried out repeatedly. Qin Zhanzhan felt a mix of shock and joy. Just moments ago, she had been in despair. But who could have anticipated that the young master's dogs were so formidable? Effortlessly dispatching one of the notorious 7 evils of Ling and along with his 7 subordinates in a direct confrontation? Suddenly, with a final yelp, Lei Shi's neck was bitten, silencing his screams. Chu Chi fumed. "Why did you have to kill him?" As the 2 dogs dragged the lifeless body away, Su Lai shrugged and replied, "What are you to me? Do I need to consult you before taking a life?" Su Lai's unrestrained words incited Chu Chi's fury, and she raised her hand to slap him across the face. With a resounding smack, Su Lai struck Chu Chi's fair cheek. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Chu Chi covered her face. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Su Lai's expression turned icy. "What if you are the daughter of the King of Heaven? Disrespect me again, and I'll feed you to the dogs." Qin Zhanzhan interjected between Su Lai and Chu Chi. "Young master, Sister Chi, please speak civilly." Chu Chi grasped Qin Zhanzhan's arm, insisting, "Zhanzhan, this man is no good. Come back to my side." Su Lai smirked. "You might want to have your head examined. With your current condition, you think you can protect anyone?" "Seventh sister, the young master saved us just now. You shouldn't always view others as villains." "Zhanzhan, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. He is definitely not a good man." Suddenly, the roar of engines filled the air as 10 Land Rovers came to a halt outside Su Lai's home. Chu Chi's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. The reinforcements have finally arrived." "Zhanzhan, Chi, are you all right?" A burly man in his 30s, eyes sharp as lightning, strode in. Third brother. Qin Zhanzhan beamed, rushing to him. We are fine, thanks to this young master. Chu Qi, standing beside him, added, Third brother, that man intends to harm Zhanzhan. Seize him at once. Chao San's gaze turned lethal as he fixed it on Su Lai. You brat, are you seeking death? With a wave of his hand, he commanded. Kill him. Chao San's guards charged at Su Lai with murderous intent. Seeing her family's guards preparing to attack her savior, Qin Zhanzhan spread her arms wide to block them. Do not attack. The young master is a good person. Please, do not harm him. Yet, the guards seemed oblivious to her pleas, bypassing her to launch an assault on Su Lai. Insane. Su Lai sighed, then raised his hand. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the courtyard as Chao San's guards were swiftly brought to their knees, clutching their cheeks. You scoundrel, how dare you? Like a battering ram, Chao San charged at Su Lai, a look of glee spreading across Chu Qi's face. Even if Su Lai managed to take down all the guards, she doubted he could match Chao San. Chapter 27. Bullying the weak. What horrified Chu Qi was that after Su Lai's slap, Chu San, like those guards, covered his cheek and knelt on the ground. Chu Qi exclaimed, How can this be possible? Little girl, are these people truly your guards? Why do they not heed your commands? Su Lai chuckled coldly. A dog that does not obey its master is better off being struck down. Otherwise, it may harm its owner. Chu Qi demanded fiercely, Who on earth are you? She then positioned herself in front of Qin Zhanzhan. Zhanzhan, hurry and leave. I will hold him off. Are you a professional actor? Even at this moment, you are still putting on a show. Su Lai mocked, in your current state. Do you believe you can withstand a slap from me or fend off my dogs? His two dogs, tongues lolling, stared at Chu Qi, as if they could snap her limbs at any moment. You dare. Chu Qi gritted her teeth. Do you know who we are? Do you know who she is? Glaring at Su Lai, she declared, Zhanzhan is the little princess of the Ziseng Qin family. Now, I command you to kneel and apologize to us. The Ziseng Qin family is one of the top 10 legendary families in Donghua province. Even all the aristocrats of Qingyuan city combined would not be worthy to serve them. I am utterly disgusted by people like you who bully the weak. Su Lai scoffed. I will give you 3 counts to leave my home, or else. Chu Qi shouted defiantly, You dare? If you lay a finger on me, the Qin family will see you torn to shreds. But what responded to Chu Qi was Su Lai's massive palm. However, it did not strike Chu Qi, but rather, it hit Chu San's other cheek. With a resounding slap, Chu San was sent flying from the doorway, crashing heavily onto the street outside. As Chu Qi opened her mouth, Su Lai's warning followed. If you say another word, my dogs will tear your mouth apart. Seeing the 2 dogs baring their fangs, Chu Qi clamped her mouth shut. She had witnessed firsthand how these beasts had torn apart Lei Shi. Qin Zhanzhan, who had remained silent, addressed Su Lai, Big brother, they were in the wrong. I apologize on their behalf. Su Lai replied coolly, Make a call to your family. From today onwards, you will be my servant. You would make the little princess of the Ziseng Qin family your servant? Don't you know how to write death? Seeing Su Lai grow weary of conversing with Chu Qi, the 2 dogs slowly approached her, fearing that Chu Qi might be torn apart by the dogs. Qin Zhanzhan quickly said, Big brother, please do not be angry. I have apologized on behalf of Qi Jia. When one commits a mistake, one must bear the consequences, not let others apologize. Su Lai replied coldly, I give you 5 seconds. Either leave on your own, or remain here forever. The 2 dogs immediately fixed their watchful gaze on Chu Qi. They would not spare her simply because she was a girl. Worried that Su Lai's dogs might kill Chu Qi, Qin Zhanzhan pulled her towards the exit. The guards who had been slapped down by Su Lai also stood up, casting wary glances at him before heading out. At the door, Qin Zhanzhan said to Chu Qi, Qijia, you and Sangu should go back. Chu Qi grasped Qin Zhanzhan's hand, desperately pulling her towards the car. No, I cannot leave you here alone. This person has ill intentions. He is clearly not a good man. Zhanzhan, you cannot stay here alone. He surely has ulterior motives towards you. Qin Zhanzhan shook her head slowly. I have already promised Big Brother. I cannot be a person who goes back on my word. Chu Qi, exasperated, retorted, Zhanzhan. You are the little princess of the Ziseng Qin family. How can you become a servant to a lowly commoner? If the family head finds out, he will be furious. Su Lai's dogs barked twice, seemingly urging Qin Zhanzhan to return. Chu San, who had been thrown out by Su Lai, pointed at the 2 dogs and shouted, Kill them. The proud Chu San, as the captain of the Ziseng Qin family's guards, was used to being flattered wherever he went. Today, however, he had been publicly humiliated. Damn it, I was slapped twice. Sangu, don't. Qin Zhanzhan shouted anxiously, having witnessed how terrifying those dogs were. Nevertheless, Chu San's subordinates charged at the dogs without heeding her warning. The sounds of bones breaking and screams filled the air. In an instant, all of Chu San's subordinates collapsed to the ground, clutching their injured limbs. Seeing his men sprawled on the ground while the dogs remained unharmed, Chu San's confidence faltered. He was acutely aware of his subordinates' capabilities. Yet how could they fail against mere dogs? After dispatching Chu San's men, the two dogs leisurely approached him. Now, Chu San no longer dared to treat them as ordinary dogs, adopting a defensive stance. Come on, beasts. Upon hearing Chu San's defiance, the dogs transformed into blurs, attacking him from both sides. Chu San swung his iron fists at their heads, but despite his strength, the dogs were too swift. Before he could land a blow, they slammed into his sides. Having seen his men defeated by the dogs, Chu San no longer regarded them as mere animals. However, it was too late when he realized he had underestimated them. With a resounding thud, Chu San was sent flying, crashing against a Land Rover, which crumpled under the impact. Embedding his body into the vehicle, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Zhanzhan stamped her foot. Sangu, why didn't you listen to me? I told you not to engage. The dogs turned to look at Chu Chi. One of them barked, causing her to release Qin Zhanzhan's hand in a hurry. If one could be beaten by a person, it was a matter of lacking skill, but to be bested by dogs was a different humiliation altogether. Chu San gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, pulling himself away from the vehicle. His bronze face was now ashen. Who would have imagined that I, the captain of the Qin family guard, would be defeated by two dogs? Ugh, my sides hurt so badly. Am I going to be ruined? Unable to contain himself, Chu San bent over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Qin Zhanzhan looked at the pained Chu San and said to Chu Chi, Qijia, you and Sangu should return. I will stay here for a few days. Big brother is not a bad person. Your misunderstanding of him is too deep. Zhanzhan, he dared to act against us even after knowing your identity. What does that signify? Chapter 28. Dong Yulan. A sudden bark from Wang's dog startled Chu Chi into silence, rendering her unable to utter another word. Qin Zhanzhan shook her head, her small face reflecting profound disappointment. It has always been you who initiated the conflict. Seventh sister. Third brother, I am deeply disappointed in you. After taking a couple of steps towards the Su family, Qin Zhanzhan declared, I will call Grandpa. You may return. Upon entering the Su residence, Qin Zhanzhan retrieved her phone and dialed the head of the Zisong Qin family, Qin Shuhai. As soon as the call connected, Qin Shuhai's booming voice resonated. Zhanzhan, has the third brother contacted you? Grandpa, I have seen third brother. However, I will not be returning home for a while. Qin Shuhai, perplexed, inquired, what? Not returning home. Zhanzhan, what is the situation over there? Both Qin Zhanzhan and Chu San Chu Chi were equipped with tracking devices. And Qin Shuhai had already observed on his computer that Chu San and Qin Zhanzhan had converged. Or else, he would have suspected that Qin Zhanzhan had been abducted by the Thunder Serpent. Qin Zhanzhan recounted, Grandpa, just now, to save seventh sister's life, I promised to serve a young gentleman as a maid. I must fulfill my promise now. Furious, Qin Shuhai exclaimed. Who dares to be so audacious as to make our little princess serve him? Is he tired of living? What is Chu San doing? Qin Zhanzhan replied, Grandpa. Third brother attempted to leverage his status, but he was struck down to his knees with a single slap. Moreover, just moments ago, the two dogs he raised defeated third brother and his guards. How is that possible? Qin Shuhai gasped, knowing that Chu San ranked third among the younger generation of skilled fighters in Donghua province. He had become the captain of the Zisong Qin family's guards due to the formidable strength of his fists. Qin Zhanzhan continued, Grandpa, I witnessed it with my own eyes. By the way, you need not send anyone to pick me up for the time being. I can tell that this young gentleman is a good person and will not harm me. Furthermore, Grandpa, third brother, and the others should be properly disciplined. They have begun to bully others due to their status. They are our Qin family's guards, and their actions tarnish our family's reputation. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Shuhai, Qin Zhanzhan turned and re-entered the Su residence, assuming her role as Su Lai's maid. In a secret chamber of the Zisong Qin family, a wall covered with screens displayed the location information of Qin Zhanzhan and Chu San Chu Chi. Qin Zhuangxiang, Qin Zhanzhan's father, observed the dot representing her separate from the red dot of Chu San and Chu Chi, his anger boiling over. Father, give me a squad of Tian gang guards. I must discover who has the audacity to make my daughter serve him. Qin Shuhai shot a glare at Qin Zhuangxiang, reprimanding. How could I have produced such a fool? Qin Zhuangxiang protested. Father, your granddaughter is being treated as a maid. This is an affront to the Zisong Qin family. If this becomes public, we might as well cease to exist. Become public? Qin Shuhai coldly glanced at those responsible for the satellite tracking, issuing a gag order. I do not wish to hear any rumors about John. If anyone lets it slip, I will deal with your families as well. Rest assured, sir, we will not disclose any information. Qin Zhuangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, what are you planning? Zhan is your beloved granddaughter. How can you bear to leave her alone out there? You know nothing. After scolding, Qin Shuhai exited the chamber, followed closely by Qin Zhuangxiang, who remained perplexed. Father, how can you allow Zhan to fend for herself? She is your dearest granddaughter. Think for yourself. If you cannot comprehend this, I may reconsider who should lead the family. Disappointment etched on his face, Qin Shuhai analyzed the information relayed by Qin Zhan. Su Lai had incapacitated the peak-level Chu San with a single blow, indicating that Su Lai was at least at the innate level. Though the Zisong Qin family possessed innate-level warriors, they were 500 miles away from Qinghe village. If Su Lai truly harbored ill intentions toward Qin Zhan, it would be a miracle if they could recover her body. Father, Qin Zhuangxiang halted. Yulan, take a few mulberry seeds with you. Zhan has been accustomed to a life of luxury. I fear she may not adapt well. Qin Shuhai added, do you know what to do once you arrive? A graceful young woman beside him replied, rest assured, sir, Yulan knows what to do. In the early morning, Dong Yulan knocked on the Su family's door. Upon seeing two dogs answer the door, she smiled and said, hello, I come from the Zisong Qin family, here to serve Zhan. May I see my young lady? The two dogs, noting that Dong Yulan remained courteous despite their canine nature, turned and led her inside. One dog dashed to the kitchen, and shortly after, a disheveled Qin Zhan emerged with a small blackened face. Aunt Yulan, what brings you here? I spoke with Grandpa last night, and he said not to send anyone. Seeing Qin Zhan's untidy appearance, Dong Yulan's expression immediately filled with concern. Zhan, what are you doing? Why are you cooking for yourself? Su Lai, carrying a pot of tea, replied nonchalantly, isn't it expected for a maid to cook? Qin Zhan chuckled. Brother Su is absolutely right. Aunt Yulan, I never realized cooking could be so enjoyable until now. By the way, Aunt Yulan, this is Brother Su. Brother Su, this is my Aunt Yulan. Dong Yulan cast a deep gaze at Su Lai, but what startled her was that, to her eyes, he appeared merely as an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person strike down a peak-level warrior like Chu San with a single blow? It is a prerequisite to join the Qin family as a mulberry seed that one must be an innate-level warrior. To possess a level of skill that transcends even an innate-level warrior, one must reach the pinnacle of innate perfection. Only at this stage can one appear as an ordinary person while still possessing extraordinary strength. What terrified Dong Yulan even more was that Su Lai seemed to be only in his 20s. If a person in their 20s could achieve innate perfection, how great could their future accomplishments be? With martial arts as their path, they could shatter the void. Qin Zhan addressed Dong Yulan, Aunt Yulan. Please have a seat while I prepare breakfast for Brother Su. This is not your place to serve. Dong Yulan felt immense pity. Yet, Qin Zhan brushed it off. It's all right, it's fine. Aunt Yulan, when will you return? Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival. Zhan. The old master has asked me to bring your belongings, Dong Yulan said after glancing at Su Lai. He instructed me to find a place nearby to be closer to you. Qin Shuhai had sent Dong Yulan with mulberries to ascertain Su Lai's true capabilities before deciding on further actions. Qin Zhan waved her hands repeatedly, exclaiming, No. I've already purchased everything I need online last night. It will arrive in a couple of days. Purchased everything online? Dong Yulan paused, a mix of disdain and concern crossing her features. Zhan, why would you resort to buying such ordinary goods online? You are the little princess of the Qin family. As the princess of the Qin family, everything she used was custom-made, from her clothing to the items she utilized. Qin Zhan laughed heartily. What little princess of the Qin family? Right now, I am merely a maid. If others can use it, then I certainly can too. Aunt Yulan, please take those items back. I truly do not need them. Dong Yulan looked into Qin Zhan's eyes, smiling as she replied, All right then. Since the old master wants me to stay nearby to accompany you, I will place those items at my residence. You may come and collect them whenever you need. Is that acceptable? Very well. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Qin Zhanzhan drove the McLaren gifted by Li Qingyao, escorting Su Lai to Linglan village in the western outskirts of Qingyuan City. Since the Liu family had prospered, Old Master Liu had relocated back to the ancestral home in Linglan village to enjoy his twilight years. As Qin Zhanzhan arrived at the entrance of the Liu family home, she found Liu Fei waiting outside, seemingly for someone. When Qin Zhanzhan parked the car in front of Liu Fei, she was astonished. No one in her family could afford such an extravagant sports car, and none of the guests arriving possessed a McLaren either. Who could have possibly driven such a car? As Su Lai stepped out carrying 2 jars of peach blossom wine, Liu Fei's expression was one of incredulity. How could this be? This good-for-nothing, freshly divorced, could not possibly afford such an expensive car. At that moment, Qin Zhanzhan lowered the car window, revealing her pure, youthful visage. Ignoring Liu Fei, she cheerfully asked Su Lai, "Brother Su, when will you call for me to pick you up?" Su Lai replied nonchalantly, "Wait until I call you." "All right." Qin Zhanzhan responded happily before stepping on the accelerator, the McLaren speeding away. Liu Fei's demeanor turned frosty, resembling a glacier. After casting a calm glance at Liu Fei, Su Lai proceeded to walk inside. "Stop. I have something to say to you." Liu Fei's voice was laced with iciness. Su Lai paused slightly, as Liu Fei, suppressing her fury, confronted him. "What do you mean by this, Su?" With a composed expression, Su Lai inquired, "What do you mean?" Liu Fei, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Luxury cars, beautiful women. What do you intend by this?" Su Lai scoffed, "Are you implying that only you deserve attention from men, while I am unworthy of a luxury car or beautiful women? Why should you revel in life post-divorce while I am expected to languish in despair?" Liu Fei's chest heaved with indignation. "You scoundrel!" Ignoring her, Su Lai continued into the house. Liu Fei stifled her anger and followed, remarking as she passed him, "Su Lai, grandfather's health has not been well lately. Do not inform him of our divorce just yet." Upon entering the courtyard, Su Lai noticed that many guests had already gathered. The Liu family was not particularly affluent. Liu Fei's parents had both perished in a car accident years ago, leaving her with only her aunt, Liu Lin. At that moment, Liu Lin was seated beside Old Master Liu, while her husband, Zhao Qing, was still out of town on business. Traditionally, the Dragon Boat Festival was merely a family gathering, attended only by Liu Lin's family and Liu Fei's household. However, this year, there were additional guests, including Hu Yuan and several suppliers from the Minghua Hall. Upon spotting Su Lai, Liu Lin began her mockery. "Ah, someone's arrogance is quite remarkable, making all of us wait for him alone." Liu Qin chimed in, "Indeed. Lacking talent, yet brimming with arrogance, he takes the crown." Liu Jian, sporting a bruise on his face, sneered at Su Lai, warning, "Aunt, be cautious. His fists are formidable. Don't provoke him." He then pointed to his own bruise, complaining to Old Master Liu, "Grandfather, look at my injury. He did this to me." Old Master Liu, who was sipping tea, widened his eyes in surprise. "What? Did you grow hair on your head? If not, then aren't you just bald? Are you wearing a wig?" Upon seeing Su Lai, a smile broke across Old Master Liu's face. "A Lai is here. Come, sit beside me, let us eat." Su Lai smiled slightly, moving to sit beside Old Master Liu. "Grandfather, I brought you 2 jars of fine wine." Old Master Liu beamed, "Wonderful. We must enjoy a few cups." Liu Jian stared at Old Master Liu in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he appeared neither deaf nor mute in Su Lai's presence. After everyone was seated, Liu Qin placed a beautifully packaged bottle of red wine on the table. Glancing at the 2 jars Su Lai had brought, she smirked, "Grandfather, if we are to drink, let us indulge in this. This is the exquisite Roman Chianti that Hu Shao brought back from abroad." Someone exclaimed, "Is it truly the king of red wines, Roman Chianti? I heard a single bottle costs over 100,000. What? Over 100,000 a bottle?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that a single bottle of wine could cost such a fortune? Liu Lin exclaimed, "Hu Shao, you are too extravagant." Feigning modesty, Hu Yuan waved his hand. "It is merely a bottle of wine. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, that is what matters." Turning her attention to Su Lai, Liu Lin derided, "Su Lai, look at the wine Hu Shao brought, and then look at what you brought. What on earth is that?" Liu Jian scoffed, "Those 2 jars. Could they possibly contain horse urine?" Su Lai narrowed his phoenix eyes. "I dare say, my wine is undoubtedly superior to that Roman Chianti." Liu Jian laughed coldly. "You dare claim that your horse urine can surpass Hu Shao's $100,000 top-tier red wine?" Liu Qin, equally disdainful, added, "It's one thing to bring low-quality goods, But to deny their inferiority to others is truly repugnant. Have you all finished? Old Master Lu turned to Su Lai, saying, "A lie, pour me a cup. After a lifetime of drinking white wine, I am unaccustomed to red." As Su Lai opened one jar, the fragrant aroma of peach blossoms wafted forth. Chapter 30. Peach Blossom Brew. How dare this wine be laced with artificial flavoring? Only counterfeit liquor would resort to such measures. TSK, TSK. What kind of person would serve such a fake drink? Consuming this could very well land us in the hospital. The crowd buzzed with discontent, prompting Lu Lin to slam her hand on the table in indignation. "What do you mean by this, Su? Are you attempting to poison us with counterfeit wine?" Su Lai responded coldly. "Have you ever heard of Peach Blossom Brew?" Lu Jin banged the table and exclaimed, "Peach Blossom Brew? What is that?" "Su, if you lack the funds for real wine, that's one thing, but to concoct such a fanciful name is absurd." Lu Qin chimed in clearly. "This is just fake wine. How dare you quibble? If you can't afford genuine wine, just admit it. I can lend you the money. How dare you bring such poison here?" Su Lai scoffed. "You are simply blind to the truth." With a resounding clap, Lu Lin slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising in fury. "What did you say? Who do you think you are, to claim we are blind? You, a pitiful creature, have no right to judge us." Old Master Lu furrowed his brow. "Are you planning to ruin our meal? If so, you should leave." Lu Qin sneered. "Did you hear that? Grandfather wants you out. Our Lu family does not welcome a coward like you. I am speaking of you." Old Master Lu thumped the table. "Since Al Lai's arrival, you've been nitpicking and finding fault. Do you think you are so superior?" Lu Qin pouted. "Grandfather, we are your own flesh and blood. He is merely an outsider." Old Master Lu shot her a glare. "Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. If you wish to ruin my celebration, do not expect to be invited to future festivities." Just then, a slightly portly middle-aged man entered, bearing gifts. "Uncle, you're here. Weren't you supposed to accompany the leaders on a business trip?" Lu Qin rushed over to take the gifts from Zhao Qing's hands. The leaders wanted to celebrate the festival early. The inspection concluded ahead of schedule. Zhao Qing smiled, his gaze landing on the bottle of red wine on the table. "Wow, Roman economy. This wine is extraordinary. It must be worth over 100,000. Old Zhao, this was sent by Xiaohu from Husheng Real Estate. That kid has a good heart." Lu Lin shot a glare at Su Lai, wishing she could have given him a piece of her mind had Old Master Lu not intervened. Suddenly, Zhao Qing's nose twitched, filled with curiosity. "Peach Blossom Brew. Who brought it?" "Uncle, it's him. He brought 2 jars of fake wine, claiming it was Peach Blossom Brew." Lu Qin pointed at Su Lai and the 2 jars beside him. In an instant, Zhao Qing dashed to the jars, inhaling deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. The aroma of the wine is infused with the rich scent of peach blossoms, refreshing and enchanting. This is actually 30-year-old Peach Blossom Brew." Lu Jin regarded Su Lai with newfound respect, asking, "Uncle, we know little of wine. Is this Peach Blossom Brew truly valuable? Could it be worth more than the Roman Econti that Young Hu gifted? Valuable? You have no idea." Zhao Qing shook his head. "Peach Blossom Brew's worth cannot be measured in mere currency. Do you know what it means to have a price, but no market? A jar of 20-year-old Peach Blossom Brew is valued at 1 million. One can only imagine the worth of 30-year-old brew." "What?" The room fell silent in disbelief. "A 20-year-old brew is worth 1 million. Old Zhao, are you joking?" Lu Lin stared incredulously at Su Lai, struggling to accept this revelation. Zhao Qing continued. "There was a time I shared half a cup with a high-ranking official who claimed that 30-year-old Peach Blossom Brew could not be bought for less than 5 million a jar." Upon hearing Zhao Qing's words, the expressions of everyone in attendance morphed into a peculiar blend of astonishment and disbelief. Who would have thought that what they dismissed as counterfeit wine was, in fact, an exquisite vintage worth 5 million? How could this be possible? Lu Lin gritted her teeth. "Old Zhao, are you sure? This wine was brought by Su Lai. How could he possibly afford 5 million worth of fine wine?" Lu Qin added, "Let alone 5 million. He couldn't even afford a mere 5,000 for wine. Indeed, how could a worthless person like him possess such valuable wine?" Lu Jian remarked. "Could it be stolen?" Lu Lin slammed the table. "Absolutely. It must be stolen." Others nodded in agreement, asserting that such extraordinary wine could not be in the hands of someone so inconsequential. Moreover, 2 jars. Hu Yuan added sarcastically, "Su Lai, if you were caught with this $5 million fine wine, you could face 10 years at the very least. This wine was brought to honor grandfather." Su Lai retorted coldly, "You esteemed individuals drinking my wine would only tarnish your reputations. Pouring a glass for old Master Lu and himself, Su Lai declared, "I believe in Allah's character. This wine surely was not stolen." Old Master Lu interjected, "Even if it were stolen and he were imprisoned, I would accompany him." With that, Old Master Lu raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. What a fine wine. Truly worthy of peach blossom brew. It is smooth and leaves a lingering fragrance. Allah, I shall have a glass too. Zhao Qing reached for one of the jars of peach blossom brew. Su Lai did not refuse, but as Zhao Qing poured himself a glass, Lu Lin swiftly snatched it and drank it all in one go. With Lu Lin leading the charge, others began to eagerly present their glasses to Zhao Qing. "Uncle, pour me a glass. Uncle, I want to try too. Uncle." These individuals, who had initially denounced Su Lai's wine as fake and accused him of theft, now reveled in the exquisite taste of what was, in truth, a rare treasure. Each sip was a taste of luxury, enough to boast about for a lifetime. Having seen through their true colors, Su Lai chose to remain silent, wishing only for old Master Lu to enjoy a delightful dragon boat festival. As the last drop of peach blossom brew disappeared, Hu Yuan proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, our Husheng real estate has an exciting project ahead. I wonder if any of you would be interested in participating?" All eyes turned to Hu Yuan. While Husheng Real Estate may not be the leading company in Qingyuan City, it was still a profitable and reputable enterprise. Lu Fei, curious, inquired, "Young Hu, does Husheng Real Estate really need funding? The city is planning to rectify the area of unfinished buildings in the southwest. Yet, we recently launched a small community in the south." Hu Yuan lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. If it were merely one project, Husheng Real Estate could easily manage. However, if there are two projects, our funds may become somewhat strained. Therefore, my father suggests taking a loan from the bank. Yet, I wish to make friends with all of you present. Chapter 31. The Art of Deception. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. For who was unaware that Husheng Real Estate was currently reaping immense profits? Who would wish to miss such a fortuitous opportunity? Lu Qin was the first to raise her hand, exclaiming, "Young Master Hu, I can invest 10 million. Lu Lin quickly followed suit, declaring, "I'll put in 5 million. I offer 8 million. Came another voice, "Count me in, I'll invest 12 million. This is all my savings." Hu Yuan beamed with delight. Noticing that Lu Fei had yet to express her intentions, Hu Yuan turned to her and inquired, "Fei Fei, what about you? Do you wish to invest?" Lu Fei contemplated for a moment before responding, "Let me think it over." Although a significant part of the success of Ming Huatang could be attributed to Su Lai, Lu Fei also possessed her own abilities. Given the substantial sums involved in such investments, caution was paramount. Lu Lin urged, "Fei Fei, can you doubt young Master Hu's character? Once you invest, you can simply sit back and count your earnings." Hu Yuan tactfully interjected, "Auntie, let us allow Fei Fei to ponder it thoroughly. After all, this involves considerable funds." Lu Qin chimed in, "Sister, what is there to consider? Young Master Hu has assisted us time and again. His integrity is beyond question." Reluctantly, Lu Fei nodded. After all, she owed Hu Yuan a significant favor, and this investment could serve as a means of repayment. Upon receiving her agreement, Hu Yuan promptly asked, "Fei Fei, how much can you contribute?" 70 million. After Hu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifted to Su Lai, a playful smirk on his face. "Su Lai, would you care to invest as well? For Fei Fei's sake, even if you contribute just 100 yuan, I can assure you a worry-free life ahead." Su Lai replied coolly, "I have no interest in a company on the verge of collapse." Hu Yuan's expression faltered. "What did you say?" Su Lai reiterated, "I have no interest in a company on the brink of disaster." "You're talking nonsense." Hu Yuan erupted. "Our Husheng Real Estate is thriving, and you dare claim we are on the verge of collapse?" Su Lai laughed derisively. "You know best whether Husheng Real Estate is on the brink of disaster. Do I need to elaborate further?" From Hu Yuan's demeanor, Su Lai discerned that this fellow was on the precipice of financial ruin, confirming Qi Yueshi's assertion that Husheng Real Estate was indeed facing imminent collapse. "Enough with your nonsense." Hu Yuan, now frantic, shouted, "How could our esteemed Husheng Real Estate possibly be on the verge of disaster?" Lu Qin interjected, "I see now. My sister must have made a wager with that little vixen, and you don't want her to lose. So you come here spreading rumors." It became clear to Lu Qin that such despicable actions were indeed beneath him. Spreading rumors about Husheng Real Estate's downfall was the height of disgrace. Husheng Real Estate had flourished in Qingyuan City for over 30 years, built upon a solid foundation and a good reputation. They were all eager to profit immensely from Husheng real estate and would not believe that it could face collapse. Su Lai shrugged, coldly stating, "Let us wait and see. Time will reveal who ends up losing everything. You needn't argue any further, young master who is merely looking out for friends, while you—" After casting a contemptuous glance at Su Lai, Lu Qin added, "You lack the funds to invest in young master whose venture and still wish for us to fail. You are truly a petty individual." The others joined in. Denouncing Su Lai, Lu Fei suddenly asked, "Su Lai, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Husheng real estate is on the brink of collapse?" 70 million represented nearly 80% of Ming Huatang's liquid assets, leaving no room for Lu Fei to act recklessly. Lu Lin laughed scornfully. His baseless slander lacks any evidence. You can investigate yourself. A company as large as Husheng real estate would surely leave traces if it were to collapse. Su Lai's words seemed to validate Lu Lin's assertion, causing Lu Fei's expression to grow cold. Of course, how could Husheng real estate face disaster? You are simply envious and wish for our downfall. Lu Jian's remark evoked hatred-filled glares from those around him. For it is said that obstructing another's path to wealth is akin to killing their parents. Su Lai chuckled darkly, recognizing that it was futile to counsel the obstinate. If these individuals were eager for their own financial ruin, what need was there to intervene? He was curious to see the expressions on their faces once Hu Yuan absconded with their investments. Suddenly, Lu Fei's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression lit up with excitement. "I apologize, it's a call from Secretary Li of Huixing Tang. I must take this call." Everyone present, except for Su Lai, exhibited signs of exhilaration at the mention of Li Moli, the spokesperson for Huixing Tang. "Answer quickly, don't keep her waiting." "Hello, Sister Moli." Lu Zong. "Huixing Tang is preparing to launch a skincare project. If you are interested, please bring your funds and the qualifications of Ming Huatang, and come to our company for a discussion in 1 hour." "Certainly, Sister Moli." Meanwhile, Su Lai felt a flicker of confusion. If his assumptions were correct, that skincare project must have originated from Li Qingyao. But what was Li Qingyao up to in summoning Lu Fei for discussions? Night fell over Qinghe village. The house nearest to the Su family had been acquired by Dong Yulan, positioned perfectly to surveil the Su household. After reporting her findings, the Qin family confirmed that Su Lai was a master of innate caliber. However, their think tank found it hard to believe that Su Lai would keep Qin Zhanzhan as merely a maid, suspecting instead that he had ulterior motives concerning her. Thus, Dong Yulan remained on standby, ready to eliminate Su Lai should he harbor any intentions toward Qin Zhanzhan. Presently, Dong Yulan sat cross-legged on the second floor, vigilantly watching the Su house. As an innate martial artist, her eyesight was exceptional, yet she was perplexed by her inability to discern the situation in the Su family's backyard. Day or night, the Su family's rear courtyard appeared shrouded in a dense fog, effectively obstructing Dong Yulan's probing gaze. Although she had considered leaping into the Su family's backyard, her cautious nature held her back, particularly since she did not wish to provoke Su Lai, an innate martial artist whose true strength eluded her comprehension. Suddenly, 2 figures clad in black leaped over the Su family's wall and landed in the front yard. Without masks, Dong Yulan instantly recognized them as the 6th and 7th members of the 7 Evils of Lingnan, infamous villains known for their ruthlessness, yet capable of silencing the cries of children. A smile crept across Dong Yulan's lips. "At last, we shall witness your prowess." Should she see Su Lai in action, she could ascertain his true capabilities, enabling the Qin family to prepare a suitable response when Su Lai revealed his true intentions. At the very least, they could gauge what kind of martial artists were necessary to counterbalance Su Lai's strength. Chapter 32. The disruption of feng shui to the astonishment of Dong Yulan. The 2 martial arts masters at the pinnacle of their dark energy just landed at the Su residence when they were unexpectedly head-butted in the abdomen by the family's 2 dogs. Subsequently, they were swiftly bitten in the throat, their lives extinguished in an instant. Witnessing the 6th and 7th members of the Lingnan 7 Evils being dragged into the courtyard by the dogs, Dong Yulan gasped in disbelief. As formidable figures in their domain, the 6th and 7th of the Lingnan 7 Evils were both peak dark energy warriors, adept in cooperative combat techniques. Yet now, they had been dispatched by mere dogs. While the canines had indeed launched a surprise attack, how could they possibly eliminate 2 powerful martial artists so effortlessly? Had the 6th and 7th of the Lingnan 7 Evils ever dreamt that they would perish at the jaws of dogs? Moreover, could it be that the pursuing Lei Shi had also met a similar fate? If anything were to befall Su Lai, these dogs would surely require the assistance of at least 2 innate masters to handle the situation. In the early morning, Su Lai received a phone call from Li Qingyao. "Alai, a friend of mine has been unwell lately, yet the hospital has been unable to determine the cause. Would you be interested in lending a hand?" Li Qingyao added, "By the way, he possesses the Xuanwu armor that you mentioned." Xuanwu armor? That was indeed a valuable item that could enhance the defense of his 2 dogs. Su Lai immediately agreed. "All right, I shall come to pick you up shortly." Not long after Li Qingyao hung up, a Maybach came to a halt at the entrance of the Su residence. Instead of allowing the driver to knock, Li Qingyao took it upon herself to rap on the grand door. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" Upon seeing a pure and innocent girl open the door, Li Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. Has he taken to hiding a beauty? After assessing Qin Zhanzhan from head to toe, Li Qingyao felt a sense of disdain. This girl seemed younger, her face less attractive, her figure lacking in comparison. What could Su Lai possibly see in her? Surely he wasn't enamored with her youth? She thought to herself, besides her age. What could she possibly have that eclipsed my qualities? Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Qingyao maintained a composed demeanor and smiled. Is this the Su residence? Is Su Lai home? Yes, yes. Qin Zhanzhan turned and called out, "Brother Su, a very beautiful sister has come to see you. This girl is so innocent." Just from Qin Zhanzhan's words, Li Qingyao gleaned a few insights. When Su Lai emerged from his room, he simply stated to Li Qingyao, "Let us go." Qin Zhanzhan protested, "Brother Su, you haven't introduced us yet." She then extended her hand towards Li Qingyao. "Sister, hello. I'm Qin Zhanzhan, the maid of Brother Su." Li Qingyao shook hands with Qin Zhanzhan. "Hello, I am Li Qingyao, a friend of Su Lai. We are stepping out. Please keep an eye on the door." After Su Lai gave a few instructions to Qin Zhanzhan, he exited with Li Qingyao. Once seated in the Maybach, Li Qingyao furrowed her brow in confusion. Qin Zhanzhan. Why does that name sound so familiar? Su Lai did not conceal the truth. She is the little princess of the Zisong Qin family. What? The Zisong Qin family? Li Qingyao gasped. You have the little princess of the Zisong Qin family as your maid? Su Lai asked nonchalantly. Is that not permissible? Li Qingyao was left speechless. Have you lost your mind? Threatening the little princess of the Zisong Qin family to be your maid? Are you aware of the terrifying power of the Qin family? The Zisong Qin family ranks 3rd among the top 10 legendary families of Dongyue province. Even my family pales in comparison to theirs. Just a word of caution. If the Zisong Qin family decides to come after you, I can do little to assist. Firstly, Qin Zhanzhan volunteered to be my maid. And secondly, I have incapacitated a few members of the Qin family. Su Lai shrugged and continued. Yet, I have yet to receive any trouble from them. What did you just say? Qin Zhanzhan voluntarily serves as your maid? Is she out of her mind? Why would a princess forsake her status to come and serve you? Wait, did you just say you incapacitated a few members of the Qin family? Who did you take down? Su Lai replied calmly, a guy named Chu San. Chu San. Li Qingyao took a deep breath. Impressive. Truly impressive. Once she regained her composure, Li Qingyao inquired, Alai, tell me, how did the little princess of the Zisong Qin family come to willingly serve as your maid? After Su Lai recounted the events of that night, Li Qingyao felt reassured. Since the Qin family sent Dong Yulan, it indicates that they have chosen to refrain from using force against you. Li Qingyao then cautioned Su Lai. However, Alai, do remain vigilant. As far as I know, Dong Yulan is also a martial arts master. Su Lai responded nonchalantly, rest assured, if something were amiss, it would have happened by now. Suddenly, Li Qingyao cast a flirtatious glance at Su Lai. Alai, I might also come to your home and be your maid. What do you think? I surpassed the little princess of the Qin family in both beauty and figure. Leaning back in his seat, Su Lai replied, you should focus on your career at Huishengtang. Unromantic. I might just choose to ignore you from now on. Li Qingyao rolled her eyes in response. The Maybach sped along, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the finest private restaurant in Qingyuan City, the Xiao Yuan. After disembarking, Li Qingyao led Su Lai into the innermost courtyard of the establishment. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in training attire was practicing Tai Chi, observing the man. Li Qingyao and Su Lai stood silently to the side until he completed his routine. Uncle Lu, this is Su Lai, the one I mentioned, Li Qingyao announced. She then introduced the middle-aged man to Su Lai. Su Lai, this is Uncle Lu Chun. Lu Chun scrutinized Su Lai with a hint of disdain in his gaze. I expected a master, but just a mere boy. Li Qingyao frowned slightly. Uncle Lu, one should not judge by appearances. Su Lai's medical skills are something I have witnessed firsthand. Very well then, let me check your pulse and see what insights you can provide. Lu Qin replied with a teasing expression. However, if it's a condition that the hospital can diagnose, I suggest you refrain from mentioning it, lest I throw you out. No need for a pulse check. Su Lai replied coolly. Your issue is not an ailment, but rather the disruption of your family's feng shui arrangement. Disrupted feng shui? Lu Qin froze momentarily, then erupted in laughter. Are you jesting with me? My meridians are simply damaged, my qi and blood are stagnant. And you claim to discern the disruption of my family's feng shui? Chapter 33. Departure without farewell. The injuries sustained were attributed to the disruption of the household's feng shui. If one does not rectify the feng shui arrangement within their home, no matter how adept the physician, healing the physical ailments will prove futile. Su Lai shrugged and remarked. You, or someone within your household, will inevitably suffer harm. Nonsense. A sickness is merely a sickness. What has feng shui to do with it? Do you think I would believe the ramblings of a charlatan? Lu Qin replied, irritation etched across his face. I was merely offering a word of caution. Su Lai countered. Casting a glance at Lu Qin, he added, you have 3 lines of blood on your forehead. Within half an hour, someone in your household will surely encounter a disaster. Spare me your superstitions. Lu Qin shouted in fury, seizing a teapot and hurling it at Su Lai. With a slight sidestep, Su Lai avoided the projectile, which shattered against the wall. Bring him in. 2 robust men, clearly seasoned fighters, swiftly entered the room. Master, what is your command? Lu Qin pointed at Su Lai and declared, break his legs, shatter his teeth. Let us see how he speaks so freely thereafter. Li Qingyao stood up, interjecting, Uncle Lu. Su Lai is with me. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes at Li Qingyao, stating, Qingyao, I have shown you considerable leniency by not burying him in the garden. The 2 men approached Su Lai, lifting their legs to deliver a kick to his calf. However, with a resounding slap, Su Lai sent them kneeling before him. Lu Qin's expression shifted, realizing Su Lai was indeed a martial artist. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. Upon hearing it, Lu Qin's complexion changed. This was a call of utmost urgency. He swiftly answered, and a woman's frantic voice resonated from the receiver. Old Lu, our son fell down the stairs and has injured his head. Lu Qin exclaimed, what are you waiting for? Hurry, take him to the hospital. I'm on my way to the hospital now. You must return quickly. I shall head back immediately. After hanging up, Lu Qin turned to the 2 kneeling men in black and, with skepticism, questioned Su Lai, has the feng shui layout of my home indeed been altered? Believe what you will. Su Lai shrugged, then addressed Li Qingyao. Let us depart, Sister Qingyao. Just as Li Qingyao stood, Lu Qin hastily interrupted. Wait. He approached Su Lai, saying, I must admit, I was blind to your significance. Is there a remedy for the feng shui of my home? Li Qingyao chuckled softly. Uncle Lu, weren't you skeptical of feng shui? Lu Qin chuckled awkwardly. I am not entirely dismissive. It's just that there are too many charlatans these days. He then inquired of Su Lai, how can the feng shui of my home be amended? Su Lai replied nonchalantly, Mr. Lu, breaking and amending are 2 distinct processes. Breaking refers to dismantling the damaged feng shui layout to restore it to normalcy. Amending, however, involves altering the feng shui layout further for enhancement. Li Qingyao interjected cheerfully. Uncle Lu is a wealthy man. No matter the cost, he can afford it. Rest assured, I will ensure a suitable price for Brother Su. After a glance at Li Qingyao, Lu Qin harbored doubts that Su Lai was merely a kept man of hers, hence their conspiring against him. Brother Su, let us proceed to my residence. Su Lai waved his hand dismissively. Has a osmanthus tree recently been planted at your doorstep? Lu Qin's expression shifted. Have you been to my home? Su Lai smiled. I discerned it from you. Lu Qin gasped. You can tell such things just by looking at me? Su Lai, not wishing to elaborate, continued. To break that arrangement is simple. Simply replace the osmanthus tree with a grapevine. Lu Qin pondered deeply, recalling that his ailments began to manifest around the time the osmanthus tree bloomed. He promptly dialed a number, stating, remove the osmanthus tree at the entrance and replace it with a grapevine. After ending the call, Lu Qin turned to Su Lai and said, no need for further formalities. Li Qingyao's demeanor soured. Uncle Lu, what is the meaning of this? Nothing of consequence. Lu Qin retorted coldly. I merely wish to verify the accuracy of this young feng shui master's claims. Su Lai chuckled. It seems Mr. Lu aims to benefit without cost. Lu Qin scoffed. If you allow me to do so, it would indeed be your honor. Su Lai shook his head with a smile. Mr. Lu, Has no one ever advised you not to seek a feng shui master without compensation? Li Qingyao regarded Lu Chun with disdain. Lu Chun, with head held high, proclaimed, "You have harmed my two subordinates. Consider your words as payment for their medical expenses." Su Lai replied coolly, "Mr. Lu, I await your plea." "Plea? You can wait for my disdain. Leave, or I shall unleash my wrath." As Su Lai and Li Qingyao approached the entrance of the restful garden, Li Qingyao's chest heaved in indignation. "I cannot believe this Lu character. I should not have brought you here. Enough. He lacks virtue, and I shall not extend courtesy," Su Lai declared, kicking a small stone into his palm. He then traced a finger over the stone before tossing it onto the artificial hill at the entrance of the restful garden. Li Qingyao inquired, "What does this signify?" Su Lai chuckled, "You shall know shortly." As Lu Chun prepared to return, a sudden chill swept over the nape of his neck. A screech of brakes interrupted the moment, causing him to lurch forward in his seat. Infuriated, "What the hell?" The driver turned and said, "Boss, it seems we hit someone." From behind, several bodyguards disembarked from a vehicle, encircling Lu Chun's car before reporting, "Boss, all is well." In frustration, Lu Chun slapped the driver, "Drive properly." "Yes, boss," the driver responded, restarting the car. Yet, as he pressed the accelerator, the Volvo surged forward and stalled. Lu Chun bellowed, "Can you even drive?" The driver, now sweating profusely, stammered, "Boss, this car needs maintenance. Shall I arrange a replacement?" With a sudden force, Lu Chun flung the car door open, oblivious to the 5 or 6 inebriated men passing by. One stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. "Get him!" shouted the others, fists raised as they charged at Lu Chun. Chapter 34. Lu Chun on the road. How dare you be so blind? How dare you open the door recklessly? A group of inebriated men pinned Lu Chun to the ground and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Observing their boss being assaulted, a few bodyguards seated in a Range Rover immediately attempted to exit the vehicle. However, for reasons unbeknownst to them, the cursed door seemed welded shut, refusing to budge, which sent the guards into a frenzy as they pounded on the car windows. "Stop it! Stop it at once! You bunch of bastards, I command you to cease," Lu Chun shouted, his voice filled with fury. The driver of the vehicle managed to push the door open, but just as his foot touched the ground, one of the drunken men slammed the door shut with a vicious force. The sound of a sickening crack echoed as the driver's leg was caught and shattered, leaving him howling in agony from the seat. Fortunately, the security personnel from the nearby establishment heard the commotion and rushed over with rubber batons in hand. "Stop! I said stop. Do you have any idea where you are? Are you seeking death?" After the security guards swung their batons, knocking the drunken men to the ground, Lu Chun finally managed to rise from the pavement, his body marked with the imprints of shoes. With a menacing glare directed at the drunken assailants, he commanded, "Beat them. Beat them until they can no longer care for themselves." Seeing their employer being assaulted, the security guards were incensed and swung their batons in retaliation. "You scoundrels! How dare you lay a hand on my boss? I'll see you all dead for this." At that moment, the bodyguards from the Range Rover managed to push open their doors and rushed over. "Boss, the door wouldn't open for some reason," the lead bodyguard explained. Lu Chun shot a fierce look at the bodyguards. "If this happens again, I will not spare you." He had only brought these few bodyguards from the provincial capital, and had it not been for the need for their protection on the way back, he would have relished the opportunity to dispose of them. "Don't worry, boss. There won't be a next time." The bodyguards wiped the sweat from their brows. Lu Chun took out his phone and dialed the manager of the establishment. "Send a driver to the parking lot." Within 2 minutes of hanging up, the manager and a driver hurriedly arrived. The manager, ignoring the sight of the security guards dealing with the drunks, rushed to Lu Chun. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Take him to the hospital." Lu Chun pointed at the driver with the broken leg, then gestured to the new driver. His gaze then fell upon the drunken men, and he added with venom, "Make sure they don't get off easy." "Understood, boss." The manager grasped Lu Chun's intent immediately upon seeing the shoe prints on him. The new driver opened the back door of the Volvo. "Boss, please get in." Once Lu Chun was inside, the new driver entered and started the vehicle. However, just as they exited the parking lot, the car suddenly slammed to a halt. Lu Chun, seated in the back without a seatbelt, was thrown violently against the front seat. Before he could inquire what was happening, the new driver announced, "Boss, the automatic brakes activated." The bodyguards dashed from their Range Rover to assess the situation around the Volvo. After circling the vehicle, they reported, "Boss, there's nothing unusual." The new driver then asked, "Boss, doesn't this car need maintenance?" Lu Chun suddenly thought of Su Lai. Could this be the handiwork of that little brat? Damn it, this must be a coincidence. That kid doesn't have the slightest bit of skill. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen instructed the new driver, I want to switch to the other car. As he reached for the door to get into the bodyguard's Range Rover, the Volvo unexpectedly locked all its doors and windows. The driver was taken aback. This vehicle truly needed proper maintenance, or it wouldn't have locked itself without any input. What followed astonished the driver further. The Volvo started by itself and began to move. Lu Chen yelled at the new driver, what the hell are you doing? I said I wanted to switch to the Range Rover. Why is this car moving on its own? Boss, I didn't do anything. It's driving itself. The driver exclaimed in disbelief. This car is incredible. It can even drive automatically. Automatic driving? Lu Chen paused in shock before shouting at the driver, hit the brakes. This car doesn't have an automatic driving feature. The driver, bewildered, replied, no way. It turned on the turn signal by itself just a moment ago. Brake. I command you to brake. Lu Chen roared, terrified at the prospect of entrusting his life to a Volvo that had seemingly activated an automatic driving function, despite the fact that his model was the XC9, a vehicle that had boasted a 16-year safety record without fatalities. The driver pressed the brake pedal, but to his horror, he found he could not apply it. Boss, the brakes won't engage. The driver was on the verge of tears. Had he known the car was in such a state, he would never have taken the job. Use the handbrake, Lu Chen urged. However, after pulling on the handbrake, the driver was in tears. Boss, it's no use. Lu Chen slumped back against the seat, his eyes devoid of hope. The driver then reminded him, Boss, fasten your seatbelt. I'll try to regain control. Just as Lu Chen hastily buckled his seatbelt, his phone rang again. Upon answering, he heard his mother's nanny exclaim, Boss, hurry to the 6th People's Hospital. Your mother fell while out for a walk and has fainted. I understand. I'm on my way. Lu Chen replied, hanging up. Just as he did, his phone rang once more. Boss, your father was fishing and accidentally hooked his nose with the fishing line. We're heading to the 3rd People's Hospital. I understand. After ending the call, a wave of fear overcame Lu Chen. Could this all be the doing of Su Lai? In a sudden jolt, Lu Chen's vehicle collided violently with a Toyota Prado that lacked a license plate, crumpling its rear end. Upon witnessing their boss's vehicle meet with an accident, the bodyguards in the Range Rover slammed on their brakes and leaped from the car. 2 men exited the Toyota Prado, but upon seeing the numerous people surrounding Lu Chen, they quickly subdued their bravado. The bodyguards rushed over with urgency, pulling open the car door. Boss, are you all right? Inside the vehicle, Lu Chen trembled, overwhelmed by the bizarre events that had unfolded along the journey. Everything that could go wrong had indeed gone wrong, and he was genuinely terrified, fearing he might not make it through this ordeal alive. Chapter 35. I am not being forceful at all tomorrow. My newly registered cosmetics brand, Cuxwatang, will hold its grand opening ceremony at Dinghai Building. Do you remember to come? On the way back, Li Qingyao said to Su Lai. Su Lai replied, your new company is opening, so why should I attend? Li Qingyao shot him a glare. You are now the chief technical officer of Cuxwatang. Do you dare not show up? Su Lai looked astonished. When did I become the chief technical officer of Cuxwatang? I'm already busy enough. Don't assign me more tasks. What are you busy with? Playing house with that girl from the Qin family? Li Qingyao's face revealed a hint of jealousy. The formula for the cosmetics was given to you. If anything goes wrong during production, what do you expect me to do? You must come tomorrow. Su Lai resolutely refused. No way. Not happening. Li Qingyao rolled her eyes at him. If you dare not come, I'll move into your house. I will prance around in front of you without a stitch on. And I'll coax that girl from the Qin family to join me in naked escapades at your place. With that, Li Qingyao grabbed Su Lai's arm and shook it. Come on, dear brother. Su Lai appeared defeated by her antics. All right, I'll go. Is that enough? Instantly, Li Qingyao's face lit up with joy. Good brother. I have a surprise prepared for you at Cuxwatang tomorrow. I assure you will love it. Su Lai pouted surprise. As long as it's not a scare. Suddenly, Li Qingyao's phone rang. After glancing at the screen, she asked Su Lai, it's a call from Lu Chen. Should I answer? Su Lai shrugged. You might as well, otherwise he might come knocking at your door. Boss Lu, what can I do for you? Lu Chen spoke rapidly. Qingyao, I accepted that kid's terms. You two hurry back. Li Qingyao glanced at Su Lai and said, oh, Boss Lu, Lu Chen interrupted her. Qingyao, if you don't return, I'll come to your house right now and 1 tea leave. Fine. We'll head back to Shui Garden. After hanging up, Li Qingyao asked Su Lai, what exactly did you do? That old man seemed quite frightened. Su Lai replied nonchalantly. What good would it do to tell you? You wouldn't be able to use it. TCH. Li Qingyao shot him a flirtatious glance. You just don't want to share. Not long after returning to Shui Garden, Lu Chun rushed back in a disheveled state. Upon seeing Li Qingyao leisurely enjoying tea with Su Lai, he erupted in fury. You little brat, how dare you betray me? Su Lai immediately stood up and said to Li Qingyao, Sister Qingyao, let us go back. Do you dare leave? Show my boss what you've got, shouted Lu Chun, as several of his bodyguards rolled up their sleeves and charged at Su Lai, clearly intent on overpowering him. With a few swift slaps, all four of Lu Chun's bodyguards fell to their knees. Su Lai narrowed his phoenix-like eyes and called out Lu Chun's name. Lu Chun, don't push your luck. If you don't believe me, once I leave, your whole family will face calamity. Lu Chun, seething with rage, retorted, You brat. Li Qingyao coldly interrupted. Uncle Lu, you are the one seeking help, not the other way around. Lu Chun gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he said, Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for my earlier outburst. Family matters have overwhelmed me. Please accept my apologies. With that, Lu Chun clasped his fists in respect towards Su Lai. Su Lai chuckled coldly. My current price is not what it was earlier. If it weren't for the fact that the stone only supported one day, Su Lai would have walked away right then. Lu Chun's lips twitched as he said, The Xuanwu armor, I will send someone to retrieve it. Additionally, Mr. Su, feel free to state your price. Li Qingyao smiled and added, Uncle Lu, Su Lai still needs a place to dine. Lu Chun replied, I'll have someone send a platinum membership card for this place right away. From now on, Mr. Su can dine here at his leisure. Lu Chun continued, Is it just a platinum card? Lu Chun's eyes narrowed. What do you want then? Li Qingyao reminded Lu Chun. Uncle Lu, Su Lai just mentioned that his price is no longer the same. A platinum membership card for Shui Garden requires an investment of 10 million. Lu Chun had realized that Su Lai desired his Shui Garden, which was his most profitable venture. To transfer it to Su Lai would be akin to carving flesh from his own thigh. Since Uncle Lu has said so, then there's nothing more to discuss. Li Qingyao stood up and said to Su Lai, Someone is unwilling to part with money. Let us go. Wait. As Su Lai prepared to leave, Lu Chun quickly blocked him, gritting his teeth. Fine. I can transfer Shui Garden. Seeing Lu Chun's almost tearful expression, Li Qingyao chuckled. Uncle Lu, please don't force yourself. If you truly cannot part with Shui Garden, we can negotiate. By the way, I am not being forceful at all. I am sincere. I'll have my secretary print the contract right away. Lu Chun, growing increasingly anxious, understood that while Shui Garden was profitable, his other enterprises were worth even more. If Li Qingyao set her sights on those, he would be in dire straits. Su Lai scoffed, originally, just the Xuanwu armor would suffice. Now you're also adding Shui Garden. What is the point? Those words pierced Lu Chun's heart like a dagger. Cursing silently, Lu Chun made a phone call. Before long, Su Lai not only obtained the Xuanwu armor, but also became the owner of Shui Garden. After signing the contract, Lu Chun said to Su Lai, Mr. Su, please proceed. Su Lai replied coolly, It's already done. Done? What's done? Did you act? Lu, I have handed over both the Xuanwu armor and Shui Garden to you, and yet you go back on your word. You treacherous scoundrel. I will not let this go. Lu Chun glared at Su Lai with fury. Su Lai calmly stated, The misfortune-inducing feng shui arrangement is within Shui Garden. Now that I am its owner, your fortunes will return to normal, while I shall become the one cursed with misfortune. What? Lu Chun's face turned ashen as he glared at Su Lai. You plotted against me. Li Qingyao sneered. Uncle Lu, it was you who broke your promise first, failing to deliver on what was agreed. That is why Su Lai acted. Seeing the strange gleam in Lu Chun's eyes, Su Lai advised, Lu Chun, I suggest you refrain from meddling in chaotic matters. Otherwise, it will be your entire family that suffers. Recalling the misfortunes he had experienced on the way here, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and declared, Am I, Lu Chun, the sort to engage in such despicable acts? Chapter 36. Leave at once at 9 in the morning, Dong Yulan arrived at the Dinghai building. Not far ahead of her were Su Lai and Qin Zhanzhan. Observing Su Lai's figure, Dong Yulan couldn't help but sigh. How fortunate Chu San and Chu Qi were to return alive from the Su family. Just last night, a group had infiltrated the Su residence. Led by the notorious Tai Yong, the formidable leader of the Lingnan Seven Evils, a half-step innate master. However, they never even laid eyes on Su Lai. Nor did they utter a single cry, as they were swiftly dealt with by Su Lai's two fearsome dogs. Even Tai Yong, who had injured Chu Chi with a single strike, failed to last a single round against those terrifying beasts, meeting a swift demise as one dog snapped his neck. The mere recollection sent shivers down Dong Yulan's spine. Were those truly dogs? They bore an uncanny resemblance to magical beasts. Ahead, walking alongside Su Lai, Qin Zhanzhan was gleefully scanning her surroundings, exclaiming, "Brother Su, there are so many people here." As the little princess of the Zisong Qin family, she had been well protected, to the extent that she had never encountered such crowds before. Su Lai merely responded with a nonchalant mem. Today marked the grand opening of Li Qingyao's new cosmetics brand. Cook Swatang and nearly all the prominent figures of Qingyuan City were in attendance. Wow, there's even a dragon dance performance. Qin Zhanzhan exclaimed as she dashed toward the specially arranged stage to watch the performance. Below the stage, guests mingled, holding glasses of champagne and wine, indulging in light-hearted banter. "Fei, this place is far superior to Minghuatong. Soon, we shall be the masters here," Lu Lin remarked, her face brimming with excitement as she glanced around. "Annie, I'm merely the fourth shareholder in the new company established with President Li." Lu Feifei's expression was composed, yet her eyes sparkled with pride. Although a minor incident had marred their attendance at the old matriarch Zhao's birthday banquet, becoming a partner of Li Qingyao was an unexpected delight for Lu Feifei, who aspired to elevate the Lu family to prominence. Being the fourth is quite commendable. By aligning ourselves with President Li of Huishingtang, the Lu family shall undoubtedly become a notable entity in Qingyuan City. Lu Lin expressed her satisfaction. Lu Qin, brimming with pride, declared, "Sister, with our family's business flourishing, isn't it time we consider relocating? I've already set my sights on a spacious villa, complete with excellent security, fit for our status." Lu Feifei retorted, "Our current residence is already splendid, a 400 square meter flat. Why are you still unsatisfied? Moreover, our family's endeavors have only just begun. There's no cause for such exuberance." "Hey, isn't that Su Lai? Sister, did we invite him?" Lu Qin's gaze fell upon Su Lai and Qin Zhanzhan at the stage's front. "What a nuisance. Why is this good-for-nothing everywhere?" Lu Lin remarked with disdain. "Feifei, how could you still have him here? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Lu Feifei shook her head, but upon seeing Qin Zhanzhan beside Su Lai, her anger flared, her previously calm demeanor turning a deep shade of displeasure. Lu Qin, too, noted that the girl accompanying Su Lai did not appear to be an ordinary passerby, her expression morphing into one of disbelief. How could that useless man have a woman by his side? Recalling that at the Zhao matriarch's banquet, Su Lai had been accompanied by Qi Yueshi, one of the Qingyuan twins. Lu Qin felt her pride severely bruised by the sight of this cast-off son-in-law changing partners so frequently. After striding up to Su Lai, Lu Qin hissed, "This is Dinghai Building, a place unfit for you. Leave at once, or I shall summon security." Qin Zhanzhan glanced at Lu Qin and inched closer to Su Lai. Uncertain of the woman's intentions, she instinctively felt that she would be safe beside Su Lai, even with the innate warrior Dong Yulan behind them. Su Lai squinted at Lu Qin and replied coolly, "You're insane." "You." Lu Qin gestured toward the security personnel. "Security." Two guards promptly approached, addressing her, "Miss Lu, is there an issue? Remove him and her from here. Today, Dinghai Building does not welcome them," Lu Qin commanded, her demeanor haughty as she glared at Su Lai and Qin Zhanzhan. "You've tainted this momentous occasion with your presence." Su Lai was taken aback. Was T. Cook Swatang established by Li Qingyao? Why did it now seem to belong to the Lu family? What was that woman up to? The guards turned to Su Lai and Qin Zhanzhan, saying, "Please exit the premises." Qin Zhanzhan queried the guards, "What is her status? What authority does she have to demand our departure?" Miss Lu is the younger sister of Miss Lu Feifei, a shareholder of Cook Swatang. Today marks its grand opening, one guard explained, noting Qin Zhanzhan's refined appearance. A look of realization spread across Qin Zhanzhan's innocent face. "Oh, so she isn't even the owner. What authority does she possess to demand our exit?" "You." Had it not been for the crowd, Lu Qin would have lunged to silence Qin Zhanzhan. "Why are you always around? You insufferable pest. Are you stalking Feifei? Let me tell you, you have been expelled from the Lu family. Cease your foolish pursuits of Feifei." Lu Lin disdainfully glared at Su Lai and Qin Zhanzhan as she approached. "Insane." Su Lai casually retorted before turning to Qin Zhanzhan, saying, "Let us go." Seeing that Su Lai had no intention of leaving, a guard stepped forward to stop him. "Sir, please exit." Su Lai narrowed his eyes and said, "Get lost." Dong Yulan positioned herself protectively in front of Qin Zhanzhan, addressing Lu Lin and Lu Qin. I apologize, but the Dinghai building is a property of our family. Therefore, I must kindly ask you, along with your sister Lu Feifei, to leave. The Dinghai building does not welcome anyone with the surname Lu. To dare to demand the departure of the little princess of the Zisongqin family was utterly intolerable, especially since Dinghai building was indeed a property of the Zisongqin family. Our family, yes? Lu Lin and Lu Qin exchanged incredulous looks, as if they had just heard the most absurd joke. Who do you think you are? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Just as Dong Yulan finished speaking, Wang Hai, the building's manager, rushed over, having been summoned by her. He approached Dong Yulan with a bow, asking, Ms. Dong, how may I assist you? From this day forward, the Dinghai building does not welcome anyone with the surname Lu. Dong Yulan pointed at Lu Lin and Lu Qin. Do you understand my request? Understood, understood. Wang Hai straightened up and waved at the security, instructing, please escort these two Lu ladies out of Dinghai building. Furthermore, none with the surname Lu, or associated with them, shall be permitted to step foot in Dinghai building. Chapter 37. We are leaving, Lu Lin exclaimed in anger. Do you know who we are? How dare you attempt to expel us? Lu Qin interjected. We are partners of General Manager Li from Huishingtang. The Cuxwatang holds shares from our Lu family. Cuxwatang? It is merely renting 2 floors in our Dinghai building. Do you truly believe you are the masters here? Wang Hai sneered repeatedly. Even if Li Qingyao were present, you would still have to get out today. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and throw these 2 Lu sisters out. What use are you, useless lot, to me? The security guards of Dinghai building promptly surrounded Lu Lin and Lu Qin, stating, please leave. Upon witnessing Lu Lin and Lu Qin being expelled, Lu Fei was utterly stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be that detestable waste Su Lai being thrown out? How had the situation turned out this way? Who was that woman, and how could she command the head of Dinghai building? What was her relationship with Su Lai? As Lu Fei pondered this, Li Qingyao arrived. Dressed in a gray silk blouse and a fitted skirt, her alluring ways made her appear strikingly mature and captivating. Upon noticing the conflict, she walked over with Li Moli in tow. Ah, Sister Yulan, it's been a while. How have you been? Qingyao, it has indeed been some time. You look quite prosperous. Things must be going well for you. Su Lai was somewhat surprised to see that Li Qingyao and Dong Yulan were acquainted, and they appeared quite familiar with one another. Little sister, good to see you again. Li Qingyao then greeted Qin Zhanzhan. Sister. Qin Zhanzhan chirped brightly at Li Qingyao. However, when Li Qingyao's gaze shifted to Su Lai, she merely glanced past him, as if he were a mere stranger. Su Lai rolled his eyes, convinced that Li Qingyao was up to no good. Otherwise, her eyes would not have wandered. Indeed, she had concealed from him the fact that Lu Fei had joined Cuxwatang. No wonder she said she wanted to give him a surprise. Li Qingyao's attention then settled on Wang Hai as she smiled and inquired, General Manager Wang, what has transpired here? Lu Lin and Lu Qin hung their heads, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Hai, with a dark expression, declared, General Manager Li, where did you find these partners? They lack any sense of propriety. They dared to treat our Dinghai building as if it were their own. Just now, they even attempted to drive away our guests. Noticing that Dong Yulan had given no directives, Wang Hai continued, from today forward, Dinghai building will no longer accommodate anyone with the surname Lu. If Cuxwatang has any employees with the surname Lu, I kindly ask you to dismiss them at your earliest convenience to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Lu Fei rushed over, her face filled with remorse as she addressed Li Qingyao. I apologize, General Manager Li. It is my failure to keep my family in check that has caused you trouble. After speaking, Lu Fei looked at Li Qingyao with hopeful eyes. Although it was Lu Qin and Lu Lin who had caused this issue, she hoped Li Qingyao would allow them to remain. Otherwise, with so many people watching, if Lu Qin and Lu Lin were expelled from Dinghai building today, the Lu family would suffer tremendous humiliation. General Lu, if you cannot restrain your family, I will consider whether Cuxwatang still requires your involvement, Li Qingyao remarked, causing Lu Fei's complexion to drain of color. She had not anticipated that Li Qingyao would offer her no leniency whatsoever. Lu Fei did not understand that Li Qingyao's loyalty lay solely with Su Lai. Upon witnessing Su Lai facing off against Lu Qin and Lu Lin, Li Qingyao had already inferred the cause of this conflict. But what did that have to do with Lu Fei? Lu Fei's position as a shareholder in Cuxwatang was solely because Li Qingyao found it amusing to intertwine Su Lai and Lu Fei's fates. She simply wished to witness the spectacle. It seemed that the Lu family had become overly complacent, losing their sense of humility. General Li, we were in the wrong. We will leave right away. Lu Qin and Lu Lin quickly responded. With their heads bowed, Lu Qin and Lu Lin left the hall of Dinghai building in disgrace. If Lu Fei were expelled from Cuxwatang, the Lu family would be ostracized from the upper echelons of Qingyuan City, and Lu Qin and Lu Lin would become pariahs within the family. After resolving the matter with Lu Qin and Lu Lin, Li Qingyao turned to Wang Hai and said, General Wang, General Lu is one of our shareholders in Cuxwatang. Today marks the opening ceremony of Cuxwatang. Could you please allow General Lu to stay and attend our ceremony? Li Qingyao's plea for Lu Fei was not due to her significance, but rather because if even Lu Fei were expelled from Dinghai building, how could she enjoy the show? Wang Hai opened his mouth to refuse, but caught a glimpse of Dong Yulan nodding in agreement. Very well. However, General Li, I hope similar incidents do not occur again. After casting a glance at Lu Fei, Wang Hai added, some individuals should possess self-awareness and understand that there are greater powers beyond their own. Thank you, General Wang. Lu Fei's eyes flickered with embarrassment, yet she still felt compelled to express her gratitude. The blame rested solely on. Lu Fei discreetly shot a glare at Su Lai, thinking it was all his fault for showing up uninvited. Had he not appeared here inexplicably, Lu Qin and Lu Lin would not have been humiliated in front of so many people, and the Lu family would not have faced such disgrace. After receiving a signal from Dong Yulan to return to his office, Wang Hai departed. Checking the time, Li Qingyao informed Lu Fei, General Lu, we will hold a brief meeting in the conference room in 20 minutes. Understood, General Li. Watching Li Qingyao's retreating figure, Su Lai squinted his eyes before the meeting commenced. He needed to inquire about why Lu Fei had become a shareholder in Cuxwatang. If Li Qingyao's explanation did not satisfy Su Lai, he would not hesitate to confront her. Mr. Su, you are here as well. Su Lai turned to see none other than Qi Yueshi approaching him. He smiled slightly and said, You made it. Lu Fei, who had intended to prepare for the meeting, felt a spark of jealousy upon seeing Qi Yueshi standing beside Su Lai. The waste who had been cast aside now had two beautiful women by his side, one pure and innocent, the other alluring and charming, each rivaling her own beauty, which severely bruised Lu Fei's pride. I never expected you to be quite so popular, she scoffed, before turning to Qi Yueshi. What? Is this scoundrel no longer your man? Qi Yueshi directly linked her arm with Su Lai's, retorting, What business is it of yours? Qin Zhanzhan, finding the situation amusing, also linked her arm with Su Lai's, playfully sticking her tongue out at Lu Fei. Just mind your own affairs. Lu Fei was furious, hissing at Su Lai, you. Ms. Lu, this is Dinghai building. Dong Yulan's reminder sent chills down Lu Fei's spine. If she were also expelled from Dinghai building, the Lu family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Qingyuan City. Chapter 38. In the tea house opposite the Dinghai building, two alluring women stood at the entrance of a private room. Inside, Jiang Tianchao and Master Qian were savoring tea. After setting down his teacup, Jiang Tianchao remarked, It seems Master Qian's aphrodisiac curse has failed. Otherwise, that wretched woman, Li Qingyao, wouldn't be inaugurating her autumn snow pavilion today. The aphrodisiac curse placed upon Li Qingyao has been lifted, Master Qian replied calmly. If I am not mistaken, the one who lifted it and annihilated you whose entire family should be the same individual. If my conjecture holds true, that person is likely within this Dinghai building today. Li Qingyao is quite astute. In a crowded venue, it is the most opportune time to cast a curse, and she would not wish to fall victim again. A glint of cold light emanated from Jiang Tianchao's narrowed eyes. Can we locate that person? The methods employed by those of the Xianmen are treacherous. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. If that person could be found, Jiang Tianchao would unleash his full arsenal. To attain the title of the wealthiest in Qingyuan City, he relied not solely on brute force, but also on his intellect. Certainly, Master Qian chuckled ominously. However, we must first eliminate the warriors inside. My two disciples still lack the necessary skill. They must not be interrupted while performing their incantation. Jiang Tianchao glanced out the window. Did they not leave? At the entrance of the Dinghai building, 7 jeeps lined up in perfect formation, and from them emerged 28 individuals. Though they were a mix of men and women, and of various nationalities, all were clad in desert camouflage, their faces radiating a palpable aura of menace. Watching the 28 camouflaged figures march into the Dinghai building, Master Qian smiled. You truly are generous. These 28 are seasoned warriors. Yulong, along with his 27 subordinates, were all elite mercenaries from abroad. not only proficient with various firearms, but also masters of martial arts. Jiang Tianchao shrugged. They are not my people. Why should I feel any reluctance? After sipping his tea, Master Qian inquired. Hiring them must have cost a fortune, no? Money? A smirk of derision crossed Jiang Tianchao's face. Yulong, like his brother Yu Hu, lacks intelligence. I merely hinted at the connection between Yu Hu's demise and Li Qingyao, and he hurried here eagerly. Shaking his head, Jiang Tianchao wore an amused smile. It seems Yulong intends to find Li Qingyao during the opening of the Autumn Snow Pavilion, likely aiming to torment her in front of the city's elite. Master Qian's eyes narrowed. That woman is of interest to me. Jiang Tianchao raised his teacup and took a sip. Thus, Master Qian, if you wish to secure a living Li Qingyao, you must locate that person swiftly and eliminate him. Master Qian lifted his arm and beckoned. Chuanxiu, Xiayun. The two women standing at the door stepped forward. With a grim expression, Master Qian commanded, find him. Eliminate him. Yes, master. Inside the Dinghai building, Su Lai was still locked in a standoff with Lu Fei. More precisely, it was Lu Fei confronting the two girls beside Su Lai. Su Lai, an adept of the immortal path, remained indifferent to such trivial matters. However, Lu Fei was not so composed, especially upon noticing not only Qi Yueshi but also Qin Zhanzhan by Su Lai's side. Her pride could no longer withstand the strain. Yet, standing beside Qin Zhanzhan, Dong Yulan was simply too formidable. Had it not been for her ability to command Wang Hai, the head of the Dinghai building, Lu Fei would have certainly exchanged barbs with Qi Yueshi. Observing Lu Fei's chest heaving with agitation, Dong Yulan wore a bemused expression. Su Lai's ex-wife must be lacking a few screws. Otherwise, how could she have expelled her own relatives from the Dinghai building and still seek to create chaos? At that moment, Yulong and his mercenary squad entered. Bring out Li Qingyao. Yulong's commanding voice echoed as his subordinates swiftly secured the entrances of the Dinghai building. Dong Yulan's heart raced. 3 innate warriors, 7 half-step innate, and 18 at the pinnacle of dark energy. Who has Li Qingyao offended? This force could easily ravage Qingyuan City. What are you? Who are you ruffians? Get out. Several attendees at the Autumn Snow Pavilion's opening ceremony rushed toward Yulong. But before they could voice their objections, a burly man resembling a black bear struck, sending them crashing to the ground. Who else wishes to feel my fist? The bear-like man sneered, scanning the guests in the hall. As the fallen individuals remained silent, the atmosphere transformed into a hushed stillness. A pack of cowards. A bunch of weaklings. On Yulong's other side, a woman with a long scar across her face, yet possessing an alluring figure, spat on the ground. Do you all lack courage? Why so spineless? Yulong's entourage erupted in laughter. Wang Hai, witnessing the turmoil unfolding on the surveillance feed, rushed over. However, before he could inquire about Yulong's intentions, he noticed Dong Yulan shaking her head, prompting him to wisely retreat. Dong Yulan inched closer to Qin Zhanzhan, cautiously shielding her behind her. Although Yulong claimed they were there to trouble Li Qingyao, Dong Yulan could not guarantee that they would not resort to other insane acts. Casting a glance at Su Lai, she mused, I wonder if Yulong's crew can contend with Su Lai's 2 formidable companions. Contact Li Qingyao immediately, and inform her that Yu Hu's brother, Yulong, has come seeking vengeance for Yu Hu's family. Yulong's declaration sent shockwaves through the hall. What? Are you implying that Li Qingyao is responsible for Yu Hu's death? The police's on-site investigation and autopsy report stated that the Yu family had perished due to a lightning strike, that Yu Hu's family had been killed by a landmine. Hadn't they? Lu Fei was equally stunned. Could it be that President Li rescued me from the Yu family? The bear-like man suddenly pointed towards Su Lai and declared, Big brother, I want to take those girls over there when we're done. After making his proclamation, the bear-like man licked his lips and remarked to Su Lai, You, pretty boy, have quite the prowess. You managed to charm multiple ladies at once. But soon, they shall belong to me. Ha ha ha. Second brother, if you grow weary of them, be sure to hand them over to me. I delight in playing with your leftovers. We shall take turns. At that moment, Li Qingyao emerged from the elevator, accompanied by Lao Cha. Who are you? What do you want from me? As soon as Li Qingyao finished speaking, Lao Cha's expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing her arm, he urged, Miss, you must leave. I will hold them off. Leave? Is escape even an option? Yulong charged toward Li Qingyao like a cannonball. Chapter 39. In silence, hurry up. Old Cha positioned himself directly in front of Li Qingyao. Although merely a half-step innate martial artist, he stood against Yulong, an innate master, with no choice but to protect her, fully aware of the futility of his actions. The chilling aura of death emanating from Yulong was firmly locked onto old Cha, who, despite donning his strongest defensive stance, felt terror at the thought that a single move from Yulong could extinguish his life. "Come on, even if I die, I'll take a piece of you with me," he thought, steeling himself to buy Li Qingyao a moment to escape. He did not flinch or retreat, summoning all of his spirit to strike Yulong across the face. With a sudden thud, Yulong collapsed to the ground, limbs sprawled like a toad. Old Cha, fully prepared for death, nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Was this man merely there for comedic effect? How could someone so menacing end up lying on the ground like that? Dong Yulan, with her superior vision as an innate expert, was equally shocked. It was clear that Yulong was not joking. He had been struck down, his limbs broken, reduced to crawling helplessly. "Big brother." A hulking figure lunged at Yulong, but after 2 steps, blood erupted from the creature's knees and shoulders. With a heavy thud, the beast fell, howling in agony. "Who did this?" Dong Yulan demanded, her voice sharp. Yulong's companions hastily drew rubber rollers, heightening their guard. As Dong Yulan scanned the crowd, her curiosity piqued. Who could have silently eliminated 2 innate masters? Old Cha cautiously edged closer to Li Qingyao, realizing that someone was covertly aiding him. Li Qingyao's enchanting eyes fell upon Su Lai, while others searched for the assailant. She understood that only Su Lai possessed the ability to kill without a trace. "Show yourself," or else Dong Yulan pointed at the guests in the hall, declaring that they would all perish. Fortunately, firearms were prohibited in Daxia, or the guests would have faced an onslaught of automatic weapons. Chun Xiu and Xia Yun, having just entered the hall, were bewildered by the unfolding situation. Why did it seem like Yulong's men were desperately resisting? "Who are you? Hurry up and reveal yourself so we are not implicated," someone shouted from the crowd. "Get out of here. You better leave now," another guest yelled. After a moment of silence, with no one stepping forward, Dong Yulan pointed at the guests, commanding, "Kill them." Yet, as those individuals took 2 steps forward, including Dong Yulan, blood erupted from their limbs. Witnessing the once formidable 28 martial artists reduced to incapacitated figures in under 3 minutes, Dong Yulan was struck with terror. Who had the power to eliminate 3 innate masters, 7 half-step innate, and 18 fully realized dark energy experts so effortlessly? As her gaze swept through the crowd, it finally settled on Su Lai. Although his aura appeared no different from an ordinary person, the 2 dogs he kept hinted at his true nature. However, upon reflecting on the scene, she noted that Su Lai's presence remained unchanged even after those 28 had fallen. Could it be that he was not the one? Wait, what happened to the floor beneath Su Lai? Dong Yulan's suspicions briefly flickered. Meanwhile, Chun Xiu and Xia Yun were already convinced that Su Lai had been the one to eliminate Yu Hu and the others. Chun Xiu and Xia Yun practiced mysterious arts rather than martial techniques, allowing them to perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary eyes. Just moments ago, they had seen a small stone, no larger than a grain of millet, fly from beneath Su Lai's foot, striking Dong Yulan's associates with the precision of a bullet, rendering them powerless. Having confirmed their suspicions, Chun Xiu and Xia Yun approached Su Lai, the sound of their high heels echoing. Chun Xiu threw a flirtatious glance at him, saying, "Sir, I would like to invite you to dinner. Might you have time?" Lu Fei's pride could bear it no longer. Surrounded by men of superior backgrounds, she was baffled as to why these 2 alluring women would be interested in Su Lai. After casting a fierce glare at him, she hissed, "Su Lai, how shameless of you to seduce women like this." Qi Yueshi scoffed, "Miss Lu, please be clear. It is these 2 ladies who approached Su Lai, not the other way around." Chun Xiu shot a look at Lu Fei, saying, "It's not your man. Why are you so anxious?" As they spoke, Chun Xiu elegantly flicked her wrist, as if brushing off dust from her sleeve. Concealed within her garment was a single worm egg, which she deftly tossed toward Lu Fei. Su Lai narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly, causing the egg to veer away from Lu Fei and land in his palm instead. With a gentle squeeze, a minuscule centipede, imperceptible to the naked eye, emerged from the egg. With a playful smile, Su Lai inquired, "Are you inviting me to dinner, or is it your companions behind you?" The worm in his hand confirmed his suspicion that the 2 women before him had been the ones to curse Qi Tongyin, while the one who had cursed Li Qingyao was likely the mentor of Chun Xiu and Xia Yun. Feeling a primal instinct, Dong Yulan retreated with Qin Zhan. She sensed the strangeness surrounding Chun Xiu and Xia Yun. "Of course, we both want to invite Mr. Su to dinner." Chun Xiu smiled at Li Qingyao, adding, "If Miss Li has time, we would also like to invite her." While speaking, Chun Xiu flicked her fingers. 3 hidden worm eggs nestled in her nails flew towards Su Lai, with 2 directed at Li Qingyao. Beside her, Xia Yin mimicked the gesture, sending 4 hidden eggs toward Li Qingyao. Su Lai, maintaining his composure, opened his hand, and an unseen force drew all 7 eggs into his palm. Subsequently, the aphrodisiac worm he had extracted from Li Qingyao recently merged with the centipede, transforming its color from a pale pink to a vibrant crimson. In a swift motion, the red centipede leapt from Su Lai's hand and into Chun Xiu's mouth. Her face turned a ghastly white as the smooth sensation slid down her esophagus, making her acutely aware that she had been cursed. You should return quickly, or you will regret it, Su Lai calmly warned. Chapter 40. Li Qingyao's explanation as Qin Zhanzhan observed the flustered figures of Chun Xiu and Xia Yun hastily fleeing. She exclaimed, "Wow, they're incredible. Running faster than rabbits in 10-centimeter high heels." With a somber expression, Su Lai addressed Li Qingyao. "I have something to discuss with you. I still have a meeting to attend. Let's talk afterward." Li Qingyao's gaze drifted elsewhere. Given her intelligence, it was hardly a mystery what Su Lai wished to convey. Beside them, Lu Fei's demeanor darkened, and she directed a reprimand at Su Lai. "Su Lai, do you even realize who you're speaking to? This is President Li. How dare you be so rude? You ought to apologize immediately." Had it not been for Lu Fei's recent frustrations, she would have undoubtedly recognized the unusual connection between her ex-husband, whom she had always deemed a coward, and Li Qingyao. After casting a glance at Lu Fei, Su Lai turned and strode away. "If you choose not to come, you'll bear the consequences." Lu Fei's anger flared, and she shouted, "Su Lai." But it was merely a name called out, as Li Qingyao stamped her foot and hurried after Su Lai. Lu Fei stood there, bewildered. How could she not see that Su Lai and her aunt were quite familiar with one another? Qin Yueshi looked at Lu Fei as if she were a fool. "Indeed, my aunt is Li Qingyao, the very same one your sister Lu Qin refers to as a mere nobody. It must be said that girls hold grudges." Qin Yueshi's words pierced Lu Fei's heart like a dagger, leaving her reeling. If this reached President Li's ears, the Lu family would be doomed. "Madam Lu, do remember to relay this matter to your sister, and let her know that should my mood sour one day, I might just share this with my aunt." Another stab to Lu Fei's chest. "Please, please, please. Miss Qi, you must not reveal this to President Li." Lu Fei contemplated how to silence that insufferable little wretch. However, Qin Yueshi had already taken hold of Qin Zhanzhan's hand. "Little sister, I am Qin Yueshi, a friend of Su Lai." "Hello, Sister Qi, I am Qin Zhanzhan, just started working as a maid at Brother Su's house." Lu Fei felt her teeth grinding. First, she was overlooked by Qin Yueshi. For a long time, Lu Fei had looked down upon Qin Yueshi. Although they were both hailed as the twin beauties of Qingyuan and had spent 3 years bolstering their family businesses, Lu Fei considered herself the one who had built Ming Huatong from the ground up. And what of Qin Yueshi? When she inherited Qiqing Jewelry, it was already a thriving enterprise, with its chairman, Qi Tongyin, still at the helm, while Ming Huatong had always relied on Lu Fei's efforts. Moreover, that Qin Zhanzhan had the audacity to declare herself a servant of that good-for-nothing Su Lai. What right did that coward have to command others? Was Su Lai deliberately trying to provoke her by appearing at Donghai Building today? Casting a deep glance at Qin Yueshi and Qin Zhanzhan, Lu Fei silently vowed revenge before redirecting her gaze towards the direction in which Su Lai and Li Qingyao had vanished. Were they truly that familiar? Meanwhile, in the president's office of Cuxwatang, Li Qingyao began to explain herself to Su Lai. I sincerely considered allowing your ex-wife to join Cuxwatang. Firstly, Ming Huatong possesses the most advanced equipment available. Secondly, Lu Fei is your ex-wife. After all, a couple shares bonds that persist even after divorce. You would want her to thrive, wouldn't you? Su Lai inquired coolly. Is that truly all? Li Qingyao nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. That is precisely the case. Su Lai probed. If that were the case, why did you not discuss it with me beforehand? If so, I shall withdraw. Hand over that formula for the medicinal cosmetics. He extended his hand. Once something was given, it could not simply be taken back. Li Qingyao's enchanting eyes shimmered. How about, what if I arrange for someone to assist you? Huh? Su Lai scoffed. Even if you possess the formula, without the medicinal herbs I provide, the cosmetics you produce will be equally ineffective. All right, let me speak frankly. Worst case, I shall give you a good spanking. Li Qingyao's gaze wandered. Actually, aside from those 2 reasons, there is one more. I wish to see if Lu Fei would still dare to confront you upon discovering you are a major shareholder in Cuxwatang. You merely wish to witness my quarrel with Lu Fei, fulfilling your wicked amusement, don't you? Having discerned Li Qingyao's intentions, Su Lai turned to leave. But just as he lifted his leg, Li Qingyao suddenly knelt before him and clung tightly to one of his legs. Please, don't go. I beg you. I cannot manage without you. Feeling the surprising firmness of her grip, Su Lai exclaimed in exasperation, let go. If I let go, you will flee. Li Qingyao tightened her embrace, pressing her face against him in an undeniably intimate manner. I implore you, please don't leave. I truly need you. Su Lai patted her head, saying, can we not converse while standing? Li Qingyao resolutely replied, no. Only if you promise not to leave will I release you. Finally, Su Lai asked, what position do I hold in Cuxwatang? Li Qingyao candidly responded, technical director, plus the largest shareholder. As for Lu Fei, I have only granted her a 7th stake. I will only appear as the technical director. You need not arrange anything else for me. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyao realized that she would have quite the spectacle to witness at Cuxwatang in the future. All right, as long as you do not leave Cuxwatang, everything is negotiable. Su Lai shook his leg, still not letting go. Once Li Qingyao released her grip and stood, she scrutinized Su Lai's expression before asking, I'll lie, are you still upset? If you are, I can help you vent. With that, Li Qingyao turned, presenting her round figure before Su Lai. Go ahead. Hit me. You'll feel better afterward. Su Lai snorted disdainfully. You mean I will feel better, while you will feel satisfied? As he made his way towards the door, Li Qingyao muttered softly. Even now, he remains so composed. The man I fancy has such remarkable self-control. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Lai turned to inquire, by the way, who are the shareholders of Cuxwatang? Yourself, me, Cici, and your ex-wife. Chapter 41. You are angering me again. Chuanxiu and Xiaoyun rushed back to the private room in the tea house. Chuanxiu leaped before Master Qian. Kneeling on the ground, Master, I have been cursed. Please save me. Seeing Chuanxiu's pallid complexion, Master Qian inquired, who did this? It was Su Lai. Chuanxiu replied, trembling. He has eradicated all our cursed insects. Master Qian retrieved a pill from his robes and placed it in Chuanxiu's mouth. The pill melted instantly, and in a mere moment, Chuanxiu felt something crawling out from her body. She hastily opened her mouth, and a vibrant red centipede flew out, landing on the table. Observing the limp red creature, a smirk crept upon Master Qian's face. Is that all? Jiang Tianzhong, who had covered his mouth and nose, urged, get rid of that damned insect quickly. Do not worry. This cursed insect is already dead. Master Qian chuckled. My extermination pill can obliterate all cursed insects. That's good. Jiang Tianzhong sighed in relief, but suddenly, the very insect Master Qian had claimed was dead sprang upright on the table. This is impossible, Master Qian exclaimed, as the red centipede leaped into his mouth. Damn it, they are plotting against me. Quickly reacting, Master Qian took another extermination pill and swallowed it. Yet, to his horror, even after consuming 2 pills, he could still distinctly feel the cursed insect writhing within him. Why isn't the extermination pill working? What should I do? Master Qian was oblivious to the nature of the insect inside him, but he knew he had to eliminate it within 3 minutes, or he would perish. He retrieved several more extermination pills, thinking that if one was inadequate, perhaps multiple would suffice. Upon seeing Master Qian toss several more pills into his mouth, Jiang Tianzhong realized that Master Qian could not immediately resolve the cursed insect within him. He stood up, having witnessed the power of Master Qian's curses on others, and did not wish to remain as collateral damage. Master, what is happening to you? Chuanxiu asked, just as a plume of pink mist erupted from Master Qian's pores. Realizing that the pink mist was certainly not benign, Jiang Tianzhong held his breath. As the mist enveloped the entire room, he propelled himself backward, crashing through the private room's window. As he floated outside, he caught sight of the 3 remaining individuals in the room, their clothes disheveled, with Master Qian and his 2 alluring disciples entwined together. After landing softly on the ground, Jiang Tianzhong squinted his eyes, so it's Su Lai. In the Qiu Shui Hall's conference room at Dinghai Building, Li Qingyao announced the appointments of the management team. The largest shareholder, Li Qingyao, was named president of Qiu Shui Hall, while Qi Yueshi, holding 17 of the shares, would oversee finances. Lu Fei, with 7 of the shares, would manage production. And Su Lai would serve as the technical director, having invested in the company's technology and holding 7 of the shares. Li Qingyao chose to conceal half of Su Lai's holdings, omitting that he owned 42 of Qiu Shui Hall, yet granted him equal standing with Lu Fei. Lastly, I must sincerely thank Mr. Su Lai. Without his provision of the cosmetic formula, Xiao Shui Hall would not exist. As the meeting concluded, Li Qingyao applauded, and the attendees offered enthusiastic applause to Su Lai, except for Lu Fei. How could the man who had cast her aside be her equal? The thought of Su Lai using the cosmetic formula to invest in Xiao Shui Hall stirred great agitation within her. Mr. Su, I would like to speak with you privately. Lu Fei called out as the meeting adjourned. The attendees looked on with curiosity, many unaware of the former marital ties between Su Lai and Lu Fei. Former spouses have matters to discuss. Why are you all eavesdropping? The company has just launched. Get back to work. With that, Li Qingyao swiftly ushered everyone out of the conference room and hurried to her office. Upon opening the surveillance footage from the meeting on her desk computer, Li Qingyao rubbed her hands together in excitement. Watching the impending confrontation between Su Lai and Lu Fei was precisely her intention in bringing Lu Fei into Xiao Shui Hall. Let us get to the point, Lu Fei said, pursing her lips. Su Lai, I want to ask you, was the cosmetic formula you brought to invest in Xiao Shui Hall originally intended for me? Although the products had yet to be produced and their efficacy remained uncertain, Lu Fei understood Li Qingyao well enough to know that if Su Lai's formula had no merit, Li Qingyao would not have established Xiao Shui Hall independently. Su Lai replied impassively, is it worthwhile to discuss this now? While he did not outright acknowledge it, Lu Fei knew that had they not divorced, the formula would undoubtedly have landed in her hands. Gritting her teeth, Lu Fei continued, Su Lai, can we refrain from being adversarial in the future? Su Lai narrowed his eyes, is it my fault, or yours, or your family's? Lu Fei retorted, if you didn't always provoke me, I wouldn't say anything excessive. I always provoke you. Su Lai furrowed his brows. It seems you still believe you are blameless. If that is the case, what is there for us to discuss? As Su Lai turned to leave, Lu Fei grew frantic. Stop right there. Su Lai turned around, his expression icy. Miss Lu, I am no longer your family's servant. Please temper your aristocratic demeanor and refrain from speaking to me in that commanding tone. Lu Fei's chest heaved. Was this still the man she once knew? Should he not be subservient? How did things come to this? Do you have any further matters, Miss Lu? If not, I have other business to attend to. As Su Lai prepared to exit the conference room, Lu Fei shouted, you are angering me again. Chapter 42. The Golden Member, a Buick GL8 came to a gentle stop at the entrance of the Shoei Garden. As the door swung open, Lu Fei and her companions descended from the vehicle in succession. This establishment was not a place for just anyone. Xiao Hu, thank you for inviting us here for a meal. I am truly delighted, Lu Lin remarked, casting a satisfied glance at Hu Yuan, the driver. A flicker of displeasure crossed Hu Yuan's eyes. Just days prior, he had been addressed as young Master Hu. Yet today, he was simply Xiao Hu. It seemed they had mastered the art of flattery. Were it not for his desire to win Lu Fei's affections before making his escape, Hu Yuan would have already fled abroad after receiving the funds from the Lu family. All that matters is that you ladies enjoy your meal, he replied cheerfully. Please, wait for me in the lobby while I park the car. All right, we will wait for you, Lu Lin responded. Lu Jian's anticipation grew as he exclaimed, I heard a meal here starts at 100,000. I wonder what rare delicacies we will be served. Lu Qin playfully poked him. Look at your lack of composure. We can come here whenever we please in the future. Indeed, in time, you may find the offerings here rather tiresome. With Lu Lin leading the way, Lu Qin and Lu Jian followed closely behind as they made their way into the Shoei Garden. However, the three enthusiastic companions failed to notice that Lu Fei, trailing behind, appeared somewhat distracted. Just as they approached the entrance, the attendants at Shoei Garden halted their progress. Lu Lin, visibly displeased, questioned, what is the meaning of this? Are you not going to allow us to dine here? The attendant politely replied, Madam, Shoei Garden only accommodates members. Please present your membership card. Membership? How ridiculous. Lu Lin scoffed, her tone haughty. How much does one of your membership cards cost? The attendant remained unfazed, having encountered many such nouveau riche individuals before. Madam, our membership cards are categorized into 4 types: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Which one would you like to apply for? Is that even a question? Of course, I want the platinum card, Lu Lin proclaimed, pulling out her bank card with confidence. Very well. The platinum membership requires a deposit of 20 million. How much? Lu Lin gasped, her voice cracking, as the bank card swiftly returned to her possession. Not only could she not afford 20 million, but even 2,000 was beyond her means, as all her funds had been invested in Hu Yuan. Lu Qin stared in disbelief. Are you joking? 20 million for a platinum membership card? Why not just rob a bank? Lu Lin stuffed her card back into her pocket, her frustration boiling over. I refuse to believe that we cannot enter without a membership card. Call your manager. The attendant maintained a polite smile, madam. I cannot summon the manager, but I can certainly call security. Fuming, Lu Lin shouted at the attendant. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you have any idea who I am? The commotion drew Lu Fei's attention, prompting her to step forward and grasp Lu Lin's arm. Aunt, don't you feel embarrassed? Lu Lin retorted angrily. Embarrassed? They are clearly trying to extort us. I will file a complaint. Lu Fei, her expression icy, stated, Aunt, if you continue this way, I will not partake in this meal. Wait, Fei. This is a celebration from Xiaohu. How could you not eat? Lu Lin's demeanor shifted instantly. I will remain silent. Is that acceptable? Sighing lightly, Lu Fei inquired of the attendant, how much is required for a bronze membership card? Madam, a bronze membership card costs 3 million, the attendant replied with a smile, but please note that there are no discounts for dining with this card. 3 million just for a card? This is outrageous. Lu Qin muttered. Use my card. Having parked the car, Hu Yuan hurried over, producing a golden card from his pocket. This is my gold membership card. As the attendant bent to accept the card, Lu Lin asked, Xiaohu, how much is required for a gold membership? Not much. Just 10 million. Hu Yuan smiled. Dining here allows you to enjoy a 30% discount. Lu Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 million was hardly a small sum. It became evident that the Lu family was still not wealthy enough. Please come in. The attendant returned the gold card to Hu Yuan and gestured for them to enter. How lowly, Lu Lin declared, raising her chin imperiously as she strode inside like a proud rooster. Once in the lobby, Lu Lin surveyed her surroundings. To her, the well-dressed patrons resembled mere chickens, while she fancied herself a phoenix among them. I'll visit the restroom. You find us a table, Lu Fei announced before departing. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Lai emerged from the restroom and unexpectedly bumped into Lu Lin and her group. Su Lai? Lu Lin's expression darkened. What are you doing here? You useless wretch? Recalling that it was Su Lai's fault she had been expelled from the Dinghai building and lost her chance to attend the grand opening of Cook Swatang, Lu Lin felt her anger rising. Su Lai replied coolly, if you can come, why can't I? What right do you have to be here? You, a mere failure. Dining at Shoei Garden? Lu Qin suddenly exclaimed, her face lighting up in realization. I understand now. You snuck in. Su Lai looked utterly baffled. It's just a meal. Is there a need to sneak in? Do you even understand who can dine here? Members. And do you know what kind of members we are? We are gold members. Having paid 10 million for the privilege. Do you have a membership card? I bet you do not. If you lack a membership card, how did you manage to enter? Lu Lin unleashed a torrent of frustration towards Su Lai, directing all her grievances from the day at him. Su Lai nodded. You are correct. I am indeed not a member. Lu Qin shouted at the entrance. Then hurry up and get out. Your presence here taints the air, ruining our dining experience. Some people should take a good look in the mirror. Do you really think a high-end place like this is meant for someone like you? Lu Lin gestured dismissively. Someone. Remove this useless wretch. His presence is severely impacting our appetite. When the head waiter approached and realized Lu Lin was insisting on removing Su Lai, his expression turned incredulous. Lu Lin, noticing the head waiter's silence, became even more enraged. Get him out. We are your gold members. Can you not see he is ruining our meal? Chapter 43. The Brazen in the Hall. Patrons cast disdainful glances at Lu Lin, who, emboldened by her gold membership card, paraded around with an air of superiority. Oblivious to the hostility, Lu Lin assumed the looks were either envious or jealous, growing increasingly arrogant. Are you able to make decisions or not? If not, then bring someone who can. Lu Qin retorted haughtily, indeed. Call your boss. I wish to see whether this spineless coward is more important or our gold membership. The lobby manager snorted derisively. What of a gold membership? Even if you were platinum members, it would matter not. This gentleman is the owner of our Shoei Garden. Owner? Him? This spineless fool. Lu Qin's mind reeled. What nonsense is this? How could this weakling possibly be the owner, let alone of such an upscale establishment? Lu Lin wore an expression of disbelief. Shoei Garden is a place for dining, not for those who flaunt their power and bully others. The lobby manager, with an unfriendly gesture, beckoned. Bring these people out. From this day forth, Shoei Garden shall no longer serve you. As the security approached, Lu Qin cried out. You dare. We are gold members of Shoei Garden, having spent 10 million. Had you not mentioned it, I might have overlooked it. The lobby manager coldly smiled. reclaiming the gold membership card they had used. From today onward, these individuals are blacklisted. Xiaoyi Garden shall never welcome them again. We do not serve such trash. The expressions of Lu Lin and Lu Qin instantly soured. Having been expelled from the opening ceremony of Qiu Shuetang at Dinghai Building, they were now facing expulsion yet again while trying to celebrate Lu Fei's birthday dinner. Casting a glance at Su Lai, Lu Lin's eyes burned with fury. It's all this damned coward's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been kicked out twice today. Suddenly, Lu Qin exclaimed, "Wait. Since this restaurant belongs to you, coward, why didn't you divide it during your divorce with my sister?" Lu Lin quickly echoed, "Yes? This restaurant has half of our Fei's share. No, you have no right to manage such a high-end establishment. It should belong entirely to our family Fei. The Lu family is the true owner of Xiaoyi Garden." Su Lai laughed at Lu Lin's logic. "This restaurant was established after my divorce from Lu Fei. What right does your Lu family have to demand a division of my post-divorce earnings?" With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Quickly escort these ill-mannered individuals out. They give me a headache." Coincidentally, Lu Fei, emerging from the restroom, overheard Su Lai's words and furrowed her brow, questioning, "Su Lai, what do you mean? Why must you expel my aunt and the others?" The lobby manager discreetly gestured to the security staff, eager to witness the unfolding drama, and curious about any lingering affections between the boss and the former boss's wife. Upon seeing Lu Fei, Lu Lin rushed over to complain about Su Lai. Fei, you finally arrived. Let me tell you, Xiaoyi Garden is actually run by this coward. He wants to kick us out. Is there any justice in this?" Lu Fei was bewildered by the situation. "When did Xiaoyi Garden become Su Lai's property?" Lu Qin chimed in, "Sister, after your divorce from this coward. He didn't even divide Xiaoyi Garden with you. That is utterly outrageous. We should sue him." A cold smile played on Su Lai's lips. During the divorce, he had left with nothing, and the Lu family had never sought to divide Ming Hua Tang, which was genuine marital property. Now, they audaciously wanted to claim his post-divorce earnings. Lu Fei asked solemnly, "Su Lai, is Xiaoyi Garden yours?" Su Lai nodded, "Indeed, it is." Lu Fei followed up, "Why had I never heard you mention this before?" "This was earned after our marriage," Su Lai shrugged. "Besides, did you ever show concern for such matters before?" Lu Fei's expression darkened. After leaving the conference room of Qiu Shuetang, she realized how little she knew about Su Lai. She was unaware that he was friends with Li from Hui Tang, that he could concoct a line of medicinal cosmetics, and now, that he was the owner of the best restaurant in Qingyuan City. Lu Lin stood beside Lu Fei, exclaiming vehemently, "You lie? You simply don't want to share Xiaoyi Garden with Fei?" Su Lai retorted with a smirk. "Ming Hua Tang is also a marital asset of Lu Fei and me. Have you ever suggested that it be divided with me?" Lu Qin shot back. "What does Ming Hua Tang have to do with you, coward? It's always been managed by my sister. What contribution have you made to Ming Hua Tang? You have no right to demand a share. The shameless ones are you." Qi Yueshi and Qin Zhanzhan appeared behind Su Lai, with Qi Yueshi defending him. "The property Su Lai earned has nothing to do with your Lu family. Why should it be divided among you? Moreover, Xiaoyi Garden was clearly established after his marriage." Lu Lin gritted her teeth and hissed at Qi Yueshi, "You little harlot. With your sharp tongue, I will rip your mouth apart one day." Li Qingyao appeared behind Qi Yueshi and Qin Zhanzhan, smiling brightly at Lu Lin. "I wonder who is threatening to tear my niece's mouth apart." Lu Fei turned pale, directorly. The expressions of Lu Lin and Lu Qin soured, resembling individuals who had just consumed 100 dead flies. Then, Li Qingyao narrowed her peach blossom eyes and addressed Lu Fei. "Lu, I hope you will keep your family in check in the future." With a serious warning, Li Qingyao stated, "Your abilities are commendable. However, if you are continually dragged down by them, your Lu family will have no future. Those who dine at Xiaoyi Garden are not ordinary folk. Yet, they have showcased your family's lack of decorum in full display. In the future, your Lu family." Li Qingyao shook her head slightly. Lu Fei glanced around the hall, witnessing the disdain etched on the faces of the patrons, and she felt a wave of panic wash over her. "In any endeavor, one must first be a person," Li Qingyao added, "especially since your Lu family is just getting started." Feeling unsettled, Lu Fei thanked Li Qingyao. "Thank you for your admonition, Director Li." After bowing to Li Qingyao, Lu Fei turned and left, her posture unsteady. Hu Yuan turned to follow Lu Fei, but Su Lai interjected, "Hu Xiao, if you do not leave soon, you may find yourself in dire straits." "Shut your mouth," Hu Yuan retorted fiercely before chasing after Lu Fei. Chapter 44. a family of fools at the Camellia Manor. Jiang Tianxiao stood outside a sunroom constructed of triple-layer bulletproof glass. Inside lay Master Qian, recently carried back, along with his two female disciples, Chuanxiu and Sheyun. By the time they were brought back, Master Qian and the two women were already incapacitated. Fearing that the three might still harbor some mysterious parasitic insects, Jiang Tianxiao ordered the sunroom to be sealed tightly. Once plump, Master Qian had withered to a mere skeleton. Had he not prudently inserted a piece of life-saving ginseng to prolong his life, the fate of Chuanxiu and Sheyun would have been even more tragic. Without such a lifeline, their bones must have broken countless times, their bodies devoid of any good flesh. Observing the dire condition of Master Qian and the two women, Jiang Tianxiao's expression darkened. They were his sharpest weapons, yet now they lay shattered before him. Through the intercom, Jiang Tianxiao inquired of Master Qian, "Do you have any last wishes? Take care of my disciples." Master Qian's words came out in a fragmented whisper before his head tilted, and he breathed his last. "Sir, here is the information on Su Lai," announced Jiang Liqiong, the Jiang family's steward, as he rushed in with the dossier. Jiang Tianxiao took the documents and began to read. Ex-husband of Lu Fei, treated Qi Tongyin, had a close relationship with Li Qingyao, shareholder and technical director of Chishua Hall. The dossier on Su Lai was remarkably detailed, even noting how he was looked down upon by the Lu family. Referred to as a good-for-nothing by Lu Lin and Lu Qin. After perusing the information, Jiang Tianxia slowly declared, "I wish to meet the Lu family. I shall attend to it immediately," Jiang Liqiong replied, retreating. In a warehouse on the outskirts of Qingyuan City, Lu Jian clutched his abdomen. Kneeling on the ground, opposite him stood Hu Bao, the head of the Hu family's bodyguards. "Is this you, the provincial martial arts champion? You're too frail." Lu Lin and Lu Qin gazed at the man in despair, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is kidnapping. You'll face imprisonment for this." A familiar voice reached Lu Lin and Lu Qin's ears. "Do you think we fear imprisonment?" Startled, they recognized the newcomer. "Xiao Hu? What are you doing here?" With a resounding slap, Hu Yuan struck Lu Lin across the face. "You dare call me Xiao Hu, you wretched woman?" Lu Lin quickly corrected herself. "Young Master Hu, what brings you here?" Lu Qin's voice diminished as realization dawned upon her. The one who had kidnapped them was indeed Hu Yuan. "Young Master Hu, what is the meaning of this? Aren't you a friend of our Lu family? Why would you kidnap us?" "Friend?" Hu Yuan scoffed. "You foolish creatures are hardly worthy of being my friends. As for the reason for your abduction, it is precisely because of your foolishness." He pulled up a chair, nonchalantly sitting before Lu Lin and Lu Qin, declaring, "Lu Fei will be brought here shortly. Once I've had my fun, I'll send you all home together." As his words fell, several men entered, binding Lu Fei tightly. Upon recognizing Hu Yuan as the mastermind, disbelief washed over Lu Fei's face. "Hu Yuan, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" "Clearly preparing for you." Hu Yuan rose, kicking the chair aside. "I had intended to intoxicate you first, but then I encountered that jinx, Su Lai. He disrupted my entire plan." After a tirade of curses, Lu Fei asked, "Why? Why treat us this way? Aren't you a friend of the Lu family? Haven't you always helped us? Your aunt is a fool, your sister is a fool, and you are just as foolish." Hu Yuan grinned maliciously. "Who do you think I am? Did you not call your aunt during the old lady Zhao's birthday banquet, prompting Mr. Li to change his mind? Was it not you who brought me home when the Tiger Lord kidnapped me?" Lu Fei hoped her words would awaken Hu Yuan's conscience, for her family's fate depended on it. "Do you think my aunt holds such sway? I can assure you, your Ming Huatong's success is due to someone's covert assistance. But I am certainly not that person. As for the Tiger Lord, his son, Biao, could make me kneel in supplication. How could I dare provoke the Tiger Lord? Let me be clear, I merely seized an opportunity. When I arrived, you had already been rescued and left on the roadside. I just happened to find you. You truly are foolish." Hu Yuan produced 2 small blue pills from his pocket and tossed them into his mouth. Lu Fei's complexion turned pale as she grasped her fate. "Hu, I am now Mr. Li's partner. He will not let you off for this." "Mr. Li?" Hu Yuan cackled. "I once thought you were clever. Yet you are irredeemably foolish. Once I've had my way with you, I'll eliminate your entire family and then escape abroad. Do you think Li Qingyao will pursue me overseas for revenge? You overestimate your position in Li Qingyao's heart. Even if you are collaborating with Li Qingyao, you only provide production capabilities. There are plenty who can replace you. Furthermore, after I eliminate your family, Li Qingyao will seize Ming Huatong without a hitch and will be grateful to me. How could she possibly chase me down for revenge? Realizing Hu Yuan's intention to flee, Lu Fei finally grasped the situation. Is the Hu Sheng real estate really collapsing? Indeed. Hu Yuan grinned. Otherwise, why would I allow you to invest in our business? I never imagined your entire family would be such fools. I merely offered a small bait, and you all fell for it. Don't blame me. Your greed is to blame. Overwhelmed by the thought of losing her life as savings, Lu Lin sprang to her feet and charged at Hu Yuan. You dare swindle us, Hu? I'll fight you. Immediately, two men in black kicked her down, and she collapsed to the ground, wailing. Though older, this foolish woman was well preserved. Do not let her be idle. Entertain her. Young master, what about her? Hu Bao pointed at Lu Qin. Hu Yuan leered. You take care of her. Do it in front of her husband. Chapter 45. Visitors from the Jiang family scoundrel. Beast. May you meet a terrible end. Hu Yuan, you demon, you deserve to rot in hell. As the group of men in black drew closer, Lu Lin and Lu Qin unleashed a torrent of curses. I will fight you to the bitter end. Lu Jian, having been knocked to the ground, struggled to rise. However, after receiving a heavy kick from Hu Bao, he fell back down with a thud. Hu Yuan grinned maliciously. Consider yourself fortunate. I wanted you to witness your wife's humiliation. Otherwise, I would have had someone kick you to death, you worthless wretch. Lu Fei pleaded. Young master Hu, spare my family. I beg you, do not harm them. In response, Hu Yuan struck Lu Fei across the face, shouting, Your entire family will soon meet their demise. But first, let us enjoy ourselves. What's wrong? Suddenly, a man in a suit with a prominent hooked nose entered the warehouse. Upon seeing him, the men preparing to tear Lu Lin and Lu Qin's clothes stopped in their tracks. Father, you're here? Hu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't it agreed that you would wait for me at the dock? Hu Sheng, Hu Yuan's father, fixed his gaze on Lu Fei's cold, beautiful face and leered, Son, I trust you won't mind if your father joins in the fun. Father, how could I object? I wouldn't mind at all. After all, she has already been ravaged for 3 years. After glancing at his watch, Hu Sheng added, 2 hours will be enough for us to enjoy ourselves. Lu Fei began to shout, You are all beasts. May you all suffer a terrible fate. Curse away. Your words excite me. Hu Sheng replied, waving his hand. Enough idling around. Let us get to it. With a ripping sound, the clothing of Lu Lin and Lu Qin was violently torn apart. Yes, that's it. Use the most brutal methods. Before Hu Sheng could finish his sentence, a loud crash echoed as the warehouse doors were forcefully broken open by a Ford Raptor. Who goes there? Hu Bao demanded, just as a group of men rushed inside. To Hu Bao's shock, the leader was Jiang Liangxiang, the head of the Jiang family security, the wealthiest family in Qingyuan. Xiang, what brings you here? Before Hu Bao could finish his question, Zhang Likun jumped down from the pickup truck. Seeing him, Hu Sheng and Hu Yuan quickly bent over, feigning smiles as they approached. Master Kun, there must be some misunderstanding. However, before they could reach Zhang Likun, he coldly waved his hand. Take the Lu family back to the master. The rest, dispose of them. With a swift motion, Jiang Liangxiang and his guards drew military axes from their sides. Realizing the dire situation, Hu Bao knew that the Hu family was finished. The Jiang family would never allow Hu Xing and Hu Yuan to live another day. Desperate not to be buried alongside them, Hu Bao lunged at Hu Yuan, seizing him by the throat. Xiang, this is my token of loyalty. With a fierce twist, Hu Bao snapped Hu Yuan's neck. As he gazed at his son's lifeless body, Hu Sheng's pupils dilated in horror, and he screamed, My son. Jiang Liangxiang's axe did not waver despite Hu Sheng's grief. With a sweeping arc, it severed Hu Xing's head from his body. Without pausing, the axe struck Hu Bao next, and as his head fell, his eyes were filled with confusion. He had offered his loyalty, yet he was still slain? Those who betray their master cannot be spared. Jiang Liangxiang's words provided clarity, though it was too late for Hu Bao, whose head had already parted from his body. Within moments, the Hu family members lay dead, and the warehouse was thick with the stench of blood. Lu Lin and Lu Qin, unable to endure the horrific scene, fainted, while Lu Fei trembled with fear, unable to faint. Take them away, Zhang Likun commanded, and the Jiang family guards sheathed their axes and began to escort the captives. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Tianchao had plans for the Lu family, or else the men would surely have sought to take advantage of Lu Fei, one of Qingyuan's most stunning beauties. Once they were placed in a vehicle, Lu Fei, regaining her composure, asked, Who are you? Where are you taking us? Zhang Likun replied, My master requests your presence. Lu Fei, puzzled, inquired, Who is your master? With solemnity, Jiang Lakun responded, "My master resides at the Camellia Manor." Jiang Master. Lu Fei gasped in shock. Jiang Tianchao was the sovereign of Qingyuan, though the Lu family had recently entered the upper echelons of Qingyuan society. They remained insignificant before the Jiang family. Yu, who is formidable, the underground king of East City in Qingyuan. No one dares to provoke him. When Yu Biao disrupted the birthday banquet of the esteemed Zhao matriarch of the Shi family, no one dared speak up. Yet Yu, who is merely a dog of Jiang Tianchao. Lu Fei cautiously asked, "What does Jiang Master want with me?" Jiang Lakun replied, "Matters concerning the master are not for us servants to discuss." Lu Fei felt a pang of envy. Indeed, this was the essence of an elite family. Even their servants adhered to such decorum. The Lu family had a long journey ahead of them. The vehicle soon arrived at Camellia Manor. But Lu Fei did not meet Jiang Tianchao immediately. According to Jiang Lakun, the master kept a strict schedule, since it was not an urgent matter. They would not disturb his rest and could address any concerns the following day. Thus, that evening, the Lu family was settled into a suite within the manor. The next morning, at precisely 6:30, the manor's maid not only delivered breakfast but also brought new Chanel attire. As Lu Lin donned her Chanel outfit while eating, she could not cease her praises and envy toward the Jiang family. Now this is what a prestigious family looks like. Look at their breakfast, so exquisite. I feel like we've been eating pig slop all this time. And their servants, such decorum. Their smiles are far more genuine than those of the waitstaff at the Yu Garden. This is living. When will I ever experience such a life? At 8 o'clock, Jiang Lakun returned. "Madam Lu, it is time for you to meet the master." Chapter 46. The Jiang family pig farm master. The guests have arrived. Jiang Lakun brought Lu Fei and her 3 companions before Jiang Tianchao, then stepped back. Lu Fei, without taking a moment to scrutinize Jiang Tianchao, deeply bowed and said, "Master Jiang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance last night. Without your men, our family would have met a tragic fate." Lu Lin and the others followed suit, bowing deeply as well. Reflecting on the events, Lu Fei still felt a shiver of fear. Had Jiang Tianchao's men not intervened, her family of 4 would have perished. Especially she, Lu Lin, and Lu Qin, who would have faced unspeakable horrors before their demise. "Please rise." Once Lu Fei and her companions stood upright, Jiang Tianchao spoke leisurely. "A life-saving grace cannot be repaid with mere words. Indeed, what Master Jiang has done for our Lu family will forever be etched in our hearts. Should you require anything in the future, we shall not hesitate to brave any peril." Lu Fei, astute as she was, immediately grasped that Jiang Tianchao had a request for her, one that would likely be difficult to fulfill. Yet, a spark of joy ignited within her. If she could assist Jiang Tianchao and forge a connection with him, the Lu family's prospects in Qingyuan City would flourish, rendering them untouchable. For instance, had she mentioned Jiang Tianchao when Hu Yuan kidnapped her, he would have never dared to lay a finger on her, perhaps even returning the money he swindled from the Lu family. And given that Jiang Tianchao had saved her family, how could Lu Fei refuse him? He was Jiang Tianchao, a man whom countless individuals in Qingyuan City wished to curry favor with, but found no means to do so. No need for grand gestures. I have a task for you. If you succeed, it will suffice to repay the favor of saving your family. Jiang Tianchao indeed presented a condition. Lu Lin eagerly responded, "Master Jiang, please tell us. Whatever you require, we will surely accomplish." "It is not a trivial matter." Jiang Tianchao fixed his gaze on Lu Fei. "I need a copy of the recipe for the Qiu Shuetang cosmetics." Lu Fei's expression changed immediately. She could sense that Jiang Tianchao's request was not merely difficult, but exceedingly so. This was undeniably an unjust demand. Yet, without hesitation, Lu Lin agreed. "All right, no problem. Absolutely no problem." Jiang Tianchao did not even glance at Lu Lin. Continuing to focus on Lu Fei, I give you 3 hours to consider. If you agree, your Lu family will become my friends. In Qingyuan City, I will do everything in my power to assist you." Lu Fei pursed her lips and replied, "Master Jiang, I fear I cannot fulfill this request." Lu Lin interjected, "What is so difficult about it? It's just a recipe. Aunt, be quiet." Lu Fei's eyes were icy. Lu Lin, startled by Lu Fei's demeanor, opened her mouth but dared not speak further. "Do not rush your reply. I have granted you time to contemplate." Jiang Tianchao rose, addressing the outside. "Show Lu Fei's family around my estate. Give her a peaceful environment for her considerations." "Yes, master." Jiang Lakun entered from outside. "Ladies, please follow me." In Qingyuan City, It is said that only the dead dare to refuse Jiang Tianchao. Lu Lin, Lu Qin, and Lu Jian clearly did not wish to meet such a fate, so they obediently followed Jiang Lekun. As they boarded a sightseeing vehicle to the Shanjia Manor, Lu Lin finally asked, "Where are you taking us, brother?" Jiang Lekun replied coldly, "As per the master's request, I am taking you to tour our pig farm." Lu Lin was taken aback. "The pig farm? Why must we visit the pig farm?" "You will understand once we arrive." Jiang Lekun maintained a consistent smile, yet Lu Lin and the others found it increasingly unsettling. Akin to witnessing a corpse smiling, a feeling of indescribable eeriness. The pig farm was located in a shaded area behind the mountain. It appeared small from the outside, but was surprisingly spacious upon entry. Upon their arrival, they observed a truck being washed with a high-pressure water gun, blood flowing on the ground, and a faint metallic scent permeating the air. Initially, they thought the blood was from slaughtered pigs, paying little heed. Perfect timing. The pigs are just about to have their breakfast. Come see how plump and robust they are, Jiang Lekun said, pushing open the door to the pigsty. With a roll, a spherical object came tumbling out, landing at Lu Lin's feet. Looking down, she was horrified to find it was a human head, causing her to leap several feet into the air. Aya! Her piercing scream echoed throughout the pig farm. Inside the pigsty, two men wielding axes rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "Shut up, or I'll chop you up," one of the men bellowed, brandishing his bloodied axe at Lu Lin. The fierce demeanor of the man, combined with the dripping weapon, rendered Lu Lin speechless. After glaring at the terrified trio, one of the men picked up the head from the ground, cursing, "Damn it! Even with the head gone, can't you be quiet?" At that moment, Lu Lin and her companions recognized that the head belonged to Hu Yuan. A wave of nausea washed over them, as they began to piece together what had transpired in the pigsty and what the truck had been transporting. Brother, perhaps we should not go in," Lu Lin stammered. Before she could finish, Jiang Lekun struck her across the face. "The master has granted you the honor of visiting his pig farm. Otherwise, you wretches wouldn't even deserve to step inside. Bring them in," Jiang Lekun commanded with a roar, and several burly men emerged from the pigsty. "Yes, master. What are your orders?" Jiang Lekun pointed at Lu Lin and her companions. "Take them in. Let them have a proper tour of the master's pig farm." "Understood." The brutish men paired up and dragged Lu Lin and her companions into the pigsty. Inside, the floor was piled high with corpses, and several ravenous men wielding axes were chopping the remains into smaller pieces, tossing them into feeding troughs. Lu Lin and Lu Fei were utterly horrified, their tense muscles finally relaxing in shock. Chapter 47. The Birthday Banquet. Fei quickly agreed to Mr. Jiang. "Dear sister, it's terrifying. They actually butchered the Hu family members and fed them to the pigs. I don't want to die. I refuse to be chopped up and fed to pigs." Fei. When we arrived at the pig farm, Hu Yuan's head rolled right at my feet. I was so frightened that my heart nearly leapt out. "Sister, it's just a formula. You should give it to Mr. Jiang." "Sister." Upon returning from their tour of the pig farm, Lu Lin clung to Lu Fei's leg, pleading desperately. Lu Fei's complexion was ghastly pale, although less than 2 hours had passed. She appeared to have aged a decade. As the 3-hour deadline set by Jiang Tianchao approached, Lu Lin urged, Fei, you must decide quickly. Time is running out. Do you want us to become pig food? Sister, I beg you. Please don't let me end up as pig slop. I'm still young. I haven't lived enough yet. Sister, Shaoqin and I haven't even seen our future children. With a heavy sigh, Lu Fei replied, Stop talking. I agree. Wonderful. Wonderful. We won't die. We won't die. Lu Lin and the others embraced each other, tears of joy flowing. When they met Jiang Tianchao, he stated nonchalantly, Actually, it's of no concern if you refuse. Many individuals in your autumn snow hall would gladly work for me. Obtaining those cosmetic formulas would be effortless for me. But since President Lu has agreed, I await your good news. Glancing at Lu Lin and the others, Jiang Tianchao continued, My Camellia Manor has lovely scenery. You three may stay here as guests for now. After sending Lu Fei away, Jiang Lekun, following Jiang Tianchao's instructions, went to pick up Master Qian's senior brother from the train station. Upon meeting Master Qian's senior brother, Jiang Lekun was momentarily taken aback. Originally, he had expected Master Qian's senior brother to be a man, yet she turned out to be a woman, and quite an attractive one at that. The woman appeared to be under 30, radiant and fresh, resembling a dewdrop-laden vegetable in a morning garden. However, Jiang Lekun couldn't shake the feeling that this seemingly delicate woman exuded an odor of decay, akin to that of a 1,000-year-old ghost. Upon seeing Jiang Tianchao, the first words from the woman were, "My name is Song Pakai. Please tell me, who killed my junior brother?" Jiang Tianchao appreciated Song Pachai's straightforwardness and promptly retrieved Su Lai's information. Master Qian was backstabbed after using sorcery. I'm not entirely sure who it was, but this individual is undoubtedly involved. After perusing Su Lai's information swiftly, Song Pakai inquired, "Do you have his birth date or any items he has used?" Jiang Tianchao shook his head, replying, "Give me a day, and I can acquire that. That's unnecessary. I prefer to take revenge without delay." Song Pakai discarded Su Lai's information and commanded, "Find me a secluded place. Tonight, I shall perform the ritual." Although Jiang Tianchao was uncertain about Song Pakai's methods, he sensed that her approach would not be benevolent, especially considering that Master Qian's sorcery was hardly benign. As dusk fell, Qi Yueshi's car came to a gentle stop in front of the West Emerald Bar. Exiting the vehicle clad in casual attire, Qi Yueshi was greeted by a woman adorned in sparkling jewels and radiating brilliance. "Cici, you finally arrived." The woman embraced Qi Yueshi, and a wave of intense perfume enveloped her. "Flower Branch, happy birthday," Qi Yueshi exclaimed, as today marked the birthday of her high school friend, Flower Branch. The otherwise mundane nightlife would have certainly kept her away from such a venue. With a smile, Flower Branch replied, "Go on inside. I've booked the entire West Emerald Bar. It's filled with friends. Enjoy yourself. I have another friend to wait for." Upon entering, Qi Yueshi discovered only a few of her high school classmates among a sea of unfamiliar faces. "Miss, you're also a friend of Flower Branch." Qi Yueshi's beauty attracted the attention of several men, yet she was aware that her presence was merely to make an appearance, and she politely declined all advances. As Qi Yueshi finally located her high school friends, Flower Branch's voice rang out from the entrance. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have an announcement." Turning towards the entrance, Qi Yueshi beheld a haughty girl standing beside Flower Branch, flanked by two female bodyguards. "Let us welcome Miss Jiang Tinglan with warm applause." As Flower Branch's words fell, the bar erupted in enthusiastic applause, and one might mistake the evening's celebration as being in honor of Jiang Tinglan. Clapping along, Qi Yueshi scrutinized Jiang Tianchao's youngest daughter, Jiang Tinglan. She was indeed quite beautiful, yet her demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, her gaze dismissive, as if regarding all others as mere insects, making her seem quite unapproachable. As the applause subsided, Jiang Tinglan spoke with a biting tone. "I've heard that Qi Yueshi, the president of Qibo Jewelry, is present. May I ask where you are now?" Furrowing her brow, Qi Yueshi regarded Jiang Tinglan, puzzled as to why she was being sought out. For there was no animosity between them. Over there. Flower Branch pointed towards Qi Yueshi's location. Qi Yueshi's frown deepened. She was not naive enough to miss the hostility in Jiang Tinglan's voice, yet Flower Branch's direct indication felt like a betrayal. Following Flower Branch's lead, Jiang Tinglan, accompanied by her bodyguards, approached Qi Yueshi directly. After sizing her up, Jiang Tinglan sneered, "No wonder you're called the double beauties of Qingyuan. You truly are stunning." Maintaining her composure, Qi Yueshi replied, "What does Miss Jiang wish to discuss?" Despite recognizing Jiang Tinglan's ill intent, Qi Yueshi resolved to remain unfazed. "You shameless hussy." Jiang Tinglan suddenly slapped Qi Yueshi across the face. The sharp crack resonated, leaving a vivid red imprint on Qi Yueshi's flawless cheek. As Jiang Tinglan's bodyguards seized Qi Yueshi from either side, onlookers were momentarily stunned. Who would have anticipated that the little princess of the Jiang family would strike the president of Qibo Jewelry? This is for seducing my best friend's boyfriend. Chapter 48. Torment. Jiang Tinglan's words seemed to unravel the confusion surrounding them. "Miss Jiang, you must be mistaken." Qi Yueshi attempted to defend herself, trapped and unable to move under the firm grip of Jiang Tinglan's bodyguard. "How dare you argue?" Jiang Tinglan struck her twice, and with those blows, Qi Yueshi realized that the accusation of seducing her friend's boyfriend was merely a pretext. Jiang Tinglan was simply seeking a confrontation with her. Finding herself still unable to escape the bodyguard's hold, Qi Yueshi defiantly declared, "You are slandering me." Her gaze fell upon Huazi, but to her fury, Huazi appeared almost exhilarated at the sight of her being beaten. "So high up, I find this rather enjoyable." Upon saying this, Jiang Tinglan's bodyguards kicked Qi Yueshi's legs, forcing her to kneel before Jiang Tinglan. Jiang Tinglan viciously grabbed Qi Yueshi's hair. Her expression twisted with malice as she whispered, "I am indeed slandering you. What will you do about it? Qi Yueshi stubbornly asked. Why? After another 2 slaps, Jiang Tinglan taunted her. Blame your decrepit old man. Qi Yueshi was taken aback. My grandfather. Why doesn't he just die peacefully? What a waste of resources. Jiang Tinglan's words struck a chord. It became clear to Qi Yueshi that the one who had placed a curse on her grandfather was none other than Jiang Tianqiao. Initially, she had suspected that the conspirators against the Qi family were from East City, particularly Yu Hu, as her grandfather had faced troubles while Yu Biao was aggressively pursuing her. Little did she know that the true puppet master was the affluent Jiang family. Miss Jiang, perhaps you should change your approach. We wouldn't want your hands to ache. Huaji offered a bottle of red wine to Jiang Tinglan. When Qi Yueshi did not even glance at her, Huaji felt her pride deeply insulted. With a fierce expression, Huaji remarked, Qi Yueshi, I thought you would maintain your princess-like demeanor, yet here you are, groveling like a dog. Jiang Tinglan seized the wine bottle and asked Huaji, do you wish to strike her? If so, go ahead. With Jiang Tinglan's permission, Huaji clawed Qi Yueshi's face, her sharp nails tearing grotesque gashes across her skin. Though the pain was excruciating, Qi Yueshi remained silent, not even flinching. Jiang Tinglan was enraged. She longed to hear Qi Yueshi's cries of agony and pleas for mercy. But her silence was maddening. In a fit of rage, Jiang Tinglan slapped Qi Yueshi's other cheek, flesh tearing and blood gushing forth. Yet, Qi Yueshi remained silent. Very well, you have spirit. I admire that. Jiang Tinglan, her face a mask of deranged ecstasy, raised the wine bottle high, commanding, beg me. Qi Yueshi stood unmoving, as if the torment were not inflicted upon her at all. You wretched girl, perish. Jiang Tinglan brought the wine bottle crashing down. Qi Yueshi closed her eyes, gritting her teeth resolutely. She would not beg for mercy, since discovering that the Jiang family was the true antagonist behind her family's troubles. She had resolved that even if it meant death, she would not utter a sound. To her surprise, the anticipated pain did not come. Yet, Qi Yueshi was not naive enough to believe that Jiang Tinglan would show her mercy. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Jiang Tinglan's frenzied gaze. You think I will let you escape? Not a chance. Jiang Tinglan lifted the wine bottle again, but did not strike. Qi Yueshi, plead for me. If you do, I shall spare you. A cold smile spread across Qi Yueshi's bloodied face. Though it was their first encounter, she could discern that should she plead, it would only invite further torment. Unfortunately for Jiang Tinglan, Qi Yueshi's knees might bend under pressure, but her spirit would not kneel. Realizing that she could not elicit a response from Qi Yueshi, Jiang Tinglan lost interest in continuing the torment. With a resounding crack, blood and wine cascaded from Qi Yueshi's head, and she slumped, unconscious. Jiang Tinglan, far from feeling remorse, found renewed vigor. Releasing Qi Yueshi from her bodyguard's hold, she placed her stiletto heel upon Qi Yueshi's ample chest, grinding it down mercilessly. The sharp pain jolted Qi Yueshi back to consciousness, and she instinctively groaned. Hearing her moans, Jiang Tinglan erupted into laughter. Aren't you tough? You think silence is strength? Let us see whose resolve is stronger, your defiance or my heel. Blood flowed from Qi Yueshi's chest, waking her fully. The onlookers at Huaji's birthday party bore expressions of horror, yet none dared intervene to stop Jiang Tinglan. Even Huaji, who had previously handed Jiang Tinglan the wine, began to tremble, realizing the depths of Jiang Tinglan's madness and cruelty. She was intent on torturing Qi Yueshi to the brink of death. Miss, if this continues, she will die? A bodyguard interjected. At that moment, Qi Yueshi slipped back into unconsciousness. One blow is far too dull. Jiang Tinglan, still unsatisfied, withdrew her heel from Qi Yueshi's chest. Throw her out. Let her heal slowly. Once she recovers, I shall come to play again. Qi Yueshi, I refuse to believe you can remain so defiant. Meanwhile, Yu Ji, outside the bar, smoking, witnessed a bloodied figure being discarded from the establishment. He shook his head, muttering, they've gone mad again. Though Qi Yueshi had never frequented bars, her brother, Qi Jinhua, was a regular. Thus, Yu Ji was all too familiar with the reckless behaviors of the affluent, who often pushed the limits of excess, leaving ruin in their wake. With a heavy sigh, he flicked away the remnants of his cigarette and approached Qi Yueshi, intending to check her injuries and call for an ambulance. However, as he drew closer, horror struck him. The person on the ground was unmistakably his young mistress. Kneeling beside her, Yu Ji gently lifted Qi Yueshi, calling out, Young mistress. Young mistress. Go find Su Lai. Chapter 49. A life for a life, Lu Fei was imploring Su Lai. I am at my wit's end. Su Lai, I beg you. Please give me the formula for that medicinal makeup. My aunt, Qin Qin, and Lu Jian are all being held captive at the Camellia Manor. If I fail to retrieve the formula, they will be killed by Jiang Tianchao. After leaving the Camellia Manor, Lu Fei pondered for a long time. She considered seeking out Li Qingyao, but lacked the courage. Stealing from Cook Swatang was beyond her capabilities. In the end, her only recourse was to plead with Su Lai. Su Lai, I know that over the years, my aunt and Qin Qin have been somewhat excessive towards you. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive them. Lu Fei bowed deeply to Su Lai. Now, their lives are in peril. I implore you, think of. After much contemplation, Lu Fei could not find a fitting term. After all, in 3 years of marriage, Su Lai and Lu Lin Lu Qin had only experienced conflict, devoid of any affection. Ultimately, Lu Fei could only helplessly plead, for the sake of their past kinship with you, please grant me a copy of the medicinal makeup formula. Let me rescue their lives. Su Lai replied nonchalantly, I can provide you with the formula for the medicinal makeup. Lu Fei's heart soared with joy. Really? I am immensely grateful. However, Su Lai continued, but even if you give it to Jiang Tianchao, it will be of no use. There are certain ingredients in the makeup that he cannot procure. Su Lai spoke the truth. The most crucial ingredients were cultivated in his family's backyard and could not be found elsewhere. Yet, Lu Fei mistook this as an excuse. Desperate to save her aunt and sister, she knelt before Su Lai. Su Lai, I implore you. They were once your family too. Out of consideration for me, please save them. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Su Lai discerned her intentions and furrowed his brow. It seems you still do not understand my character. Su Lai, they are my family. Lu Fei's words were interrupted by the frantic voice of Yu Ji from outside. Mr. Su, help. Mr. Su, please save our young lady. Su Lai rose and walked outside. Yu Ji was rushing in, cradling Qi Yueshi, who was barely clinging to life, bloodied and battered. Su Lai's expression darkened upon seeing her condition. He took Qi Yueshi from Yu Ji and immediately channeled his energy to stabilize her injuries. Who did this? Yu Ji shook her head. I do not know. Hearing the commotion, Lu Fei and Qin Zhanzhan emerged from their respective rooms, following Su Lai into an empty chamber where he laid Qi Yueshi upon the bed. In an instant, he discerned the extent of her injuries. Fortuitously, she had been brought to him. Had she arrived at another hospital, she would have faced disfigurement. Undress her to expose the wounds. I will prepare the ointment. After issuing his command, Su Lai turned and headed to the backyard. Qin Zhanzhan glanced at Lu Fei before stepping forward to assist Qi Yueshi in removing her garments. Lu Fei hesitated momentarily, but soon joined in. Though she had no fondness for Qin Zhanzhan and even less for Qi Yueshi, witnessing Qi Yueshi in such a bloodied state stirred her compassion. Before long, the sight of gaping wounds on Qi Yueshi's body met their eyes. Qin Zhanzhan's once radiant face turned somber. This was a matter of life and death for her sister. Su Lai returned, carrying a ceramic jar emanating the scent of medicinal herbs. Upon seeing Qi Yueshi's injuries, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his countenance. Apply this ointment to her wounds. He handed the jar to Lu Fei. Take care of her. After leaving those words, Su Lai exited the room. Lu Fei inquired, where are you going? Su Lai did not respond to her question, instead asking Yu Ji, where did this happen? At the Shitsue bar. Upon learning the location, Su Lai departed. Moments later, the roar of a McLaren echoed outside. At that moment, the Shitsue bar was bustling with activity. Though Jiang Tinglan displayed her cruel side, she was still treated like royalty. Surrounded by admirers who lavished her with flattery, the guest of honor at the birthday celebration, Hua Ji, had been relegated to a mere accessory, resembling a maid beside a princess. Yet, everyone deemed this entirely appropriate. Su Lai parked directly at the bar's entrance. The bouncers, upon seeing the McLaren, dared not utter a word and promptly allowed him entry. Once inside, Su Lai narrowed his phoenix eyes and inquired, who injured Qi Yueshi? His voice was low, yet it resonated throughout the bar. The once raucous atmosphere fell silent as patrons turned to gaze at him. Jiang Tinglan, spotting Su Lai, broke into a smile. It is I, your esteemed aunt. However, her expression soon darkened, eyes glinting with malice. What? Are you here to avenge that wretched Qi Yueshi? Su Lai remained silent, striding directly towards Jiang Tinglan. Isn't that Lu Fei's ex-husband, Su Lai? What is his relationship with Qi Yueshi? Who knows? It's surprising that this useless fellow has managed to establish a connection with Qi Yueshi after divorcing Lu Fei. Amidst the crowd, Someone revealed Su Lai's identity. Jiang Tinglan's bodyguards, sensing Su Lai's dark demeanor, swiftly shielded her behind them. From between the shoulders of the two guards, Jiang Tinglan sneered, "Are you here to plead for that wretched girl? Kneel and lick my toes. Otherwise, I will ensure she suffers a fate worse than death." Hua Ji darted in front of Jiang Tinglan's bodyguards, mocking, "Boy, to lick Miss Jiang's toes is your honor. Once you return, you won't be allowed to brush your teeth for 3 years. You wretched sycophant." Su Lai extended his hand, delivering a resounding slap across Hua Ji's face. The bodyguard's eyes widened. They had not even seen how Su Lai struck. Dazed, Hua Ji spun around 3 times before collapsing to the ground. As he felt something rise in his throat, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observant onlookers noted that his spittle contained several glistening teeth. One bodyguard confronted Su Lai. "Do you know who we are?" Su Lai chuckled coldly. "I care not for your identity. A life for a life." The bodyguard retorted, "We reside at the Camellia Manor." "Jiang Tianchao," Su Lai exclaimed, suddenly understanding why they dared to assault Qi Yueshi. "Indeed, I am the daughter of Master Jiang." The female bodyguard hoped that Jiang Tianchao's name would intimidate Su Lai. Yet, Jiang Tinglan remained oblivious to her bodyguard's uncertainty and grinned maliciously at Su Lai. "Now that you know who I am, kneel and lick my toes. Let me be clear. As long as Qi Yueshi lives, I will torment her without mercy." Chapter 50. Around, voices erupted, directing their ire at Su Lai. "You rascal. Kneel before Miss Jiang at once. You should feel honored to even touch Miss Jiang's toes. It's a great fortune for your family. You." The response from Su Lai was a resounding slap. This time, the strike was deliberate, aimed at the faces of the 2 female bodyguards. Their reflexes were too slow for a counterattack. They could only brace themselves. For arms came up to shield their faces, but unbeknownst to them, Su Lai desired precisely such a reaction. With several sharp cracks, the bones in their arms shattered under the force of his blow, causing the bodyguards to writhe in agony on the floor. Jiang Tinglan's expression darkened ominously. "How dare you strike my bodyguards? You shall pay dearly for this. I will have you butchered piece by piece. No, I will ensure that your entire family, everyone associated with you, is carved into pieces." In response, Su Lai delivered a heavy slap to Jiang Tinglan's face. With a resounding crack, she spun around 7 times before collapsing to the ground, dazed. Those surrounding them stared at Su Lai in astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. Who would have thought that even after Jiang Tinglan revealed her identity, Su Lai would still dare to strike her, and so brazenly in front of so many witnesses? This was not merely a blow to Jiang Tinglan and Appo's face. It was a slap to the very face of Jiang Tianchao, the local tyrant of Qingyuan City. With a spurt of blood from her nose and mouth, Jiang Tinglan lost several teeth. The crowd viewed Su Lai with a mixture of fear and incredulity. In Qingyuan City, who would dare to act in such a manner? "Stop gaping. Call the Jiang family," someone urged. "Perhaps, if you inform them, they might reward you for your loyalty." It became abundantly clear that the crowd regarded Su Lai as a madman. No sane person would provoke the beloved daughter of Jiang Tianchao without expecting dire consequences. After making this proclamation, Su Lai struck Jiang Tinglan once more, sending her spinning like a top, her backside igniting with sparks as she whirled around. This blow shattered her jaw, distorting her once pretty face grotesquely. "If you delay in notifying them, Jiang Tinglan may very well die by my hand." Su Lai's phoenix eyes narrowed. "Tell me, if Jiang Tinglan were to perish, would Jiang Tianchao not seek retribution against you? Would he not slaughter you all as sacrifices for her?" Soon, someone in the crowd was dialing the Jiang family. Jiang Tianchao's stature was too elevated for the bar patrons to approach, but there were always those acquainted with the family's steward or guards. Upon hearing that a call had connected to Jiang Liangxiang, Su Lai raised his foot and crushed the legs of the 2 female bodyguards. "Did you not assist Jiang Tinglan in her malevolence?" One bodyguard gasped through the pain. "You, Su, are finished. We are from Yanzhou. You will face their wrath." Those who had heard of Yanzhou nearly jumped in shock. It was the 3rd-ranked martial arts sect in Dongyue province, led by a martial arts master. "Yanzhou? Excellent," Su Lai retorted coldly. "I await your lord's arrival for vengeance." With that, he delivered 2 kicks to their abdomens, shattering their dantians and rendering them powerless. He then sent them flying to the entrance of the bar, where they landed against 2 racks. Thus, when the Jiang family arrived, they would immediately see the 2 dismembered bodyguards. Upon hearing the commotion, the bar security rushed in and found Su Lai confronting Hua Ji. "You have a part in this too, do you not?" Though Su Lai's gaze was calm, It terrified Huaji to her core. With a mouth devoid of teeth, she mumbled incoherently, begging for mercy. No, please. When you were bullying others, did you not think of mercy? Su Lai replied, patting her shoulder. If you dare to act, you must bear the consequences. With a crack, Su Lai shattered Huaji's kneecap. Pain radiated from the injury, turning her face as pale as a ghost. A single thought crossed her mind. She would never stand again. Finally, Su Lai's gaze settled on Jiang Tinglan. Though his expression remained tranquil, Jiang Tinglan felt the weight of his stare, as if it bore down upon her, suffocating her. Whimpering sounds escaped her lips, but with her teeth gone and her cheeks mangled, no one could decipher her words. For Su Lai, however, the sounds were meaningless. He would not spare her because of her threats, nor would he relent due to her pleas. Raising his leg, he delivered a kick that shattered her limbs. The sound of breaking bones shattered the courage of all present. How utterly brutal. How dangerously insane. How audacious. This man was undoubtedly mad. If he were not, how could he commit such unfathomable acts? The bar security hastily called their boss. They knew that confronting Jiang Tinglan was not a matter for mere underlings. Boss, there's a madman in our bar, and he has assaulted Jiang Tianchao's daughter. It's horrific. What are you waiting for? Get out now. By the way, someone has reserved the entire bar tonight. Remember, you two are off duty. Though Jiang Tianchao ruled Qingyuan City like a tyrant, not everyone bowed to him. Li Qingyao, the clandestine owner of the West Chui bar, was one such individual. As the bar's patrons fled in terror, fearing Su Lai might turn his wrath upon them, only he remained standing within. Jiang Tinglan, sprawled on the floor, wished for unconsciousness, but the pain was excruciating. Yet, Su Lai, while striking her, had employed a touch of ethereal energy to keep her mind clear, forcing her to endure the agony fully aware. Before long, with a resounding crash, Jiang Liangxiang kicked open the bar door, flanked by a dozen guards wielding military axes. Upon seeing the two bodyguards hanging limply, he demanded with murderous intent, "Where's my young mistress?" On the ground, Jiang Tinglan, upon hearing his voice, whimpered urgently, clearly imploring them to dispatch Su Lai without delay. With a swift kick, Su Lai sent Jiang Tinglan sprawling before Jiang Liangxiang. "Is this not the case?" Jiang Liangxiang gasped. "Mistress." A quick glance at her swollen mouth confirmed that she had lost several teeth, and the unnatural angles of her limbs indicated that they were all broken. The Jiang family's guards erupted in fury. In Qingyuan City, it had always been the Jiang family who bullied others. Never had they been the victims. Especially not the beloved daughter of Jiang Tianchao. Destroy him. Chapter 51. Calm and collected, the guards of the Jiang family swung their military axes towards Su Lai. A mocking expression appeared on Su Lai's face as he swiftly struck out with his hand, delivering slap after slap, creating a resounding echo throughout the bar. Under the terrified gaze of Jiang Liangxiang, all the guards charging at Su Lai found themselves clutching their jaws, collapsing to the ground. The entire process unfolded with effortless grace, akin to slicing through vegetables, with Su Lai employing merely one hand. Jiang Liangxiang, with a grim countenance, muttered, "No wonder he's so arrogant. He is indeed a martial arts master." Su Lai beckoned Jiang Liangxiang with a finger, saying, "It's your turn now." The young man, brimming with arrogance, inhaled deeply, his internal energy surging through his meridians. However, in the face of Su Lai, who practiced the path of immortality, Jiang Liangxiang was utterly outmatched. With a resounding slap, although it landed on his face, Jiang Liangxiang was horrified to discover that the impact was felt in his dantian and legs. Su Lai's strike not only shattered Jiang Liangxiang's dantian, but also crushed the bones in his legs. For the rest of his life, Jiang Liangxiang would find it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to stand again, let alone practice martial arts. In an instant, Jiang Liangxiang understood why those guards remained on the ground after receiving Su Lai's slap. It was not that they did not wish to rise, but rather that they were incapable of doing so. One slap had rendered him incapacitated. Even Jiang Yi, his grandfather, did not possess such power. It was essential to note that Jiang Liangxiang was a congenital-level martial artist. Even if he had just entered this realm, he was still a bona fide congenital warrior. Yet, he could not withstand even a single strike from Su Lai. Jiang Liangxiang gazed at Su Lai in shock. "Who exactly are you?" "I am Su Lai," he replied coolly. "Call Jiang Tianchao for assistance, and see how best to resolve this matter regarding his daughter." After retrieving his phone, Jiang Liangxiang addressed Su Lai. "Su Lai, you are indeed formidable, but in this world, mere strength is insufficient. You speak the truth. Su Lai nodded. Once Jiang Tianchao finishes his call, he should send someone to my residence. Observing Su Lai's calm demeanor, Jiang Liangxiang's eyes narrowed. The tactics of Jiang Yi indeed unfolded in such a manner, yet what confidence did this individual possess to remain unperturbed by the local tyrant of Qingyuan City? In the secluded courtyard of the Camellia Manor, Song Pasha set a small table adorned with bizarre symbols at its center. Subsequently, 7 sinister artifacts, crafted from the bones of newborns, were meticulously arranged on the table in specific positions. A drone hovered in the air, transmitting real-time footage of the courtyard to a large computer screen. As Song Pasha withdrew a banner woven from the hair of a 6-year-old girl from his pocket, Jiang Tianchao's companion, Jiang Lakun, shuddered and advised, "Master, perhaps we should not watch this. It is quite unsettling. When you were busy hacking people to pieces, you showed no fear. Why now?" Jiang Tianchao scoffed. "Just treat it like a horror film." At that moment, Jiang Tianchao received a call from Jiang Liangxiang. Upon answering, he heard Jiang Liangxiang report, "Master, the young lady had an incident at the Shizue bar." Jiang Tianchao paused before inquiring, "Who did this?" "In Qingyuan City. Few dared to harm members of the Jiang family, and Jiang Tianchao was curious about who would dare to act with such audacity." "Su Lai," came the reply. Jiang Tianchao's eyes narrowed. So it was this individual. Master Qian had fallen victim to him, and the mercenary team of Yulong had also been thwarted by this man. Without a doubt, Jiang Liangxiang was no match for Su Lai. However, it remained uncertain whether Su Lai intended to confront the Jiang family, or if this was merely an unintended conflict. Jiang Tianchao instructed Jiang Lakun, "Lead the team to the Su residence and capture everyone there." "Yes, master." Jiang Lakun bowed and gathered the men. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianchao continued to observe with keen interest as Song Pasha arranged her magical formation on the computer screen. Even with his daughter and one of his guards in Su Lai's grasp, Jiang Tianchao remained unperturbed, believing that Su Lai's call to Jiang Liangxiang was merely an invitation to negotiate. To ensure he did not fall at a disadvantage during negotiations, it was imperative to possess sufficient leverage. Su Lai already had Jiang Tinglan and Jiang Liangxiang as his bargaining chips. Thus, Jiang Tianchao needed to prepare his own. Yet, Jiang Tianchao's overconfidence led him to believe that even if someone dared to confront the Jiang family, they would refrain from inflicting serious harm. Little did he know that Jiang Liangxiang and his guards had been incapacitated, and Jiang Tinglan had been reduced to a pitiful state after several slaps from Su Lai. Had he been aware of this, his demeanor would have been far less composed. A few empty vehicles sat idly at the entrance of Su Lai's home. "How long have they been inside?" Jiang Lakun, who had been resting his eyes in a Mercedes, suddenly opened them and inquired. The driver, Chen Jun, replied, "Boss, they have been inside for 18 minutes. 18 minutes? Jiang Lakun was taken aback. He had instructed Tai Sheng to expedite their efforts. As the master awaited their return after capturing the people inside to exchange for the young lady. "Shall I go take a look?" Chen Jun suggested. "Go ahead." After stepping out of the car and donning a baseball cap, Chen Jun quickly approached the front door of the Su residence. To his surprise, the door stood wide open, and the interior was brightly lit, yet he could see no sign of Tai Sheng and the others. How could 20 or so people disappear into thin air? A sense of unease washed over Chen Jun as he realized the oddity of the courtyard. However, he dared not return. He knew Jiang Lakun and Appo's temperament well. If he provided an uncertain answer, Jiang Lakun would likely crush his skull. Gathering his courage, Chen Jun called out, "Is anyone home? Who are you?" A girl with an exceptionally innocent demeanor emerged from a room and asked upon seeing Chen Jun at the door. Chen Jun, fearing to admit he was searching for Tai Sheng, decided to think quickly. "I'm looking for Mr. Su. Brother Su isn't home right now." Qin Zhanzhan replied. "Would you like to leave your phone number? I can have him call you when he returns." In a bid to ascertain the whereabouts of Tai Sheng and the others, Chen Jun asked, "May I come in and wait for him?" However, a troubled expression crossed Qin Zhanzhan's face. "It's not very convenient. Don't worry, miss. I am not a bad person," Chen Jun assured her as he stepped inside. "Mr. Su once saved my life. I happened to be passing through here on my way to the provincial capital, so I thought I would come by to see him." "Is that so? Then you may come in." Qin Zhanzhan's wariness dissipated. "Wait, when did Brother Su save you?" Lu Fei emerged from the room. Chapter 52. No one else. Chen Jun spoke without hesitation. For years ago, Su Lai saved me. Back then, Su Lai and Lu Fei were not yet married. Lu Fei knew nothing of Su Lai at that time. Lu Fei replied. Then you may wait for him inside. He has gone out on an errand. Chen Jun clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Lu Fei. Thank you. Thank you. In the courtyard, Chen Jun looked around and remarked, the changes here over the past 4 years are quite significant. He then began to wander about, recalling, I remember there used to be an apple tree here. Now it has been replaced by an osmanthus tree, and it is thriving beautifully. Oh, and there is still a stone stump here. As he strolled, Chen Jun searched diligently. Some doors were ajar, but peering inside revealed no one present. Other doors were closed. Yet it was unlikely that Tai Sheng and his 20-odd men could be confined within those rooms. After making a full circuit, Chen Jun still found no trace of Tai Sheng and his crew until he spotted a small door leading to the backyard. The changes in Mr. Su's household over these years have been quite substantial. Chen Jun approached the small door to the backyard, recalling, during my stay at Mr. Su's, there was a peach tree in the backyard. I wonder what it looks like now. However, he was halted in his tracks by 2 dogs guarding the entrance to the backyard. They were 2 native dogs, quintessentially rustic. Although they did not snarl or show their teeth, an instinctual warning told Chen Jun that they were akin to lions, capable of tearing him apart. No wonder Chen Jun felt fear. These dogs had just dragged Tai Sheng and his men into the backyard, still exuding an air of menace. Chen Jun paused, weighing his options. If he failed to gather news about Tai Sheng, Zhang Likun would merely snap his neck, leaving him with a complete corpse. But if torn apart by these dogs, not only would he die an unknown death, but he might also end up as dog food. Not wishing to become dog fodder, Chen Jun turned away from the small door. Qin Zhanzhan, carrying a cup of tea, called out to Chen Jun, Sir, why not come in for a cup of tea? No. Chen Jun feigned checking the time. I am pressed for time. Miss, when Mr. Su returns, please inform him that Zhu Biao from the provincial capital came by to express his gratitude, but did not wait for him. Qin Zhanzhan cheerfully responded, Certainly. Thank you. Once back in the car, Zhang Likun eagerly inquired, What have Tai Sheng and his men been doing for so long? Master, Tai Sheng and his men are missing. Chen Jun swallowed hard, continuing, Inside, aside from 2 young ladies, there was no one else. Oh, and 2 dogs. 2 young ladies? 2 dogs? Zhang Likun slapped the back of Chen Jun's head. Then why the hell didn't you bring them to me? Master, I dared not move. Chen Jun replied with a look of grievance. I couldn't see Tai Sheng and the others, and if I had acted rashly, there would be no one left to inform you. Zhang Likun slapped Chen Jun again. Lack of courage is just that. Don't give me excuses. After reprimanding Chen Jun, Zhang Likun gazed at the entrance of Su Lai's home, his eyes flickering for a moment before he despondently declared, Let us go back. All right. As Chen Jun started the car, he let out a sigh of relief. His life was finally spared. Upon hearing Zhang Likun's report, Jiang Tianchao furrowed his brow. Tai Sheng was a practitioner of innate-level martial arts, and his team consisted of formidable fighters. It was inconceivable that they could simply vanish without a trace. Zhang Likun queried, Sir, could there be something unusual about the Su family? Or perhaps there is a peerless expert hiding within? Jiang Tianchao's expression turned cold. Peerless expert? There aren't that many in this world. After reviewing footage provided by a drone, Jiang Tianchao stood up. Gather the men. I shall confront those dog bastards. Yes, sir. At the Shitsue bar, Su Lai grew increasingly impatient. Jiang Tinglan, are you even your father's biological child? It's been nearly an hour. Why hasn't he arrived? Do you think I should slap you twice more? Jiang Tinglan shook her head in fear. If Su Lai slapped her again, she would surely be killed. Su Lai stroked his chin, casting a glance at Jiang Liangxiang and his companions. Their expressions shifted. If Su Lai were to slap them a few times, they too might meet their demise. Fortunately, outside the Shitsue bar, the sound of tires screeching broke through the tension. Su Lai smiled. Your lives are fortunate. Jiang Tianchao has finally arrived. With a resounding crash, the entrance of the Shitsue bar was flung open by 2 towering men, each over 2 meters tall. Following them, a line of elite warriors streamed in, swiftly encircling everyone in the bar. Once they settled, the gazes of the men fell upon the state of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Heaven above, the figure on the ground, with a nose and mouth grotesquely distorted, limbs unnaturally contorted, was none other than Miss Jiang Tinglan. Truly a sight too horrific to behold. As they observed the only standing man in the bar, admiration blossomed within their hearts. This man was truly remarkable. He had dared to reduce the eldest daughter of the Jiang family to such a state. Was he dancing with death? Yet upon seeing Jiang Liangxiang and his guards sprawled across the floor, a sense of dread washed over the Jiang family members. Jiang Liangxiang and his guards possessed the strength to eliminate any aristocratic family in Qingyuan City, yet they lay defeated before one man. None within the Jiang family believed that Jiang Liangxiang and his guards had been bested in a one-on-one confrontation with Su Lai. Upon entering, Jiang Tianchao's countenance darkened upon seeing his daughter and the dismal state of Jiang Liangxiang and his guards. Su Lai, what is the meaning of this? Why have you assaulted my daughter? After posing his question, Jiang Tianchao felt an ominous pressure rising in his chest. How could it be that he, the esteemed Jiang Tianchao, the local sovereign of Qingyuan City, had fallen to the level of reasoning with another? If word of this got out, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. How do you know I assaulted her without reason? Su Lai retorted with a cold laugh. If she hadn't been bullying others, would I have reduced her to this state? After swallowing his anger, Jiang Tianchao inquired, what are your intentions? Chapter 53. The Pig of Songpa Ti. The members of the Jiang family gazed at Jiang Tianchao with incredulous expressions. Good heavens! The master was actually trying to reason with someone. Had the sun risen in the west? It was common knowledge that in Qingyuan City, the local tyrant Jiang Tianchao acted with unyielding authority and rarely engaged in discourse. However, today, glancing at the utterly unrecognizable Jiang Tinglan and then at the defeated Jiang Liangxiang and others, it seemed Jiang Tianchao's attempt at dialogue was not without justification. I have always been amicable towards others, Jiang Tianchao remarked as he regarded the incapacitated individuals on the ground. Is it possible to be benevolent and yet end up like this? I will never bully others unless I am bullied first. Jiang Tianchao's face darkened as he asked, what grievance does my daughter have with you? Su Lai chuckled softly. She has not offended me, but she has bullied Qi Yusin. Jiang Tianchao's lips quivered as he inquired, what do you mean by that? Su Lai's smile blossomed like the sun. Allow me to make myself clear. If anyone around me encounters further trouble, I shall no longer extend the courtesy towards your Jiang family. Jiang Tianchao's countenance turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was an overt threat. The last person who dared to speak so boldly had likely reincarnated and become a parent by now. In the past, anyone who spoke to Jiang Tianchao in such a manner would have faced immediate violence. Yet, before Su Lai, Jiang Tianchao could only swallow his rage. Since this rascal had managed to eliminate Jiang Liangxiang's guards, he clearly posed a formidable challenge, especially with his daughter now under this rascal's control. Jiang Tianchao dared not gamble that his subordinates could defeat Su Lai swiftly enough to rescue Jiang Tinglan. If they failed, he would undoubtedly become infamous in Qingyuan City. Look, that's Jiang Tianchao, who couldn't save his daughter. They would say, I heard his daughter was trampled to death right before him. Oh dear. Even his daughter was helplessly watching as she was killed. Was Jiang Tianchao really that fearsome? Suddenly, Su Lai's eyes narrowed. Is Lu Lin and Lu Qin in your custody? Jiang Tianchao replied straightforwardly, I will release them when I return. His response was blunt. While he certainly coveted the formula for the medicinal cosmetics, he could not risk his only daughter's safety for it. He knew he could always acquire the formula later, as long as the products remained in existence. Yet, Jiang Tianchao's mind was racing, thinking of all the female ancestors of the Lu family, wishing they had approached him discreetly for the formula instead of directly seeking it from Su Lai. After a brief nod, Su Lai candidly stated, to be honest, even if you acquire the formula for the medicinal cosmetics from Qiushua Hall, it will be of no use. There are several spiritual herbs within that you cannot procure. You ought to abandon any intentions regarding Qiushua Hall's products. With that, Su Lai patted his backside and prepared to leave. Jiang Tianchao was left dumbfounded. He had gathered all of Jiang's capable members and made a grand effort to come here, only to witness Su Lai walk away. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and take them to the hospital. Su Lai reminded. It is not too late, at worst. They may end up disabled. If you delay further, their lives might be at risk. And do not think you can save them. You cannot. Seeing that Jiang Tianchao had not issued any commands, Jiang Liqiu shouted sharply, quick, get them to the hospital. As the Jiang family members hurried to carry the injured, Jiang Tianchao stomped his foot on the ground, causing the floor beneath him to shatter into pieces. Su Lai, I will not rest until this grudge is avenged. In the hospital, Jiang Tianchao unleashed a punch, which obliterated the head of the doctor standing before him. With a murderous aura, he demanded, I want the best doctors. Master, I will arrange for the finest surgeon from the provincial capital immediately. Jiang Liqiu responded before dashing away. He had no choice. The doctor had merely reported Jiang Tinglin's injuries before being brutally killed by the enraged Jiang Tianchao. Though Jiang Liqiu was the butler of the Jiang family, he could not guarantee he would not become the target of Jiang Tianchao's wrath. After contacting a doctor for Jiang Tinglan, Jiang Tianchao gazed at his daughter on the hospital bed. "Fear not, my daughter. I shall avenge you. Rest assured, master. Even if we perish, the young lady will remain safe." Nodding, Jiang Tianchao departed the hospital and returned to the Camellia Manor. From the surveillance footage provided by the drone, Jiang Tianchao observed a small, round black piglet perched atop a makeshift table. The 7 sinister artifacts crafted from infant skulls were each emitting black smoke toward the piglet, which opened its mouth wide, absorbing the noxious fumes. Before long, the piglet's fur grew increasingly glossy and dark. Once the 7 artifacts ceased their smoky assault, the piglet stood upright and leapt from the table. After receiving Su Lai's address from Song Pati, the piglet ominously declared, "I want the heads of everyone inside." Nodding at Song Pati, the piglet suddenly transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. A sinister smile crept across Jiang Tianchao's face. "Su Lai, I shall witness your demise." Song Pati was also Jiang Tianchao's support. Otherwise, how could he have easily allowed Su Lai to leave the Shitsue bar? "Ensure the drone follows that piglet." "Yes, master." The drone footage showed the piglet leaving the courtyard and heading straight for the back mountain. Shortly thereafter, it arrived at the entrance of the Jiang family's pig farm. Taking a deep breath of the aroma wafting from the farm, the piglet's face displayed an expression of ecstasy. Upon witnessing the piglet's demeanor, a peculiar look crossed Jiang Tianchao's face. Was this piglet not a mere creature, but a spirit? How could it exhibit such human-like expressions? In the pig farm, the black pigs, raised by humans, became agitated in their pens. The workers, startled awake, beheld the black pigs, which should have been sound asleep, all leaping from their pens and charging out of the farm. Chapter 54. The pig curs contact the pig farm and instruct them not to panic, but to return and rest. With this command from Jiang Tianchao, the workers at the pig farm, though bewildered by his orders, resolutely complied. The black pigs in the farm burst forth from their pens, crashing through the main gate and spilling out into the open. The little piglet displayed an expression of avarice. Subsequently, through the surveillance footage provided by the drone, the little piglet emitted a sharp squeal, causing the black pigs that had escaped to stiffen momentarily before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Even though Jiang Tianchao observed this from a distance, an instinctive realization struck him. The colossal black pigs he had raised, feeding them with human flesh, had perished. Their vitality had been entirely siphoned away by that piglet. Jiang Tianchao inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. This little piglet must surely be a demon. A sinister smile crept across Jiang Tianchao's face. "Su Lai, no matter how formidable you are, can you surpass a demon? You dared to harm my daughter and injure members of the Jiang family. I shall witness your demise this time." Jiang Tianchao felt a surge of relief at having notified them in time. Otherwise, those at the pig farm would have been drained by the little piglet. The corpses of the black pigs accumulated outside the farm, while the living ones dwindled in number. Jiang Tianchao felt no sorrow for the losses. He owned a factory that produced crispy bone sausages, and these dead pigs were destined to be converted into sausages anyway. Being consumed by that little black pig merely expedited their transformation. Jiang Tianchao keenly observed that as the number of black pigs being consumed increased, the little piglet seemed to undergo some changes as well. Indeed, this feast would surely sustain it for 3 years. Suddenly, the voice of Song Pasha pierced through Jiang Tianchao's thoughts. Startled by the ghostly appearance of Song Pasha, who had materialized silently beside him, Jiang Tianchao inquired, "Master Song, what is this little pig?" "A pig?" Song Pasha shook his head. "It merely wears a pig's skin." After casting a glance at Jiang Tianchao, an enigmatic smile adorned Song Pasha's face. "It is called the pig curse. It is cultivated by infusing pig essence into a woman." Though Jiang Tianchao was accustomed to gruesome practices of feeding humans to pigs, the notion of a woman bearing a pig fetus sent shivers down his spine. Cultivating a pig curse is no simple task. After infusing pig essence into a woman, one must also inject human essence. The woman must conceive twins, one human, one pig. At the 8-month mark, a secret method is required to stimulate the pig fetus, allowing it to consume the human fetus until it has devoured its host entirely. Any deviation in this intricate process would prevent the successful creation of a pig curse. This pig curse is a relic from my master. Now, to cultivate a new pig curse is exceedingly difficult. Song Pasha's account of the pig curse sent chills through Jiang Tianchao. Such bizarre methods exist in this world. After a moment's silence, he queried, Master Song, how formidable is this pig curse? Shouldn't Sulai have reached a state of innate perfection? Innate perfection? Song Pasha's countenance darkened with intensity. It is merely fodder for my pig curse. 10 years ago, I was beset by 4 innate warriors, one of whom was indeed innately perfected. Yet what of it? They all became sustenance for my pig curse. Jiang Tianchao felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the pig curse was indeed as Song Pasha described, then Sulai was doomed tonight. The surveillance footage revealed 4 gleaming tusks emerging from the mouth of the pig curse. Song Pasha's expression suddenly turned fervent. The 4th stage. It is finally reaching the 4th stage. Grasping Jiang Tianchao's arm, he insisted with a fierce gaze, Old Jiang, I need more living beings. Quickly, bring me more living beings. Jiang Tianchao inquired, Master Song, does your pig curse still require nourishment? With a toothy grin, Song Pasha exclaimed, Old Jiang, do you not understand? The 4th stage of the pig curse is akin to an earthly deity. Jiang Tianchao was taken aback. Earthly deities were legendary beings, unmatched in the mortal realm. His eyes flickered as he contemplated. Although he and Song Pasha were not closely acquainted, aiding him could yield a 50% chance of acquiring a formidable ally. With such an ally, why should he settle for being a local lord in Qingyuan City when he could ascend as the sovereign of Donghua Province? In a moment of decisive thought, Jiang Tianchao commanded those around him, call the pig farm, open all the pens, and drive every pig to the entrance. Act swiftly. Upon receiving the call, the farm workers, still bewildered, executed Jiang Tianchao's orders without hesitation. As Song Pasha observed more black pigs emerging from the farm, he beamed at Jiang Tianchao. Old Jiang, you are a remarkable person. I plan to stay in Qingyuan for a while longer. You may share your enemies with me. In gratitude for assisting my pig curse in reaching the 4th stage, I will charge you 100,000 for each adversary eliminated. Jiang Tianchao queried, how long will you stay? At most half a year. Song Pasha replied, very well. Half a year, if utilized wisely, could elevate Jiang Tianchao to the status of sovereign in Donghua Province. Jiang Tianchao chuckled, envisioning the patriarchs of the 10 legendary families of Donghua Province carrying him in a grand sedan chair through the streets. On the computer screen, the bristles of the pig curse shifted from black to red. A red pig curse. This was the most formidable variant of the pig curse. Song Pasha's triumphant smile grew as he regarded Jiang Tianchao with increasing favor. Had it not been for Old Qian's collaboration with Jiang Tianchao, he would not have met his demise, and thus she would not have come seeking vengeance. Without her quest for revenge, how could she have stumbled upon such fortuitous circumstances? Jiang Tianchao asked, Master Song, how powerful is this red pig curse? Comparable to 2 earthly deities. Song Pasha's words nearly caused Jiang Tianchao's eyes to bulge in astonishment. Such a claim was indeed excessive. Yet, he relished the prospect. Chapter 55. The Crimson-Haired Boar in the Pig Farm. As Jiang Lakiki observed the line of large black pigs marching out, he expressed his perplexity. What are these pigs up to? Have they been possessed? Jiang Jiosan scratched his head and replied, I must find out what's happening. Though Jiang Tianchao had just called, urging them to rest. The peculiar events of the night piqued both Jiang Lakiki and Jiang Jiosan's curiosity intensely. Following the procession of the black pigs, they reached the entrance. Upon witnessing the pigs tumble to the ground just outside the farm, both Jiang Lakiki and Jiang Jiosan were taken aback. What on earth was going on? Upon closer inspection, they noticed a small piglet standing upright before the fallen creatures. Where had this little piglet come from, and how was it able to stand on its hind legs? Ordinary individuals might have been startled by the sight of a piglet standing bipedally, but for Jiang Lakiki and Jiang Jiosan, seasoned fighters accustomed to violence, such a sight would not deter them. They would wield their axes without hesitation, even if faced with a crimson-haired monster. Look, has that piglet and Appo's fur changed? It seems to have transformed from black to red. Has it been dyed? Is it a pet pig? Nonsense. Can a pet pig stand like a human? This is clearly a new breed. Shall we capture it? Let's go. As the drone captured the scene, Jiang Lakiki and Jiang Jiosan stepped out of the pig farm, and the crimson-haired boar's coat had entirely shifted to a scarlet hue. Suddenly, Jiang Tianchao felt a flash of red light, and the 2 men were sent hurtling back into the farm. Jiang Tianxiao's eyes narrowed. He could hardly comprehend how the crimson-haired boar had acted so swiftly. Despite being a consummate martial artist himself, he instructed the drone operator, "Check on Lakiki and Jusan." "No need," replied Song Pashan nonchalantly. "Prepare the coffins." Yet the drone continued its flight. Moments later, Jiang Tianxiao saw that a gaping hole had appeared in the chests of Jiang Lakiki and Jiang Jusan. He inhaled sharply. Despite being formidable fighters, the two could not withstand the assault from the crimson-haired boar. Though he had lost two powerful subordinates, Jiang Tianxiao felt a sense of relief. The detestable Su Lai was surely doomed this night. On the street in front of Su Lai's residence, a Land Rover was parked in the middle of the road. As the door swung open, Chu San, Chu Qi, and a tall, slender beauty, standing at 1.7 meters with legs 1.2 meters long, emerged from the vehicle. "Sister, that's the house of that man." Chu Qi pointed at Su Lai's home, her face twisted in anger. Chu Si glanced at Chu San, pondering the prowess of her dog. With a frown, Chu San nodded. Having been nearly incapacitated by two dogs, she felt a wave of despair upon seeing the Su family's entrance. Had it not been for Chu Qi recounting the events of that night, she would not have returned here. As Chu Si stretched her long legs, she remarked about the two dogs when Chu San, her expression dark as a pot's bottom, snapped. "Can you not mention the dogs?" Chu Si smirked, taking a few steps towards Su Lai before her expression suddenly shifted. She raised her hand to signal a stop. Upon witnessing the urgent sign from Chu Si, Chu San and Chu Qi instinctively adopted defensive postures back to back. At the far end of the street, a small, red-haired piglet, standing upright, emerged from the shadows into the light of a street lamp. Chu Si froze. Although she sensed a terrifying aura, it was merely a little red pig. Wait, why was it walking on two legs? Was it a descendant of the legendary Zhu Beiji? Upon realizing the creature was just a piglet, Chu San became indignant. "Chu Si, what is wrong with you? It's just a little piglet, and you want us to defend ourselves? Do you think I am less capable than a pig?" Chu Si grinned. "Whether you're inferior to a pig, I cannot say, but I can assure you that you're certainly inferior to a dog." Chu San attempted to retort, but found herself at a loss, for the truth was undeniable. "No, we must leave." Chu Si, having initially relaxed at the sight of the piglet, felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere as the little red pig turned to face her. Alarmed, she warned Chu San and Chu Qi before retreating rapidly, her long legs moving like a whirlwind. A fierce gust of wind approached. To Chu Qi's astonishment, the seemingly adorable little red pig came hurtling toward her like a cannonball. With a thud, Chu Qi was sent flying backward. With a resounding crash, she collided with the Land Rover, leaving a dent in the passenger door. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. Shortly after, Chu San crashed beside her, also coughing up blood. Chu Si, who had been retreating, halted her steps, staring at the small red pig standing in the middle of the road. "What are you?" she demanded. The crimson-haired boar did not speak, but its gaze conveyed a message. "I wish to fight. If you win, you may leave. If you lose, I shall consume you." Chu Si narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Upon hearing her agreement, the crimson-haired boar jumped with delight and lunged toward Chu Si. At the computer screen, Jiang Tianxiao watched the clash between the crimson-haired boar and Chu Si with a puzzled expression. "Why does it seem weaker than before?" "It is not weaker, it is learning," Song Pasha exclaimed, impressed. Indeed, Jiang Tianxiao soon noticed that the boar was employing the same techniques that Chu Si had just used. Realizing the crimson-haired boar was mimicking her moves, Chu Si was astonished. Where did this bizarre little pig come from? In a moment of distraction, she was struck by the boar's powerful kick, sending her flying backward. With a resounding crash, Chu Si's back shattered through the Su family gate. The crimson-haired boar in hot pursuit. Chapter 56. A failed scheme. The energy had been locked away by the incoming red-haired pig demon, and with both legs shattered, sorrow washed over Chu Si and Apos, as heart. An instinct told her that she would soon meet her doom beneath the weight of that creature. Her almond-shaped eyes closed in despair. She never imagined that moments ago she had mocked Chu San, deeming him inferior even to a dog. Yet here she was, poised to be defeated by a mere piglet, implying she was even less than that. Fortunately, no one bore witness to her plight. Otherwise, the Chu siblings' disgrace would surely become fodder for laughter. However, the anticipated pain did not arrive. When Chu Si cautiously opened her eyes, she found the small red pig that had charged at her had vanished. She stood frozen in disbelief. Was it all just a dream? Yet, The ache in her legs was all too real. Earlier, in her fright, she had shut her eyes, oblivious to the moment when the red-haired pig demon lunged at her, only to be intercepted at the threshold of Su Lai's door by 4 outstretched arms that suddenly emerged. These 4 arms seized the red-haired pig demon and, before it could react, pulled it apart with a sharp crack, splitting it evenly in 2. The arms then retreated back to the door, leaving behind a scene that, if witnessed, would show the door gods depicted on the Su family's entrance savoring their unexpected treat. The thunderous crash of the door being smashed open drew Su Lai and the others into the courtyard. Dressed in her nightgown, Qin Zhanzhan gasped upon seeing Chu Si seated on the ground. "Fourth sister, what are you doing here?" A grim smile crept across Chu Si's face. "Zhanzhan, do you believe I was tricked into coming here? Is it third brother?" Qin Zhanzhan's delicate face puffed up indignantly, resembling a steamed bun. She had made her feelings clear, yet he had refused to listen. She then rushed to help Chu Si. "Fourth sister, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up." "I can't. My legs are broken," Chu Si replied, her expression darkening. She was unsure how to respond if Qin Zhanzhan inquired about the cause of her injury. How could she explain that a piglet barely taller than her had shattered her legs? "Are you being pursued by enemies?" Qin Zhanzhan asked as she peered outside the open door, seeing nothing but emptiness. Turning to Su Lai, she implored, "Brother Su, fourth sister's legs are broken. Please help her." Su Lai stepped forward, casting a glance at Chu Si. "I could use a servant girl. Are you interested?" Chu Si's face darkened further, her fury palpable. "You seek death." Chu Si, a martial arts prodigy from Donghua province and a congenital master at the age of 27, held her pride dearly. Su Lai turned away, saying, "If you wish to survive until dawn, remember to swear fealty as my servant girl." Stamping her foot in frustration, Qin Zhanzhan chimed, "Fourth sister. Being Brother Su's servant would be so much fun." Chu Si retorted, "Zhanzhan, I am the future head of the Chu family. It is beneath me to serve a commoner." The Chu family was a vassal of the Zisong Qin family, with their fates intertwined with that of their overlords. Even for Chu Si, the future head. She then instructed Qin Zhanzhan, "Zhanzhan, please call Chu San and the others to come fetch me. It's just a broken leg. The hospital can fix it." Qin Zhanzhan shook her head. "Fourth sister, wait a moment. Brother Su's words hold weight. I'll fetch a chair. It has been a while since we last met. Let us catch up," she added. Meanwhile, at the Camellia Manor, Jiang Tianchao's expression twisted into one of savage delight upon seeing the red-haired pig demon breach the Su family's gates. "Su Lai, let us see how you meet your end." Yet, the drone hovering above captured only the moment the demon entered, failing to record its exit. As confusion washed over Jiang Tianchao, he noticed the sudden pallor of Song Pa Cha beside him, whose once fair complexion now resembled that of a corpse. With a violent retch, she expelled a mouthful of blood. "Impossible. How can this be? Master Song, what is the matter?" Jiang Tianchao sensed an unexpected turn of events. "My red-haired pig demon is gone." Song Pa Cha's expression morphed into one of horror. "What secrets does the Su family hide? Old Jiang, have you concealed something from me?" Fortunately, the pig demon she had employed was one crafted by her master. Otherwise, the backlash alone could have claimed her life. Jiang Tianchao raised 3 fingers. "Master Song, I swear, I have concealed nothing from you." With a gaze as haunting as a specter, Song Pa Cha scrutinized Jiang Tianchao until beads of cold sweat began to form on his palms. Finally, she sighed. "I knew someone who could kill my junior brother should not be underestimated." In truth, Song Pa Cha had already given Su Lai considerable regard. Otherwise, she would not have used the pig demon bestowed by her master. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Tianchao inquired, "Master Song, are there other methods to eliminate Su Lai?" "Of course." Song Pa Cha narrowed her eyes. "However, I require 2 congenital-level martial artists." Seeing the unsettling smile on Song Pa Cha's face, Jiang Tianchao asked, "Is there any danger?" "Certainly, there is danger." Her smile grew more sinister. "I can allow them a day's experience of what it means to be a terrestrial immortal." Jiang Tianchao inhaled sharply. The notion of a terrestrial immortal was the ultimate pursuit for martial artists, and the Jiang family indeed had congenital warriors, including himself. However, after experiencing the terrestrial immortal state, they would. Song Pa Cha clenched her fist, then suddenly opened it, mimicking an explosive gesture. "They'll be reduced to ashes." Jiang Tianchao's eyes widened in realization. The side effects were indeed severe. Song Pa Cha continued unhurriedly, "They must be utterly loyal to you. My method cannot influence their minds." If they hold a grudge against you, when they achieve the state of terrestrial immortality, they will undoubtedly attempt to eliminate you first. Jiang Tianchao's expression flickered between uncertainty and contemplation. Was it worth sacrificing 2 congenital warriors from the Jiang family to eliminate Su Lai? After all, his power as the local sovereign of Qingyuan City stemmed from the presence of those congenital warriors. Chapter 57. Setting the stage in the living room of the Su family. Li Qingyao, reclining on the chaise longue, gazed at Su Lai with an expression of sulkiness. Have you gone a bit too far? One Qin Zhanzhan serving as your maid is not enough. You have even taken in another with long legs. Su Lai replied coolly, I did not force her into it. Indeed, Su Lai did not coerce Chu Si. It was her own desire to survive. As the future head of the Chu family, being a maid was indeed humiliating. But if her life were at stake, there would be no chance left for embarrassment. Li Qingyao nibbled her lip, asking, Are you truly indifferent to that girl's legs? At 1.2 meters long, they make my heart flutter. Su Lai, with a calm gaze, responded, Do you lack confidence in yourself? If I can remain unperturbed in the presence of a captivating beauty like you, what more can I say about a naive little girl? Li Qingyao shot him a sideways glance. Who knows if you have issues in that regard? I have kept her as a maid for your sake. Su Lai's tone turned serious. A congenital martial artist under 30 could serve as a security supervisor at Qiushui Hall. I have realized that the greater the enterprise, the larger the troubles. Qiushui Hall needs a formidable warrior to safeguard it. Li Qingyao's expression darkened. Qi Yueshi was still applying ointment to her wounds, and she had learned from Qin Zhanzhan just how severe Qi Yueshi's injuries were last night. If even her niece, the president of Qi Buizhu Jewelry, could be harmed, then who in Qingyuan City could claim safety? Is there really no issue with Cici's wounds? Given Li Qingyao's understanding of Qi Yueshi, if her beauty were marred, the girl would surely be despondent. You needn't worry about my capabilities. Su Lai shook his head slightly before adding, It's about time. Go help her wash off the ointment. Li Qingyao retorted, Why don't you do it? Wasn't it you who applied the ointment to Cici? Not convenient. Li Qingyao considered this and realized it was indeed inconvenient, as Qi Yueshi's delicate skin was also covered in ointment. Upon reaching the door of the living room, she suddenly turned to Su Lai and asked, Is Cici's figure appealing? Su Lai replied, exasperated, No matter how beautiful the form, for gaping wounds will render it unappealing. Unless one has peculiar tastes. Li Qingyao giggled. Well, you have seen for yourself. Moments later, sounds of surprise emanated from the adjacent room, where Qin Zhanzhan exclaimed, Wow, it's already healed. Wow, Cici, your skin looks so much better. Wow, the elasticity here is remarkable. Hey, it seems a tad larger. Before long, Qi Yueshi came to express her gratitude to Su Lai. Mr. Su, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. Li Qingyao, following Qi Yueshi, chimed in, Then you should offer yourself in return. Qi Yueshi's face turned crimson. Aunt, please don't say such things. Li Qingyao laughed. He is single. You are unmarried, and of similar ages. Consider it. Su Lai rolled his eyes at Li Qingyao. He found it perplexing that she, who seemed to harbor feelings for him, would now encourage Qi Yueshi towards him. It dawned on him that Li Qingyao's intentions were straightforward. She wanted to secure a capable man like Su Lai for herself. And if she could not, she would have someone close to her do so. Of course, this was predicated on mutual affection. Enough. Don't mind her nonsense. After a slight shake of his head, Su Lai addressed Qi Yueshi. You need to enhance your security. Have Yu Ji come to see me. I will train him. Li Qingyao added. See how considerate Su Lai is. Su Lai then pushed Li Qingyao towards the door. The flowers in my courtyard need watering. If you have nothing else to do, go tend to them. Qi Yueshi glanced up at Su Lai, suddenly regretting her previous actions. Had she not exposed his jest during their first encounter, but instead straightforwardly accepted his advances, might she now be his girlfriend? What do you mean you have no business? Li Qingyao twisted her waist like a water snake. The presidents of our 2 companies come to your humble abode, and you claim there is no business. Su Lai, looking exasperated, asked, Then may I inquire, esteemed president, what business do you have? Li Qingyao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The Jiang family has issued a challenge. Su Lai was taken aback. A challenge? What does that entail? It's not just anything. Li Qingyao explained. Old Jiang claims that our establishment of Qiushui Hall has disrupted his business plans, so he wishes to resolve this through the most primal means. Tomorrow afternoon, at the Camellia Manor, Old Jiang will set the stage for a duel to settle our grievances. Each side will send 3 representatives. and whoever remains standing on the stage will be declared the victor. If he wins, we shall hand over Chiu Shui Hall, including the formula for that medicinal cosmetics. If we win, he must offer us the Camellia Manor and cease any further interference in the cosmetics and medicinal beauty industry. Furthermore, once the duel concludes, regardless of the outcome, all past grievances will be resolved without any future vendettas. Su Lai asked, "Did you agree to this?" Li Qingyao laughed. Who would refuse a manor offered for free? As long as Su Lai was present, Li Qingyao felt unafraid of any duel. Old Jiang must have martial arts experts at his disposal. Su Lai mused, knowing I am formidable, he still insists on a duel. This situation is certainly more complex than it appears. And what of it? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are but nonsense. Li Qingyao held unshakable confidence in Su Lai's prowess. After casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingyao, Su Lai inquired, "Aside from me, who else will be participating tomorrow?" Pausing, he continued, "Let old Cha stay out of it. Since old Jiang dares to set the stage, the 3 representatives he sends will undoubtedly be congenital martial artists. Old Cha has always been diligent as your protector. It's best not to let him suffer. I have already requested support from my maternal family. They will send someone tomorrow." Li Qingyao clapped her hands, as if to announce something. "From today onwards, I will also reside here." Su Lai, visibly perturbed, replied, "There is no room for you here. Not an option. I will stay, even if it means sleeping on the floor of your bedroom." Li Qingyao pouted. "Old Jiang is ruthless. He never keeps his word. Regardless of victory or defeat, he will surely target me." Ignoring the presence of her own niece, Li Qingyao turned to Su Lai. "Su, dear brother, you wouldn't allow me to be taken advantage of by old Jiang's men, would you?" Chapter 58. The martial arts competition begins on the afternoon of the second day. After finishing a phone call, Li Qingyao cheerfully announced, "Our family has sent a renowned innate master to support us." Su Lai took a sip of tea and inquired, "Who might that be?" Li Qingyao replied, "Our esteemed family protector, Li Xixing." Su Lai casually asked, "Is he also from your Li family?" Li Qingyao nodded slightly. "He is from a collateral branch of the Li family and serves as our guardian instructor. With him in the fray, victory is assured." As she spoke, a man in his 40s appeared at the gate of Su Lai's residence. Dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Behind him followed 4 imposing figures, their fierce gazes emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the yard, the 2 dogs lounging in the shade did not even lift their heads upon seeing the 5 men, having sensed the aura of bloodshed surrounding them. They deemed these intruders unworthy of their attention. "Miss." The 4 men behind Li Xixing bowed respectfully to Li Qingyao, while he merely nodded, his pride unabated. "Miss. Who is this?" Li Xixing's gaze fell on Su Lai, who stood beside Li Qingyao. Li Qingyao smiled. "This is my friend, Su Lai." "A friend? I suppose he is just a pretty boy you've taken in." Li Xixing's expression darkened at once. "Pretty boy? Do you truly believe you are worthy of being the Mrs. Companion?" Li Qingyao's demeanor shifted to one of severity. "Xixing, it is my prerogative to choose my friends. Your presence here is not to critique my companions." Noticing the change in Li Qingyao's expression, Li Xixing furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it possible that you intend to take him into the martial arts competition?" Li Qingyao affirmed, "Indeed, Su Lai will also participate in the competition." "Just this pretty boy?" A mocking smile crept onto Li Xixing's face. "Miss, you jest. With his physique, he can only perform decorative stunts. Can he withstand even a single blow from me? What purpose would his participation serve other than to embarrass himself?" Li Qingyao's enchanting eyes turned icy. "Xixing, you were sent here to fight, not to engage in verbal sparring." Su Lai smiled faintly. "Someone will certainly be humiliated today, but it shall not be me. Those who tempt fate shall meet their demise. Since you insist on stepping up, then by all means, do so." Li Xixing maintained a frosty demeanor, "But let it be known beforehand, if you are defeated, I will not come to your aid." Su Lai shrugged. "I am quite the opposite. I shall ensure you do not meet your end." Li Qingyao suppressed her rising anger. "The battle is about to commence, Xixing. Is there any merit in your provocations?" Li Xixing spread his hands. "If he truly possessed any skill, would I need to provoke him?" In front of the Camellia Manor, a 3-meter-high martial arts platform was erected in a spacious area. After disembarking from the vehicle and walking towards the platform, Su Lai remarked, "The location of this Camellia Manor is truly commendable. It seems the Jiang family sought wise counsel when establishing it." Li Qingyao chuckled. "Isn't it splendid?" After the competition concludes, This manor belong to you? Li Xixing's gaze towards Su Lai grew increasingly menacing. He couldn't comprehend what Li Qingyao saw in this pretty boy, to the extent of wanting to hand over the manor to him after winning it. As they approached, the Jiang family's servants promptly informed Jiang Tianchao of their arrival. Miss Li, you are indeed a remarkable woman. Jiang Tianchao fixed a penetrating gaze on Su Lai, as if to devour him with his eyes. Li Xixing arrogantly stated, Jiang, I advise you to concede voluntarily. Jiang Tianchao appraised Li Xixing, and you are? Li Xixing replied haughtily, I am the guardian instructor of the Li family, Li Xixing. Jiang, if you have any sense, you will surrender to avoid annihilation. Jiang Tianchao scoffed. Are you a toad? You are ugly and yet boastful. Li Qingyao shot a cold glance at Li Xixing before addressing Jiang Tianchao. Since I have honored the agreement to come, let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Jiang Tianchao responded. Miss Li, you speak plainly. Had our positions been different, we might have been friends. Li Qingyao shook her head slightly. There will never be friendship between myself and Jiang. Li Xixing scoffed. Jiang, why waste breath? Have your people step up so I can finish this and return for a drink. Then let us commence. Jiang Tianchao waved his hand, and Jiang Liqiu brought forth the pre-prepared betting agreement. Li Qingyao scanned the document swiftly and, finding it in agreement with what Jiang Tianchao had stated previously, signed her name. Upon seeing Li Qingyao complete the signing, Li Xixing eagerly leaped onto the martial arts platform. From his elevated position, he looked down at the Jiang faction and, with a dismissive stance, asked, Who will face me? I shall challenge you. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and as muscular as granite, stepped forward from the Jiang family. The giant climbed onto the platform and cupped his fists towards Li Xixing, introducing himself, I am Song Shan. Under the command of Master Jiang. Li Xixing remained nonchalant. Song Shan, this time next year, it will be your memorial. Whose memorial it will be remains uncertain. Song Shan was incensed by Li Xixing's disdainful attitude, unleashing a thunderous roar as he charged at Li Xixing like a meteorite. Li Xixing grinned malevolently beneath the innate. All are but ants. He sidestepped, evading Song Shan's assault, and with a swift maneuver, Li Xixing positioned himself behind Song Shan. With fists like thunder, he struck the back of Song Shan's heart, the force of which combined with Song Shan's own momentum, sending the colossal man crashing off the martial arts platform. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as Song Shan lay motionless. Li Xixing turned to the Jiang faction, smugly beckoning with his pinky. Who else wishes to meet their demise? I shall. From behind Jiang Tianchao emerged an elderly man. Su Lai squinted, sensing something peculiar about the old man. Though appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, there was an unsettling youthfulness about him. Who might you be, the nameless one? Chapter 59. Impossible. The old man spoke with indifference. Jiang's servant, Jiang Qingshan. Jiang's servant? If all of Jiang's servants were at the pinnacle of innate perfection, then the Jiang family would dominate Dongwei province, rather than being confined to the small city of Qingyuan. Su Lai's phoenix eyes sparkled with insight. However, this servant, embodying innate perfection, had not achieved it through his own cultivation but had been forcibly elevated by external means. If Su Lai was not mistaken, this Jiang Qingshan would last only 4 or 5 more hours before suffering a backlash, leading to a most tragic demise. No wonder the Jiang family resorted to martial combat to gamble on their fortune. They had concealed their lethal trump card here. Li Qingyao noticed Su Lai's expression and quietly inquired, Is there something strange? Su Lai replied coolly, Li Xixing is no match. Li Qingyao was taken aback. No way. Though Li Xixing can be arrogant, he truly possesses skill. On the martial arena, the skilled Li Xixing scoffed, Trash. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Li Xixing struck first, launching a punch at Jiang Qingshan's face. Jiang Qingshan remained unfazed, mimicking Li Xixing's stance and retaliated with a punch of his own. Seeking death, Li Xixing grinned menacingly, preparing to shatter Jiang Qingshan's fist before crushing his skull. Yet, as their fists collided, Li Xixing's expression shifted dramatically. With a resounding bang, the fist Li Xixing had thrown was obliterated into a mist of blood. Jiang Qingshan, undeterred, directed his force towards Li Xixing's arm. With a series of explosive sounds, Li Xixing's right arm disintegrated before Jiang Qingshan's might. Behind Su Lai and Li Qingyao, the 4 burly men brought by Li Xixing stood stupefied. For them, Li Xixing had always represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, their idol. They believed that only through cunning could one defeat Li Xixing. Yet just moments ago, He had been rendered armless by a mere opponent. How formidable was that individual? As Li Cixing staggered backward, Jiang Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of transcendence. After a long, deep glance at Jiang Qingshan, Li Cixing retreated. But just as he reached the edge of the ring, Jiang Qingshan transformed into a shadow. When he reappeared, he was suddenly before the leaping Li Cixing. "Did I allow you to leave?" In the blink of an eye, Li Cixing felt a sharp pain radiate from his knee, only to realize with horror that his calves had been severed. With a thud, Li Cixing fell from the platform, landing painfully on the ground. Having lost 3 limbs in quick succession, he groaned in agony. The 4 men rushed to his side, retrieving medicinal herbs from their pockets to treat his wounds. Watching the moaning Li Cixing, Li Qingyao exclaimed in exasperation, "What a disgrace!" With each side having won a round, the crucial 3rd match loomed ahead. "Su Lai, you can win, right?" Having witnessed Jiang Qingshan's prowess, Li Qingyao's confidence wavered. Su Lai reassured her, "Do not worry. It is merely innate perfection." On the stage, Jiang Qingshan's gaze, sharp as a blade, bore down on Su Lai. "Su Lai, come up and meet your end." Jiang Qingshan's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the arena. As Su Lai stood, Li Cixing, now bandaged, cautioned, "Kid, that one is a super expert. I can't handle him. So don't go up there to die." Just moments ago brimming with arrogance, Li Cixing now appeared thoroughly defeated, turning to Li Qingyao to plead, "Miss, concede. Whoever steps up will perish." Li Qingyao, unwilling to endure any more of Li Cixing's ramblings, instructed the 4 men, "Take him home to recuperate." "Yes." As they hoisted Li Cixing toward the vehicle, he continued to protest, "Miss, this is a death sentence." A death sentence. At that moment, Su Lai ascended the martial platform, his phoenix eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. "I am Jiang Qingshan. Jiang Liangxiang is my elder brother. Today, I shall rend you limb from limb to avenge my brother." Jiang Qingshan glared at Su Lai, his eyes ablaze. Su Lai inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Which brother?" Jiang Qingshan gritted his teeth, "The one from Shitsue Bar. The one you incapacitated." Su Lai recalled the innate warrior who had led the rescue for Jiang Tinglan. Nodding at Jiang Qingshan, he declared, "Then I shall send you to join your brother." Arrogance. Jiang Qingshan sprang into action. As he moved, a whirlwind materialized around him. Below, Li Qingyao's expression shifted. Jiang Qingshan was terrifyingly powerful, displaying such momentum before even engaging. Kai Wexin, determined to follow, watched Jiang Qingshan in shock. Previously, she had thought martial arts dramas exaggerated, with punches producing energy blasts, but now it seemed those portrayals were merely understated. Jiang Tianchao's eyes glinted with malice as he glanced at Su Lai, seemingly envisioning Su Lai being reduced to pulp by Jiang Qingshan's fist. Jiang Qingshan moved with such speed that even Jiang Tianchao couldn't catch a glimpse of him. Facing the lightning-fast Jiang Qingshan, Su Lai stood resolute as an immovable mountain. With a mighty crash, dust billowed into the air, enveloping both Su Lai and Jiang Qingshan. Kai Wexin gripped Li Qingyao's hand tightly, her anxiety palpable. "Aunt, will Mr. Su be all right? He is exceptionally strong." After reassuring Kai Wexin, Li Qingyao sensed a dryness in her own lips. Despite Su Lai's consistent display of extraordinary strength, she felt a tightening in her legs and a cold sweat forming in her palms. Across the arena, Jiang Tianchao wore a satisfied smirk. Convinced that Su Lai could not withstand Jiang Qingshan's blow, he imagined that within the dust, that insufferable Su Lai had already been pulverized. Alas, another formidable warrior had been lost to this wretched affair. Footsteps echoed through the haze. Upon hearing those sounds, Li Qingyao and Kai Wexin felt their hearts leap into their throats. They dreaded the emergence of, when the figure materialized from the dust, revealing Jiang Qingshan. A sense of suffocation enveloped Li Qingyao and Kai Wexin entirely. "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Chapter 60. Ambush Victory. "Victory! We have triumphed." The jubilant cheers from Jiang Tianchao's side echoed through the air. "Li Qingyao, are there still competitors on your side?" A satisfied smile adorned Jiang Tianchao's face. He had finally vanquished the detestable Su Lai. Li Qingyao and Qi Yuexin, however, were ashen-faced. With unwavering confidence in Su Lai, Li Qingyao had not prepared any additional personnel for this martial contest. In her eyes, having Li Cixing and Su Lai was sufficient for victory. Yet, who could have anticipated that 3 of Li Cixing's limbs would be rendered useless, and Su Lai, if given a chance to start anew, Li Qingyao would unequivocally refuse to engage in a martial contest with Jiang Tianchao, even under the pressure to leave Qingyuan. The minions of the Jiang family had surged towards Jiang Qingshan, but just as they were about to congratulate him, a series of explosive sounds erupted from Jiang Qingshan's body, akin to popping beans. Amidst the chaotic cacophony, a thick mist of blood gushed forth from him. Those who approached to commend Jiang Qingshan were instantly transformed into bloody figures. As gasps of shock reverberated, Jiang Qingshan emerged from the haze, his bones shattered, his form a grotesque mound of flesh before Jiang Tianchao. From the dissipating smoke, a tall figure slowly materialized. The initially despondent Li Qingyao and Qi Yuexin dashed forward, plunging into Su Lai's embrace. Wonderful, wonderful. Su Lai, it's so good to see you unharmed. Su Lai patted the shoulders of Li Qingyao and Qi Yuexin, saying, "All right, have a little faith in me. Now, let us address the pressing matters at hand." After parting ways with Li Qingyao and Qi Yuexin, Su Lai inquired, "Jiang Tianchao, do you have any remaining contenders?" Jiang Tianchao closed his eyes, a bitter expression crossing his face. "You have one. Even my ultimate move has failed. I must concede. I will fulfill our martial agreement and provide what is due to you." Jiang Tianchao's eyes flew open, cold light flashing as he declared, "Now leave. No need for further pleasantries." Li Qingyao said nothing more and walked with Su Lai and Qi Yuexin towards their vehicle. Observing the trio's retreating figures, a glimmer of malice flickered in Jiang Tianchao's eyes. Time to execute the next phase of our plan. On the mountain road, Su Lai suddenly slammed on the brakes. "What's wrong?" Li Qingyao asked just as they spotted the severed heads of Li Xixing and his 4 subordinates arranged like a small pagoda in the middle of the road. "Jiang Tianchao is not yet defeated. He intends to ambush us." As Su Lai's words fell, a horde of burly men surged down the mountainside, surrounding their vehicle in an instant. "Stay inside the car. I shall deal with them." With that, Su Lai opened the door and stepped out. 2 elderly men, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, assumed a stance of aloofness, regarding Su Lai with disdainful nostrils. Upon observing their demeanor, Su Lai discerned their intent to display superiority. One of the elders remarked, "It's quite impressive that you managed to escape here." Su Lai shrugged and corrected him. "We did not escape. We have rightfully won the competition, which is why we are here." The other elder snorted dismissively, "Whether you escaped or not, this is your burial ground. Did Jiang Tianchao not inform you that at certain realms, quantity becomes irrelevant?" Su Lai shook his head slightly. "Do you two truly believe that having reached the pinnacle of innate perfection renders you invincible?" "What innate perfection? We are land immortals," the elder boasted before us. "You should kneel and beg for mercy. Though kneeling may not save you, we can grant you a swift demise. Or perhaps you prefer to witness us ravage your women before we dispose of you." The 2 elders and their band erupted in laughter, convinced of their imminent victory over Su Lai. "You are evidently mistaken. The state of being a land immortal cannot be attained through external forces. Moreover, your hastily acquired innate perfection is riddled with flaws, rendering it incomparable to genuine mastery. Enough of your posturing. I shall now send you on your way," Su Lai declared, delivering a swift strike. With 2 resounding slaps, the elders had scarcely prepared their stances before their heads were turned backward. This scene left Jiang Tianchao as minions utterly petrified. How is this possible? Our leaders were land immortals. How could they be slain with a mere slap? Without allowing the minions time to recover, Su Lai transformed into a bolt of lightning. The sound of slapping echoed as each strike felled another minion. Inside the vehicle, Li Qingyao and Qi Yuexin watched in awe as Su Lai displayed his prowess, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Qi Yuexin felt her heart race, realizing she had developed feelings for Su Lai. Yet, glancing at Li Qingyao, her expression dimmed. The divine figure outside was the man her aunt cherished. A sudden, melodious chime pierced the air, accompanied by an eerie wind sweeping through the forest. Even within the sealed confines of the car, Li Qingyao and Qi Yuexin felt a chill run down their spines. The temperature plummeted by 30 degrees, making them feel as if they had been transported to the Arctic. "You dare to flaunt your trivial skills before me." With Su Lai's cold scoff, the temperature returned to normal, enveloping them in a warm aura. 2 massive crows, resembling golden eagles, emerged from the forest behind Su Lai, their crimson eyes locking onto him. Silently, they unfurled their razor-like claws, aiming to pierce his body. In the forest, Song Pakhai watched with murderous intent as Su Lai prepared to be struck by the crows, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Dare to harm my son? I will make you pay with your life. Unbeknownst to her, Song Pakai had intended to unleash the crows while the elders engaged Su Lai. However, she was astounded to witness the elders and their minions fall with such ease, obliterated in mere moments by Su Lai. Chapter 61. The arrival. Just as the claws of the two crows were about to pierce Su Lai's body, he suddenly extended his hand and seized their necks. Subsequently, with a slight exertion of his hands, the feathers of the crows exploded, releasing fragrant poisonous smoke that enveloped Su Lai. With a cold snort, flickers of lightning danced in his palms. Amidst a cacophony of sounds, the two crows and their emitted toxic fumes were reduced to mere ashes by Su Lai's palm lightning. In the mountainous forest, Song Pasha fell flat on his back, black blood gushing from his 7 orifices like a fountain, his bones shattered to fragments within. Su Lai cast a glance at the hiding place of Song Pasha, a cold expression crossing his face. Cunning creatures, did you truly believe I could not deal with you? Surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, Su Lai turned his gaze towards the direction of the Camellia Manor. Had it not been for Li Qingyao and Qi Yueshi still in the car, he would undoubtedly have returned to eliminate the Jiang family entirely. Upon re-entering the vehicle, Qi Yueshi remarked, I never expected Jiang Tianchao to be so despicable as to resort to such tactics. Quite normal, Li Qingyao replied nonchalantly. If he were willing to accept defeat, he would not be Jiang Tianchao. As Su Lai started the car, he asked, Don't tell me you have no backup plan? Li Qingyao chuckled, You know me well. At that moment, 2 business cars approached from down the mountain. Su Lai decelerated and inquired, Did you arrange this? Indeed. Just as Li Qingyao confirmed, the 2 business cars halted at the roadside, and over a dozen robust men leapt from the vehicles. Upon recognizing the leader, Li Qingyao frowned slightly. Why is it him? Upon closer inspection, Qi Yueshi realized that the leader was none other than Shi Jingshan, the second son of the Shi family. Shi Jingshan approached the car and bent down, asking, Sister-in-law, are you all right? Rest assured, I am fine. Li Qingyao smiled faintly. What brings you here? Feigning complaint. Shi Jingshan replied, Sister-in-law, such a significant matter, and you did not even inform me. You no longer consider me your brother. Even if I cannot best Jiang's men, I could still rally support for you. The situation was critical, facing the Jiang family. If they succeeded, it would be a different story. However, if they failed, all involved would suffer devastating repercussions from the Jiang family. Li Qingyao explained with a smile. Thus, the fewer participants in this martial contest, the better. At the very least, after it concludes, Jiang Tianchao will have no excuse to harm others. Sister-in-law. Suddenly, Shi Jingshan swung his arm, and 2 streaks of black light shot from his sleeves towards Li Qingyao and Qi Yueshi. Sister-in-law, please be on your way. No one anticipated that Shi Jingshan, who had been conversing amiably with Li Qingyao, would suddenly turn hostile, including Su Lai. However, Li Qingyao was wearing a protective bracelet gifted by Su Lai, which seemed to create a translucent barrier against the black light aimed at her, causing it to ricochet and strike Qi Yueshi instead. With a swift motion, Su Lai struck out, the gust of his palm shattering 2 centipedes on Qi Yueshi. Then, with a frigid demeanor, he opened the car door and delivered a slap to Shi Jingshan's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Seeing Su Lai attack Shi Jingshan, the Shi family's guards rushed towards him. Unfazed, Su Lai retaliated with powerful blows, sending the guards to meet their ancestors. After dealing with the guards, Su Lai placed a finger on Qi Yueshi's forehead, channeling a stream of celestial energy to quell the rampant poison within her. Li Qingyao, her face frosted with coldness, stepped from the vehicle and questioned the writhing Shi Jingshan. Jingshan, why have you resorted to this? Shi Jingshan, his face twisted with rage, retorted, Li Qingyao, I am merely avenging my brother. Li Qingyao replied, Your brother died by accident. What does that have to do with me? Shi Jingshan shouted at her. Had it not been for your desire to marry into my family, my brother would not have met with such misfortune. It is you vixen, who brought about his demise. Do not tell me your sudden aggression here has no ties to Jiang Tianchao. Li Qingyao pressed on. What benefits has Jiang Tianchao promised you? Shi Jingshan fell silent. Su Lai coldly interjected. If you refuse to speak, then there is no need for further discussion. Wait. As Su Lai prepared to strike Shi Jingshan down, Li Qingyao hastily called out. Let him go? Su Lai looked at her in confusion. Li Qingyao was not one to show mercy. Why was she allowing Shi Jingshan to escape today? Shi Jingshan stared intently at Li Qingyao and declared, Li Qingyao, I will avenge my brother. Li Qingyao nodded, saying nothing. Only after Shi Jingshan had retreated did she slowly address Su Lai. Killing him would only tarnish your hands. You should check on how Qi Yueshi is faring. With me here, she will be fine, just as Su Lai assured her. A pained groan escaped Qi Yueshi from within the car. Peering inside, Su Lai's expression turned to one of shock. Inside the vehicle, 2 black lines were creeping up Qi Yueshi's fair face, her once lively eyes now dull and lifeless. This poison was potent. Without hesitation, Su Lai tore open Qi Yueshi's shirt. Her previously pristine form was now marred by the darkened wounds oozing black blood, which emitted a noxious vapor and a strangely sweet fragrance. It seemed that her body had grown even more voluptuous since their last encounter. Su Lai glanced at Li Qingyao. Realizing the severity of Shi Jingshan's poison, he was determined not to let her escape unscathed. Li Qingyao shot him a glare. Quickly, cure her of the poison. Placing his palm over Qi Yueshi's wound, Su Lai unleashed celestial energy, and 2 jets of black blood erupted from her injury. The black lines on her face gradually dissipated, her darkened form returning to its original fair complexion, and her vacant gaze regained its spark. Only when the wound ceased to bleed black blood did Su Lai withdraw his hand. Turning to Li Qingyao, he said, "All is well now. Have her dress again. She lacks the strength at the moment." Li Qingyao shot him a playful glare. "You tore it, so you should help her wear it." Su Lai turned his back to Qi Yueshi, ignoring Li Qingyao. After Li Qingyao helped Qi Yueshi into her clothing, she leaned in and whispered to Su Lai, "How does it feel?" The roar of the car engine echoed in Su Lai's ears. Chapter 62. The beginning of annihilation. 2 more business vehicles ascended from the mountainside and came to a halt before Li Qingyao. A man, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Qingyao, emerged from the vehicles accompanied by a few robust men. Upon witnessing the carnage surrounding them, Li Qingyu exclaimed, "Sister, I apologize for my tardiness." Li Qingyu and his companions were the reinforcements for Li Qingyao. He continued to explain, "It was all due to Shi Jingshan. Had it not been for him, I would have arrived sooner." Li Qingyao nodded slightly and remarked, "It was Shi Jingshan who attempted to eliminate me earlier. No wonder Shi Jingshan had been stalling." A glint of murderous intent ignited in Li Qingyu's eyes. "I shall go and eliminate them right away." Li Qingyao squinted. "If that happens, my mother-in-law, the old Mrs. Zhao, will surely be heartbroken. Rest assured, sister, a family must remain united. The old Mrs. Zhao will certainly not be saddened." To avoid prolonging the night's troubles, Li Qingyu concluded, leading his men back to the business vehicles. Su Lai stroked his chin. Realizing why Li Qingyao had refrained from allowing him to intervene earlier, she was intent on obliterating her enemies. This woman indeed remained as formidable as ever. Casting a cold glance back at the Camellia Manor, Su Lai thought, "Do they truly believe they can escape?" Once in the vehicle, Li Qingyao turned to Su Lai and asked, "I'll lie, do you think I am too ruthless, akin to a black widow?" With a faint smile, Su Lai replied, "When I first met you, you were already embodying that persona." Li Qingyao sighed, expressing a hint of resignation. "I have no choice. Many circumstances have compelled me. Just like with the Shi family. The Huisheng of today is in no way linked to them. It is my own savings and connections that have nurtured it. Yet, they presume that Huisheng should bear their surname. To seize my shares in Huisheng, they have committed countless despicable acts. Were it not for the steadfastness of those by my side, I might have long ceased to exist. For years, I have been investigating the extent of the Shi family's involvement, especially since the old Mrs. Zhao has always treated me well. Yet, it disheartens me to discover that it was the old Mrs. Zhao who orchestrated the Shi family's takeover of Huisheng. Upon returning home, Qin Zhanzhan joyfully bounded over, chattering, "Brother Su, Sister Qingyao, Sister Cici, you must have emerged victorious, right?" Li Qingyao pinched Qin Zhanzhan's cheek, affirming, "Of course we triumphed. Otherwise, you wouldn't see us here." Standing beneath the eaves, Chu Si coldly regarded Su Lai and his companions. Truthfully, Chu Si admired Su Lai's medical expertise. Had it not been for him, she might have perished by now. However, resentment brewed within her heart for being coerced to remain here as a servant. Su Lai inquired, "Is dinner ready?" Qin Zhanzhan slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot." Calling to her fourth sister, she exclaimed, "Let us go prepare dinner." After bidding farewell to Chu Si, she skipped off towards the kitchen. Li Qingyao glanced at Su Lai, teasing, "Your influence is remarkable. You get to indulge in the culinary creations of the young princess of the Qisong family." Su Lai replied nonchalantly, "You both should assist as well." Her cooking can be rather unpalatable. Li Qingyao shot him a glare. Then why allow her to cook? After casting a reproachful look at Su Lai, she took Qi Yueshie's hand and headed towards the kitchen. With the young women occupied in the kitchen, Su Lai waved, summoning the two dogs lounging under a tree. Find out where the Jiang family is hiding and eliminate them. The dogs accepted their orders and wagged their tails as they dashed out. A howl echoed, reminiscent of a wolf's cry. In response, distant barks resonated, soon joined by an increasing chorus of canine howls. Before long, dozens of dogs congregated, forming a gathering. Remarkably, this assembly included both pet and stray dogs, showcasing a diverse array of breeds. Pekingese, Teddy, and Papillon stood at the forefront, while larger breeds like Dogo Argentino, Akita, and Alaskan Malamute trailed behind. Su Lai's two local dogs barked at the gathering, prompting the multitude of dogs to scatter in all directions. Meanwhile, Jiang Tinglan lay on a hospital bed, swathed in bandages. Despite the pain pump, her body trembled from agony. Ever since leaving the operating room, regret consumed her, not for tormenting Qi Yueshie or others, but for not being crueler to Qi Yueshie, for not finishing her off completely before disposing of her remains. Now encased in plaster, Jiang Tinglan pondered her revenge, devising ways to torture the women connected to Su Lai. In that moment, a small poodle leaped through the open window and into her hospital room. Rather than finding the fluffy white dog adorable, Jiang Tinglan contemplated whether to roast or stew the creature if she were to butcher it. The poodle, noticing Jiang Tinglan's immobility, broke into a grin. Jiang Tinglan sneered inwardly. Oh, so you smile at me, and I 1T slice you in half? After surveying her surroundings, the poodle leapt onto Jiang Tinglan's bed. Jiang Tinglan glared at the little creature, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Suddenly, the poodle bared its teeth at Jiang Tinglan. And just as she contemplated calling for help to dispose of the small menace, the poodle sprang onto her chest. With determination, the poodle opened its mouth wide and clamped down on Jiang Tinglan's throat, realizing the sharp teeth piercing her neck. Jiang Tinglan was momentarily stunned. Was this little dog attempting to kill her? With a sudden snap, the poodle's jaws closed tightly. Blood spraying from Jiang Tinglan's severed vessels into the poodle's mouth. Unaccustomed to biting into flesh, the poodle had no idea that puncturing the throat would result in a cascade of blood that would choke it. Chapter 63. The annihilation of the Shi family. Just days prior, the Shi family, once admired by Liu Fei, now lay in ruins, aside from the direct lineage. All had been brutally slain in the courtyard. Li Qingyu, wielding a formidable blade, sat comfortably in a chair, casting a mocking smile at the elderly matriarch, Lady Zhao, seated opposite him. Old witch, he sneered. When my sister was to wed your deceased son, I warned you, should a single hair be harmed on her head, I would exact vengeance upon every member of your Shi family. Lady Zhao, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, to the victor belong the spoils. There is nothing more to discuss. If you wish to kill, then do so. The old Shi family will never bow to you. With a casual gesture, Li Qingyu summoned one of his subordinates, who unceremoniously tossed Shi Yinshan's son at Lady Zhao's feet. The boy's mother, tears streaming down her face, pleaded desperately, please spare him. I beg you. He is only 10 years old. Li Qingyu raised his hand, and one of his men delivered a swift blow to the woman's neck, rendering her unconscious. Shi Yinshan, with severed limbs, crawled toward his son, shouting, Li Qingyu, if you dare harm my child, even in death, I will not let you go. I feared you in life. Do you think I will fear you in death? With a cold snort, Li Qingyu inquired of Lady Zhao, this is your only grandson. Do you wish for him to live or die? The young boy cried out, Grandma, I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. Under the fallen nest. How can there be complete eggs? Lady Zhao slightly shook her head and said to Li Qingyu, even if I do not wish for his death, would you not eradicate the root of the problem? You are indeed correct. To eradicate is to ensure complete destruction. Li Qingyu nodded. Since your Shi family acted against my sister at your behest, I shall begin my retribution with your youngest. Do you have any objections? As his words fell, the boy's neck was abruptly snapped. Son, my son, Shi Yinshan, rendered helpless, crawled toward his child. Lady Zhao, without a flicker of emotion, appeared as if the lifeless body before her belonged to another, devoid of any familial connection. Genuinely impressed, Li Qingyu remarked, your resolve is truly commendable, old lady. He continued, ah, dear matriarch, your tranquility suggests you believe your grandson deserves this fate. Do you think, from the moment he broke another child's legs for a toy, or when he gouged a classmate's eyes with a pencil, or when he violated a little girl in the school restroom, that your own grandson deserved to perish. Li Qingyu waved his hand again, and Shi Inshan's wife was dragged before her son for a final farewell. As he spoke, a sharp slap resounded through the air. After several strikes, Shi Inshan's wife, her face bruised, regained consciousness. Upon seeing her son's cold corpse, she collapsed in anguish, wailing, "Son? My son!" Such noise. Li Qingyu glanced at his subordinate. With a swift crack, the subordinate expertly snapped Shi Inshan's wife's neck. Then, with a single thrust, Shi Inshan was also dispatched. A family should depart together. Sighing, Li Qingyu's gaze shifted to Shi Jingshan, who was now pleading for his life. "Do not kill me. I beg you, spare me. I can reveal our Shi family's secret account. Please, do not take my life. There is 18 billion in the account. I will use this money to buy my life." Li Qingyu stroked his chin, musing that 18 billion for a life was indeed a bargain. Kill him. If the Shi family must perish, let it be a complete demise. Suddenly, Lady Zhao interjected, her words shocking Li Qingyu. "True, though Jingshan is unmarried, he has 2 women and 3 children outside. I shall provide you with their addresses. Go capture them and kill them all." Shi Jingshan stared at Lady Zhao in disbelief, exclaiming, "Mother, have you lost your mind? Are you truly insane?" A sinister grin appeared on Lady Zhao's previously placid face. "Yes, I am mad. Ever since your father killed my beloved and brought me into the Shi family, I have been deranged." Shi Jingshan, in despair, protested, "That is impossible. My father is not that kind of man." Lady Zhao, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Your father is a beast, a creature lower than a pig or dog. Mother, I am your son. How can you be so cruel?" He cried. "Bah!" Lady Zhao spat in Shi Jingshan's face. "You are not my son. You and Shi Inshan are the offspring of your father and a lowly mistress. Only Baoshan is my true child." Li Qingyu's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated such revelations amidst the annihilation of the family. Shi Jingshan shook his head in despair. "This cannot be true. This cannot be. I was elated watching Baoshan grow, for he was the sole remnant of my hopes. I had even planned to give him children. But Baoshan died. He perished on his wedding day. My only son gone." Shi Jingshan protested, "Mother, my elder brother's death is not my fault. It is not my fault." Lady Zhao, her teeth clenched, retorted, "Not your fault? You knew your brother could not drink. How did you and Inshan force Baoshan to drink that day? Do you realize that I endure only to witness the complete extinction of your Shi family? Only when your family is eradicated will I find peace." Without further regard for Shi Jingshan, Lady Zhao turned to Li Qingyu, asking, "Li Qingyu, when I am gone, will you take my body away? Rest assured, I shall not be interred among the Shi family." Li Qingyu, without hesitation, agreed to her request, and one of his subordinates swiftly ended Shi Jingshan's life. "This is the key to the Shi family's treasury. May you use the funds within for virtuous deeds." Lady Zhao entrusted a key to Li Qingyu and revealed the location of the Shi family vault. After accepting the key, Li Qingyu inquired, "Do you have any further wishes? Esteemed matriarch, perhaps you would like to select your resting place before I fulfill your final desires?" Chapter 64. The canines annihilate the Jiang family. 2 sleek and glossy golden retrievers ambled to the entrance of the Jiang family villa, their presence utterly disregarded by the 2 sentinels stationed at the gate. Indeed, who would pay heed to 2 non-threatening golden retrievers? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the 2 dogs lunged at the guards, taking them down before they could utter a sound, their throats swiftly severed by the canines. The guards, in their final moments, could scarcely comprehend how they had met their demise at the jaws of golden retrievers. As dozens of dogs surged into the Jiang villa, chaos erupted within. "Dogs? Why are there so many? Where did they come from? Quickly, grab your weapons and fend them off." The Jiang family's guards either hastily armed themselves or engaged the dogs with bare hands. One after another, men fell victim to the fierce bites of the dogs, while some of the canines were struck down by the guards' weapons. However, on average, each dog managed to take down 5 or 6 of Jiang's men. The remarkable ferocity of the dogs was undoubtedly linked to Su Lai. When Su Lai first settled in Qingyuan City, he fortuitously acquired a rare herb, fire dragon whiskers. Utilizing this herb as the primary ingredient, he concocted elixirs that bestowed intelligence and enhanced physical prowess upon animals. Thus, the dogs of Qingyuan City were immensely fortunate. Regrettably, the herb had stringent requirements, resulting in Su Lai only managing to produce 2 dogs that rivaled magical beasts. Nevertheless, the other dogs that consumed the potion also gained significant advantages. Otherwise, how could they have overpowered the Jiang family's guards, who were accustomed to violence? Upon realizing that the Jiang villa was under canine assault, Jiang LeCun initially doubted his senses. However, after peering through the window, he dashed towards Jiang Tianchao's chamber. In such dire circumstances, Jiang LeCun did not bother to knock but burst into the room, exclaiming, "Master, Master, it's terrible. A pack of dogs is attacking us." Jiang Tianchao, incredulous, retorted, "Are you sleepwalking? Dogs attacking us. Why not just chop them up for a hot pot?" Jiang LeCun pointed towards the window, insisting, "Master, it's true. The courtyard is in chaos." After speaking, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The events of that night were utterly bizarre. Those pampered dogs had turned against humans. Could it be that the dogs in the courtyard were not mere animals, but rather some malevolent spirits? Jiang Tianchao drew back the curtain and gazed down. To his astonishment, the courtyard was strewn with the corpses of Jiang's guards, with the occasional lifeless dog wedged amidst them. Yet, neither a living person nor a dog remained visible in the courtyard. The sound of barking echoed from outside the bedroom, prompting Jiang LeCun to peek out, only to hastily shut the door. "Master, we must flee. They're coming. Flee." Jiang Tianchao's demeanor shifted, transforming into that of a drawn sword. "Open the door and charge out." As soon as he issued the command, the bedroom door was violently flung open, crashing into the wall behind it. Jiang LeCun, standing behind the door, bore the brunt of the impact, slamming into the wall and suffering a multitude of broken bones. The 2 dogs raised by Su Lai strode in with purpose. Had they been human, Jiang Tianchao might have inquired about their identity. However, with 2 dogs before him, what could they possibly articulate? Gathering his resolve, Jiang Tianchao surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the 2 dogs. The canines made no attempt to evade. They simply thrust their powerful hind legs against him, charging straight at Jiang Tianchao. With a resounding crash, Jiang Tianchao's iron fists, capable of shattering stone, collided with the heads of the 2 dogs, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Seizing the moment, the 2 dogs transformed into streaks of lightning, circling around Jiang Tianchao. In a split second, one of the dogs found an opening, driving its paw into Jiang Tianchao's back, puncturing his heart and causing him to collapse to the ground. As a tyrant of Qingyuan City, Jiang Tianchao had envisioned countless ways to meet his end, yet he never imagined he would fall to the jaws of 2 mere dogs. 2 hours later, over 30 police cars surrounded the Jiang family villa. After surveying the scene, the officers were left in astonishment. What had transpired here? How could so many have perished at the hands of dogs? The bizarre scene shattered the minds of those investigating. What manner of dogs were these that dared to attack Jiang Tianchao? Regardless of their origins, they had rid Qingyuan City of a menace. They were commendable. "Sir, we have located the bodies of Jiang Tianchao and Jiang LeCun. Let us take a look." Upon arriving at the site of Jiang Tianchao's demise, the coroner had just completed his examination. "Sir, Jiang Tianchao's fists were pulverized from a violent impact. The fatal injury was a shattered heart." The coroner pointed to the gaping wound in Jiang Tianchao's back, stating, "The assailant created a hole here, obliterating the heart within. This is the body of Jiang LeCun." From the investigation, it appears he was standing behind the bedroom door. After explaining the circumstances of their deaths, the coroner expressed confusion. How could there be such formidable dogs in this world? The leader shook his head slightly, replying, "They have committed too many wrongdoings. Even dogs can no longer tolerate them." The leader continued, "Take the human corpses back. As for the dogs, find a scenic spot to bury them." A strict order was issued throughout the department. Discussions about the cause of death for the Jiang family were forbidden. Externally, a unified narrative would be presented, claiming the Jiang family was slain by vengeful foes. Just then, the leader's phone rang. After connecting, someone reported, "Sir, Jiang Tianchao's daughter, Jiang Tinglan, has been murdered in the hospital. Upon inspection, it appears she was killed by some animal that tore her throat." "Understood. Send Jiang Tinglan's body to the crematorium." After hanging up, someone suggested, "Sir, should we enhance security? With Jiang Tianchao, this local despot, dead, Qingyuan City is bound to descend into chaos." The leader replied nonchalantly, "Let them create chaos over the territory left behind by Jiang Tianchao. We need not concern ourselves with them. The more that perish, the better." Chapter 65. gift to the dogs as dawn broke over the small courtyard of the Su family. The dogs that had returned from their ventures wagged their tails eagerly at Su Lai. Their intellect, awakened by Su Lai, was akin to that of young teenagers, each possessing the wit of 17 or 18-year-olds. Su Lai then reached into his storage space and retrieved the cloth bag. A peculiar fragrance wafted from within, causing the dogs to drool, their tails wagging furiously like windmills behind them. With a finger raised, Su Lai declared, "One each. You may only consume one. Overindulgence will reduce you to ashes." He produced a crimson pill from the bag and fed it to each dog. The moment the pills entered their mouths, a tremendous wave of heat surged within them, exploding in their bellies like molten lava, radiating warmth throughout their bodies. As the dogs lay on the ground, absorbing the pill's energy, Su Lai nodded in satisfaction. The two native dogs he raised, already akin to terrestrial deities, did not advance in rank with this pill but solidified their foundation. Among the other dogs, a few with promising talents made significant strides toward that divine status, while the rest, though lacking in potential, had at least entered the innate realm. Su Lai chuckled, realizing that many tasks would no longer require his direct intervention. After the dogs had absorbed the energy from the pills, he retained only the strongest among them, sending the others back. As the sun crested the horizon, Li Qingyao emerged from her room. Spotting Su Lai in the courtyard, she exclaimed, "Up so early." After Su Lai nodded and gestured to the dogs he had kept, he suggested, "Choose one to keep you company." Li Qingyao wrapped her arms around Su Lai's, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Then I choose you." Seemingly oblivious to her touch, Su Lai maintained a calm demeanor. "Stop joking. This dog can protect you. The Jiang and Shi families likely still have stragglers, and these dogs are capable of safeguarding you from harm while swiftly calling for assistance." "Is it truly that formidable?" Li Qingyao asked, astonished, before pointing at a seemingly foolish Siberian husky. "Is this one also so impressive?" With enthusiastic barks, the husky nodded and wagged its tail. Li Qingyao, wide-eyed, turned to Su Lai. "I think I can understand what it's saying. It claims to be quite formidable. Choosing it is surely a wise decision. Then it shall be." Su Lai patted the husky's head. "Thank you for your service." The husky barked affirmatively. "Master, fear not. I shall protect the lady with my life." The sound of a car braking outside caught their attention. Li Qingyao released Su Lai's arm and inquired, "Should we consider renovating the Camellia Manor?" "I am not fond of the current decor style," Su Lai replied. "Understood. I'll have the designer reach out to you shortly. Now I must attend to my affairs." As prominent families in Qingyuan City, the Jiang and Shi families controlled vast industries. Those that could not be concealed underground would have to be managed above ground. Attempting to monopolize the assets left by the Jiang and Shi families would be a dire mistake, even with the backing of the Li family, and would surely lead to ruin. Moreover, many of these assets were tainted by illegality or gray areas and would need to be relinquished. Thus, Li Qingyao had arranged to meet the heads of Qingyuan's elite families to discuss how to navigate the aftermath of these events. After breakfast, Xiao Yueshi, cradling a small poodle, approached Su Lai. "Mr. Su, I have a favor to ask." By chance, the poodle in her arms was the same one that had viciously attacked Jiang Tinglan. "Speak freely," Su Lai encouraged. "I would like to invite you to accompany me to the Great Light Kingdom." Xiao Yueshi promptly explained her reasoning. "Chic Pearl Jewelry's supply of jade products is nearly exhausted, and I need to procure a new batch of jade raw stones from the Great Light Kingdom. The situation there has been somewhat unstable for the past 2 years, and I am concerned." However, the instability of the Great Light Kingdom was merely an excuse. Even amidst turmoil, with sufficient funds to hire security personnel, one could ensure safety. Xiao Yueshi's true desire in inviting Su Lai was that she had developed feelings for him, while she was aware that her aunt, Li Qingyao, harbored similar affections. Lacking the courage to compete openly with Li Qingyao for Su Lai, Xiao Yueshi resorted to subtle schemes to secure her own happiness. For instance, by seizing the opportunity to spend time alone with Su Lai, she hoped to win his heart, thereby dissuading her aunt. One could not deny that Xiao Yueshi had devised a clever plan. She recalled the first time they met, when Su Lai had boldly offered to be her boyfriend. Had she accepted then, would they not have already been a couple? Seeing the hopeful look in Xiao Yueshi's eyes, Su Lai nodded. "Very well, you may arrange the tickets." "Great," Xiao Yueshi responded, making a victorious gesture as if she had already secured Su Lai's affection. At that moment, Qin Zhanzhan, riding a massive Alaskan Malamute, dashed over, her face alight with excitement. "Sister Cece, what brings you such joy?" Xiao Yueshi suppressed a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Perched atop the Alaskan, Qin Zhanzhan struck a pose. Sister Cece, do I look formidable? Like a female general? Xiao Yueshi laughed. But aren't generals supposed to ride horses? You, on the other hand, are riding a dog. Even the warlord Qi Yu rode a giant panda. As they laughed and played, Lu Fei entered from outside. Upon spotting Chu Si, who stood a meter tall, and seeing Xiao Yueshi and Qin Zhanzhan in jovial spirits, Lu Fei's expression soured. The worthless individual she had dismissed was now surrounded by three stunning beauties, which severely bruised her pride. Not to mention, there was also Li Qingyao. While the Lu family had prospered, they had yet to earn a place at the table in the feast over the Jiang and Shi family's assets. Lu Fei bypassed the other girls and approached Su Lai directly. Su Lai, do you have a moment? He did not. Chapter 66. Kaiwexi Strategy 1. Am inquiring about him. Not you. Lu Fei furrowed her brows and addressed Kaiwexi. With a playful smile, Kaiwexi replied, he just agreed to accompany me on a trip to the Great Light Nation. We are setting off early tomorrow morning. Lu Fei turned to Su Lai and asked, Su Lai, are you truly going out with her? Su Lai nodded affirmatively, yes. Lu Fei pressed her lips together and questioned, do you remember what tomorrow is? Upon hearing this, Kaiwexi's eyes darted, and she moved closer to Su Lai, as if declaring her claim, wrapping her arm around his. Lu Fei, witnessing Kaiwexi's boldness, felt a surge of indignation, flames igniting in her eyes. Have you no shame? Let him go. Kaiwexi widened her enchanting eyes and retorted, Su Lai isn't your man anymore. Why shouldn't I embrace him? Lu Fei was incensed. You are utterly shameless. Qin Zhanzhan, meanwhile, was being carried by an Alaskan Malamute to a shaded area. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from the fruit plate on the stone table, enjoying them with delight. Su Lai, feeling a headache from the escalating quarrel between Kaiwexi and Lu Fei, interjected coolly, have you two finished your bickering? Can I just step aside and be an onlooker? Lu Fei shot back, you stay right here and clarify your intentions. After securing her hold on Su Lai's arm, Kaiwexi declared, what is there to discuss with you? By the way, I recall that Grandma Zhao's birthday at the Stone Mansion is tomorrow, and we made a wager, didn't we? You lost, didn't you? After a brief moment of silence, Lu Fei responded, fine, let us carry out the wager. Clenching her teeth, Lu Fei admitted, I acknowledge my lack of discernment, and now, are you satisfied? Kaiwexi tilted her head, is that how we phrase what we lost that day? I remember it differently. Lu Fei exclaimed, but I haven't strayed nor acted like Pan Jinlian, so why should I admit to such things? Su Lai, his patience wearing thin, asked coldly, have you both finished your squabble? Lu Fei pointed at Kaiwexi, it wasn't me causing the ruckus. I have something important to discuss with you. Yet she insists on interjecting. Lu Fei then fixed her gaze on Su Lai. Su Lai, have you truly forgotten what tomorrow signifies? Kaiwexi scoffed. What does it matter if tomorrow is your wedding anniversary? He has already promised me, and I've booked the tickets. Moreover, you and Su Lai are divorced. If you two want to celebrate anything, it should be your divorce anniversary. Lu Fei's expression fell. Just as Kaiwexi stated, tomorrow was indeed her and Su Lai's wedding anniversary. Yet, as Kaiwexi pointed out, they were divorced now, and thus it should be a commemoration of their separation. In truth, even before Lu Fei arrived, Su Lai had remembered that tomorrow marked their wedding anniversary. He also recalled that in 3 years of marriage, they had celebrated only once. Upon witnessing Lu Fei's demeanor, Kaiwexi realized her assumption was correct. Stealing a glance at Su Lai and seeing no discernible expression, she suddenly released his arm. Transformed from a feisty contender to a gentle spirit, Kaiwexi remarked, since it's your wedding anniversary, let us forget about tomorrow's plans, and I'll reschedule my tickets. Lu Fei, puzzled by Kaiwexi's unexpected change of heart, mused, this doesn't align with your usual approach. Aren't you supposed to continue causing trouble? With a smile, Kaiwexi replied, come now, don't look at me like that. After all, you've shared 3 years of marital life. Even now that you're divorced, there remains a bond, doesn't there? Even if you can no longer be husband and wife, you can still be friends. Su Lai spoke slowly, Lu Fei. Perhaps it's best we let this go. As an individual devoted to his cultivation, Su Lai's resolve was unwavering. To him, the conclusion of his relationship with Lu Fei was final. Lu Fei felt dizzy at his refusal. She had lowered her pride to celebrate their anniversary. Yet Su Lai's rejection was both direct and unyielding. Lowering her head, her face pale, Lu Fei asked, Su Lai, why is it like this? A shattered mirror, even when mended, still bears cracks. Su Lai explained, moreover, if I were to celebrate our anniversary, Would your family truly be pleased? He had not forgotten how Lu Fei's relatives had mocked him on their first anniversary, particularly when he gifted her a jade pendant he carved himself. Dismissed as mere trinketry by her family. Thus, after that unhappy anniversary, they had not celebrated another. Lu Fei raised her gaze to Su Lai's resolute and handsome visage, biting her lip tightly. Meanwhile, Kaiwexi's heart brimmed with joy. Her earlier display of magnanimity was merely a facade. Su Lai was her first love, and she could not genuinely be magnanimous in the face of her first emotional attachment. Her apparent graciousness was but a strategy, a means to an end. Having discerned the reasons behind Su Lai and Lu Fei's divorce, Kaiwexi was determined to learn from their failed marriage, ensuring she would not repeat Lu Fei's mistakes. Clenching her teeth, Lu Fei asserted, "I know that they have committed many wrongs, and it is because of them that our marriage faltered. Su Lai, do not harbor resentment towards them. There are things they simply do not comprehend." Su Lai shook his head slightly. "Lu Fei, you fail to see where our marital life went astray." Suddenly, Kaiwexi interjected, "Sister Lu Fei, you continuously blame them. Yet have you considered that you too bear some responsibility?" Lu Fei stared at Kaiwexi in astonishment. Even if one were to beat her to death, she would never have expected that the very person who just moments ago had been vying for Su Lai's affection would address her as Sister Lu Fei. Was this truly the Kaiwexi she knew? Chapter 67. A Sense of Injustice. Lu Fei was taken aback. What have I done wrong? Su Lai no longer wished to engage in conversation with Lu Fei. He walked straight to the lounge chair beneath the shade of a tree, sat down, and began to close his eyes and rest. Chi Yueshi sighed and said, "Sister Lu Fei, although I have never been married or had a boyfriend, I understand that love and marriage are not solely about one person. Is it truly Su Ji's fault that things have come to this between you two?" Lu Fei responded. Chi Yueshi continued, "Sister Lu Fei, I think you should take some time to reflect. Some matters can only be resolved through personal understanding." After leaving Su Lai's residence, Lu Fei sat in the car waiting for her sister Lu Lin, who entered with a furious demeanor. Fei, why didn't that good-for-nothing see you out?" Lu Qin chimed in, "Exactly, sister. You took the initiative to seek him out, and he treated you like this. I told you from the start that you shouldn't have been the one to reach out." "Be quiet." Lu Fei, already seething with anger, retorted, "Because of you too. My relationship with him has reached this point, and now you dare to call him a good-for-nothing? Do you have no sense of gratitude? Have you forgotten that he rescued you from Jiang Tianchao's clutches?" Seeing Lu Fei's fury, Lu Lin and Lu Qin fell silent. Lu Fei continued her tirade. "I asked you to thank him, and you all agreed. Yet when we arrived at the door, you refused to go in. You claimed you couldn't face him. Is your pride worth more than your lives?" Lu Lin murmured. Fei, we were just afraid he would reject our gratitude and throw us out. And how would you know he would do that if you never went to thank him? You always find excuses for yourselves." Lu Fei and Appo's enthusiasm suddenly waned. "I no longer wish to discuss this. You are all adults capable of taking responsibility for your actions." Pushing open the car door and stepping out, Lu Fei left behind a parting remark. "You all should take care of yourselves." Lu Qin, alarmed, called out, "Sister, what are you doing? Get back in the car. I want to walk alone. Keep your distance." After her declaration, Lu Fei moved forward. Although Dagwon produces jade, it is also one of the most perilous places in the world. Particularly in northern Dagwon, various human atrocities unfold, rendering it a veritable hell on earth. Every second, individuals go missing, and those who disappear are often sent to northern Dagwon. Those capable of engaging in fraud do so, while the incapable face the grim fate of organ harvesting. After accompanying Chi Yueshi to check into the hotel, Su Lai was then dragged out for shopping by her. "Sister, let me go. You're all bad people." Amidst the exotic streets, the cries of a little girl reached Su Lai's ears. Following the sound, he saw two men dragging a 5- or 6-year-old girl, covering her mouth as they led her into a dark alley. Su Lai casually kicked the ground. 2 small pieces of debris flew up like bullets, piercing the men's legs. Turning to Chi Yueshi, who clung to his arm, he said, "Come with me." As she saw Su Lai leading her into the alley, Chi Yueshi's heart raced. Finally, he was coming to his senses. Her patience had not been in vain. Stealing a glance at Su Lai's resolute and handsome visage, her cheeks flushed. So this was his style. However, upon noticing the 2 injured men groaning on the ground and the standing girl, Chi Yueshi felt a surge of annoyance. What are these 3 doing here? Don't they know they're interrupting our romantic moment? But she quickly realized. Judging by their attire, that the bleeding men were certainly no good, and the little girl must have been their captive. Once Su Lai approached the girl, he asked, "Little sister, what is your name? Where are your family?" The girl replied cheerfully, "Big brother, my name is Chowan. I got separated from my sister, and these two bad men took me here." Su Lai, exuding an aura of safety, reassured her. Chi Yueshi released his arm and took Chowan's hand gently, saying, "Let us find your sister together, shall we?" Chowan glanced at Su Lai and agreed. "Okay." Chi Yueshi inquired, "Do you have your sister's phone number?" After Chowan confirmed she did, Chi Yueshi took out her phone and dialed the number. The call was answered promptly. "Hello. Hello, are you Chowan's sister?" "Yes. Who are you?" "Well, we saw two bad men kidnap Chowan." After briefly explaining, she disclosed their location to Chowan's sister. Once the call ended, Chi Yueshi noticed Chowan gripping Su Lai's pants. "Big brother, I'm a bit scared. Can you hold me?" Although it was their first meeting, children possess a keen intuition. Chowan sensed that Su Lai's embrace was entirely safe. Bending down, Su Lai gently stroked her hair and lifted her into his arms, asking, "Are you still scared?" Chowan wrapped her arms around his neck, replying, "Big brother, I'm not scared at all when I'm with you." Chi Yueshi couldn't help but wrinkle her nose slightly. Su Lai's charm was undeniably potent. Even a naive little girl was captivated. Why on earth did Lu Fei divorce him? Her eyes seemed perfectly fine. Su Lai smiled and asked, "How old are you?" "I'll be 6 in 2 months." After exchanging a few words, hurried footsteps approached them. Su Lai turned to see a girl with slightly curly hair racing toward them. Sister, I'm over here." Chowan waved her hand vigorously. Chi Yueshi scrutinized Chowan's sister's attire. The handbag she carried was worth $500,000. Her wrist adorned with a luxury watch worth $300,000, and her high heels were from Valentino. This entire ensemble must have totaled over $1 million. Once Chowan slid down from Su Lai, she looked up at her sister and exclaimed, "Sister, you lost me." As soon as she spoke, her sister immediately clutched Chowan under her arm and began to scold her. "Did I lose you, or did you run off on your own?" Chapter 68. The curse. Do you know how terrified you made me? When you came out with me, what did Mom tell you? If something happened to you, how would Dad, Mom, and I survive? As she spoke, Chowan's sister began to cry. Chowan realized her mistake, pouting as she sobbed, "Sister, I won't do it again. Please stop crying. I know it was my fault." Whoa, are you hurt? Let me see." Chowan shook her head. "Sister, I'm fine. It was this big brother who saved me. You shouldn't run around like that. Do you think this is your home?" After a few more admonitions, Chowan's sister turned seriously to Su Lai and said, "Hello, I am Chowan's sister, Chowan. Thank you for saving my sister. I truly appreciate it." Su Lai nodded slightly and replied, "Miss Chowan, although this time it ended without incident, it is best for children not to stray from sight. Not every situation turns out this lucky. If it weren't for you, Chowan would have faced dire consequences." Chowan's expression darkened. She indeed bore significant responsibility for Chowan being taken away. "You are right. It is my fault. I will ensure she is looked after next time. Big brother, this was my mistake, not my sister's. I ran off recklessly." A team of bodyguards approached, bowing to Chowan and Chowan. Young miss." Chowan pointed to the two men lying on the ground and ordered, "Ask them why they attempted to kidnap my sister." "Yes." Two bodyguards rushed over and dragged the two kidnappers into the depths of the alley. "I sincerely apologize. We have yet to learn the names of our benefactors." Chi Yueshi hugged Su Lai's arm and introduced herself. "Hello, Miss Chiao. I am Chi Yueshi from the Donghua province of Daxia, and this is my boyfriend, Su Lai." Suddenly, Chowan exclaimed, "Sister, I want big brother to hold me." Chi Yueshi rolled her eyes discreetly, thinking how this guy, Su Lai, even attracted the attention of a girl not yet 6 years old. What a beast. Chowan shot a glare at Chowan and asked, "You two have come from Daxia to attend the public auction, haven't you?" The upcoming 10 days were indeed the dates for the Jade auction, hence Chowan's inquiry. Chi Yueshi nodded. "We came to try our luck." At that moment, a bodyguard rushed out of the alley and whispered to Chowan, "Miss, those two have confessed. They targeted the young miss because of her beauty and had malicious intent. No one was behind them." Chowan's face immediately turned cold. She could already envision the tragic fate that awaited Chowan if Su Lai had not intervened. After casting a grateful glance at Su Lai, Chowan quietly inquired, "What about those two? They have been dealt with." After reporting, the bodyguard, Chowan, bowed deeply to Su Lai. "Thank you so much, Mr. Su." If Chowan had met the same fate as Su Yuan, Chowan feared she would never forgive herself. Chowan piped up again, "Sister, I want Big Brother to hold me. Xiao Na replied, have you asked Mr. Su for permission? Xiao An scrunched her little nose and said, Big Brother must like holding me. I'm so adorable. She then turned to Su Lai and asked, Big Brother, don't you like to hold in? Faced with such a charming little girl, Su Lai found it hard to resist. He smiled at Xiaoan and said, come here, I will hold you. Yay. I knew it. Xiaoan broke free from Xiao Na's embrace and leaped into Su Lai's arms, exclaiming, Big Brother, you smell so good. Qi Yueshi smiled at Xiao Na and remarked, Miss Xiao, your ancestors must be from Daxia, right? Dagwang was once a vassal state of Daxia, and many Daxia people had settled in Dagwang long ago. From their encounter until now, the Qiao sisters and their bodyguards spoke pure Daxia dialect. Xiao Na nodded. Our Qiao family moved to Dagwang 300 years ago. In a hushed tone, Xiaoan whispered in Su Lai's ear, Big Brother, if you want to buy jade raw stones, you can come to our home. We have a jade mine. Though Xiaoan spoke softly, both Qi Yueshi and Xiao Na heard her. Not wishing to evade the topic, Xiao Na directly stated, if you two do not mind, you may come to my home to select a batch of jade raw stones. Upon hearing the Qiao family name, Qi Yueshi suddenly had a revelation. Do you live in Guopa? The Guopa Qiao family controls 1/3 of the jade mines in Dagwang and is known in the industry as the Jade King of the South. No wonder Xiao Na's attire was worth millions. She was the princess of the Jade King family. Xiao Na smiled and said, if you have time, you can accompany me to Guopa so that I can properly thank you for saving my sister. Qi Yueshi exclaimed with delight, that would be wonderful. What a pleasant surprise. If they could collaborate with the Guopa Qiao family and directly purchase jade raw stones from them, the cost for Chibo Jewelry's jade would significantly reduce, enhancing its competitiveness in the market. Qi Yueshi glanced at Su Lai, grateful that she had come with him. Otherwise, she would not have had the fortune of saving the little princess of the Guopa Qiao family. Xiaoan leaned closer to Su Lai and whispered, Big Brother, I have a beautiful colorful stone in my room. I want to show you. Su Lai chuckled, really? Then I must take a good look. Xiaoan urged Xiao Na, sister, let us go home. I want to show Big Brother my stone. Xiao Na smiled, Mr. Su, Miss Qi, please. On the roadside, 4 military jeeps surrounded a Bossy V-class business vehicle, clearly the princess's mode of transport. Before they could get in, Su Lai noticed the thick glass of the Bossy V-class, indicating it was bulletproof. Suddenly, he spotted a green-haired monkey resembling an infant, grinning menacingly from the Bossy V-class. A cold smile crept across Su Lai and Appo's face. It seemed the Qiao family was not at peace. Upon seeing Xiaoan in Su Lai's arms, the green-haired monkey's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam. With a slight exertion of its legs, it lunged toward Xiaoan, its razor-sharp claws aimed at her petite form. With a crack, a jade pendant hanging around Xiao Na's neck inexplicably shattered. Xiao Na's expression changed instantly. She shouted urgently, Mr. Su, Miss Qi, danger. Get in the car. Hearing Xiao Na's shout, the surrounding bodyguards quickly split into 2 teams. One formed a protective wall around the Qiao sisters to shield them from gunfire, while the other brandished Uzi submachine guns, scanning their surroundings with sharp gazes. Chapter 69. What happened to my father? From the reactions of the bodyguards, it was evident that Joanna and her sister had been attacked on multiple occasions. However, this time, the adversaries of the Qiao family employed an unconventional method, mysterious and unpredictable sorcery. Su Lai gently squeezed, causing the green-haired monkey in his grasp to disintegrate into a cloud of black smoke. As the car began to move, Joanna retrieved a bottle of liquor from the onboard cabinet. Upon opening the bottle, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Joanna inquired, would you care for a drink? If it were red wine, Qi Yueshi would surely accept, but the bottle Joanna produced contained white liquor, specifically a potent 62-degree old baijiu. As Joanna poured a generous glass, Qi Yueshi politely declined, saying, thank you, but I shall pass. And what of Mr. Su? I shall also refrain. With both Su Lai and Qi Yueshi abstaining, Joanna downed the full glass of white liquor. To Qi Yueshi's astonishment, Joanna, who appeared delicate and gentle, consumed the potent baijiu with remarkable boldness, the glass containing no less than 3 liang. As if drinking plain water, Joanna polished off an entire bottle. Yet instead of becoming inebriated, her eyes sparkled with clarity. Just as she reached for a second bottle, her sister, Xiaoan, who had been clinging to Su Lai, interjected, Sister, you promised me you would only drink 1 bottle at a time. Upon hearing this, Joanna leaned back in her seat, lamenting, life in Dagwang is far from easy. Once we leave Guopa, We must always be prepared to face danger. Qi Yueshi remarked. Isn't this rather unruly? Unruly? Joanna slightly shook her head, responding, in Dagwang. Might makes right. For 500 years, our Qiao family has held dominion over Guopa, and each year, we lose family members under mysterious circumstances. Since ancient times, wealth has stirred human greed. To dare claim 1/3 of the emerald mines in Dagwang is to invite envy. Emerald products have always been regarded as high-end luxury items. Even the lowest quality begins at 1,000, while the finest can fetch millions. Notably, 95% of the emeralds on the market originate from Dagwang, meaning the Qiao family in Guopa wields wealth rivaling that of nations. Suddenly, Joanna's phone rang. Upon answering, a hurried voice reported, Miss, the master has been injured and is currently at the Shiyuan Manor. Joanna immediately directed the driver to change course. At Shiyuan Manor, Joanna and Xiaoan's father, Xiao Shan, lay on the bed, his complexion pale, breathing shallowly, blood pooling around him. His personal physician, Xiao Hua, was examining him, while the butler, Xiao Benchu, anxiously made calls to the children. Xiao Shan had 3 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son, Xiao Xing, had been murdered 2 years prior. The remaining siblings were Xiao Na, Xiao Wen, Xiao Ping, and Xiao and Uncle Benchu, who has harmed my father. Xiao Wen paced anxiously by the bedside. Xiao Benchu shook his head, responding, Second young master, we truly did not see who attacked the master. Xiao Wen demanded, Were you not with my father at all times? How could you not know? Xiao Benchu replied, Second young master. After leaving Guopa, the guards ensured the master remained secluded, preventing any substantial contact with others. There were no gunshots either. Xiao Hua, having meticulously examined Xiao Shan, appeared perplexed, stating, Strange, there are no visible injuries, nor signs of poisoning. What could have occurred? Not injured, nor poisoned. Xiao Wen's expression darkened. Does my father still have the jade pendant around his neck? Xiao Hua confirmed, Second young master. There is no jade pendant on the master. Panic washed over Xiao Wen, his face turning ashen. That is precisely how my elder brother perished. He then shouted, Quickly, take my father to the Ganda Temple. In Dagwang, the Ganda Temple is a place of mystique where the elite often seek blessed artifacts. The Qiao family, known as the Emerald Kings of the South, adorned themselves with jade pendants personally consecrated by the temple's master. However, despair soon overtook Xiao Wen, recalling, My brother also perished en route to the Ganda Temple. With a sickening splat, Xiao Shan coughed up another mouthful of blood. Father, father, Xiao Wen cried, rushing to his father's side. The pallor of Xiao Shan's face suggested he was on the brink of death. Seeing her father unresponsive, Xiao Wen wiped his tears and fiercely declared, Uncle Benchu, investigate. I must know who is responsible. Yes, second young master. Xiao Benchu replied respectfully. Yet, uncovering the identity of those targeting the Qiao family proved exceedingly difficult. 2 years prior, after Qiao Xing's murder, the family had invested immense resources seeking the truth. But 2 years had passed without resolution. In Dagwang, the number of those who coveted the Qiao family's downfall was countless. It could be said that every noble sought their complete annihilation. What has happened to my father? Joanna and Xiaoan burst in, breathless. Upon seeing their bloodied father, both sisters collapsed beside him. Father, father, wake up, please. Following Joanna and Xiaoan were Su Lai and Qi Yueshi. But they were obstructed at the door by the bodyguards. Qi Yueshi attempted to explain, We are friends of Miss Joanna. Yet the guards remained unmoving, seemingly deaf to her words. Su Lai coolly interjected, If you wish for those inside to survive, you will step aside. Xiao Benchu approached, curiously asking, Who are you? Qi Yueshi reiterated, Friends of Miss Joanna. Friends of the second young lady? Xiao Benchu scrutinized Su Lai and Qi Yueshi before stating, I know all of the second young lady's friends, yet I have never seen you before. With tears streaming down her face, Xiaoan turned to Xiao Benchu, exclaiming, Uncle Benchu, this big brother and sister are new friends of mine and sister. The big brother even saved me today. Very well, little miss. Xiao Benchu replied with a smile before adding, However, as per protocol, you must be searched before entering. Raise your hands and stand against the wall. Search us? Su Lai raised an eyebrow, thinking, if this is the case, perhaps they should let those inside perish. Chapter 70. The Curse Wait. Xiaoan turned to Su Lai. Are you saying you can save my father? Su Lai shrugged and replied, Your father has been cursed. He can only hold on for another 5 minutes at most. Xiaoan inquired, How can you prove that my father has been cursed? Xiao Na, who had been by Xiao Shan's side, immediately turned to the door and asked, Mr. Su, how can you save my father? Su Lai replied nonchalantly. Of course, by crushing the curse that has been placed upon him. Qiao Na solemnly declared, Mr. Su, if you can save my father, you will forever be a friend of the Qiao family. Qiao Wen glanced at Qiao Shan on the bed and said to Qiao Na, Sister, given the circumstances, they are of unknown origin. According to protocol, we must conduct a thorough search. Otherwise, how can we ensure their safety? Qiao Na responded gravely, I can vouch for Mr. Su. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Qiao Wen wiped her tears and said, I got separated from my sister outside. And then 2 bad men captured me. It was the big brother who saved me. He is a good person. Xiao Benshu maintained a businesslike demeanor. Miss, the rules cannot be broken, so you should adhere to your own regulations. Then you can stick to your protocols. Su Lai pulled Qi Yueshi and said, let us go. However, before Su Lai could move, the guards drew their weapons, aiming them at Su Lai and Qi Yueshi. Xiao Na shouted at the guards, put down your guns. With a stern expression, Xiao Shan said, Sister, these 2 are clearly trying to approach you with ulterior motives. Now they refuse to let us search them. They must be hiding something. What do you think I would do to you? Do you really believe a few guns can stop me? As soon as Su Lai finished speaking, the guards' weapons snapped in half and fell to the ground. The guards stared in disbelief at their weapons, which had been severed as if by a sharp blade, utterly bewildered by the situation. Everyone else was equally stunned, wondering what had just transpired. Was it some sort of magic? With a smile, Su Lai asked, do you have any other means besides these sticks? Seizing the moment while everyone was dazed, Su Lai pulled Qi Yueshi, saying, let us go. Suddenly, Xiao Benshu's hands morphed into talons, striking towards Su Lai with lightning speed. With a resounding slap, Su Lai countered, causing Xiao Benshu to kneel before him, clutching his face and rendered speechless. Everyone was in shock. How could this be possible? Especially Qiao Wen, who understood better than anyone that Xiao Benshu had mastered the eagle claw technique from a young age and had reached a preternatural level 10 years prior. He was not only the backbone of the Qiao family, but also the foremost martial artist in Dagua. Do you think your kind could stop me if I truly wanted to eliminate you? After saying this, Su Lai attempted to leave with Qi Yueshi. But Qiao Wen suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his leg. Big brother, please save my father. I don't want to lose him too. The little girl began to cry. Qiao Na resolutely stated, Mr. Su, if you can save my father, the Qiao family treasury will be open to you, and we will be lifelong friends. After patting Xiao Wen's head, Su Lai glanced at Xiao Wen and Xiao Benshu, deciding not to hold their earlier actions against them for the sake of the little girl. With that, Su Lai entered the room, and this time, no one dared to stop him. Xiao Wen gave a cold warning, you better not pull any tricks, or else do you wish to see the curse that is currently afflicting your father. As he spoke, Su Lai reached out, taking a drop of blood from Qiao Shan's chest and drawing a symbol in the air. Once the symbol was complete, Qiao Na, Qiao Wen, Xiao Benshu, and the guards were horrified to see a creature with a human body and a wild boar's head crawling on Qiao Shan's chest, its sharp tusks repeatedly stabbing into him. Seeing Qiao Na's face turn pale, Qiao Wen curiously asked, Sister, what do you see? Qiao Na asked Qiao Wen, didn't you see it? Su Lai said softly, it's better for little ones not to see such things. They might have nightmares later. Not only Qiao Wen, but Qi Yueshi also failed to see the wild boar curse, as Qiao Na watched the creature stab its tusks deeper into Qiao Shan's chest. She pleaded with Su Lai, Mr. Su, please take action. Su Lai drew another symbol in the air, and Qiao Na saw a cage of flickering lightning descend upon the wild boar curse. Upon seeing the cage, the wild boar curse jumped off Qiao Shan, attempting to flee. But could it escape? In an instant, the lightning cage enveloped the wild boar curse, and amid the crackling light, it was reduced to charred remains. With the wild boar curse no longer tormenting him, Qiao Shan's breathing became steadier, no longer resembling someone on the brink of death. Qiao Na hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Mr. Su, thank you. If it weren't for you, my father would have perished. Su Lai reached into his pocket and pulled out a dark pill, saying, give this to your father, and he will be fine by tomorrow. Before Qiao Na could take the pill, Qiao Wen shouted, wait, what kind of pill is this? Su Lai replied calmly, it's a life-saving pill. Qiao Wen glared at Su Lai, saying, you better hope this pill is effective, or else the Qiao family will not let this go. In that case, Su Lai put the pill back into his pocket and shrugged. I can't guarantee that my pill will work for your father. For the sake of my own life, perhaps it's better if he doesn't take it. Qiao Na glared at Qiao Wen, angrily stating, Qiao Wen, be quiet. No one considers you mute. Xiao Wen retorted, Sister, what if that pill is poisonous? What if something goes wrong after my father takes it? Xiao Na, her chest heaving with anger, replied, Could you use your brain for once? If Mr. Su truly intended to poison him, he wouldn't have saved him in the first place. Xiao Wen pouted, Who knows what he is really up to? Xiao Wen grabbed Su Lai's hand and shook it, Big brother, my sister, and I believe in you. Please save my father. Su Lai took the pill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Wen. Then you can personally feed this to your father. After receiving the pill, Xiao Wen immediately thanked him. Thank you, big brother. Chapter 71. Explosion after swallowing a pill. Xiao Shan and Appo's complexion visibly flushed with health. Witnessing this, Xiao Na expressed her gratitude to Su Lai, saying, Thank you so much, Mr. Su. Without you, my father might. Xiao Wen interjected coldly. Who knows if this is just a temporary revival? Xiao Na shot him a glare and retorted, If you don't have anything constructive to say, then keep quiet. She then addressed Xiao Benchu, Grandfather Benchu, we cannot linger here any longer. Please arrange for us to return immediately. Xiao Benchu complied. Understood, miss. If it weren't for Su Lai's timely intervention, Xiao Benchu would have struggled to stand. After he exited, Xiao Wen followed suit. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Benchu returned to report, Miss. The convoy is ready. Shall we depart? Outside, several military jeeps flanked a bulletproof Maybach and a bulletproof Lincoln. Xiao Wen pointed to Xiao Na's Maybach and suggested, Sister, your vehicle is spacious and suitable for father. Xiao Na nodded in agreement. All right. After the guards assisted Xiao Shan into the car, Xiao Na and Xiao Wen followed suit. Just before the door closed, Xiao Wen waved at Su Lai. Big brother, we'll see you soon. Once Xiao Shan settled into the bulletproof Lincoln, Xiao Benchu politely informed Su Lai and Shi Yueshi, I apologize for the inconvenience, but we must all share a vehicle with our guards. Su Lai waved dismissively. Not a problem. After Su Lai and Shi Yueshi boarded a military jeep, the convoy left the West Garden Estate. It wasn't long before the vehicle began to jostle along a gravel mountain road. The road conditions in Dagwang, aside from a few major cities, were generally akin to this rugged terrain, especially in mountainous regions where such gravel paths prevailed, while elsewhere, one would encounter dirt roads that turned to mud in the rain. Feeling disoriented from the bumpy ride, Shi Yueshi inquired of the guards ahead, How much longer must we endure this road? A guard replied, Not far, perhaps a 3-hour journey. Is it all like this? Shi Yueshi asked, bewildered. Can my backside withstand another 3 hours of this? One gets used to it, came the nonchalant response. Suddenly, the vehicle sputtered and stalled. Please hold on, we need to address this. The guards, accustomed to such occurrences, calmly exited the vehicle. One illuminated the engine with a flashlight while the other began to troubleshoot. The other vehicles in the convoy continued on without pausing. After the last military jeep passed, the guards managed to fix the issue and the vehicle resumed its bumpy journey. However, just as they caught up with the convoy, the engine sputtered and died again. Once more, the guards leaped from the vehicle to make repairs. A sense of foreboding creased Su Lai's brow. With a forceful kick, he sent the door flying open. Shi Yueshi, perplexed by Su Lai's sudden action, felt herself lifted off the ground. By the time she registered what had happened, Su Lai had cradled her in his arms, pulling her from the military jeep just as it erupted in a fiery explosion. Inside the bulletproof Lincoln, Xiao Wen's face contorted with fury as he discarded the detonated bomb's remote control. No matter how formidable you are, nothing compares to a bomb. Dare to target the Qiao family, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Xiao Benchu scoffed, a despicable act executed with such crude methods. Watching the jeep engulfed in flames, Shi Yueshi shuddered at the thought that, had Su Lai not pulled her away, she might have met a similar fate. Su Lai narrowed his eyes indeed. What a sudden reliance on such explosive tactics. In truth, a bomb might not have harmed Su Lai. As a genuine cultivator, he instinctively avoided peril. His body would sense impending danger. Surveying the dark surroundings, Shi Yueshi asked, What shall we do next? Originally, they had come to Dagwang to attend the jade auction, intending to procure a batch of jade raw stones for Chibo jewelry. Little did they anticipate the entanglement with Xiao Na and Xiao Wen, the heirs of the Southern Jade King, and now this unforeseen calamity. Su Lai replied mildly, I shall ensure your safe return home. And you? Shi Yueshi questioned. I dislike being indebted to others, he replied coolly. Very well. Shi Yueshi conceded without pressing for his company, despite the fact that her initial intent had been for him to accompany her to Dagwang. She understood that her presence would not aid him, but rather become a burden, hindering his efforts. The journey back was straightforward. Although they lacked a vehicle, with Su Lai's presence, Chi Yueshi faced little hardship in reaching the designated hotel. After retrieving her belongings, Su Lai escorted her to the airport. Just before boarding, Chi Yueshi earnestly cautioned, "I know you are strong, but please be careful. Rest assured, if I were not confident, I would not proceed." Su Lai assured her with a reassuring smile, preparing to stock the warehouse with jade raw stones upon his return. After bidding her farewell at the airport, Su Lai flagged down an older vehicle on the street, handing the driver 20,000 yuan for the aged car, which had seen at least a decade of use. Without delay, Su Lai drove towards Guopa. The sound of automatic rifles echoed, followed by the explosive blasts of mortars. Recognizing the danger, Su Lai abandoned the vehicle on the roadside. Though unafraid of gunfire, he had no desire to become a target. Noticing the gunfire erupted along the route to Guopa, he pondered, has war truly begun? I had heard nothing of a civil conflict in Dagwon. Silently, Su Lai crept towards the site of the skirmish. After stealthily incapacitating a combatant, he dragged the camouflaged soldier away from the fray. When the soldier regained consciousness, he regarded Su Lai with a cold stare and tightly sealed lips. "Why is there fighting here?" Su Lai inquired. The soldier remained mute, his mouth firmly shut. With a smile, Su Lai remarked, "If you insist on remaining silent, I shall not hold back." Seeing that the soldier continued to refuse to speak, Su Lai indeed ceased to be courteous. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter. Su Lai reached out and tore away the camouflage from the man, leaving him clad in nothing but a small pair of shorts within the span of 2 breaths. The man, filled with terror, twisted and exclaimed, "What are you doing? You can't do this." Su Lai delivered a sharp slap to the man's head, responding curtly, "Don't move. Have you even looked at yourself? Do you think someone like Long Yang would fancy you?" Indeed, the man's appearance was unappealing. He was thin and wiry, with a dark complexion, small eyes, yellowed teeth, and a flattened nose. Subsequently, Su Lai began to draw a symbol in the air with gestures. Observing Su Lai's eccentric behavior, the man squinted and shouted, "What are you up to? I want to yield. Is that so? Let's see how long you can hold out." Su Lai retorted, just as a buzzing sound erupted. The man turned to see a cloud of mosquitoes forming, descending upon him. Terrified, he flailed his arms in a futile attempt to swat them away. Having grown up in the vast forests of Dagwon, he was well aware that the mosquitoes here could drain a person of life. However, the sheer number of mosquitoes was overwhelming, and despite his frantic efforts, he managed to dispatch very few. As the mosquitoes began to settle on him, the man rolled on the ground, desperately trying to evade them. Su Lai stood by, amused, knowing that even if the mosquitoes landed, they would be crushed beneath him. Unbeknownst to the man, a swarm of black and red ants emerged from underground burrows, making their way toward him. A horrific, inhuman scream escaped the man's lips. As he evaded the mosquitoes, he suddenly leaped up, tearing off his shorts in a panic. Upon realizing that his private parts were being invaded and bitten by the tiny ants, he grimaced and began to wipe himself with his shorts. Seeing the ants crawling on him, Su Lai winced, thinking how unfortunate this man was to be bitten in such a sensitive area. The mosquitoes seized the opportunity, descending en masse, intent on draining him dry. With his head covered in mosquitoes, the man waved his shorts around, desperately trying to shoo them away. "Those ants are crawling up your calves. Hurry, get rid of them, or they'll bite you where it hurts." The man momentarily froze, then screamed at Su Lai, "Get them off me, please. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." With a disdainful expression, Su Lai resumed his gestures in the air. Upon completing the symbol, the mosquitoes and ants surrounding the man seemed to lose interest, swirling around aimlessly before dispersing. The insects that had landed on him soon abandoned their feast as well. Once the man picked up his camouflage gear and covered himself, Su Lai finally asked, "Now tell me, who is fighting whom?" The ongoing battle is between the Qiao family of Guopa and the government troops guerrilla fighters. The man's response left Su Lai momentarily stunned. Guerrilla fighters? Isn't the government army a regular army? Why are they acting like guerrillas? The man scoffed. The government army is indeed a regular force, but they can't openly eliminate our Qiao family. They can only send a few to pose as guerrilla fighters and gradually undermine us. The audacity of the Qiao family to stand against the government was remarkable. "Are you from the Qiao family?" Su Lai queried. When the man remained silent, Su Lai probed further. "How many members does the Qiao family have? Which line is Qiao 1, Qiao Na, and Qiaoan from?" The man looked at Su Lai with contempt. "You think you can lay claim to our family as secrets?" Su Lai retorted coldly. It's not that I wish to claim your family, but rather that your family owes me something. What is Chao Na's phone number? Tell me. The man replied, I'm just a lowly guard, and Miss Chao Na belongs to the main line of the family. What right do I have to know her number? Then tell me about the basic situation of the Chao family. Su Lai insisted. The man hesitated before responding. Do you not know the basic facts about our family? Aren't you from Daguang? I hail from Daxiao. Su Lai shrugged. When I saved Chao Na's father from a curse and returned to Guopa, my vehicle was rigged with explosives. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been blown to smithereens. The man's eyes widened. That's impossible. Miss Chao Na is not that kind of person. With a chilling demeanor, Su Lai pressed on. What about Xiaowen? What about Xiao Benchu? The man's gaze flickered momentarily. Su Lai smiled. Speak. If you don't, you'll be feeding worms here while I go capture someone else. The current head of our family is Chao Sihai. He has 3 sons, Chao Shan, Chao Wan, and Chao Feng. Under Chao Shan are Chao Na, Chao Wan, and the others. Each year, during the jade auction in Daguang, one of the Chao brothers represents Guopa, and this year, it happens to be Chao Shan. Much of what the man divulged was common knowledge among those familiar with Daguang or the jade trade. Su Lai inquired, do the Chao brothers live together? No. Guopa is vast. The elder resides in the old village, the first son in Tsiyun Mountain, the second son in Chibwa Mountain, and the youngest in Siling. Finally, Su Lai asked, how do I get to Tsiyun Mountain? The man was silent, offering no guidance. If he did not wish to speak, then so be it. Su Lai shook his head and, after a few gestures, pinpointed the direction of Tsiyun Mountain. As he glanced back at Su Lai's retreating figure, the man noticed the automatic rifle that Su Lai had carelessly discarded. A sinister look crossed his face as he swiftly picked up his weapon. Upon checking the magazine and finding bullets, he aimed at Su Lai's back. You dare let the insects bite me? I'll make you pay dearly. As he pulled the trigger, he was shocked to discover that the gun did not fire. Then he realized, why can't I feel my hand? Looking down, he saw a vividly colored spider perched on his finger. This is the death spider. Chapter 73. Chao Family Fort. Su Lai found a hilltop and gazed at Tsiyun Mountain, silently marveling at its formidable defenses. It was no wonder that the government forces of Daguan dared not launch a full-scale assault. The Chao family had unmistakably transformed Tsiyun Mountain into a heavily fortified military stronghold, their residence resembling a bastion of watchtowers and hidden fortifications. Moreover, armed helicopters and radar systems were strategically positioned on several platforms. If Su Lai's conjecture was correct, the affluent Chao family must have also established an air defense system at Chao Family Fort. Shaking his head, Su Lai gradually approached Chao Family Fort. What if the Chao family had fortified Tsiyun Mountain? What if Chao Family Fort was a veritable fortress? Should he abandon the debts that needed settling? At the sentry tower by the entrance of Chao Family Fort, 2 sentinels immediately shouted upon seeing Su Lai strolling down the road. Someone is approaching along the main road. The guards at the entrance quickly went on high alert. Captain Wu Shangli, upon noticing that only one person was walking towards Chao Family Fort, raised his gun and fired several warning shots. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck the ground before Su Lai, compelling him to halt. As Su Lai looked towards the entrance, he heard Wu Shangli bellow, "Get lost!" Su Lai retorted, "I am Su Lai, a friend of Chao Na and Chaoan. I have come to see them." Wu Shangli coldly replied, "You think you can impersonate the young lady's friend? Scram. If you don't leave, I'll turn you into a sieve." Beside Wu Shangli, someone suggested, "Captain, this person is undoubtedly a spy from the government forces. We should eliminate him." A sigh suddenly escaped Wu Shangli's lips. Why was it so difficult to enter? A large hand landed on Wu Shangli's shoulder, and he turned to find himself startled, his hair standing on end. The guards, seeing Su Lai appear beside Wu Shangli in the blink of an eye, were nearly paralyzed with fear. It was broad daylight. Had they seen a ghost? He had been 100 meters away, and now he was right next to them? Su Lai spoke slowly. "Could someone please call Chao Na or Chaoan and inform them that Su Lai is at the entrance?" You. Wu Shangli stammered, struggling to suppress the urge to flee. "Are you human or a ghost?" Su Lai patted Wu Shangli's shoulder, urging, "Make the call." The other sentinels, still trembling with fear at the extraordinary presence before them, aimed their firearms at Su Lai, choosing to trust their weapons despite their dread. Su Lai reassured Wu Shangli, "Lower your weapons, those won't harm me. If they misfire, it will be you who gets hurt." After observing Chao Family Fort's military-like defenses, Su Lai had already been on guard, his cultivated celestial energy enveloping him like a second skin. Wu Shangli replied, We don't have the ladies' phone numbers. Su Lai calmly responded. Then contact your superior and have him relay the message to the young ladies. If it weren't for my reluctance to force my way in, I would have come at night. Wu Shangli shouted at one of the sentinels. Go make the call. After the initial shock wore off, Wu Shangli composed himself, no longer viewing Su Lai as some unknown entity, but rather as a martial expert. Once the sentinel finished the call, Su Lai patted Wu Shangli's shoulder and said with a smile, rest assured, if I were a villain, I would have come at night. Despite the fortifications of Qiao family fort, they wouldn't be able to stop me. Put down your weapons, everyone. Wu Shangli, seeing the reason in Su Lai's words, recognized that the display of power he had just witnessed rendered Qiao family fort's defenses almost meaningless. Wu Shangli inquired, are you truly a friend of our young ladies? Upon Su Lai nodding, Wu Shangli continued, why didn't you call us to have the young ladies come and fetch you? Su Lai shrugged, we hadn't exchanged numbers yet. Had we done so, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. A vehicle sped out from Qiao family fort, and as it came to a halt, Qiao eagerly leaped out, exclaiming, where is he? Where's my big brother? Su Lai waved at Qiao, saying, right here. In the astonished gaze of Wu Shangli and the others, Qiao lunged into Su Lai's arms. Wu, big brother, I thought I would never see you again. Wu. Qiao Na then emerged from the vehicle, exclaiming, Mr. Su, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Noticing only Su Lai, Qiao Na asked, Mr. Su, why are you alone? Where's Miss Qi? Su Lai replied, she has returned to her home country. In Su Lai's embrace, Qiao cried, Wu, big brother. They said the car you were in went off the mountain. Qiao Na's face lit up with relief. You are all safe. Thank goodness. Quickly, get in the car. Once inside, Qiao Na explained, after we returned and didn't see you, we sent someone to look for you. The news came back that the car you were in had inexplicably rolled down the mountain into the river, with no survivors. Mr. Su, how did you and Miss Qi escape? Su Lai shrugged. That car didn't roll down the mountain into the river. Someone had planted a bomb in it. Someone didn't want me to reach your Qiao family. A bomb. It was evident that the order to plant explosives had come from Qiao Wan. Qiao Na's expression darkened. That despicable scoundrel truly had a twisted sense of gratitude for saving his life. Su Lai, maintaining his calm demeanor, inquired, how is your father? Has he regained consciousness? He has. Qiao Na replied. My father also said he wanted to express his gratitude to Mr. Su. Qiao Na added, I will take Mr. Su to see my father. I believe he will provide Mr. Su with an explanation. That sounds good. Su Lai smiled. His purpose in coming to Qiao family fort was indeed to receive an explanation from the Qiao family. Soon, the vehicle halted before the grand manor at the heart of Qiao family fort. After disembarking, Qiao Na turned to Qiao, still nestled in Su Lai's arms, and said, Unin, please step down for a moment. We have important matters to discuss with father. Just as Qiao Na finished speaking, Qiao strode out from within. Upon seeing Su Lai, his expression shifted slightly, and he barked an order to the guards at the manor entrance. This man is a spy from the government forces. Seize him. Chapter 74. The kind-hearted elder brother. Before the guards could react, Su Lai swiftly seized Qiao Wan by the throat. What is this? Are you so eager to attempt my demise for a second time? The guards at the entrance were left utterly bewildered. Qiao Na opened her mouth to speak. But before she could utter a sound, Qiao Wan glared at Su Lai and menacingly threatened, You wretched brat, this is the Qiao family fortress. If you dare harm even a hair on my head. With a resounding slap, Su Lai struck Qiao Wan across the face. What could they possibly do to me? The guards stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. You little. Qiao Wan began to curse. But Su Lai tightened his grip on Qiao Wan's neck. Do you believe I could crush you right here and now? As Qiao Wan's eyes bulged from the pressure, Qiao Na quickly grasped Su Lai's arm. Mr. Su, please, stop. Then, Qiao Na continued. Mr. Su, there must be some misunderstanding here. Let us first meet with my father. Su Lai released his grip, and Qiao Wan, unable to maintain his balance, crumpled to the ground. The intelligence of some individuals is truly concerning. Qiao Wan tugged at Su Lai's hand, urging him toward the estate. Elder brother, let us hasten inside. After shooting a glare at Qiao Wan, Qiao Na declared, Qiao Wan, I shall explain this matter to father. Prepare for your punishment. As Qiao Na caught up with Su Lai, a recovering Qiao Wan stood up, trailing behind them. In the courtyard, Qiao Shan reclined on a lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed. Qiao Hua, clad in a white coat, remarked, Master, you are slightly weak. But there is no grave concern. Upon your return, I shall prepare some nourishing medications and soups for you. Waving his hand dismissively, Qiao Shan inquired of Qiao Binshu. Have you discovered who is responsible? Qiao Binshu replied, Master, the methods of the sorcerer are exceedingly sinister. Without special means to investigate, we may suffer further losses. Analyzing the current situation, General Song Cha is the prime suspect. He has been actively promoting the re-establishment of the Great Light Nation's control over Guapa, and in recent years, he has bypassed their military to organize guerrilla attacks against us. Qiao Shan slowly responded, I am acquainted with Song Cha. He is not the sort to engage in such treachery. Dad, the elder brother is fine. He is still alive. Upon hearing Qiaowen's voice, Qiao Binshu narrowed his hawk-like eyes. This fellow, he is still alive. Noticing that Su Lai's attire bore no signs of soot or fire, Qiao Binshu's lips curled slightly. This man is quite fortunate to have exited the vehicle before the explosion. Qiao Shan opened his eyes upon seeing Su Lai, his expression reflecting mild surprise at the youth's age. Qiaowen excitedly pulled Su Lai before Qiao Shan, exclaiming, Father, this is the elder brother who rescued me from the clutches of evil. Later, he saved you as well. After gradually rising from his chair, Qiao Shan expressed his gratitude to Su Lai. Mr. Su, thank you for saving my daughter and me. Dad, I believe this man is a spy for General Song Cha. Qiaowen interjected from behind. We are currently engaged in battle with the government's guerrilla forces, and he suddenly appears, rescuing Anin and then our father. Don't you think this is rather coincidental? He must be a spy dispatched by the government to annihilate our Qiao family. Qiao Na retorted loudly. If it were not for Mr. Su's intervention, Anin would have perished, and our family would have been destroyed. Such maternal bias. Qiaowen scoffed. Even if our entire family were to perish outside, could General Song Cha breach the Qiao family fortress? At this, Qiaowen pointed at Su Lai. He is the key to General Song Cha's success in breaching our fortress. Qiaowen looked up defiantly, arguing, Elder brother is not General Song Cha's man. He is a good person. Qiaowen shot a glare at Qiaowen. How old are you? What do you know? Qiao Na countered. This is all mere speculation on your part. Qiao Shan furrowed his brow. Enough of this bickering. Regardless, Mr. Su has saved Anin and me. I must express my gratitude. He then turned to Qiao Binshu. Binshu, inform the kitchen to prepare a feast. I wish to honor Mr. Su. Yes, master. After acknowledging, Qiao Binshu remained in place, continuing to observe Su Lai, and advised Qiao Shan, Master, this individual is a martial arts expert. Even I am no match for him under unexpected circumstances. Qiao Binshu's warning was a subtle indication that Su Lai might pose a threat to Qiao Shan, necessitating precaution. Oh! Qiao Shan looked at Su Lai with unexpected intrigue as Su Lai smirked. Do not flatter yourself. Let me be clear. Even if you are on full alert, you could not withstand a single strike from me. Oh! The astonishment in Qiao Shan's gaze towards Su Lai deepened. Qiao Binshu's capabilities were well known to him, having been honed through decades of arduous training. But this young man, was he even 30? How could he possess such formidable skills? Qiao Binshu clenched his teeth, preparing to speak when Su Lai cheerfully suggested, Shall we put it to the test? That way. You cannot claim I ambushed you when you were unprepared. Then, a hint of coldness crossed Su Lai's face. Let us proceed with our respective duties. If I truly intended to act, the entire Qiao family fortress would be insufficient to contain my wrath, though the fortress had been transformed into a military base. If Su Lai were to employ his 5 thunder strike technique, he could reduce the Qiao family fortress to rubble. Qiao Binshu narrowed his eyes. Brat, do not be too arrogant. I am arrogant because I possess the means to be so. And you? Su Lai's phoenix eyes narrowed. Do you believe I could incapacitate you with a single slap? Qiao Binshu could hardly fathom that even on their own territory, Su Lai remained so audacious. Qiao Shan frowned. Cease this quarrel. He pointed at Qiao Wen and ordered, You go notify the kitchen. Prepare a feast. I wish to honor our esteemed guest. Yes, father. Reluctantly, Qiao Wen trudged off to inform the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qiao Na turned to Qiao Shan. Father, when Mr. Su saved you, I promised him that should he rescue you, he could freely select items from our family's treasure vault. Qiao Shan chuckled. That is only right. Then let us accompany Mr. Su to choose some items. Chapter 75. The 3 treasures of Chalcedony. After Qiao Na and Qiao Wen departed with Su Lai, Qiao Binshu began to administer eye drops to Su Lai in front of Qiao Shan. My lord, based on my years of experience, this young man is certainly no good. Qiao Shan squinted, pondering whether he had indeed been cursed. Although Qiao Binshu had observed the curse, he continued, my lord. It seems to me that you are more likely poisoned. Poisoned? Xiao Shan squinted at the sun. Xiao Binshu went on. The young lady was just kidnapped when that boy came to her rescue. After you were poisoned, it just so happened that he possessed the antidote. If it were a mere coincidence, it would not be surprising. However, he paused before adding, my lord. It is not just General Songsha who wishes to devour our Tsiyun mountain. I know, Xiao Shan replied, removing a golden ring from his hand and summoning the mountain armor. Yes, my lord. Xiao Binshu respectfully accepted the golden ring from Xiao Shan's hand. The mountain armor was the foundation upon which the Qiao family had stood for 500 years in the Great Light Kingdom. Without it, the Qiao family would have been consumed 300 years ago. Although Xiao Binshu was a congenital warrior, he was insignificant in the presence of the mountain armor. Within the treasure vault of Qiao family castle, there lay an abundance of exquisite jadeite. Qiaoan led Su Lai to a specific location and pointed at the transparent jadeite, saying, Big brother, you can choose from here. These are all of the finest quality. Su Lai gently patted Xiaoan's head. Despite her youth, her generosity was remarkable. Xiaona shook her head slightly, for the jadeite before Su Lai could easily fetch over 100 million if sold outside. Nevertheless, in light of Su Lai's life-saving grace, it was not excessive for him to take as much as he desired. After all, while the jadeite had a monetary value, Xiao Shan and Xiaoan were priceless. Xiao Na inquired, Mr. Su, does Miss Chi's family engage in the jewelry business? Su Lai nodded, explaining, I accompanied her because her family's jadeite reserves are running low, and we came to select some materials at the public auction. Xiao Na replied, Then Mr. Su, please provide me with Miss Chi's contact information. I can supply her. Certainly. Providing Chi Yueshi's contact details was also one of Su Lai's objectives for this trip. After sharing the information, Su Lai said, I will take a look around to see if anything catches my eye. Observing Su Lai's calm gaze upon the exquisite jadeite, Xiao Na held him in even higher regard. This was a man who regarded wealth as mere refuse. Su Lai practiced the path of immortality, rendering worldly wealth insignificant to him. In fact, had he desired such riches, he could have devised 108 ways to become the wealthiest person on this planet. Big brother, do you not like those colorful ones? Here they are. Xiaoan tugged at Su Lai, leading him to another area. This space displayed a variety of multicolored jadeite, including mixtures of green, red, yellow, and black, white, green. Although these colorful jades could yield valuable carvings with thoughtful design, Su Lai found himself indifferent to them. Seeing Su Lai's lack of interest, Xiaoan could not help but ask, Big brother, what do you actually like? Su Lai pointed towards 3 flower-shaped jade pieces in the corner, stating, I like those. Xiao Na was momentarily taken aback. The 3 pieces Su Lai indicated were not genuine flowers, but jade carved in the shape of flowers. Beneath the 3 blooms of red agate lay a piece of raw stone, resembling 3 flowers sprouting from the rock. Though the quality of these red agates was merely ordinary, their unique form warranted their placement in a special corner of the vault, awaiting future auction. Indeed, the 3 flower pieces were fortunate to encounter Mr. Su. Xiao Na glanced at them without a hint of regret. Having been accustomed to various types of jade since childhood, she perceived all jade, regardless of its clarity or uniqueness, as mere objects devoid of vitality, useful only for augmenting her family's wealth that was already vast and formidable. As Su Lai crouched before the 3 flower pieces, he gently caressed them, imbuing them with a surge of celestial energy. Xiao Na's earlier assertion rang true. These 3 pieces were indeed fortunate to meet Su Lai. To an ordinary person, the flowers appeared to be mere lifeless objects formed by chance beneath the earth, yet to Su Lai, they were alive. Much like the flora and fauna thriving in the wild, these 3 flowers, named the 3 treasures of Chalcedony, were arranged in a triangular formation upon the Chalcedony. Their worth immeasurable by earthly standards. The simplest of their effects was that every 49 days, a droplet of dew would form at the center of the 3 flowers, granting invulnerability to the one who consumed it. In other words, had Xiaoan and Xiao Shan partaken of the dew produced by the 3 treasures of Chalcedony, the curse would have dissipated upon reaching them, even without Su Lai's intervention. However, the conditions for the generation and growth of the 3 treasures of Chalcedony were exceedingly strict. They could only form upon Chalcedony, maturing after a millennium, and could not be moved until fully mature. After maturity, they could only grow within specific celestial formations. Fortuitously, the 3 treasures of Chalcedony before Su Lai were indeed mature specimens. Even more fortuitously, after being harvested, they encountered Su Lai, a practitioner of the immortal path. Su Lai lifted the 3 treasures of Chalcedony and declared, "I have made my selection. Let us depart." Sister and N. As the 3 exited the treasure vault, they encountered a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Chao Na. Upon seeing the 3 treasures of Chalcedony in Su Lai's hands, the man suddenly shouted, "Put that down. Who are you? Is that yours? Quickly, put it down." Su Lai was taken aback. Could this fellow also perceive the extraordinary nature of the 3 treasures of Chalcedony? Was he also a practitioner of the immortal path? Chao Na's expression shifted dramatically. "Xiao Ping, what are you doing?" Xiao Ping glared at Chao Na, asking, "Sister, who is this person?" Taking a breath, Chao Na replied, "He is our father and an An's savior. What he holds is a token of gratitude." "A token of gratitude?" Xiao Ping fixed a piercing gaze on Su Lai. "You may select anything else from the vault, but that piece you are holding, put it down." Su Lai scrutinized Xiao Ping closely, realizing he was merely an ordinary person, and a sense of curiosity arose within him. How could this fellow discern the extraordinary nature of the 3 treasures of Chalcedony? Chapter 76. Taking a master, Xiao Ping fixed his gaze on Su Lai, gritting his teeth in frustration. "After a month of painstaking effort, I have finally completed my design, and you simply take it away. How am I supposed to survive?" As soon as Xiao Ping finished speaking, Su Lai understood the situation. It turned out that Xiao Ping did not recognize the exceptional quality of the jade, but rather wanted to carve it into a decorative piece. A wave of relief washed over Su Lai. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the precious jade might have been ruined. Chao Na slapped her forehead, realizing that Xiao Ping had succumbed to his obsession once again. With a frown, she proposed, "Why not choose something else? There are plenty of options in the vault." Xiao Ping shouted in protest, "I have worked tirelessly for a month. I have spent countless sleepless nights on this design, and the discarded drafts alone number in the thousands. How can you expect me to change now?" Xiaoan wrinkled her nose and said, "Brother, our esteemed guest is here. Come, let's choose anew. There are so many exquisite pieces of glass to select from." Xiao Ping grasped Su Lai's hand, pulling him toward the treasure vault. Has he truly lost his mind? Su Lai remained still, if he did not budge. How could Xiao Ping drag him along? After a moment of contemplation, Su Lai said, "I too wish to carve these 3 flowers into a decorative piece. How about this? Let us compete, and whoever's design prevails shall claim the flowers. What do you say?" "Agreed. Let us proceed." Xiao Ping responded without hesitation. "Could you show me your design?" Su Lai inquired. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Ping produced a piece of paper from his possession. However, as he was about to unfold it, he suddenly realized, glaring at Su Lai, "I almost fell for your trick. You clearly intend to steal my ideas." Chao Na rolled her eyes at her brother's foolishness. Su Lai chuckled softly, saying, "Then please fetch me a piece of paper and a pen." Without delay, Xiao Ping retrieved a bag from his pocket. Opening it revealed not only several sheets of white paper, but also pencils and erasers. Nodding in approval, Su Lai laid the white paper flat on the ground and began to draw. With just a few strokes, Xiao Ping began to hiss in awe. And once Su Lai completed his drawing, Xiao Ping's gaze towards him transformed entirely. Chao Na, observing Su Lai's work, was equally impressed. "Mr. Su's design was indeed ingenious and masterfully crafted." Just as she praised Su Lai, Xiao Ping abruptly knelt before him with a resounding thud. Startled, Su Lai asked, "What are you doing?" With a sincere expression, Xiao Ping looked up at Su Lai. "Master, from this day forth, you shall be my master." Su Lai reached out to help him up. "Please, stand." Xiao Ping resolutely replied, "No. If you do not agree, I shall remain here." Chao Na chimed in, "Mr. Su, you must accept him. If you refuse, he will stay in this position indefinitely." Su Lai remarked, "But I cannot linger in your Qiao family and Appo's as fortress for long." "Master, I can follow you," Xiao Ping eagerly suggested. "Moreover, with so many means of communication available today, distance matters little. You could teach me online." Seeing Xiao Ping's unwavering determination, Su Lai relented with a nod. "Very well then." With 3 resounding bows, Xiao Ping expressed his reverence. After finishing, he dashed into the treasure vault. "Master, wait a moment while I fetch a gift for you." Su Lai smiled, finding Xiao Ping quite amusing. Chao Na chuckled. "We may trouble you in the future, Mr. Su." Master, how about this piece as my gift?" Xiao Ping emerged, cradling a magnificent piece of jadeite. Upon seeing the towering, thick gemstone, Chao Na's expression twitched. Is he truly missing a screw? It's merely a gift for my apprenticeship. Why bring such a colossal piece? Breathless, Xiao Ping approached Su Lai and placed the jadeite on the ground. Master, tell me where you live, and I shall arrange for it to be delivered. Such a large piece is quite unnecessary. Su Lai shook his head, then struck the jadeite with his palm. With a crack, 3 smaller pieces fell from the magnificent gemstone. After retrieving the 3 fragments, Su Lai asked Xiao Ping, "Did you bring a carving knife?" Yes. Xiao Ping hurriedly handed over his carving knife. Taking the knife, Su Lai swiftly began to sculpt the 3 pieces. He crafted a qilin for Xiao Ping and 2 pai xiu for Xiao Na and Xiaoan respectively. Amazed by the qilin that seemed to come to life from the jade, Xiao Ping swallowed hard and asked, "Master, how long will it take me to master your carving skills?" Su Lai chuckled. "With diligence, you will surely achieve it." He refrained from telling Xiao Ping that he might never reach his level of skill, lest he dampened Xiao Ping's confidence. Xiaoan observed her pai xiu for a while, then looked up at Su Lai and said, "Big brother, this pai xiu you carved is so beautiful." Su Lai replied with a smile, "Wear it for safety." Once she adorned herself with the pai xiu jade pendant. Even if she encountered curses in the future, the pai xiu would protect her. Xiaoan earnestly promised, "All right, big brother, I shall wear it now." Xiao Na was indifferent, treating it merely as an ordinary jade pendant. When it came to safety, she had more faith in the talismans blessed by the masters of the temple. "Shall we head to the kitchen and see how preparations are coming along?" Xiaoan asked Xiao Na, "Should we arrange a room for our esteemed guest?" Xiaoan inquired. Xiao Ping interrupted, "What is there to arrange? He can stay right across from me. The suite opposite is vacant. Master, you must stay here for an extended period." Observing the golden signet ring in Xiao Benchu's hand, Xiaoan was taken aback. Xiao Benchu slowly stated, "The master's intention is to transfer the mountain armor to be prepared for any eventualities." Xiaoan looked up at Xiao Benchu and asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Benchu replied, "With this ring, I can accomplish much. You must also prepare yourself." Xiaoan gasped, his eyes widening. "What are you planning?" Xiao Benchu chuckled, "To do what needs to be done." Xiaoan grasped Xiao Benchu's arm. Why? Why must you do this?" A look of tenderness crossed Xiao Benchu's face. "In time, you shall understand." Xiaoan questioned, "Can't you reveal it now?" Xiao Benchu smiled. "Ask your mother later." Chapter 77. Analysis. In the banquet hall of the Qiao family, the servants served wine and dishes as they approached. At the elongated dining table, Xiao Shan occupied the seat of honor with Xiao Benchu standing behind him, while Xiao Na, Xiao Wen, Xiao Ping, and Xiaoan sat opposite Su Lai. Suddenly, Su Lai's gaze sharpened, landing on Xiao Benchu, who stood beside Xiao Shan. A smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious gracing his features. Could this old fellow be contemplating an attack here? But the 3 men you dispatched. Su Lai's eyes shifted to the trio of servants carrying the food and drink. They approached with steady strides, their shoulders steady, and the thick calluses on their palms and fingertips testified to their martial prowess. Moreover, the synchronized rhythm of their steps indicated a mastery of coordinated strikes. As Su Lai withdrew his gaze, a cold smirk formed within him. Some individuals simply lacked self-awareness, truly believing that adding 3 innate-level warriors could pose any threat to him. When the 3 servants reached the table, they suddenly unsheathed poisoned daggers from beneath the platters and lunged at Su Lai. Across the table, Xiaoan bore a cold smile, as if Su Lai were already dead. With a loud crash, the 3 assailants were sent flying, crashing against the wall and hanging there like a grotesque painting. The other Qiao family members, apart from Xiao Wen, looked at Su Lai, who held a platter, bewildered at the sight of the bloodied assailants pinned against the wall. The assassination attempt had been swift and stealthy, yet Su Lai's response was even quicker, so much so that Xiao Na and the others could hardly comprehend what had transpired. Xiao Benchu, standing behind Xiao Shan, gazed at Su Lai in shock. He had thought he was sufficiently cautious regarding Su Lai, otherwise, he would not have resorted to dispatching 3 assassins. But the outcome? Xiao Benchu narrowed his eyes, pondering whether this man could truly be an earthly immortal. Damn it, this was a miscalculation. Seeing Su Lai send the 3 assailants flying, Xiao Shan furrowed his brows and inquired, "Mr. Su, what is the meaning of this?" The events had unfolded too rapidly for Xiao Shan to ascertain precisely what had occurred. Xiao Ping scratched his head, confused, and asked, "Master, why did you strike them?" Su Lai regarded Xiao Shan and queried, "Was it your intention to kill me?" Xiao Shan appeared bewildered. "Who wants to kill you?" Observing Xiao Shan's expression, Su Lai deduced that the order to assassinate him did not originate from Qiao Shan. If not from him, it could only be Qiao Wen and Qiao Benshu. Su Lai turned his gaze toward Qiao Benshu. Are you not finished yet? Qiao Benshu straightened his back and replied, we do this for the sake of the Qiao family. For the sake of your family? Su Lai scoffed. What have I done to make you perceive me as a threat to the Qiao family? Was it I who saved Qiaoan? Or did I rescue your patriarch? What leads you to consider me a menace to your family? If saving them transforms me into a threat, then what are your intentions? Qiaoan glared at Su Lai, exclaiming, that was merely an act. You hired 2 petty thugs to abduct Anin, only to appear as her savior. We have witnessed such tactics far too often. Moreover, with my father poisoned. Why would you have the antidote on hand? Is that mere coincidence? Su Lai chuckled coldly. So, while I was en route, you placed a bomb in my vehicle. And during dinner, you disguised assassins as servants to stab me? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Shan remarked, is there perhaps some misunderstanding in this matter? Misunderstanding? Su Lai's phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that the man behind you and the one opposite me are not father and son? A flicker of terror crossed Qiao Benshu's eyes, astonished that Su Lai knew of Qiao Wen's lineage. Qiao Na, Qiao Ping. And Qiao and all stared at Qiao Wen in shock, their expressions revealing disbelief. Qiao Wen slammed his hands on the table, rising abruptly from his chair. You are talking nonsense. Su Lai, with a smirk, looked at Qiao Shan and said, you ought to conduct a paternity test to avoid accusations of instigation. He then turned to Qiao Wen. From childhood, hasn't he treated you with a certain distinction compared to your siblings? He redirected his gaze back to Qiao Shan. They just claimed you were poisoned. To administer poison, wouldn't one need to be close to you? Qiao Shan's eyes narrowed. He understood that outside forces sought his life, more numerous than fish in a river. Hence, after leaving the Qiao family stronghold, he had been exceedingly cautious regarding his food and drink, relying solely on provisions brought from the estate. Yet, even with such precautions, he had still been poisoned. Who, then, could administer poison so closely? The murderous intent in Qiao Benshu's gaze intensified as he regarded Su Lai. Some matters indeed could not withstand scrutiny. Su Lai smiled again and addressed Qiao Shan. In truth, what you have suffered is not poison, but a curse. Cursed. Qiao Shan's pupils contracted. This was a guaranteed death sentence. To cast such a curse, one must possess a personal item or birth date of the victim, which only close associates could procure. Su Lai shrugged. As for your personal item and birth date, I am unaware of them. By the way, the one who wanted you dead also cursed Anan, but I happened to eliminate that threat. Qiao Shan turned calmly to Qiao Benshu and said, hand me my signet ring. The laughter that followed from Qiao Benshu made Qiao Shan's heart sink. Something was amiss. Once the laughter subsided, Qiao Benshu fixed his gaze on Su Lai. I never anticipated that my schemes would be so thoroughly unraveled by you. Su Lai shrugged. There are too many flaws. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern them. Qiao Shan turned to Qiao Benshu and said, Benshu, I believe you are not that kind of person. Father. Qiao Na and the others stared at Qiao Shan in astonishment. Su Lai had dissected the situation to such an extent. Why did the patriarch still harbor faith in Qiao Benshu? In truth, Qiao Shan was suffering in silence. For his golden signet ring remained in Qiao Benshu's possession. Though crafted from the most ordinary gold, its significance was profound. It symbolized authority akin to the ancient tiger talisman, capable of commanding troops. Sighing deeply, Qiao Benshu slowly said, I too wish to believe that I am not that kind of person. Chapter 78. All are clever individuals suddenly. Qiao Benshu stomped his feet, and his entire being shot out at an angle, crashing through the restaurant's window before fleeing outside. Su Lai glanced at Qiao Wen and remarked, they say a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet your father seems rather unreliable, abandoning you like this. Is he not concerned that I might end your life? Qiao Shan hastily interjected, hold on. Do not act rashly. Su Lai turned to Qiao Shan and said coolly, there is no need to plead for him. Even if he were your biological son, having attempted to kill me twice, I would not spare him. Qiao Shan explained, I am not here to plead for him. But rather, you must not kill him now. Qiao Benshu possesses the tiger token of our Qiao family fortress. He can summon forces to surround and annihilate us. With that token in his hands, our safety is somewhat assured. Su Lai was taken aback. He possesses the tiger token you bestowed upon him? Seizing the moment of Su Lai's surprise, a hidden sniper pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a Barrett sniper bullet, capable of severing a man in two, shot towards Su Lai's chest. The sniper had his sights set on Xiao Na and Xiao En, a mad grin spreading across his face. The thought of shattering a life before the delicate young ladies was exhilarating. He could only imagine the expressions on their faces as they witnessed a person before them reduced to a bloody mess. Just the thought sent shivers of thrill coursing through him. Alas, the 12.7mm bullet, after shattering the restaurant's glass, missed its intended target and instead struck the solid wooden dining table. "There's a sniper," Xiao Na shouted, swiftly picking up Xiao En and retreating to a corner. Her movements indicated extensive training in such scenarios. As Xiao Na sheltered Xiao En, Xiao Shan and Xiao Ping also sought cover, leaving only Su Lai and Xiao Wen standing in the restaurant. Su Lai remained unperturbed, knowing the sniper would heed Xiao Binshu's orders, who would never permit the sniper to kill him. Xiao Ping, having found refuge, urgently called out, "Master, quickly hide. There's a sniper." In Xiao Na's arms. Xiao En echoed, "Big brother, hurry and hide. They have a sniper." A sinister grin spread across Xiao Wen's face. "Su, our Xiao family fortress shall become your burial ground." With a crash, another 12.7mm sniper bullet hurtled towards Su Lai's chest. Su Lai flicked his finger, sending a shard of shattered glass flying, which struck the sniper right between the eyes as the bullet embedded itself in the wooden table. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter whirring overhead filled the air. "Ha ha ha," came Xiao Binshu's voice from outside. "Xiao Shan, let Xiao Wen come out on his own. I will allow your family to leave safely." Peering outside, Su Lai observed two tanks aiming their cannons at the Xiao family restaurant, while an armed helicopter circled above, brimming with ammunition. A row of fully armed soldiers beside Xiao Binshu aimed their rocket launchers at the establishment. Su Lai thought to himself that if Xiao Binshu truly ordered an assault, the Xiao family estate would likely be enveloped in a mushroom cloud. From his supposed safe position, Xiao Shan shouted outside, "Xiao Binshu, what the hell do you want?" Xiao Binshu retorted, "Xiao Shan, you are also a clever man. I need not elaborate." At this juncture, armed usurpation seemed the only course of action. Xiao Shan yelled, "Xiao Binshu, you will not gain approval this way." "Xiao Shan, I too bear the surname Xiao. I am of the Xiao family, so why should I not gain approval?" Xiao Binshu coldly scoffed. "Is this not how your faction rose to power? You seized what belonged to my branch. Today, I merely seek to reclaim the rights that belong to us. Release Xiao Wen, and I can guarantee your safety." Good heavens. It turns out he was not merely seeking to hand over the rights of Tsiyun Mountain's Xiao family fortress to his son. He aimed to reclaim the rights that originally belonged to his faction. How absurdly melodramatic. Xiao Wen spread his hands, a brazen expression on his face. "If there are no objections, I shall step outside." Su Lai smiled at Xiao Wen, saying, "Do you believe that before you exit this door, I won't strike you down in one swift motion?" Hearing Su Lai's threat, Xiao Wen's expression darkened. "Do you believe that I won't reduce you to dust?" Su Lai chuckled. "Whether I am reduced to dust, you shall never witness." Then, Su Lai turned to Xiao Shan and inquired, "Is there no secret passage leading outside from this place?" Though formidable, Su Lai realized that against 2 tanks, an armed helicopter, and countless artillery, he could only ensure his own survival. Moreover, there was a charming young girl and a newly accepted disciple present. "But of course," Xiao Shan replied, addressing Xiao Na and the others, "Follow me. Let us secure our lives first. And Mr. Su, please take Xiao Wen with you. He serves as our safety assurance." With that, Xiao Shan crouched low and headed toward the corridor adjacent to the restaurant. As Su Lai approached Xiao Wen, he patted him on the shoulder. "Do not dawdle. Come with us." Noting Xiao Wen's reluctance to move, Su Lai's lips curled into a slight smile. "You know, you are quite astute. You haven't caused any trouble despite that old man surrounding us. Otherwise, I would have surely flattened you." Xiao Wen glanced at the 3 mountain-splitting beasts still hanging on the wall, pondering, "If you weren't here, would I have behaved so foolishly? Damn it. That unexpected intruder is remarkably powerful. The 3 mountain-splitting beasts could not even contend with him." Su Lai looked at the 3 beasts and chuckled. "You 3, cease your charade. Either follow me, or I shall strike you down first, and then leave." The 3 beasts, previously clinging to the wall, descended silently and stood behind Su Lai. Su Lai praised, "You are all clever individuals." Chapter 79. Are you prepared to die? Outside, the roar of engines echoed. Su Lai cast a glance through the window, observing a contingent of fully armed soldiers advancing under the protection of 2 tanks and an armed helicopter. Frustrated, Su Lai inquired, Do these soldiers not heed your commands? Master Qiao? As Qiao Shan activated the secret passage switch, he sighed, remaining silent. If they were inclined to follow his orders, he wouldn't have to flee. With a series of crashes, several tear gas canisters shattered the glass of the windows and were thrown inside. As smoke began to billow, Su Lai covered the rear as the group slipped into the secret passage. Once the door sealed behind them, Qiao Shan breathed a sigh of relief. We are safe for the time being. That old rogue, Qiao Binshu, will never find this passage. After meandering through the passage for a while, Qiao Shan led the group to a supply room stocked with weapons and provisions. Choose some usable weapons. We cannot always rely on Xiao Wen for survival. Upon finishing his statement, Qiao Shan donned a military camouflage suit from the shelves. Once clad in the camouflage, he equipped himself with a bulletproof tactical vest. Subsequently, he affixed ammunition magazines, grenades, and daggers to his tactical vest. Finally, he inspected his firearms, a handgun and a rifle. From Qiao Shan's professional demeanor, it was evident that he had undergone rigorous training. Qiao Na, Qiao Ping, and the three Fenshanjia also armed themselves. After putting on a bulletproof tactical vest, Qiao Wen instinctively reached for the firearms. He too had received training. Qiao Na squinted at him and remarked, "Why does this hostage need a weapon?" Qiao Wen quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly indicating the three Fenshanjia. "Why can they have weapons?" "Because if we do not arm ourselves, Qiao Binshu will eliminate us all. We are not his sons. The only one he cares about is you." After the three Fenshanjia spoke, they cast wary glances at Su Lai. Were it not for Su Lai's presence, their best option would have been to eliminate Qiao Shan, Qiao Na, Qiao Ping, and Xiao Wen, and take Qiao Wen to seek out Qiao Binshu. However, the clear understanding of Su Lai's capabilities deterred them, any hint of treachery, and Su Lai would surely eliminate them first. Thus, in the interest of self-preservation, the three Fenshanjia had no choice but to align themselves with the Qiao family. Su Lai genuinely praised them. "I must say, you three are quite astute." Noticing that Su Lai had not equipped himself with even a tactical vest, Qiao Na urged, "Mr. Su, you should gear up. If you dislike firearms, at least wear a bulletproof vest. Bullets do not discriminate." Su Lai chuckled, "No need. This way, I am more agile." As he spoke, Su Lai slightly tilted his head, hearing footsteps echoing within the passage. Shaking his head slightly, he informed Qiao Shan, "Master Qiao, someone has discovered your secret passage." "Damn it. How did that bastard find out?" Qiao Shan's complexion turned a shade of iron gray as he turned to Qiao Ping. "Qiao Ping, keep an eye on Qiao Wen. If he dares to play tricks, shoot him dead." "Understood, father," Qiao Ping affirmed, aiming his handgun at Qiao Wen. At such close range, even with a bulletproof vest, Qiao Wen would be defenseless. Moreover, Qiao Ping was aiming directly at his head. Qiao Na glanced at the petite figure of Qiao Wen, entirely encased in the bulletproof vest, and said to Su Lai, "Mr. Su, you should take an un and leave." With determination, Qiao Shan hefted a Gatling gun from the shelf and positioned it at the entrance of the secret passage, loading the ammunition belt while declaring, "You all go. I will hold them off." "Father," Qiao Na cried sorrowfully. Qiao Shan smiled. "Go to Daxia. Find a place to live incognito. Do not seek revenge. The money on your cards will suffice for a lifetime. I will kill him first." Qiao Ping activated his handgun. "You can kill him later, once you have escaped." As the footsteps grew closer, Qiao Shan switched on the Gatling gun. "Hurry. Forget it. I will cover you." Su Lai interjected. "Master Qiao, you take the three of them and leave first." Su Lai then asked the three Fenshanjia, "Will you follow me, or protect Master Qiao?" In unison, the three replied, "We will protect Master Qiao." Once out of Su Lai's sight, they could easily overpower the Qiao family and seek out Qiao Binshu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Lai moved his hand, and the three Fenshanjia suddenly felt something slither into their nostrils. It was a curse. Protect Master Qiao and harbor no ill intentions. The faces of the three Fenshanjia turned ashen. Their gazes towards Su Lai shifted. He was not merely a martial arts expert, but someone who wielded curses. Wasn't this art a mystical technique? Out of the corner of his eye, Su Lai caught a glimpse of figures emerging from the secret passage, and he squeezed the trigger of the Gatling gun. The sound of gunfire erupted within the passage. "Mr. Su," Qiao Na began, but Su Lai interrupted. "No time for idle chatter. Hurry. They cannot capture me. Go." Qiao Shan scooped up Qiao Wen. "Brother, thank you." With a lump in her throat, Qiao Wen said to Su Lai, "Big brother, we will wait for you outside. You must come back. If you are not confident in reclaiming the position of head, take them to Daxia." After addressing Qiao Shan, Su Lai turned to Xiao Na. Find Chi Yueshi. She will ensure your safety. Thank you, Mr. Su. As shadows flickered again within the passage, Su Lai squeezed the trigger once more. Go. After Qiao Shan led the others away, Su Lai narrowed his phoenix eyes, clutching the Gatling gun as he turned back toward the passage. Passive defense was not in Su Lai's nature. With the Qiao family members gone, he could unleash his full potential. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, those pursuing through the passage were systematically eliminated by Su Lai's Gatling gun, stepping over the fallen soldiers' bodies. Su Lai returned to the Qiao family estate, where Qiao Binshu was still instructing others to storm the secret passage. Old man, are you prepared to meet your end? The moment they saw Su Lai emerging, wielding a Gatling gun, all present were left in a state of shock. What was happening? The gunfire from the secret passage was not a battle, but a massacre. Chapter 80. The transformation into a vengeful spirit observing Su Lai's unscathed form. Qiao Binshu gestured towards him. Eliminate him. The pilot of the armed helicopter, hovering above, immediately squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of flames from the helicopter's cannon. A sinister grin spread across the pilot's face, relishing the long-awaited thrill of obliterating a target into a mist of blood. Behind Qiao Binshu, the commanders of 2 tanks, upon receiving their orders, swiftly relayed commands. The gunners, having prepared their shells in advance, fired without hesitation. However, as a practitioner of the celestial path with notable prowess, Su Lai's reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary mortals. Even with the helicopter and tanks poised to strike, Su Lai had already pulled the trigger of his Gatling gun before the cannon rounds were launched. The sound of bullets firing echoed as the helicopter's cannon belched flames. Just as its projectiles were released, Su Lai's bullets intersected. The Gatling gun's rounds pierced through the helicopter, reducing its pilot to mere pulp while shattering the tail rotor. In a remarkable display of skill, Su Lai's bullets struck the 2 shells that had just exited the tank barrels. With a resounding explosion, the shells detonated, transforming the 2 tanks into heaps of scrap metal. The resulting shrapnel and shockwave wreaked havoc on the infantry surrounding the tanks. Qiao Binshu, not far from the tanks, was keenly aware, as a martial arts master of innate caliber, with senses finely attuned and reflexes beyond the ordinary. At the moment of the explosion, before the chaos could unfold, he leapt forward, landing on the ground akin to a frog descending from the sky. The armed helicopter, now devoid of its tail, spiraled downwards. Meanwhile, the soldiers, armed and panicked, scattered like rabbits chased by hounds. The helicopter's descent was too swift. Unfortunate souls were caught in the whirling rotor blades, meeting a grim fate, while others were crushed beneath the falling wreckage. After dispatching the helicopter and tanks, the Gatling gun in Su Lai's hands continued to emit blue flames. The soldiers who had obeyed Qiao Binshu's commands found themselves riddled with bullets, their bodies devoid of heads. Once the gunfire ceased, Qiao Binshu stood up, his face smeared with dirt. Upon witnessing Su Lai's halt, he waved his hand, commanding, advance. Kill him. Su Lai chuckled. Old man, who are you sending to attack? Look around. Are there any survivors? Qiao Binshu, taken aback, turned to survey the scene. His eyes widened in disbelief. What had happened? Where were my soldiers? Upon seeing the headless corpses, dark blood gushing from their necks, his expression morphed into one of sheer horror, akin to encountering a ghost in daylight. This cannot be. Su Lai, with a grin, inquired, Old man, how do you plan to meet your end? Qiao Binshu's once handsome visage transformed into that of a malevolent specter. You wretched thing, you've ruined my plans. Await your demise. Su Lai shook his head. You believe you will perish by my hand, yet you ask me to wait? Is your mind functioning at all? Do you think I'm just a solitary being? A sinister smile crept across Qiao Binshu's face. Originally, you were to perish alone. But now, everyone you know will meet their end. As he spoke, Qiao Binshu bit down hard on a hidden pill in his molar. Oh, are you about to become a ghost? Su Lai remarked calmly. No, you are not merely becoming a ghost. You are offering yourself to the vengeful spirit. You are turning yourself into sustenance for it. 3 horns erupted from the top of Qiao Binshu's head, accompanied by black bristles resembling steel needles growing from his pores. Observing the grotesque transformation, Su Lai complimented, Old man, you are impressive. An innate martial artist holds significant value as a sacrifice to the vengeful spirit. As Qiao Binshu's fingernails morphed into deadly claws, Su Lai added, you and your son should become offerings together. This way, the vengeful spirit you become will gain tenfold strength. At this moment, Qiao Binshu had completely lost his human form. his head adorned with 3 sharp horns, fangs bared, and his body covered in needle-like bristles. He growled, "I will tear you to shreds." Hearing the creature's voice, still reminiscent of Qiao Binchu's, Su Lai clicked his tongue in surprise. "You haven't sacrificed yourself to the vengeful spirit. You are, in fact, a vengeful spirit yourself." Curiosity piqued, Su Lai asked, "Can you enlighten me on how you accomplished this?" "Want to know?" The fully transformed Qiao Binchu snarled. "I will consume you, and you will understand." With no discernible movement, Qiao Binchu's form vanished. A cacophony of laughter echoed in Su Lai's ears as he swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap that sent Qiao Binchu's body hurtling backward. "Impossible. How can you see me?" Su Lai smirked. "Come again? Perhaps I shall not see you this time." Upon landing, Qiao Binchu's eyes glimmered with a sinister red light. "You have forced my hand." Suddenly, the blood pooling on the ground began to writhe. Surprised, Su Lai exclaimed, "Ah, I didn't anticipate you possessed such abilities." The blood converged, morphing into a serpentine form, coiling around Qiao Binchu. "Su Lai, I will rend your soul into pieces." Chapter 81. The transformation of Qiao when in the heart of a dense forest. Xiao Shan and his companions emerged from a hollow beneath a towering tree. Xiao Na glanced around and inquired, "Father, should we send someone to the old village to find grandfather?" "Find the old man." Xiao Shan sighed. "General Tsong Cha is already watching us closely. If the old man sends troops from the village to reclaim Tsiyun Mountain, General Tsong Cha will certainly take action. Do not be deceived into thinking that he will merely dispatch guerrilla fighters. Once we engage in battle, he will undoubtedly mobilize a formidable army. At that point, the Qiao family will lose far more than just Tsiyun Mountain. As for your second and third uncles, they will definitely preserve their own strength. I refuse to live as a dependent." A flicker of despondency crossed Xiao Na's eyes. "Is it really going to end like this? End like this? How can we let it end like this?" A coldness crept into Qiao Shan's expression. "There is an old saying, money can make the devil push the mill. Your father still possesses some wealth. Hiring a mercenary band is still feasible, relying on others. We cannot reclaim Qiao Family Fortress." Xiao Na's eyes brimmed with concern. "But if we do that, Qiao Family Fortress will surely be destroyed. Let it be destroyed." Xiao Shan's face hardened with resolve. "I will not hand it over to that vile Qiao Binchu. That scoundrel has deceived me for decades. Most importantly, he has placed a tremendous burden on me." The thought of having supported another man's son for over 20 years filled Xiao Shan with fury. He pondered, if Qiao Wen was not his biological son, then were Qiao Na, Qiao Ping, and Qiao Wen truly his flesh and blood? Qiao Wen, Qiao Na, Qiao Ping, and Qiao Wen did not share the same mother. Otherwise, doubts would have plagued Xiao Shan's mind about the trio. With that thought, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Qiao Wen. Qiao Wen trembled under Xiao Shan's scrutiny, for it conveyed a chilling message. The moment they were truly safe, his own demise would be imminent. Yet, gazing at the dense forest, Qiao Wen found himself devoid of the courage to flee. The primeval forest was a perilous realm, shrouded in clouds and mist, perpetually obscured from sunlight. It was a humid, stifling environment, reminiscent of a steamer, and more terrifyingly, the depths teemed with poisonous miasmas and lethal creatures. Not only were there man-eating pythons, but also leeches capable of draining a person to a husk. Noticing the intensity in Xiao Shan's gaze, Xiao Na urged, "Father, we cannot be certain about this. Do not act in a manner that would bring pain to your kin while pleasing your foes." Despite their strained relationship, Xiao Na did not wish for her father to suffer the loss of another son. Xiao Shan snorted dismissively. "I will ascertain the truth before making a decision." "What on earth is happening?" Xiao Ping stared at Xiao Wen, his expression one of disbelief. 3 sharp horns sprouted from Qiao Wen's head, as black fur began to erupt from his pores. An invisible yet palpable connection bound Qiao Binchu and Xiao Wen, transforming Qiao Wen into a large voodoo spirit, compelling him to become a smaller version of the same. "Quickly kill him." The 3 mountain warriors, startled by Qiao Wen's transformation, lined up and opened fire. However, to their horror, the bullets merely bounced off Qiao Wen's body as if striking steel, clattering to the ground. "What is this?" Xiao Ping exclaimed, his eyes wide. One of the warriors, reloading his weapon, replied, "This is a voodoo spirit. If we do not eliminate him, we will perish here." Xiao Shan's expression mirrored their alarm, and he joined the 3 warriors, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Xiao Wen. Xiao Na and Xiao Ping soon reacted, firing their automatic rifles at Xiao Wen as well. Yet, despite their efforts, None of the bullets penetrated his form. Clenching his fists, Xiao Wen licked his lips with a feral grin. Such power! He instinctively understood that his transformation was the result of his biological father becoming a voodoo spirit. Run! One of the warriors, discarding his overheated rifle, turned to flee. This choice was understandable. From the moment he had joined the group and encountered information beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, he had been indoctrinated to flee in the face of insurmountable odds, preserving his strength above all else. Evidently, this warrior had forgotten the curse Su Lai had placed upon him and the promise he made to protect Xiao Shan and his sons. Xiao family master, you must fend for yourself. The remaining two warriors exchanged glances before preparing to retreat as well. Recognizing that Xiao Wen was beyond the capabilities of their firearms, Xiao Shan shouted at Xiao Wen and Xiao Ping, Xiao Na, Xiao Ping, taken in and flee. I will hold this creature off. Suddenly, the fleeing warrior was reduced to a pile of flesh, as if his bones had been extracted in an instant. The voice that emerged from the grotesque mass, though tinged with terror, served as a warning to the two who had considered following him. After a brief exchange of glances, they returned to Xiao Shan's side. Across from them, Xiao Wen raised his hand, observing the claws still forming, and let out a sinister laugh. Just wait. I will hunt you down. Casting one last glance at the graceful and beautiful Xiao Na, Xiao Wen leered. Xiao Na, just wait. I will end your life. As the oppressive aura surrounding Xiao Shan intensified, he replaced his magazine and shouted to the returning warriors, You protect my children. Go. Xiao family master. You must come with us. One warrior insisted, unceremoniously hoisting Xiao Shan onto his shoulder. Seeing that the warriors had no intention of rescuing his children, Xiao Shan roared, Take my children with you. Otherwise, I shall take my own life. We shall die together. Stop dawdling. Carry them and let us go. With that, one warrior swiftly lifted Xiao Wen, while the other grabbed Xiao Na and Xiao Ping, and the trio fled. Cackling maniacally, Xiao Wen, now fully transformed into a voodoo spirit, echoed through the mountains, Run, and I shall count to 10. After 10, I will begin my pursuit. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 82. No escape. The massive blood python did not lunge at Su Lai. Instead, it transformed into a swirl of energy and entered Xiao Binchu's body. Two eerie runes appeared on Xiao Binchu's cheek, rendering his already menacing visage even more bizarre. With malevolent energy radiating from him, Xiao Binchu clenched his fist. Feeling a surge of power, Su Lai complimented, You must possess the strength of an earth immortal by now. I will devour you piece by piece. Xiao Binchu fixed his gaze on Su Lai, declaring, You should feel honored. Soon, you will merge with the invincible me. As Xiao Binchu slowly advanced toward him, Su Lai chuckled, Who told you that earth immortals are invincible? With a mighty swing, Xiao Binchu raised his massive hand, which had morphed into a claw resembling that of a ferocious beast, aiming to strike Su Lai down into fragments. A dull thud echoed as Xiao Binchu's hand was abruptly snapped by Su Lai. Subsequently, Su Lai retaliated with a swift slap that resonated loudly. The impact felt far beyond mere physical pain. In an instant, Xiao Binchu, now utterly incapacitated, fell to his knees before Su Lai. How is this possible? Su Lai chuckled again. I told you, earth immortals are not invincible. In the depths of the primordial forest, two fleeing warriors, known as Fenshanjia, were desperately trying to escape, burdened by 4 others in their company. Behind them, Xiao Wen, now a fully transformed ghoul, pursued them with a leisurely pace. A sudden chill ran down the spine of one Fenshanjia as he sensed Xiao Wen's claw sliced through the fabric of his shirt, narrowly missing his skin. Run faster. We must escape. The taunting voice of Xiao Wen spurred them on. In a swift motion, the pants of the other Fenshanjia were torn, exposing him embarrassingly. Run. If you slow down, I'll slice you into pieces. Realizing Xiao Wen was toying with them, the two warriors understood that their survival depended on remaining together. The horrifying fate of their comrade, who had succumbed to the poison, haunted their thoughts. Though both bore the mark of the Qiao family, they dared not risk separation, fearing the conditions that might trigger the poison's effects. With a swift motion, Xiao Wen's claws inflicted deep wounds on their backs, blood gushing forth. The scent of blood ignited a predatory glint in Xiao Wen's eyes. A voice echoing in his mind, drain them, and you shall be invincible. Heeding the sinister voice, Xiao Wen unleashed a flurry of claws, severing the legs of the two Fenshanjia at the knees. Instantly, they and their companions tumbled to the ground, helpless. You cannot escape now. Ha ha. Observing the plight of the Funshan Jia, Xiaowen remarked with a smirk, Xiao Na, raise your backside. Xiaowen, climb onto your sister's back to spare me the effort. As he spoke, tendrils resembling octopus tentacles sprouted from the severed limbs of the Funshan Jia, retracting and reattaching their lost legs in a blink. The two warriors stared in disbelief. The sensation of their limbs felt no different than before. Had they been dreaming? Suddenly, Xiaowen swung his claws again, severing their limbs once more. Let us see if you can reattach these. With maniacal laughter, the tentacle-like growths emerged again, restoring the broken limbs. The two Funshan Jia realized the truth. It was the poison implanted by Su Lai that enabled their limbs to regenerate. How utterly miraculous! Xiaowen, licking his lips, fixated on their heads, taunting, what if I sever your heads? Can they be reattached? Panic gripped the Funshan Jia. Losing their heads meant certain death. However, they felt powerless to resist. In a desperate bid, they sprang up, fists aimed at Xiao Wen's face. In an instant, their heads rolled to the ground, crushed beneath Xiao Wen's feet. I don't believe you can survive without your heads. As he spoke, an explosive force erupted from his body, startling Qiao Shan and the others. Though Xiao Wen had seemingly met his end, the destruction of the Funshan Jia's heads left them in a dire predicament. Having discarded their weapons in their flight, they were now trapped in a forest notorious for its dangers, especially in the dead of night. Suddenly, two glowing blue orbs approached, revealing themselves to be a massive boa constrictor, larger than a man. Chapter 83. Let us return. A colossal anaconda, capable of swallowing a water buffalo whole, was drawn here by the scent of blood. Joanne nestled into Joanna's embrace, trembling with fear. Sister, I am frightened, she exclaimed, clenching his teeth. Joe picked up a stone from the ground, fully aware that it would scarcely pierce the anaconda's skin. Yet, this stone symbolized his last vestige of dignity. Zhou Shan glanced at the serpent and said to Joanna, Nana, it's up to you to protect them. Do not move. Survive. You must survive. After casting a deep gaze at Joanna, Zhou Shan, empty-handed, advanced toward the anaconda. Father, what are you doing? Joanna's tears flowed freely as she realized his intentions. Zhou Shan understood perfectly that the anaconda would shatter his bones and swallow him whole. Nevertheless, for the sake of his children, he was willing to become the serpent's meal. He simply hoped that his 3 offspring could escape and remain safe. Regret washed over him. Had he not discarded his weapons upon arrival, he would not be so helplessly awaiting his fate as sustenance for this beast. Come, devour me, he shouted defiantly. Father. Father Zhou, clutching the stone, lunged toward him. Get away. You must go. Zhou Shan kicked Zhou to the ground. Nana and Anan need you. Without hesitation, he continued his approach towards the anaconda. Father, father, with a voice as mournful as a cuckoo, Zhou Shan stood before the serpent, mere meters away from its gaping maw. The anaconda's cold gaze flickered with curiosity, seemingly astounded by this peculiar behavior of its prey. Other prey would flee upon sight, yet this one approached instead. Did it possess some unique quality? A nauseating stench erupted from the serpent's mouth, but Zhou Shan fought against the instinct to flee, gritting his teeth as he awaited the anaconda's strike. Being constricted first would at least spare him the agony of being consumed by corrosive acids. As this thought crossed his mind, the upper half of the anaconda reared up, its mouth wide open, poised to swallow him whole. Joanna covered Joanne's eyes with her hand, closing her own as well. Joanne was still young. Joanna wished to shield her from the horrific sight of their father being devoured, lest it haunt her for a lifetime. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, followed by a muffled thud that reached Zhou Shan's ears. The head of the Zhou family cannot die. The voice echoed, causing him to snap his eyes open. Before him, the anaconda, previously poised to strike, was now thrashing on the ground, struggling. To his astonishment, the 2 severed heads of the split mountain crabs that Zhou Wen had crushed were now swinging their fists, landing blow after blow upon the anaconda's head. Is this some kind of haunting? Will this never end? Zhou Shan swallowed hard, recalling vividly how Zhou Wen had decapitated the crabs, yet here they were, resurrected and attacking the serpent. Father Zhou, witnessing the crab's revival, rolled and crawled over to embrace Zhou Shan. Am I seeing ghosts? Joanna, hearing the commotion, opened her eyes and froze upon seeing the 2 split mountain crabs. After gathering Joanne in her arms and reaching Zhou Shan's side, she asked, Father, what is happening? Everything tonight is beyond my comprehension. First, Zhou Wen transformed into a monstrous sorcerer before her eyes, and now these decapitated beings had returned to life. Seeing the crabs nearly bludgeon the anaconda to death, Zhou Shan shook his head. I do not know, he added, regardless of the circumstances. We should have a chance to survive for now. Joanna swallowed nervously, whispering, Father, are they still human? Look at their heads. Are they intact? As Joanna glanced down, one of the crabs approached, grinning. No need to check. We are still human. Can one not feel joy? After being dismembered, we can reattach ourselves. Even having our heads crushed, we can return. This was truly invincible. Imagine being decapitated in battle, only for your head to regrow, and then seizing the moment to retaliate when the enemy least expects it. Although the two crabs understood that their newfound invincibility stemmed from the cursed insect they had consumed, it still felt like a form of victory. One crab exclaimed, Zhou Shan, let us return. Return where? Zhou Shan inquired. To find Mr. Su. The crab's face shone with reverence at the mention of Mr. Su, though their lives were now at the mercy of Su's whims. The power granted by the cursed insect made them feel invincible. The other crab insisted, Zhou Shan, let us go back the way we came. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Shan replied, We are entirely unaware of the current situation at the Zhou family stronghold. Having just escaped, would returning not be akin to walking into a trap? Zhou Shan, we should check the secret passage. If all is well, we can return to the stronghold. If not, Mr. Su will be fine, Joanna urged. Zhou Shan nodded and then asked, Do you remember the way back? They had fled in a panic when pursued by the transformed Zhou One, and Zhou Shan had not memorized the route they took. Rest assured, I remember the way, one crab assured. After this affirmation, they set off along the path they had come. Soon, they stumbled upon the weapons they had discarded in their haste. As Zhou Shan reshouldered his automatic rifle, a sense of calm washed over him. At the very least, he would not be entirely defenseless against any beasts lurking in the woods. Chapter 84. The old village of the Qiao family. Upon re-entering the secret passage, the sight that greeted Qiao Shan was that of countless lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. As he examined a few of the corpses, he was astonished to discover that all of them had been shot in the center of their brows. One of the mountain warriors remarked, There's nothing peculiar about this. Not just Mr. Su. I could easily achieve the same feat. Another mountain warrior added, I have a premonition that Hashimoto has already been slain by Mr. Su. Qiao Shan, skeptical, responded, That cannot be. Hashimoto is surrounded by the most advanced armed helicopter above and two main battle tanks below. He wouldn't be so easily dispatched by Mr. Su. Just as Qiao Shan finished his statement, Su Lai's voice echoed through the passage. You're back? I was just thinking of looking for you. Little Qiao began to sob. Big brother, you're all right. This is truly wonderful. Qiao Shan felt a wave of relief wash over him, exclaiming, Mr. Su, this is fantastic. The Qiao family fortress is in utter chaos. Su Lai shrugged. Qiao family master, you should go restore order. Understood. Qiao Shan readily agreed, not even inquiring about Hashimoto's fate. With a soft thud, the two mountain warriors knelt before Su Lai. What does this mean? Su Lai inquired. The two warriors, with sincere expressions, replied, We pay our respects to our master. Su Lai's displayed prowess rendered their former allegiances inconsequential. Su Lai stroked his chin and asked, Have you made your decision? The two warriors nodded earnestly. We have. Su Lai produced 2 pills from his possession, saying, Take these. He did not question whether the two warriors would encounter trouble for betraying their original organization. The warriors, in turn, did not inquire about the nature of the pills, promptly swallowing them, much to their surprise. What did it matter if they betrayed their former organization? Did that organization grant them invincibility in this world? Su Lai casually asked, Aren't you curious about what those pills are? One mountain warrior chuckled. It certainly won't be poison. Of course, it was not poison. Those pills were meant to restore their bodies to their prime. Shaking his head, Su Lai asked, What are your names? I am Shui Bai, and he is Kulu. Those names are quite delightful. They certainly sound refreshing. Xiao Ping leaned closer, observing Shui Bai and Kulu, and remarked, I can't help but notice that you seem somewhat different than before. Shui Bai queried, How are we different? Since consuming the pills, Shui Bai and Kulu felt changes within their bodies, yet they could not precisely identify them. Even their dantians felt devoid of the usual warmth. After scrutinizing them closely, Xiao Ping noted, You both appear to have rejuvenated somewhat. In the old village of the Qiao family, an elderly man with graying hair lay motionless on a bed, his face ashen. Surrounding him were the servants of the Qiao family, frantically pacing in distress. Qiao village, the steward of the old village, was berating one of the servants. Are you foolish? If you cannot reach the master, why not contact the 4 young masters and young ladies? Can't you make a visit yourself? Is our helicopter merely for show? Village uncle, my father was fine yesterday. How could he have sustained such internal injuries? Xiao Lan, the second son of the Qiao family, asked anxiously. Residing near the old village, Xiao Lan had flown over in a helicopter upon receiving Qiao Village's call. Qiao Village, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Second Master. You know the state of the old master. Normally, there's no issue, but the old master insisted on breaking through his limits, leading to a resurgence of his internal injuries. I warned him countless times, but he would not listen. Xiao Lan complained, Father is truly reckless, at his age. Why push himself so hard? With a sigh, Qiao Village lamented, it's all because of that accursed General Tsung Cha. If he hadn't pressured the old master, would he have suffered such a relapse? What has happened to my father? A burly man entered. Third Master. The old master encountered some complications during his practice and is now unconscious. Xiao Feng, the third son of the Qiao family, stated while on his phone. I will call Elder in from the Rejuvenation Valley. I hope he hasn't left for Deguan yet. Xiao Lan replied indifferently. I've already contacted the Medicine King Hall. They will send someone over shortly. Third brother, you needn't concern yourself. Xiao Feng shot a glare at Xiao Lan, saying, Second brother, what are you implying? What do you mean I needn't concern myself? Lying there is not just your father, but mine as well. The relationship among the 3 brothers of the Qiao family was far from harmonious. Fortunately, their wealth from jade mines provided enough space. Otherwise, if they were cramped together in the old village, they would have likely exchanged blows. Grandfather has coughed up blood again. A youth resembling Qiao Feng, but even more robust, suddenly exclaimed. This young man was Qiao Feng's son, Qiao Huang. Qiao Village shouted, Gentlemen, when will the people you summoned arrive? The old master is waiting for them to save his life. I have a pill that can heal internal injuries. Village Grandpa, administer it to grandfather quickly. Xiao Na entered with Su Lai. Seeing only Xiao Na and Su Lai arrive, Xiao Lan frowned and asked, Where is your father? Why hasn't he come? Xiao Feng, equally furious, added, What does your father mean? Does he not regard his elder? He is gravely ill, and yet he doesn't even show his face. Xiao Shan coldly interjected, What do you mean by that? I merely stepped out for a moment. How does that equate to my absence? Xiao Na handed the pill to Qiao Village, saying, Village Grandpa, please give this to my grandfather. This pill was entrusted to Xiao Na by Su Lai upon learning of Qiao Si Hai's old injuries resurfacing, and at this moment, Xiao Na held unwavering faith in Su Lai. Are you jesting? What is this substance that can heal internal injuries? Xiao Huang sneered, suggesting they wait. My father has already sent someone to fetch Elder in from the Rejuvenation Valley. Qiao Village inquired, Miss Na, where did you obtain this pill? A friend gave it to me, Xiao Na replied, omitting the fact that it was Su Lai. Xiao Huang scoffed, a friend? Do you have a friend who is a divine healer? Xiao Feng barked, take it away. We cannot risk giving the old master such dubious substances. Xiao Shan retorted, at the old master's current state, can he afford to wait for your summoned healer? Xiao Lan coldly scoffed, eldest brother, we have already summoned a healer. Who have you called? It's a shame the old master cares so much for you. With that, Xiao Lan swatted the pill from Qiao Village's hand, sending it crashing to the ground. Chapter 85. Jinxing Dan. As the pill rolled to his feet, Xiao Feng extended his foot and stepped on it. Xiao Shan's expression darkened. Third brother, what are you doing? Humph. Who knows where you got that cursed thing? What if it harms our elder? Xiao Feng sneered repeatedly, and with a surge of force, he pressed down on the pill. However, after applying pressure twice, he felt no change. Thus, he lifted his foot slightly and stomped down with force. Xiao Shan shouted angrily, Third brother, don't go too far. How am I going too far? Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Feng stomped down on the pill, only to jump up, clutching his foot. The pill lay undamaged on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wan interjected, Eldest brother, what do you mean? How could your pill be so hard? Are you trying to kill our elder outright? Xiao Huang chimed in, Uncle, is this really a medicinal pill? Isn't it just a ball made of heavy metal? You know nothing. Xiao Shan, though puzzled by the pill's hardness, trusted Su Lai and could not show weakness in front of his brothers. This pill is a miraculous remedy for internal injuries. Do you understand what a miraculous remedy is? From your expressions, it's clear you comprehend nothing. This remedy, when subjected to external force, is harder than copper or iron. Yet it melts upon entering the mouth. Second brother. Third brother, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I advise you to abandon them. Su Lai cast a look of approval at Xiao Shan, surprised that he could accurately describe the characteristics of that pill. Xiao Feng widened his eyes and shouted, "Nonsense! A miraculous remedy? Do you think I've never seen one? I am friends with Eldarin from Huichun Valley. I have a whole bunch of miraculous remedies from there." Xiao Huang crossed his arms, standing beside Xiao Feng. "Exactly. What if your pill harms grandfather?" Xiao Siyuan furrowed his brow and said, "Gentlemen, our elder is still lying in bed, and you are here making a commotion. What is going on? Old fellow, we." Just as Xiao Huang was about to retort, Xiao Siyuan's slap landed, sending him spinning 3 times before he sat dazed on the ground. Subsequently, Xiao Siyuan shot a sharp glare at Xiao Feng. "Third master, is this how you educate your son? If you cannot teach him properly, send him back to the old village. I will discipline him myself." Xiao Feng's mouth twitched as he seemed to recall some unpleasant past. "Please don't argue with him. He is still just a child." Xiao Siyuan was not only the chief steward of the Qiao family, but also the foremost expert 30 years ago. However, 20 years prior, he had stepped back from the forefront, and to stabilize the situation, they promoted the exceptionally talented Qiao Benchu as the family's pillar. In terms of martial prowess, Xiao Siyuan could easily handle 10 Qiao benches. Even after Qiao Benchu transformed himself into a cunning sorcerer, Xiao Siyuan could still match him evenly. In the Qiao family, one might disrespect Xiao Sihai, but could not afford to disrespect Xiao Siyuan, for the old master Xiao Sihai grew up under Xiao Siyuan's watchful eye. After Xiao Feng lifted his son Xiao Huang from the ground, Xiao Siyuan picked up the pill, squeezing it in his hand. As a martial arts expert with some medical knowledge, he found this pill unlike any he had ever seen. The pill was as hard as steel and emitted no discernible scent. "Is this truly not a metal ball?" Xiao Siyuan turned to Xiao Shan, "Eldest master, is this pill truly as you say?" Despite his doubts, he knew Xiao Shan was prudent and had never engaged in foolishness. Xiao Shan replied earnestly, "Would I harm my father?" Xiao Wan muttered under his breath, "One can never be too sure." When Xiao Siyuan's piercing gaze fell upon Xiao Wan, a voice called from the entrance, "He is here. Eldarin is here." Xiao Feng rushed out to greet him. "Eldarin, you've arrived just in time. Please, examine my grandfather." Shortly after, a plump old man in a gray robe, carrying a medical kit, entered behind Xiao Feng. "Please remain calm. I will take the elder's pulse." Eldarin slowly settled beside Xiao Sihai's bed, placing his fingers on his wrist. Elder An's brow furrowed. After scanning the room, he slowly shook his head. "Everyone, the elder's condition is not optimistic. His meridians are half shattered, and internal energy is congested within the broken channels. With my abilities, I fear I am insufficient." "What?" Xiao Feng instantly panicked. "Eldarin, you are a renowned elder from Huichun Valley, especially skilled in treating internal injuries. If you cannot help, who can?" Eldarin sighed. If our old Valley Master were still alive, he would surely have a solution. The old Valley Master of Huichun Valley had passed away 3 years prior. Xiao Huang's eyes widened. "So, does that mean grandfather is?" "Be quiet." Xiao Huang barked. "I have summoned Master Li from the Medicine King Hall." Eldarin inquired, "Is it Li Chongpan?" After Xiao Huang nodded, Eldarin shook his head slightly. If it were a common ailment, he could handle it effortlessly. However, when it comes to internal injuries, he is not capable. Moreover, he may not have time to come. Xiao Siyuan asked, "Why do you say that, Eldarin?" Eldarin replied, "On my way here, I heard that Li Chongpan's grandson was in a car accident. I suspect he is currently by his grandson's side." No sooner had Eldarin finished speaking than someone rushed in to report to Xiao Wan that Master Li would not be able to come, for the same reason Eldarin had mentioned. Xiao Feng's eyes widened. "Does that mean we should prepare for grandfather's final rites?" Xiao Wan then added, "Is my grandfather truly beyond saving? Actually, there may be a way." Eldarin spoke slowly. "If you can find a miraculous remedy known as Jinxing Dan, your grandfather could recover." Xiao Shan immediately inquired, "Eldarin, where can we procure this Jinxing Dan?" "I do not know." Under the fiery gazes of the Qiao family members, Eldarin shook his head and said, "I have only seen our old Valley Master use it once. This miraculous remedy appears to be composed of unknown substances, and superficially, it resembles an ordinary pill with no medicinal scent. Yet, the remedy is as hard as steel, and even a heavy hammer cannot break it." Xiao Siyuan extended his hand toward Eldarin. "Eldarin, is this the Jinxing Dan you speak of?" Chapter 86. "What do you desire?" Eldarin took the pill and examined it closely, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Since you possess the Golden Stone pill, why haven't you administered it to your patriarch?" Are you merely going to watch him suffer? Xiao Luan, equally astonished, interjected, Eldarin, surely you must be mistaken. That object in your hand is clearly a metallic sphere. Xiao Huang chimed in. Indeed, Eldarin, that is evidently a metallic sphere. How could it possibly be the golden stone pill? A metallic sphere? Eldarin shook his head and gently placed the golden stone pill into Qiao Sihai's mouth. As soon as the pill made contact with Qiao Sihai's saliva, an extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air, and the pill began to dissolve at a visible pace. Eldarin spoke slowly. This is what you refer to as a metallic sphere. On the bed, Qiao Sihai's pallid complexion gradually transformed, becoming rosy and radiant. Seeing Qiao Sihai was unharmed, he cast a cold glance at Xiao Luan and Xiao Feng, stating, some individuals simply wish to witness the patriarch's suffering. Xiao Luan exclaimed in disbelief, this is impossible. How could you possibly possess such a miraculous elixir as the golden stone pill? Xiao Shan scoffed, from your words. It seems you believe only you could procure the golden stone pill? Observing Qiao Sihai's now steady breathing, Xiao Feng suddenly smiled at Xiao Shan, elder brother. Where did you acquire this golden stone pill? Xiao Na glanced at Xiao Feng, noting his change in attitude towards their father, and slightly curled her lip. The discord among the Qiao brothers was no secret. In Xiao Na's memory, Xiao Feng had never referred to their father as elder brother. Yet today, Xiao Feng's address was not out of respect, but rather due to the golden stone pill given to their father by Su Lai, which could heal internal injuries. For martial artists, the golden stone pill was akin to an additional lease on life. Ironically, Xiao Feng was indeed a martial artist. The corners of Qiao Shan's mouth curled upwards. He understood that Xiao Feng's newfound brotherly address was due to the golden stone pill. After a brief chuckle, Xiao Shan inquired, what is it? Do you desire it? Xiao Feng raised his eyebrows. Elder brother, do you have any? Noting Xiao Shan's resolute demeanor, Xiao Feng continued, elder brother, you do not practice martial arts. The golden stone pill holds no value for you. Just give it to me. I won't take it for free. After some thought, he extended 5 fingers, 1 pill for 5 million. Xiao Shan chuckled coldly. Your life is worth merely 5 million? Then it shall be 10 million. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly, elder brother, 10 million is quite reasonable. Who can guarantee they won't suffer internal injuries repeatedly? Xiao Shan shook his head. No. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. Elder brother, are you pretending not to have it? Xiao Shan snorted. Even if I had it, I wouldn't sell it to you. This statement infuriated Xiao Feng, who retorted, elder brother, do not force my hand. With a piercing gaze, Xiao Village fixed his stare on Xiao Feng, third master. What are you causing a ruckus for? Has elder brother ever claimed he possesses the golden stone pill? The 3 Qiao brothers looked at Xiao Village with astonishment. In the past, he would never have defended Xiao Shan. At most, he would intervene when their quarrels escalated. Although Qiao Village was the chief steward of the Qiao family, he had never actively defended anyone. The discord among the Qiao brothers stemmed from their desire to vie for the position of family leader. Qiao Village adhered to the law of the jungle, believing that only the strongest deserved to inherit the family legacy. Thus, he would watch the 3 brothers contend against one another, considering that regardless of their disputes, the Qiao surname remained unchanged. However, the situation was different now. Qiao Shan possessed the sacred remedy for martial artists, the golden stone pill, and Qiao Village was also a martial artist. Even if Qiao Shan did not currently have one in hand, the fact that he could obtain a single pill indicated he had the connections to acquire more. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Qiao brothers grasped why Qiao Village would defend Xiao Shan. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Joy danced in Xiao Shan's eyes. Although Qiao Village was ostensibly just the chief steward, everyone in the Qiao family was aware of his significant standing. If he were to lend his support, then after Qiao Sihai's passing, who would become the patriarch of the Qiao family? A surge of resentment bubbled within Xiao Feng. Yet he dared not express it towards Xiao Shan and Xiao Na, fearing the repercussions of incurring Qiao Village's wrath. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Lai, Xiao Feng barked. Who are you? What right do you have to be in our Qiao family stronghold? Now, stand against the wall with your hands on your head. I am going to search you. Search me. Su Lai raised an eyebrow. What right do you have to search me? What right? Xiao Huang approached Su Lai, brimming with provocation. You have an unknown background. We must search you. Otherwise, how can we discern your intentions towards the Qiao family? Xiao Huang brandished his fist threateningly. Or else, I'll beat you to a pulp and feed you to the dogs. Xiao Na chuckled lightly. Third uncle. The golden stone pill given to grandfather was provided by Mr. Su. Everyone present was taken aback. Eldarin, who had not yet departed, darted forward to Su Lai. Filled with anticipation, "Young brother, how many golden stone pills do you possess? I am willing to pay a premium." Before Eldarin could finish, a large hand shoved him aside, as Qiao Feng confronted Su Lai, declaring, "Boy, I want every single golden stone pill you have. Name your price." Su Lai shrugged. "Not for sale." Qiao Feng's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent in his gaze. "Boy, I have already offered you a generous price for your golden stone pill. Do not test my patience." A smirk played on Su Lai's lips. "What do you think you are?" Before Su Lai could complete his sentence, Qiao Feng lunged at him, aiming for his throat, seeking death. With a resounding slap, Qiao Feng knelt before Su Lai. Everyone present, except for Qiao Shan and Qiao Na, stood in stunned silence, particularly Qiao Village. As the foremost martial artist of the Qiao family, he failed to comprehend how Qiao Feng had knelt. Qiao Huang, standing beside Qiao Feng, quickly reacted, throwing a punch at Su Lai. "You!" Before Qiao Huang could finish cursing, Su Lai's palm struck, causing him to kneel beside his father, Qiao Feng. Chapter 87. The Broken Mirror Pill. Qiao Huang roared at Su Lai. "What the hell do you want?" Su Lai shrugged and replied, "Is it about what I want to do, or what these two gentlemen intend to do?" "Someone call for help," Qiao Huang shouted. When the guards entered, he pointed at Su Lai and commanded, "Kill him without question." Before Su Lai could make a move, Qiao Shan yelled at the guards, "Get out. All of you get out." The guards exchanged glances between Qiao Shan and Qiao Huang, then glanced at Qiao Feng and his son, who were kneeling and unable to rise. None moved. Qiao Huang glared at Qiao Shan and shouted, "Eldest brother, what do you mean? You brought these men to beat up the second brother and his son, and you still protect him?" Qiao Shan retorted coldly, "The injuries on our elder were healed by Mr. Su's golden stone pill. Are you intending to repay kindness with malice? Is it just because he produced a golden stone pill? I purchased it." Qiao Shan continued, "But he made the second brother and his son kneel before him. As if our Qiao family is without worth." Qiao Huang sneered, "Eldest brother, do not forget, your surname is Qiao. Kneeling here are the second and his son of our Qiao family." Su Lai chuckled and said to Qiao Ciyuan, "Are you going to intervene? If you do not, I might just kill these three directly." Qiao Ciyuan was taken aback. He had remained silent, merely watching the drama unfold. The Qiao brothers always clashed when they met, and he usually had the power to calm them down. But now, should he intervene or not? From Su Lai's earlier display of skill, it was evident that he indeed possessed the strength to kill the second and third members of the Qiao family. However, if Qiao Huang and Qiao Feng were killed, what entertainment would remain for the Qiao family in the future? Upon hearing Su Lai's words, Qiao Huang erupted in fury, shouting at Su Lai, "You!" Before Qiao Huang could finish, Su Lai slapped him across the face. With a resounding smack, Qiao Huang fell to his knees, flanking Qiao Feng on either side, effectively trapping Qiao Huang in the middle. Su Lai regarded Qiao Huang with a bemused expression, saying, "Is this guy's brain not functioning properly? He clearly knows he cannot withstand a single slap from me, and still dares to act so arrogantly." The guards, witnessing the second master kneeling before Su Lai, aimed their weapons at him. Qiao Shan commanded the guards, "Leave. Get out." The guards all looked to Qiao Ciyuan. Although Qiao Shan was the elder of the Qiao family, they were in the heart of the Qiao stronghold, not at the Qiao fortress on Ciyun Mountain. A few guards by Qiao Ciyuan waved their hands, saying, "What business is it of yours? Leave." As the guards lowered their weapons and retreated, Qiao Ciyuan remarked, "Send Eldarin away." After Eldarin was escorted out, Qiao Ciyuan clasped his hands in a polite gesture towards Su Lai and asked, "May I inquire, young brother, to which school do you belong?" Su Lai rubbed his nose and replied, "I cultivated myself." Qiao Ciyuan smiled and said, "It seems the young brother prefers not to disclose." Qiao Ciyuan assumed Su Lai was reluctant to reveal the identity of his master, yet in truth, Su Lai had no master. Although he had received the inheritance from the Tai Golden Immortal, he had never acknowledged the Immortal as his teacher. Qiao Ciyuan then asked, "Young brother, do you still possess golden stone pills?" 20 years prior, Qiao Ciyuan had reached a bottleneck in his martial arts training. He wished to break through, but feared attempting it, knowing that failure would mean certain death. Upon seeing the golden stone pill, a new thought arose within him. Perhaps he could attempt a breakthrough. If successful, he would enter a new realm, becoming nearly invincible. Even if he failed, it would not matter, for the golden stone pill could heal his injuries. Su Lai rummaged through his pocket and, with a flourish, produced 5 or 6 golden stone pills. Xiao Siyuan's gaze ignited with fervor. Sulai, grinning, asked, "Do you want them?" Xiao Siyuan did not hide his eagerness, nodding, "Young brother, how much for one? The golden stone pill is of no use to you." Sulai flipped his hand, returning the pills to his pocket. "Are you planning to attempt a breakthrough?" Two fierce glimmers shone in Xiao Xian's eyes. "How did you know?" Xiao Siyuan was certain that the idea of attempting a breakthrough had just formed in his mind. Yet this young man before him, seemingly extraordinary, had discerned his thoughts. Was he truly human, or something else entirely? Sulai shrugged and said, "If you suffer internal injuries due to a breakthrough, the golden stone pill will not only fail to heal you, but may also cost you your life. If you seek assurance for your breakthrough, what you need is the broken mirror pill." Xiao Siyuan's breath quickened. The name broken mirror pill suggested its purpose, designed for the purpose of breaking through realms. Once he steadied himself, Xiao Siyuan asked, "Young brother, do you have the broken mirror pill?" "Not at the moment." Sulai spread his hands, squinting with a smile. "However, if you can procure the wood spirit 7-needle flower and the purple sunfruit for me, I can concoct the broken mirror pill for you." Both the wood spirit 7-needle flower and the purple sunfruit were essential for creating the broken mirror pill, as well as the foundation pill. Both were crucial for Sulai's needs. He too required the broken mirror pill for a measure of security. Xiao Siyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wood spirit 7-needle flower, purple sunfruit?" Sulai replied with a smile. "As far as I know, both of these herbs grow in hot climates." Xiao Siyuan inquired, "What do these two herbs look like?" Sulai had someone bring paper and pen, illustrating the wood spirit 7-needle flower and purple sunfruit, which he handed to Xiao Siyuan. "Good. I will arrange for people to search for these two herbs immediately." As Xiao Siyuan prepared to organize a search party, Sulai added, "The sprite and the cola will belong to me from now on." Xiao Siyuan paused for a moment. The mountain armor of the Qiao family was under Xiao Siyuan's command, but the true owner of the armor was Qiao Sihai. Glancing at the unconscious Qiao Sihai lying in bed, Xiao Siyuan agreed, "I will have their names removed from the mountain armor." Xiao Siyuan did not even question how the sprite and cola came into Sulai's possession, as it was of no consequence to him. Nodding, Sulai pointed to Qiao Shan and said, "This father and daughter duo are my friends. You need not worry, young brother. As long as you can concoct the broken mirror pill, the elder will become the next clan leader of the Qiao family." Xiao Siyuan readily agreed, without even glancing at Xiao Wan and Xiao Feng. Chapter 88. The alarm sounds. Old village. How long have I been unconscious? The voice of Qiao Sihai resonated from the bed. As Qiao village turned his head, Xiao Wan and Xiao Feng rushed to the bedside. "Father, you finally woke up. If you hadn't, we would have been bullied to death. Father, you must do something about the eldest. Not only does he bully us himself, but now he even lets outsiders do it." After Xiao Wan and Xiao Feng spoke, Xiao Huang also dashed to Qiao Sihai's bedside, wailing, "Grandfather, if you don't wake up soon, we'll be killed by my uncle and his men." Qiao Sihai coldly commanded, "Shut up." In the past, this cold command would have silenced Xiao Wan and Xiao Feng, but now, weakened from his internal injuries, his voice lacked any real authority. "Father, after your injury, I immediately fetched someone from the Medicine King Hall, and the third brother also brought someone from the Rejuvenation Valley, but the eldest did nothing. He did nothing at all. While you were unconscious, the eldest even ordered his men to kill us. Father, you're still alive, and he is already plotting to take over the Qiao family." "Grandfather." Xiao Sihai again coldly interjected, "I said to be quiet." "Grandfather, the eldest even made my father and second uncle kneel before him." Feeling his head about to explode, Xiao Sihai turned to Old Village and ordered, "Old Village, throw these rebellious sons out." Xiao Sihai was keenly aware of the character of his three sons. Old Village approached Xiao Wan and Xiao Feng and inquired, "Second master, third master, will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you?" Xiao Wan shouted at Xiao Village, "Can I speak a few words with my father?" Furrowing his brow, Xiao Sihai glared at them, "Get out. Leave." Xiao Shan approached Xiao Sihai's bedside and quietly asked, "Father, are you feeling better?" Xiao Village interjected, "Master, it was the golden stone pill brought by the eldest that healed your injuries." After a slight nod to Xiao Shan, Xiao Sihai remarked, "Of all my sons, you are the only one who genuinely cares for this old man." Xiao Sihai was well aware of Xiao Wan and Xiao Feng's true nature. They were not concerned about his health, but were more interested in reporting on Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan replied, "Father, don't say that. The second and third brothers also care for you. Otherwise, after your internal injury relapsed, They wouldn't have fetched people from the Medicine King Hall and Rejuvenation Valley. With a long sigh, Xiao Sihai pointed behind Xiao Shan and said to Qiao Village, "Old village, if I'm gone, he will take over the Qiao family." If the Qiao family were handed over to Qiao Wan or Qiao Feng, they would undoubtedly not tolerate their own brothers. However, Qiao Shan could accommodate them, and only by entrusting the family to him could Xiao Sihai feel at ease. "Master, rest assured, I will wholeheartedly assist the eldest." Xiao Sihai turned his gaze to Su Lai and smiled. "This young man is Nana's boyfriend, isn't he?" Xiao Na's face flushed slightly. "Grandfather, this is Mr. Su. It was his golden stone pill that healed your internal injuries." "Is that so? Then we must thank Mr. Su." As Xiao Sihai smiled warmly at Su Lai, he also glanced at Qiao Village. Upon receiving an affirmative expression, he continued, "The old man still cannot get out of bed." Turning to Qiao Shan, Xiao Sihai instructed, "Eldest, make sure to properly thank Mr. Su." "Father, do not worry. Once we return, I will open the treasury and let Mr. Su choose at will." The Qiao family stronghold was hosting a banquet. After several rounds of drinks, Xiao Shan once again expressed his gratitude to Su Lai. "Mr. Su, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, the Qiao family would have been doomed." Xiao Shan's statement was indeed true. Without Su Lai, the masters of the Qiao family stronghold in Ziyun Mountain would have been Qiao Benchu and Qiao Wan. If it weren't for Su Lai, Xiao Sihai would have succumbed to his untreated internal injuries. Once Xiao Sihai passed away, Qiao Wan and Xiao Feng would undoubtedly engage in fierce competition for the position of clan leader. The military general Tsong Cha of the Great Light Nation was not to be trifled with. Should chaos erupt within the Qiao family, he would undoubtedly launch a full-scale attack. And at that point, the Qiao family, which had endured for 5 centuries, would come to an end. Holding his glass, Su Lai chuckled. "The Qiao family head has already thanked me several times." Su Lai's assistance to Qiao Shan was primarily due to his favorable impression of the young girl, Qiaoan. Of course, after aiding the Qiao family, Su Lai also gained significantly, receiving a bank card worth 200 million and acquiring jadeite raw stones from the Qiao family at a price 20% below market value. Furthermore, with the Qiao family's backing, Su Lai would no longer have to personally seek out certain spiritual herbs. Additionally, Su Lai had gained 2 loyal servants. The Camellia Manor was vast, and without companions, it would be too lonely. He planned to settle Shuebi and Kailei in the manor. Most importantly, Su Lai had acquired a 3rd-grade chalcedony. Suddenly, a chilling alarm reverberated throughout the Qiao family stronghold. Enraged, Xiao Shan threw down his glass and exclaimed, "Damn it! If anyone dares to ruin my day today, I'll make them regret it." Rising from his chair, Xiao Shan declared, "Nana, Anan, stay with Mr. Su. Xiao Ping, come with me." Su Lai smiled and stood up. "Family head, I shall accompany you." Xiao Shan could hardly contain his excitement. Excellent. He was well aware of Su Lai's combat prowess. Having such a powerful ally made him elated. Within the Qiao family stronghold, fully armed soldiers rushed about, entering various fortifications. The hurried yet orderly pace of the soldiers indicated that they were professionally trained. As Xiao Shan made his way to the command center of the stronghold, several individuals in camouflage uniforms, aged between 30 and 40, gathered around him. When a bearded man hurried to Xiao Shan's side, Xiao Shan inquired, "What is the current situation? Is it General Tsong Cha or someone else?" "Head, based on our current reconnaissance, we cannot yet confirm if it is General Tsong Cha," replied the bearded man. However, from the tactical movements of those outside, it appears they are not under the command of General Tsong Cha. Though the tactical movements of the outsiders were quite standard, they were not employing a unified strategy. It felt as though several mercenary groups had amalgamated into one force. Chapter 89. It must be this way, Xiao Shan. Where do you think you're going? With a thunderous shout, a group of individuals clad in camouflage attire, their faces obscured by masks that revealed only their eyes, surrounded him. To distinguish friend from foe, each of these camouflage figures sported a red silk ribbon tied around their necks. The moment they gathered around Xiao Shan, they drew their pistols, aiming at those adorned with the crimson bands. However, upon noticing that the individuals bearing the red ribbons were armed with submachine guns, Xiao Shan's bodyguards broke into a cold sweat. Should a shootout ensue, they would scarcely have a chance to fire back before being riddled with bullets. Yet, with Su Lai and Kula Shuebai at his side, Xiao Shan maintained a calm demeanor. His eyes caught sight of one among the red ribbons, and with a darkened expression, he said, "Lao San, have you lost your mind? You dare conspire with outsiders? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Qiao family?" "Who is Lao San?" There is no Lao San here. A man from the group of red ribbons called out in a high-pitched voice. Even with your physique and that wretched voice, no matter how well you conceal yourself or how you try to modulate your tone, I can recognize you as Lao San. Xiao Shan's forehead twitched with suppressed fury as he inquired, is Lao Air involved as well? The man shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. No, Lao San is not involved, nor is Lao Air. None of us, are involved. One of the men pushed Xiao Feng aside and addressed Xiao Shan, Boss Xiao. Do you have any final words? Final words? Xiao Shan scoffed. General Tsung Cha, such sentiments are better left for you. General Tsung Cha chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Let us send the Qiao family's leader on his way, lest the night grows long with dreams. As the red ribbons prepared to act, Su Lai's companions, Ku Lu and Shui Bai, transformed into whirlwinds. With a cacophony of sounds, Xiao Feng and General Tsung Cha were unmasked, while the others adorned with the red ribbons fell to the ground. Witnessing the faces of those who had been knocked down, Xiao Feng fell to his knees before Xiao Shan. Brother, spare me. I beg you. I am your flesh and blood. Brother? Now you regard me as your brother? Did you consider that when you joined forces with outsiders to attack? Xiao Shan exclaimed, raising his foot to kick Xiao Feng. In a bid to elicit sympathy, Xiao Feng collapsed to the ground. Brother, I was coerced. It was all General Tsung Cha's doing. He had your nephew captured. I had no choice, none at all. Xiao Shan's voice turned cold. I do not believe a word you say. Brother, it matters not whether anyone else believes it, so long as you do. Please, brother. I swear I was forced. Xiao Feng wailed. General Tsung Cha squinted and addressed Xiao Shan. I did not compel him. He and your Lao Air contacted me of their own volition. These two brothers promised me that after eliminating you, they would only seek the treasures of the Qiao family's stronghold, the emerald mines of Tsiyun Mountain, and your stronghold itself would belong to me. Xiao Feng blinked in disbelief as he gazed at General Tsung Cha. His simple mind could not fathom why General Tsung Cha would reveal the truth to Xiao Shan. Reading the expression on Xiao Feng's face, Xiao Shan sighed deeply, acknowledging the veracity of General Tsung Cha's words. General Tsung Cha, our family has fallen into misfortune. Yet, Xiao Shan understood that General Tsung Cha's intention in speaking so was to incite him to eliminate Xiao Feng and Xiao Wan, thus plunging the Qiao family into chaos. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Shan replied to General Tsung Cha, even if our family descends into turmoil, you shall meet your demise as well. The stronghold will never fall into your hands. General Tsung Cha had long coveted the stronghold, wishing to claim it as his domain. However, now that he had been captured, would Xiao Shan allow him to escape? Thus, even if the stronghold fell into disarray, what could a dead man do? General Tsung Cha smiled at Xiao Shan. Do you think I desire to seize the stronghold? I am merely a vanguard. Xiao Shan's gaze sharpened. General Tsung Cha wielded significant influence in the military of Daguang and was one of its powerful generals, yet he claimed to be merely a vanguard, with an open hand. General Tsung Cha continued, do you believe that if you kill me, your stronghold will be safe? That it will return to tranquility? Let me tell you, if you kill me, not only will your stronghold not find peace, but it will descend into greater chaos. The power behind me is beyond your imagination. A flicker of conflict crossed Xiao Shan's eyes. His initial intent had been to eliminate General Tsung Cha. From the moment General Tsung Cha made his mark in Daguang's military, he had targeted the stronghold, even dispatching guerrilla forces without orders from the military command. Thus, in Xiao Shan's mind, if he were to eliminate General Tsung Cha, those guerrilla forces would withdraw from the stronghold, restoring peace. However, if General Tsung Cha spoke the truth, what measures would the forces behind him employ after his demise? Were Xiao Benshu and Xiao when part of the same faction as General Tsung Cha? If they were indeed aligned, how formidable would that power be? Not only did they possess their own army, but they also wielded the ability to manipulate sorcery. Suddenly, Su Lai interjected, what he says is indeed the truth. Master Qiao, I advise against eliminating him at this moment. Xiao Shan turned to inquire, does Mr. Su imply that you lack sufficient strength? Su Lai smiled solemnly. What you must prioritize now is to consolidate your own power. Su Lai dared to say this because if he were to leave the Qiao family, while they might withstand some pressure, the stronghold of Tsiyun Mountain would surely crumble. Xiao Shan asked Su Lai, Mr. Su, would you consider remaining with us? We can negotiate compensation. If Su Lai were to stay with the Qiao family, Xiao Shan would dare to eliminate General Tsung Cha immediately. After a decade of conflict with General Tsung Cha, Countless members of the Qiao family had perished, and the economic toll had been immense. Were it not for the Qiao family's control over a third of the world's emerald mines, they would have collapsed long ago. Su Lai shook his head. I must return tomorrow. Were it not for significant events impending in Qingyuan City, I might have considered staying for a while. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Shan, with a hint of resignation, remarked, It seems this is the only course left to us. Chapter 90. Luo Meifeng in the villa of Li Qingyao. A woman who bore a striking resemblance to Li Qingyao, appearing to be in her early 40s and resembling Li Qingyao's sister, sat across from her. After placing her teacup down, Li Qingyao's mother, Luo Meifeng, declared, The family has decided to arrange a marriage with Yanziwu. Really? Li Qingyao replied nonchalantly. But who are you planning to send? Who in Yanziwu? Luo Meifeng calmly responded, with Mu Sinan, the master of Yanziwu's Yinyu Pavilion. Mu Sinan. Li Qingyao was taken aback. That old man, has he divorced again? At 67, Mu Sinan was indeed an elder, and Li Qingyao referred to his multiple divorces, 18, to be precise. In other words, he had at least 18 legitimate wives, not to mention the countless others without formal titles. Seeing Luo Meifeng nod, Li Qingyao scoffed. So who do you intend to send into that fire pit? After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow. Surely there are no suitable candidates left in our family? Although the Li family was sizable, it lacked an appropriate young woman for marriage. Most had already wed, and the others were too young. How can that be? Luo Meifeng's gaze flickered to Li Qingyao, followed by a gentle smile. Luo Meifeng's expression caused Li Qingyao to leap from the sofa. Are you implying me? Without uttering a word, Luo Meifeng did not even nod, yet Li Qingyao perceived her mother and Appo's silent acknowledgement. Li Qingyao demanded, Whose foolish decision was this? The Council of Elders. Luo Meifeng sighed. 2/3 of the elders voted in favor of your marriage to Mu Sinan. Li Qingyao narrowed her eyes. I am already married. I am now Mrs. Sure of the Sure family. Luo Meifeng replied with a calm demeanor. But you are also a widow now. Moreover, the Sure family is no more. You are no longer Mrs. Sure, but a daughter of the Li family. Li Qingyao suddenly inquired, If I marry Mu Sinan, what will happen to my assets in the Qingyuan business? Will the Li family elders send someone to take over? Luo Meifeng explained. The assets under your name belong to the Li family and should not be brought into Yanziwu. Besides, without the Li family's discreet support, how could Hui Xingtang have developed so rapidly? Support? Li Qingyao retorted. If the Li family had truly supported me, the world would have known. Support? Huh. When Hui Xingtang was established, I desperately needed funds for development. Who from the Li family lent me money? A few calls yielded a mere 9,760 yuan. Is this what you call support? Yet once I built Hui Xingtang, everyone wanted to take a bite out of it. Leaning back on the sofa, a sardonic smile graced Li Qingyao's face. Go tell those elders that I, Li Qingyao, shall not marry. They can marry whoever they wish. Luo Meifeng insisted. Qingyao, you carry the blood of the Li family. Everything should prioritize the family. Li Qingyao coldly questioned. If I marry, how many shares will your son Li Qingchen receive from Hui Xingtang? How many from Cuxwatang? Luo Meifeng replied. That depends on how the Li family's elders decide to allocate them. Li Qingyao scoffed. I presume they have already been allocated. Or else you wouldn't be here negotiating with me, would you? Will he even receive half of the shares? The mockery in her smile deepened. Even if he acquired half of the shares from Hui Xingtang and Cuxwatang, so what? I wager that within 6 months, half of those shares will end up in the hands of other Li family members. He won't be able to hold on to them. Shaking her head, Li Qingyao remarked. Did you forget to give him a brain when you gave birth to him? A stern Luo Meifeng, her expression as cold as frost, retorted, Qingyao, how could you speak of your brother this way? He is your own flesh and blood. What harm is there in giving him a share? Shouldn't you? Li Qingyao's pretty face hardened. Why should I? Just because he is my brother and we share blood? Does that mean I owe him? He is already over 30. Yet what has he accomplished aside from indulging in vice? Luo Meifeng, agitated, gasped for breath. Be quiet. After regaining her composure, Luo Meifeng issued an ultimatum. I am not here to negotiate, but to inform you. Prepare yourself. Then let the Li family and Yanziwu prepare for a fallout. Li Qingyao crossed her legs, adding, For me, it's merely another round of mourning. Luo Meifeng pointed a finger at Li Qingyao. Li Qingyao, you. What of it? Li Qingyao countered. You expect me to allow you to drain me dry without resistance? Your expectations are rather unrealistic. Let me be clear. The day I marry Mu Sinan, either he dies, I die, or we both perish together. At that point, I shall relish in watching how the Li family withstands Yanzua's wrath. Luo Meifeng took a moment to regain her composure before stating, Qingyao, our intentions are genuinely for your benefit. Reflecting on the words from the Li family elders, Luo Meifeng slowly continued, you have swallowed the Jiang family and the Shi family. You are now undeniably the foremost figure in Qingyuan. Yet, you are still merely a woman, a single woman. Such a vast enterprise, you cannot maintain it. Li Qingyao responded with scorn, so, I am to surrender all that I have worked hard for to the Li family? I should marry that lecherous Mu Sinan who has divorced 18 times? While outsiders have yet to lay claim to my assets, my own kin are already at my doorstep. Luo Meifeng replied, placing your assets in the hands of family is far preferable to letting outsiders seize them. If outsiders take your holdings, they will demand your life. Li Qingyao scoffed. Should I then be grateful to you, my relatives, for not leaving me with a single bone? Luo Meifeng insisted, Qingyao, we only wish the best for you. How could we possibly harm you? Li Qingyao crossed her arms defiantly. To seize my enterprise is for my own good. To force me into marriage with a lecher is for my benefit. You may as well extend your kindness to someone else. I have no need of it. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Li Qingyao's obstinate demeanor infuriated Luo Meifeng, who slammed her hand on the table. Just then, Li Qingshan entered, trembling as he clutched a stack of documents, boldly declaring to Li Qingyao, this is the share transfer agreement for Hui Shengtang and Cook Switang. Sign it. Li Qingyao narrowed her eyes and replied coolly, get lost. Li Qingshan's brows furrowed as he shouted at Li Qingyao, don't be ungrateful. This is a decision made by the Li family's elders. Chapter 91. Li Qingshan tossed a stack of documents onto the coffee table before Li Qingyao. After plopping down on the sofa, he retrieved a cigar box from his person and began to fiddle with the cigars, saying, Li Qingyao, you bear the Li surname. Everything you possess is a gift from the family. Now, when the family seeks to reclaim its belongings, how is that unreasonable? Li Qingyao retorted, pray tell, where is the reasonableness in that? Lighting a cigar, Li Qingshan replied, your very existence is a gift from your parents. The grace of life surpasses all. Do you not think you owe them a debt of gratitude? Merely surrendering those two small enterprises of yours is not too much to ask. Should your parents have birthed and raised you for naught? Luo Meifeng nodded emphatically, Qingshan is right. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Li Qingshan continued, moreover, the downfall of the Jiang family and the destruction of the Shi family, was that your doing? Had it not been for our Li family intervening, could you have become the local sovereign of Qingyuan? Nonsense. Now that you've achieved something, you disregard us? Li Qingyao crossed her arms and leaned back against the sofa, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. While the debt of gratitude owed to her parents weighed heavily, it did not justify incessant demands, especially when the one making such demands was none other than her own brother, Li Qingshan. What good would further discussion bring? Luo Meifeng and Li Qingshan would undoubtedly coerce her into signing the share transfer agreement. When their twisted reasoning failed, they would resort to other means. Casting a glance at the reticent Li Qingyao, Li Qingshan remarked, I am aware that you have acquired a little puppy. However, do not entertain any notions. Our Li family values its reputation. When you marry Mu Sinan, it must be done with complete integrity. Li Qingyao inquired, have you sent someone to find him? Receiving no response from Li Qingshan, she cautioned, I advise you not to threaten him, or you shall be the one to suffer. Li Qingshan scoffed, a destitute boy. And you think he can harm me? Li Qingyao, have you been foolish during your years in Qingyuan? Exuding disinterest, Li Qingyao replied, let us wait and see. Luo Meifeng interjected, Qingyao, do not make things too unpleasant. Simply sign these two documents and prepare for your marriage. Li Qingshan sneered, with your reputation. Marrying Mu Sinan should bring you joy. Then, Li Qingshan bellowed towards the entrance, bring in 2 men. 2 burly men entered. Li Qingshan pointed at Li Qingyao and instructed, assist her in placing her fingerprints on these 2 documents. Yes, young master. The men replied, advancing toward Li Qingyao, whose expression shifted dramatically. Li Qingshan, dare you? She exclaimed. Dare? What is there to fear? Li Qingshan smiled faintly. I have offered you a chance. It is you who have squandered it. Luo Meifeng urged, Qingyao, it is better for you to sign it yourself. Do not make this awkward for everyone. Suddenly, the 2 men attempting to seize Li Qingyao collapsed onto the ground. Who? Li Qingshan leaped from the sofa, shouting, who dares interfere with the affairs of the Li family? Upon inquiry, he spotted a seemingly foolish Siberian husky standing atop the backs of his two subordinates. Li Qingyao, momentarily stunned, soon burst into joy. No wonder Su Lai wanted to gift her a dog. It could indeed protect her. Li Qingchen, seeing it was merely a dog, erupted in fury. "You wretched beast! I shall stew you." Just as he shouted, the husky lunged at Li Qingchen, sending him tumbling onto the coffee table. As stars danced before his eyes, he heard Li Qingyao's voice cry out, "Do not harm anyone." Regaining his senses, Li Qingchen beheld the husky's toothy maw hovering near his neck. Panic surged through him. Should that mouth close upon him, he would surely meet his end. Luo Meifeng, witnessing her precious son being toppled by a dog, sprang from the sofa, fists clenched, ready to strike the husky. "Get away, you foul creature. I will end you. Let go of my son." The husky, unfazed by Luo Meifeng's status as Li Qingyao's mother, swatted at her, sending her stumbling. In a fit of rage, Luo Meifeng shouted at Li Qingyao, "Li Qingyao, control your dog. If Qingchen loses even a hair, I shall make you pay for it." Li Qingyao scoffed, "If he loses a hair, do you expect me to sacrifice my life for him? Is it your belief that whatever you demand, I must comply? Should you desire my life, I ought to offer it up willingly?" Seeing the dog show no inclination to attack, Li Qingchen barked, "Li Qingyao, command your dog to stand down immediately. Come here." Li Qingyao called to the husky, which obediently returned to her side. After rising from the coffee table, Li Qingchen glanced at his damp trousers, a sinister glare directed at Li Qingyao. "Li Qingyao, your dog dared to assault me, you." Li Qingyao interrupted, "You should find some clean pants. The stench is unbearable. Mother, let us depart." Li Qingchen squinted at the husky beside Li Qingyao before turning to leave. Luo Meifeng quickly followed. "Qingchen, be cautious. You are injured. Take care." Once Luo Meifeng and Li Qingchen exited, silent tears streamed down Li Qingyao's cheeks. Though aware of their true natures, they were still her closest kin. With a resounding crash, the front door of Li Qingyao's living room burst open with great force, revealing three figures. Upon recognizing the newcomers, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed. "Li He, Li Gang. Li Ting, you have come too." Li He, Li Gang, and Li Ting were brothers, the strongest guardians of the Li family. Li He, hands clasped behind his back, arrogantly addressed Li Qingyao, "Miss Qingyao, will you send your dog to me, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Li Gang chimed in, "Miss Qingyao, do you have a large iron pot? If so, we would like to borrow it. Later, we can share a leg of dog with you." "Miss Qingyao, would you prefer the front leg or the hind leg?" "I suggest the front leg. The hind leg contains too much meat." Chapter 92, Brother's Gift. Before Li He and the others could finish speaking, the husky lunged at them. Was it seeking death? Li He swung a fist towards the dog's head, intent on delivering a crushing blow. However, the husky's speed far exceeded Li He's expectations. Before his fist even descended, the dog's head had already collided with Li He's groin. With a soft thud, accompanied by the sound of cracking eggs, Li He doubled over, clutching his injured area as he fell to the ground. "Boss, what just happened?" The husky's astonishing speed left Li Gang and Li Ting utterly unprepared. They had dismissed the notion that a mere dog could pose any threat, thus failing to notice its swift approach. Consequently, by the time Li He collapsed, they were bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The determined husky, having dispatched Li He, turned its attention to Li Gang and Li Ting, its front paws swiftly targeting their groins as well. As they tumbled to the ground, clutching their shattered dignity, both brothers were engulfed in disbelief. How could they, three skilled martial artists, be bested by a mere dog? Li Qingyao, witnessing the rapid sequence of events, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment as all three brothers fell, clutching their midsections. As innate martial arts masters, the Li brothers held an esteemed position within the Li family, typically only mobilizing collectively with the agreement of 4 out of the 7 elders. Yet now, the family's guardians had been rendered ineffective. Observing the fallen trio, Li Qingyao instinctively crossed her legs, empathizing with their pain despite being a woman. She then smacked her forehead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Li brothers had been incapacitated, and it was only natural for the Li family to be thrown into chaos. Remaining at home was no longer an option. Patting the husky's head, she remarked with a hint of resignation, "We must leave. This place is no longer safe. Let us seek out Su Lai." Outside, Li Qingchen and Luo Meifeng stood guard in the courtyard, with innate masters defending the Li family. The question of victory was hardly a concern. Any one of the three brothers could easily subdue the dog within half an hour, leaving it to roll in a pot of soup. Li Qingchen had hoped to demonstrate the family's unwavering stance by sending all three brothers together, pressuring Li Qingyao to sign the equity transfer agreement. Yet, he was taken aback to find only Li Qingyao alongside the accursed dog upon their emergence. Had Li Qingyao capitulated and signed the document? And how was it possible that the dog remained alive? The thought of having been frightened into submission by a dog ignited a fiery rage within Li Qingchen. Li Qingyao, leave that wretched dog here, or I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Do not think that signing the equity transfer agreement grants you the right to take that dog away. Li Qingyao responded with a cold smile. Perhaps you should check on Li He and the others. Li He? Li Qingchen paused, casually walking in as he inquired. What have you done to them? A mocking grin spread across his face. You think you could do anything to Li He? However, upon seeing the three brothers sprawled on the ground, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Li Qingyao, what have you done to them? He erupted in fury. Li Qingyao, do you even realize what you have done? You dared to lay a hand on Li He. Li Qingyao retorted with a laugh. Am I not allowed to fight back when you strike first? She then posed a question. Li Qingchen, they were incapacitated because of you. Are you ready to face the wrath of the Li family? Instead of yelling at me, perhaps you should take these three to the hospital. By the way, I recall our family possesses special training for the incapacitated. Be sure to retrieve that technique for them when we return. I'll kill you. Luo Meifeng raised her hand, aiming to slap Li Qingyao. Yet, before her palm could make contact, the husky charged forward, showing no mercy simply because Luo Meifeng was Li Qingyao's mother. With a headbutt, Luo Meifeng was sent flying. Seeing this, Li Qingchen rushed forward, fists raised. You ungrateful wretch. I will end you. Yet with the husky present, he could not harm Li Qingyao. Like Luo Meifeng, he too was sent sprawling, clutching his abdomen. Li Qingyao mocked. With such pathetic individuals, you dare to scheme for others' fortunes? At the high-speed rail station in Qingyuan City, Su Lai handed over Qiaoan, who had been hanging on to him, to Qiao Na, saying, Wait for me here. I need to use the restroom. Qiao Shan understood the perilous situation surrounding the Qiao family and had entrusted Qiao Na and Qiaoan to Su Lai before his return. After taking Qiaoan, Qiao Na replied, Then we will wait for you outside. Su Lai nodded, All right. Don't wander too far. Upon exiting the station, a land cruiser pulled up before Qiao Na. As the window rolled down, 4 burly men inside whistled at her. The man in the passenger seat, sporting a buzz cut and a mischievous grin, said, Hey there, beautiful. Where are you off to? Let me give you a ride. Frowning, Qiao Na thought to herself that if they were in the Great Light Nation, anyone daring to tease her would find themselves sent to the Emerald Mines for a lifetime of hard labor. But this was not the Great Light Nation. Beautiful. The weather is lovely today. How about I take you to a hotel for some fun? The buzzcut man continued with a smirk. Don't worry. The 4 of us will ensure you have a splendid time. Pouting, Qiaoan chimed in, You're bullying my sister. You're all bad guys. Just wait until my big brother comes out. He'll take care of you. In the back seat, a man with tattoos leered at Qiaoan. Oh my heart is melting. Little beauty, while they play with your sister, how about we have some fun together? Qiao Na tightened her grip on Qiaoan, coldly retorting. Get lost. Where do you think you're going? To the bed or the floor? Or shall we do it right here on the street? The buzzcut man chuckled, flinging open the car door. Chapter 93. A turmoil of chaos. Jonah's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, You ruffians. I shall report you to the authorities. Report us? What of it? The crew-cut man sneered, licking his lips. How have I wronged you? Have I touched you above or below? What are you planning to do? At that moment, an individual donned in gold-rimmed spectacles approached, inquiring, What are you up to? Bullying a lady? Lo and behold, there exists a gallant soul. Others emerged from a nearby land cruiser, encircling the bespectacled man. Upon seeing the 4 burly figures, he quaked in his boots. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, the facade of a hero crumbled, replaced by a fawning grin. Gentlemen. The crew-cut man, observing the elite's terror, swiftly slapped him across the face. Who the hell are you calling a brother? The tattooed man growled, Get lost. Or I'll slice off your manhood and send you off as a lady boy. The bespectacled man glanced at Jonah, wishing to play the hero, yet prudently retreated to save himself. What a coward, spat the crew-cut man, expectorating on the ground. With a lewd grin, the tattooed man addressed Jonah. My dear, will you come with us willingly? Or must we exert some force? Jonah smiled coolly, asking, Just the 4 of you? Are there no others? She understood that her task was to buy time until Su Lai arrived, when everything would be resolved effortlessly. Are we not sufficient for you? I'm 25, you know. The tattooed man leered, suggestively thrusting his hips. The crew-cut man chimed in. When he says 25, he doesn't mean age. Believe me, if you don't leave, that 25 will turn to 0. A voice emerged from behind Jonah, Su Lai's voice. Jonah turned promptly, reporting to Su Lai, Big brother. They are bullying my sister and me. Who the hell left their belt undone? And you. The tattooed man's words were cut short by Su Lai's resounding slap, sending him spinning before collapsing to his knees. Seeking death, he bellowed as the 3 other men lunged at Su Lai. In a series of sharp cracks, they too spun around, falling to their knees in front of him. A mocking smile graced Su Lai's face as he taunted, "You worthless scoundrels dare to act tough? How dare you lay a hand on us? Do you know who we are?" The tattooed man struggled to rise, but to no avail. Su Lai delivered a kick to his groin, and the tattooed man realized something was amiss. He felt no pain. Indeed, Su Lai had rendered him incapacitated while simultaneously enveloping his injury with a mystical energy, numbing the pain. Next, Su Lai dispatched 3 kicks to the crew-cut men's groins, employing the same method to subdue them. The tattooed man glared at Su Lai, growling, "We are from the Leaf family. You dare to touch us? Prepare to meet your demise." Su Lai chuckled coldly. "The Leaf family? Which one? The one associated with Li Qingyao?" The tattooed man retorted, "Since you know, brace yourself for death. If Li Qingyao were aware of your disgraceful behavior, she would likely have you minced for fertilizer." Su Lai, familiar with Li Qingyao's character, replied. The tattooed man shouted, "She wouldn't dare. From now on, in Qingyuan City, it will be our young master, Li Qingchen, who calls the shots." What? Seeing Li Qingyao excel in Qingyuan City, Li Qingchen seeks to usurp her position? Though Li Qingyao had not divulged this to Su Lai, he had gleaned the situation from the tattooed man's words. A sardonic smile appeared on Su Lai's lips. "You believe that if Li Qingchen doesn't obediently retreat, he will face consequences here?" The crew-cut man shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are?" I am the man behind Qingyao." Su Lai chuckled. "Are we not somewhat adversarial? Be sure to inform your master to leave promptly." With that, Su Lai opened the door to the land cruiser, declaring, "This vehicle is now requisitioned. Call for an ambulance while you're at it." Turning to Jonah, he said, "Nana, Anin, let us depart." Once Jonah and Xiaoan were inside, Su Lai took the driver's seat and started the engine. As they drove away, the crew-cut man plopped down on the ground, cursing, "Who the hell is this guy?" The tattooed man followed suit, muttering, "If he claims to be Li Qingyao's ally, he must be Su Lai. Once I catch him, I'll enjoy his woman before methodically breaking his bones. Enough of this chatter. I need to use the restroom." Struggling to rise, the crew-cut man staggered drunkenly towards the restroom at the train station. Upon hearing his intention, the tattooed man and his companions felt a sudden urgency, scrambling to follow suit. Upon reaching the men's restroom, the crew-cut man unfastened his belt, preparing to relieve himself, only to find nothing there. Startled, he looked down. What on earth? Where is everything? As he touched the barren area, a searing pain shot through him. Ah! The tattooed man, witnessing the crew-cut man's sudden collapse and rolling on the floor, inquired, "What the hell are you screaming about?" As the tattooed man observed the crew-cut man's exposed state, he was dumbfounded. Just last night, all had been well. How could it be gone now? Suddenly, the intense pain in his own groin surged, and with a thud, he and the other 2 men clutched their groins, rolling on the ground in agony. Chapter 94. Musinan Suhin, you're home. As Suhin entered the house, Qin Zhanzhan rushed towards him. However, upon noticing the beautiful duo, Xiao Na and Xiaoan, accompanying him, her enthusiasm waned, her little head seemingly puzzled by the presence of yet another pair of stunning women. Just as Qin Zhanzhan was about to leap into Suhin's embrace, Chu Si, trailing behind her, swiftly caught hold of her. "Miss, maintain your composure." After reminding Qin Zhanzhan, Chu Si shot an indignant glare at Suhin. Xiao Na, somewhat perplexed, observed the dynamic between Qin Zhanzhan and Chu Si. Her curiosity piqued. These 2 beauties appeared to share a close bond, yet their attitudes towards Suhin were strikingly disparate. "Ah, there's another beauty over there." Xiao Na's expression shifted to one of intrigue upon spotting Qi Yueshi. Wasn't Qi Yueshi Suhin's girlfriend? Why was she here with so many other beautiful women? Did she not feel a twinge of jealousy? Suhin was taken aback by the number of people in his home. Not only were Qin Zhanzhan and Chu Si, his maidservants, present, but also Li Qingyao, Qi Yueshi, and even his ex-wife, Lu Fei. Upon seeing Xiao Na and Xiaoan, Qi Yueshi eagerly approached them, first addressing the little girl. Xiaoan, it's so nice to see you again. Then she extended her hand toward Xiao Na, Miss Qiao. It's a pleasure to meet you once more. What is happening? Why is everyone congregating here? After settling down, Suhin inquired about Li Qingyao. Just seeking refuge. Li Qingyao replied, her lips slightly curled. Currently, only your home feels safe from the turmoil. She then recounted how she was pressured by Luo Meifeng and Li Qingchun to relinquish the assets of Hua Xingtang and Cook Suitang. Upon mentioning that the three guardians of the Li family had been incapacitated by a dog, she asserted, the Li family will not suffer this injustice. Thus, I had no choice but to bring them here for protection. Suhin understood that them referred to Qi Yueshi and Lu Fei. Noting Suhin's seemingly carefree demeanor, Li Qingyao continued. The Li family, however, witnessing Qin Zhanzhan and Xiaoan frolicking joyfully in the courtyard, she dismissed her concerns with a smirk. I suppose to you, the Li family is merely a trifling matter. Suhin probed further, what are your plans? Li Qingyao was momentarily taken aback by his question. What should I do about myself? My own mother and biological brother do not regard me as family, nor does the Li family. Yet how can I follow their example and disregard my own kin? With a glimmer of mist in her autumn-like peach blossom eyes, Li Qingyao confessed, I truly do not know what to do. She lifted her gaze to Suhin and asked, can you tell me what I should do? Suhin sighed, let us wait and see what they intend. Observing the warmth between Suhin and Li Qingyao, Lu Fei felt a surge of mixed emotions, repeatedly questioning herself. Is this still the Suhin I once knew? Their divorce stemmed from Suhin's perceived weakness. But was he truly as feeble as she believed? Lu Fei had moved into Suhin's home at Li Qingyao's invitation. When Li Qingyao extended the offer, she made it clear that her motivation for allowing Lu Fei to reside with Suhin was solely to protect her from the Li family's machinations and to prevent any fallout from reaching Suhin. Thus, Lu Fei began to understand Suhin's significance in Li Qingyao's eyes. She glanced at the other girls in the courtyard and clenched her fists. These young women not only surpassed her in beauty and stature, but also hailed from illustrious backgrounds. Qi Yueshi was the president of Qibo Jewelry. Qin Zhanzhan was the little princess of the Zisong Qin family, and Xiao Na and Xiaoan were princesses of the Guopa Xiao family. Even the Chu family, which was aligned with the Zisong Qin family, seemed an insurmountable power in Lu Fei's eyes. But now, Lu Fei turned her gaze toward Qi Yueshi, reflecting. No wonder she once said I was blind to the truth. Indeed, I have been blind. A pang of resentment surged within her, directed at her aunt Lu Lin and her sister Lu Qin. Had they not incessantly spoken ill of Suhin in her presence, perhaps she would not have deepened her prejudice against him. Maybe, just maybe, she would not have divorced him, realizing that the so-called weakling was not weak at all. Casting another glance at Suhin, Lu Fei pondered, can I ever reconcile with him? That evening, an elderly man, swaggering with a pair of iron balls in hand, stood at the entrance of Suhin's home. Behind him trailed four middle-aged men clad in fitted shirts, each with piercing eyes and a menacing aura. Chu Si, practicing in the courtyard, glanced at the five men before continuing her exercises. Who are you? One of the henchmen boomed. This is the master of Yanzhu, Yan Yuxuan. You dare to be so bold as to not kneel before him? Humph. Chu Si scoffed. What a decrepit old lecher. The Chu family's ancestors had served as the military leaders of the Zisong Qin family, as a martial arts lineage. Chu Si was well aware of Yanzhu's prominence in Donghua province and recognized that Mu Sinan, a powerful figure within Yanzhu, was not someone she could contend with. Moreover, she knew Mu Sinan despised being labeled a lecher or a scoundrel. Her intent in provoking Mu Sinan was simple. She hoped that when he confronted Suhin, he would unleash his full strength and eliminate him. Thus, Qin Zhanzhan could be freed from Suhin's grasp. As for whether Mu Sinan would turn against her afterward, Chu Si had already devised a plan. Once he killed Suhin, she would reveal Qin Zhanzhan's true identity. In Donghua province, while Yanzhu was formidable, the Zisong Qin family still commanded respect. As expected, Mu Sinan's henchmen erupted in fury, impudent, seeking death. Ceasing her practice, Chu Si laughed mockingly. Old lecher. The one you seek is busy with another man. She continued to taunt. You've spent your life making others wear green hats, yet here you are, wearing one yourself. Chapter 95. Time has come enough. There's no need for embellishments. Su Lai's voice echoed, revealing the old man's growing ire. Accompanied by two dogs, Su Lai emerged into the courtyard. One of Mu Sinan's lackeys barked, So you are Su Lai? After Su Lai nodded, The lackey arrogantly commanded, "Kneel. Bow down 99 times. Then sever your own legs. Do you comprehend the situation?" Su Lai scoffed. "You are even inferior to the dogs I keep, yet you dare to boast before me." No sooner had he spoken than the eager lackey lunged at Su Lai. Just as the lackey's iron fists were about to strike, one of Su Lai's dogs leaped forward. A sickening crunch followed, and the lackey's neck was bitten clean through, causing his lifeless body to collapse, blood gushing forth. Watching the lackey fall without a chance to retaliate only deepened Chu Si's apprehension towards Su Lai. How formidable could this man truly be? Mu Sinan stood frozen, unable to even rotate the iron baton in his hand. He was well aware of the lackey's capabilities, and it was precisely this knowledge that rendered him incredulous. A renowned innate expert, felled by a mere dog. Who would believe such a tale? Who would dare? Su Lai glanced at the corpse on the ground, coldly remarking, "I already said, you are less than my pet, yet you still dare to boast." He then added, "Leave the head. Dispose of the rest in the backyard as fertilizer." With that, the dog dutifully picked up the lackey's body and sprinted towards the rear. Turning to Mu Sinan and his remaining 3 lackeys, Su Lai taunted, "Don't cower. Come at me again." All 3 lackeys swallowed hard at the thought of facing that accursed dog again. Noticing Mu Sinan's inclination to retreat, Su Lai laughed. "If you wish to come, then come. If you wish to leave, have you even inquired of me?" Mu Sinan asked in a low voice. "Do you know the fate of those who oppose us at Yanzhou?" Regret washed over him for coming personally today. Had he sent someone to scout beforehand, he wouldn't find himself trapped in this predicament. Su Lai chuckled. "Do you know the fate of those who oppose me?" After a slight shake of his head, he continued, "Thus, all who have defied me have been reborn." To ordinary people, Yanzhou might indeed seem powerful, but in Su Lai's eyes, they were even beneath the excrement of his dogs. At least that excrement had a foul odor, whereas Yanzhou was so insignificant that it couldn't even stink. Had others spoken such words, Mu Sinan and his lackeys would have charged in immediately, but before Su Lai, they were paralyzed by fear. Mu Sinan opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Since you have come, do not think of leaving." Su Lai pointed at his courtyard wall, stating coolly, "Don't say I haven't given you a choice. Find a spot for yourselves, and I shall place your heads there. As for your bodies, I will turn them into fertilizer for the flowers and plants." With a swoosh, Mu Sinan hurled the iron baton at Su Lai. Simultaneously, he and the remaining lackeys swung their fists towards him. Such folly! As the words left his lips, Mu Sinan and his trio collapsed as if struck by a heavy hammer, unable to move. The dog at Su Lai's side approached, snapping at the necks of Mu Sinan and his men like carrots, severing their heads before dragging their bodies away to the backyard. "Did you witness how I handled that?" Su Lai turned to Chu Si. Chu Si shook his head, looking at Su Lai as if he were a ghost. "When I am at home, do not speak ill of me, lest I overhear and have my dogs drag you back for a similar fate." Su Lai warned with a smile that belied his true nature. Chu Si, drenched in cold sweat, felt every hair on his body stand on end. Seeing Chu Si gulp nervously, Su Lai added with a grin, "I am quite easygoing. As long as no one provokes me, I remain unperturbed." Chu Si glanced at the 5 heads displayed atop the wall, pondering silently how easygoing one could be while displaying other severed heads. Su Lai, sensing Chu Si's thoughts, clarified, "I placed their heads there merely to prove my strength, that they are not worthy of provoking me. If they had any sense, they would never dare to disturb me again. In truth, I despise violence. Otherwise, your brother and sister would have long since become fertilizer." After some reflection, Chu Si found merit in Su Lai's assertions. Moreover, during his stay, he had observed that Su Lai was not inherently cruel. After another glance at the 5 heads, Chu Si cautioned Su Lai, "But placing their heads on display will surely attract attention. Rest assured, if I dare to display them, I will ensure no one reports it." Su Lai replied confidently, "It's merely an illusion array, a trivial matter for me. Mr. Su, I have procured the Mu Ling 7 needle flowers and the Xiang fruits you required." Upon concluding a call from Chao village, a sudden urge to depart surged within Su Lai. Could it be that after shattering the mirror, he would ascend? Upon seeing Su Lai standing dazed in the courtyard, Li Qingyao approached with a puzzled expression. "What's going on with you?" Turning, Su Lai replied, "I may need to leave." Li Qingyao pressed, "Leave? Where to? Abroad?" Su Lai smiled nonchalantly, "Leaving this planet." Had he not divorced Lu Fei, Su Lai might have felt emotional ties, but now he was utterly unencumbered. Li Qingyao's face reflected disbelief. You think you can fly to the sun? With my current abilities, I'm just a step short of reaching the sun." but in a few years, I should be able to make it. Su Lai replied, pointing a finger at Li Qingyao's brow. As several strands of celestial energy flowed into her, he instructed, do not enter the backyard. Send your dogs for the medicinal herbs needed for the concoction. Keep your dog close. It will safeguard your safety. I will arrange for 2 indestructible individuals to stay here for your protection. Tears blurred Li Qingyao's vision. Don't go. My time has come. Besides, the sooner I leave, the fewer ties I will have. The longer I stay, the more ties I will form.